Chen Yang believed his life was ordinary until a fatal fall shattered his reality. Waking up in a grimy, futuristic city, he discovered Earth was merely a virtual game. In this bleak year of 2121, he wasn't a human, but a discarded cyborg labeled a cyberpsycho. Despair loomed, but a mysterious power awakened within his mechanical body. He possessed the unique, hyperdimension ability allowing him to extract physical items from the virtual Earth into the harsh reality of Dark Star. This incredible gift became his only weapon in a dying world. To survive, he had to master both realms. While enduring the brutal mechanical reality, he exploited the virtual Earth's abundant resources. His ultimate goal wasn't just survival, but overthrowing the tyrannical lunar elites who controlled the fate of billions from their pristine moon bases. Caught between two colliding universes, Chen Yang faced relentless threats from rogue androids, digital ghosts, and his own fracturing mind. As his original persona fought for control, he gripped his mechanical arm. Would he succumb to madness or rewrite the destiny of two worlds? Chen Yang squeezed out of the elevator, holding two heavy takeout bags. He approached the glass doors of a newly opened tech company. Sweating profusely, he tried to push the door with his knee, but it was firmly locked. The receptionist's desk inside was completely empty. He called the customer Miss Lu. "The door is locked, I can't get in," he explained. She sighed impatiently and hung up. Chen Yang rubbed his chin against his shoulder to wipe the sweat. He was used to this cold treatment from arrogant corporate employees. Peering through the glass, he admired the luxurious office and high-end monitors. As a programming graduate, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Working in a place like this would definitely beat the grueling daily grind of delivering food under the scorching sun. A beautiful woman in a tight white shirt and pencil skirt walked briskly toward the door. Her ponytail swayed with every confident step. Chen Yang's brief interest instantly vanished when he recognized her face. It was Lu Yiyan, his ex-girlfriend from his university days. They had broken up on graduation day. Seeing him holding takeout bags, a smug expression appeared on her face, as if she had predicted his failure. She swiped her access card, but just stood behind the glass, making no effort to hold the door open. Chen Yang forced the heavy glass door open with his elbow squeezing sideways to place the food on the front desk. Lu Yiyan stepped back with a look of disgust. "Pretending you don't know me?" she asked with a mocking smile, crossing her arms tightly. "Who are you?" Chen Yang replied, coldly, turning to leave. Suddenly, an exaggerated voice echoed through the lobby. "Wait, isn't this our handsome alumni Chen Yang?" A short, ugly man in a tailored suit walked over, his face radiating an unbearable sense of superiority. It was Wang Kai, the wealthy heir who used to obsess over Lu Yiyan in college. Wang Kai deliberately wrapped his arm around her waist. "You studied programming, right? Delivering food is a waste. Come interview tomorrow, maybe you'll give you a job," he sneered. "Yeah, Wang Kai is the general manager here," Lu Yiyan chimed in, leaning against him to show her loyalty. The cliché drama disgusted Chen Yang. "No thanks," he muttered, walking straight out the door and mentally adding this company to his personal blacklist. Relieved to see him leave, Lu Yiyan exhaled. Wang Kai glared at her before chasing after Chen Yang. "Your attitude is terrible. Don't blame me for leaving a bad review," Wang Kai shouted. Chen Yang ignored him, heading toward the stairs instead of the elevator. "What a powerful manager," Chen Yang scoffed without looking back. Furious at being ignored, Wang Kai's eyes twitched with rage. As Chen Yang stepped onto the stairs, Wang Kai viciously kicked him from behind. "Stop pretending, you piece of trash," the wealthy heir roared. A sharp pain shot through Chen Yang's back. He lost his balance instantly, his body plunging forward into the empty air. The concrete stairs rapidly magnified in his vision. Before he could react, his skull slammed violently against the hard floor with a sickening crack. "Aunt!" Chen Yang screamed, jolting upright in sheer terror. A mechanical click echoed from the back of his head. "He'll kill you," he yelled, turning around to face Wang Kai. But the luxurious office building was gone. He was sitting in a dim, spacious room. Dozens of reclining chairs filled the room, occupied by motionless, lifeless figures. A wave of nausea hit him. He reached up with his right hand to grab his dizzy head, but felt cold metal against his forehead. He stared at his hand in absolute shock. It was a black mechanical arm. The middle and index fingers were missing their tips. "What is going on? Why does my voice sound different?" he muttered. He stood up, checking his body. Only his right arm was cybernetic, but this wasn't his familiar body. "Did that rich bastard kick me into another world?" he whispered. A large, chubby black man walked over. He had two massive metallic arms, and strange glowing dots flickered in his eyes. "Vic, your account is empty. Are you adding more time?" the man asked. "You call me Vic." Chen Yang realized he had truly crossed over. The man clicked his tongue impatiently. "If you're done playing, get up. People are waiting. Don't tell me you think you're Chen Yang possessing Vic's body." The accurate guess sent chills down his spine. "How did you know?" Chen Yang panicked. The man sighed, pushing him back into the chair. "You're having another episode. Just connect to the neural interface, you'll understand." He pulled a cable from the chair, handing the 3.5mm plug to a thoroughly confused Chen Yang. "Feel the back of your head," the man instructed. The mechanical fingers lacked proper sensation, so Chen Yang used his left hand. Beneath his hair, he found a cold metallic port. A neural implant. This was undoubtedly a brutal high-tech world, filled with strange machinery. He inserted the metal plug into his neural port. A tingling sensation spread through his brain as his vision faded to black. Suddenly, he was floating in the vast, endless cosmos. A beautiful blue planet rolled into view, accompanied by glowing silver text Earth. System prompts popped up rapidly. "Player Vic login successful. Checking neural sensors." Match complete. Please select your character. Below the text, a familiar profile appeared. Chen Yang. Free character. Playtime 13102 hours. The realization hit him like a truck. His entire life was a game. My world is a virtual simulation. And I'm just a free-to-play character, he thought, overwhelmed by absurdity. He tapped his own portrait. A red warning flashed, insufficient balance. Cannot access this character. He was locked out of his own life because he was broke. Furious, he clicked purchase new character. A window opened with over 50 male avatars. One ugly face immediately caught his attention. It was Wong Kai, the man who had kicked him. Wong Kai. Wealthy heir. Purchase price 2,000 credits. The injustice made his blood boil. Why is that jerk a premium character while I'm a freebie, he raged inwardly. Suddenly a sharp click echoed, and the cable was yanked out. The black man pulled him up. Understand now. Go to the clinic 3 doors down. You are in a dangerous state. Chen Yang stumbled out of the internet cafe. Towering skyscrapers loomed like metallic beasts covered in dazzling holographic advertisements. Sexy virtual idols danced between the buildings. Hover cars roared past, leaving streaks of blue exhaust across the polluted, smog-filled orange sky. It was breathtakingly dystopian. Pedestrians wore strange plastic-like clothing heavily modified with bizarre cybernetics, metallic limbs, retinal screens, and augmented reality visors. Compared to them, his damaged mechanical arm looked pathetic and cheap. The damp air smelled sharply of harsh chemicals and metallic rust, stinging his nose with every breath. Zipping up his jacket, he walked to the third storefront. Dracula Psychological Clinic, specializing in cyberpsychosis. The interior was clean, bright, and filled with minimalist geometric furniture radiating a sterile high-tech vibe. A female nurse in a crisp white uniform walked over to greet him. Hello, Mr. Vic, the nurse said with a warm, ordinary face. Her skin was flawlessly pale, showing no signs of aging. Dracula is with other patients. Please wait in the lounge, she instructed, leading him deeper into the clinic. Chen Yang followed her silently. Walking behind her, he noticed a pink barcode tattooed on the back of her neck. He sat in the lounge area surrounded by broadleaf plants and fabric sofas. A teenage girl was already sitting there. She had a bizarre half-shaved haircut and multiple lip rings. Metallic wires wrapped around the girl's eyes. Chen Yang nodded awkwardly and sat near a potted plant. As the nurse left, the surreal horror of his situation finally settled in. His entire existence on Earth was just a simulation. The absurdity choked him like a python. Seeking distraction, he reached out to touch the plant's leaves. His mechanical fingers passed right through them, leaving only scattered pixels of light. The plant was a hologram. Country bumpkin, the punk girl mocked, pointing at a ceiling projector. It's augmented reality. Real trees are extinct. She examined his face with a playful smirk. What's your name? She asked. Chen Yang. He replied, refusing to accept the name Vic. The girl let out a strange laugh, pointing at her own nose. Nice to meet you. I'm also Chen Yang, she declared. You're Chen Yang too, he stared in absolute disbelief. Yep. I'm the female version of the free-to-play character from Earth, she sighed. You're the third Chen Yang I've met here. We're all suffering from cyberpsychosis. It's nothing to make a big fuss about in this city. A gender-bent version of himself. The idea was more bizarre than time travel. The thought of multiple Chen Yangs wandering around felt incredibly creepy. The girl crossed her legs, swinging her foot. I crossed over a month ago. What about you? She asked casually. Just now, Chen Yang muttered, still in shock. Let me educate you, the girl said. This planet is Dark Star Year 2121. 50 years since the nuclear war ended. We're in Redstone City, a high-tech slum where people are so poor they only have cybernetics. Poor but technologically advanced. Sounds cool, he noted. As for the game Earth, it's a retro server simulating pre-war civilization, she explained. Before she could say more, the nurse waved her over. The girl stood up, her expression suddenly turning deeply melancholic and sorrowful. Even though our lives are short, at least we experienced reality, she whispered sadly before forcing a smile and entering the doctor's office. Her words haunted him. Our lives are short. He leaned back, pulling a heavy helmet-like smart visor from his worn jacket pocket. He put it on. Iris verification complete, text flashed across the lens. A small gear icon appeared. He navigated the menu using eye movements, marveling at the vintage 2109 technology. Checking his bank balance, he realized this Vic guy was completely broke and unemployed. System. Chen Yang whispered, hoping for a magical cheat code. Silence. Suddenly loud sobbing erupted from the office. The punk girl stumbled out, crying hysterically. She glanced at Chen Yang, but her eyes were completely devoid of recognition. She seemed like an entirely different person. Mr. Vic Dr. Dracula will see you now, the nurse announced. What happened to her? Chen Yang asked, pointing at the leaving girl. Ms. Joy is cured. If you cooperate, you'll be cured in a month too, the nurse smiled. The word cured sounded utterly terrifying. Following the nurse, Chen Yang's smart visor scanned the barcode on her neck. Blue Whale Bionic Model 3. Android Idner 9215. Status safe. She was an android. That explained her slightly rigid movements and overly formal micro-expressions. He entered the office, his mind racing with questions. Dr. Dracula sat behind a desk, his gaunt face illuminated by built-in retinal screens. We meet again, Vic, he said, then paused. Judging by your expression, you prefer being called Chen Yang, right? Chen Yang sat down. Exactly. What disease do I actually have? Personality cognitive disorder syndrome, the doctor replied softly. A deteriorating form of cyberpsychosis. But don't worry, it's easily treatable. I've explained this to you 3 times already. He tapped the desk, projecting a holographic 3D animation into the air to illustrate the bizarre medical condition. The animation showed Vic playing the game Earth obsessively accidentally creating the Chen Yang persona based on his character. When he disconnected, the game persona remained dominant, causing the illusion of crossing over. The original player's consciousness was deeply suppressed beneath the artificial digital identity. Finally, a holographic seesaw appeared on the desk. Two children sat on opposite ends, shifting up and down. These represent the two personalities, Dr. Dracula explained. Whoever is on top controls the body. Chen Yang stared at the hologram, feeling a cold sweat break out. Vic's original personality is still alive inside me. Chen Yang asked nervously. Yes. If his primary persona awakens and clashes with yours, your body will lose control entirely, the doctor warned. What determines the weight on this seesaw? Chen Yang pressed, desperate for a solution. The doctor offered a chilling, faint smile. He leaned forward, his artificial eyes glowing faintly in the dim room. The pressure of survival, he whispered simply. The harsh truth echoed in Chen Yang's mind. To stay alive as himself, he had to fight against reality. Leaving the clinic, Chen Yang stood under the neon-lit rain of Redstone City. He looked at his mechanical hand, clenching it tightly. He wasn't just fighting a harsh cyberpunk world, he was fighting the very body he inhabited. The battle for existence had begun. He needed money, power, and resources to suppress Vic's awakening. The virtual world of Earth held the key. If he could use his unique hyperdimension ability to bring game items into reality, he could survive. He refused to be erased like the punk girl. Sirens wailed in the distance as heavily armed corporate enforcers marched through the streets. Above them, the massive pristine moon hung in the sky, mocking the squalor of Dark Star. The lunar elites controlled everything, but they didn't know about his connection to the game. A cold determination settled in his heart. He would play their game both in the virtual Earth and the brutal reality. He would gather wealth, upgrade his cybernetics, and uncover the darkest secrets of this apocalyptic era. The free-to-play character was ready to break the rules. Raindrops sizzled against his heated mechanical arm. Chen Yang pulled up his collar, disappearing into the crowded, neon-drenched alleyways. He was a cyberpsycho, a glitch in the system, and the only man who could bridge two universes. The ultimate rebellion was about to unfold. Chen Yang found the situation increasingly absurd. In less than an hour, he had transformed from an ordinary inhabitant of Earth into a game character, and now he had even devolved into a mere affliction. If I lived more leisurely, would I be able to maintain control over my body? Is that a fair interpretation? Precisely, Dr. Dracula nodded. If my personality disorder were to be cured, would that mean Chen Yang, which is essentially me at present, would cease to exist? In his anxiety, Chen Yang spoke more rapidly, not waiting for Dr. Dracula's response. He continued, just like that lady Joy, her Chen Yang personality was extinguished by you, correct? Ms. Joy requested the treatment herself, though she was aware of the potential outcome. Was that suicide? It was liberation. Observing Chen Yang's growing agitation, Dr. Dracula deliberately paused for a few seconds before continuing. The dual personality characteristic of cyberpsychosis features a use it or lose it phenomenon. If you continue to dominate the body, the primary personality of Vic will gradually fade away over time. The opposite holds true as well. I will not undergo treatment, Chen Yang declared resolutely. Ms. Joy expressed the same sentiment initially. Dr. Dracula turned off the animation on his desk, and with a gentle gaze addressed Chen Yang, should you find the pressures of reality unbearable, you may seek my assistance at any time. After saying this, Dr. Dracula rose from his chair and began watering the potted plants on the windowsill. Goodbye. As Chen Yang stood to leave, he suddenly noticed a barcode on the back of Dr. Dracula's neck. This was utterly absurd. A cyborg serving as a psychologist. Chen Yang strode out of the office without hesitation, where a nurse escorted him to the clinic's entrance. May I ask, if I wish to live on with the Chen Yang personality, do you have any suggestions? He inquired. Should I interpret that as you desiring to worsen your condition? The nurse tilted her head in response, blinking playfully. I merely wish to survive. First, you must maintain a certain amount of gaming time to solidify your character's persona. Secondly, and most importantly, the nurse offered a healing smile and gently remarked, though survival in this world is challenging, it is essential to maintain a positive mindset, as this will lighten your load on the seesaw of life. Thank you. Upon leaving the clinic, Chen Yang shivered in the frigid air outside. The smart glasses displayed the time as noon, yet the sky appeared dim, as if it were evening. He glanced at his mechanical right hand, which had two fingers severed, clenched his fist, and proclaimed, regardless of whether you are Vic or Gook, since you have thrust me into this world, this body is mine. Before returning home, he sought a moment of indulgence. Chen Yang entered an internet cafe and approached the counter to speak with the African-American man. They're saying, hey, could you set me up with a machine? Still playing. Seems like you're not ready to give up. The man snapped his fingers, and the projector above cast a payment window in front of Chen Yang, displaying a barcode along with the fee structure. Neural network service fee yuan per hour. Chen Yang scanned the barcode with his smart glasses, entered 20 yuan, and completed the payment after iris verification. There are 2 empty machines inside. Use whichever you prefer. Thanks. Chen Yang stepped into the cafe, which resembled a grim mortuary. After locating an unoccupied recliner, he pulled the cable from the machine, with his left hand secured the metal connector, and settled into a comfortable position. Earth, I have returned. He plugged the metal connector into the brain-machine interface. Instantly, the game interface for Earth materialized before him. Player Vic logged in successfully. Checking your neural sensors, matching complete. Please select the character you wish to use. Chen Yang free character you have played for hours. Purchase a new character. Upon clicking Chen Yang's avatar, a prompt emerged: current network balance hours. You may enter the game. Explore payment options. View game instructions. I still have payment options. Chen Yang clicked to explore, revealing a storefront-like interface. The first category of items was cash recharge at a rate of converted to in-game currency. The second category involved purchasing enhancements such as stamina, hardness, and knowledge. The third category offered the acquisition of female characters, increasing the number of potential romantic interests in the game. The fourth category featured DLC, the only available being a mod called Entertainment City, a special area for online play with friends. Note: all items are valid for this playthrough. Only upon character death, all progress is lost. This was too real. What nonsense about enduring hardship for success and the heavens reward diligence are merely the ramblings of fools. Wealth can procure everything. Regrettably, I am devoid of funds. Chen Yang sighed in resignation, carefully reviewing the game instructions before clicking enter game. The world of Earth suddenly spun and expanded before him. He soared through the atmosphere, penetrating the crust, the nation, the province, and the city. Ultimately, he descended like a spirit into the office building. Chen Yang landed with a thud. Ouch! The pain and fury stored within him were unleashed in this unprecedented experience, igniting a sense of exhilaration in Chen Yang. At that moment, Wang Kai witnessed Chen Yang's clumsy tumble and mocked him brazenly. Chen Yang, did you think this was university? What are you pretending to be? Now you're just a worthless delivery boy. I have 100 ways to end you. Damn. Chen Yang rose from the floor, sneering, if this is a game, what do I have to lose? He charged up the stairs towards Wang Kai. You pathetic wretch, dare to come up. Wang Kai lifted his foot to kick, but Chen Yang grabbed his leg and pulled him down, causing him to slide down the staircase in a split position. Chen Yang swiftly kicked him down, then pounced on him, raining down merciless blows with his fists. Are you the paid character, huh? I'm eager to see just how tough your 20,000 yuan worth is. With several punches, Chen Yang bloodied Wang Kai's nose and eyes. Recalling his experiences in the Dark Star, his pent-up anger surged forth, and he disregarded the pain in his fists as he continued to pummel this privileged youth. Someone call security. Help. Cough, cough. Save me. Wang Kai, with his flabby physique, was no match for Chen Yang. Initially, he managed to resist a few blows, but soon he was reduced to a mere punching bag. Wang Kai. Lu Yiyan rushed into the stairwell, witnessing her former partner being assaulted by her current companion, and cried out in alarm, Chen Yang, have you lost your mind? Let him go. Call security, call security. Even though Wang Kai had been beaten into a pulp upon seeing Lu Yiyan approach, he still stubbornly taunted Chen Yang, if you have the guts, kill me, otherwise I will make your life a living hell. Fine. Chen Yang abruptly seized Wang Kai, delivering a kick that sent him tumbling down the next flight of stairs. Wang Kai screamed as he rolled down, and at that moment a bloody image flashed through Chen Yang's mind. Lifeless bodies, severed heads, vacant eyes. Oh no. Chen Yang realized it was Vic's memories. That person was awakening. He immediately halted his actions, took a deep breath, and steadied his spiraling emotions. Chen Yang, have you lost your mind? Lu Yiyan rushed down and grabbed Chen Yang, whispering urgently, Wang Kai's family has complicated connections. You've landed yourself in serious trouble. Get off. Chen Yang shrugged off her grip, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Only when his mind cleared somewhat did he slowly descend the staircase. Wang Kai cowered in the corner, clutching his head, terrified that Chen Yang might strike again. Remember this feeling, you too shall experience hardship. Chen Yang coldly warned Wang Kai, massaging his sore hands as he continued downwards. He reflected on his recent outburst of aggression, feeling a twinge of apprehension. It seemed that extreme emotional fluctuations could trigger the Vic personality, and he would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Who exactly was Vic? Why did such gruesome memories reside within his mind? Stepping out of the commercial office building, Chen Yang paid no heed to the delivery e-bike and wandered aimlessly through the business district. The streets were alive with laughter and conversation, as if each passerby carried their own untold story. Surely they could not be oblivious to the fact that this world is but an illusion. Chen Yang settled onto a floorbead by the roadside, contemplating his shadow. Vic, whether virtuous or villainous, having roused me from my slumber, you shall bear the consequences of your actions. Suddenly his phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, he answered. Chen Yang, this matter is far from over, do you understand? Who are you? It's Wang Kai. Wang Kai's voice on the line was tinged with hysteria. Chen Yang cleared his throat, and with a hint of surprise remarked, oh, it's an old classmate. I heard you've been working at the meat processing plant, is that true? Stop talking nonsense. I warn you. Not listening, the turtle recites scriptures. Chen Yang hung up, promptly adding Wang Kai's number to his blacklist. Having recently dealt Wang Kai a hefty blow, he knew the wealthy heir would not let the matter rest. An hour earlier, Chen Yang might have felt anxious or fearful, but now he dismissed such sentiments entirely. It was merely a game. He had already resolved to commence a new chapter, starting anew from the year on Earth. Back then, he was still a fourth-year university student. Reliving those campus days was far more appealing than the drudgery of delivering packages. However, before embarking on that journey, he needed to exhaust the substantial sum of in his bank account. No sense in letting it go to waste. Chen Yang gazed up at the cerulean sky, suddenly finding solace in the notion that reality could indeed be a game. At least it felt more liberating. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Should Wang Kai dare to act recklessly, he must be prepared for the repercussions. Chen Yang hailed a taxi to the supermarket where he selected a large Damascus chef's knife from the kitchenware shelves for self-defense. After leaving the supermarket, he contemplated visiting the fabled foot massage city, but realizing he was still in the dark about the intricacies of Angxing, decided it wiser to conserve his remaining funds. Earth was a single-player game, there was no need to rush. He returned to his rented accommodation in Binhai, lay down on the bed, and examined the newly acquired Damascus knife. Its minimalist design and exquisite craftsmanship provided a peculiar sense of security. Farewell, Earth. Chen Yang pressed his thumb against the inside of his chin. 10 seconds later, darkness enveloped him, and upon regaining consciousness, he found himself back in the internet cafe of Redstone City in Angxing. This mechanical arm is truly unaccustomed. Using his prosthetic right arm for support, he noted that while it was powerful, it lacked sensitivity, only offering slight tactile feedback in the palm and fingers. Feeling somewhat fatigued, his stomach growled audibly. As he passed the counter, Chen Yang inquired of the black proprietor, "Can the money I earn in game be exchanged for real currency?" What a fanciful dream. The proprietor glanced at Chen Yang's right arm, raising an eyebrow as he said, "You might want to fix that thing and return to work at the Redstone factory. Though the pay is meager, at least you won't go hungry and can continue playing games here." "Thank you." Upon leaving the internet cafe, Chen Yang double-tapped his smart glasses with his left hand, and a male voice echoed in his ear, "Mr. Vic, may I assist you? I wish to go home. Please plan a walking route for me." "Certainly." After the smart assistant confirmed, a green arrow appeared at his feet, extending towards the left side of the street. Removing his glasses, the navigation arrow vanished. If only this technology could be brought to Earth, I wouldn't have to slog through deliveries. Reputing his glasses, he walked along the arrow, which displayed the distance to his residence and the remaining time. Additionally, various advertisements, augmented by reality technology, appeared on the lens alongside the navigation service. Free truly is the most expensive. Whether on Earth or Angxing, advertisements were inescapable. His glasses became cluttered with numerous advertisements, shifting in proximity and frequency. Initially intriguing, they soon induced a sense of dizziness and even nausea. He reset the smart assistant to narrate the history of Angxing. After all, the hour-long walk home warranted some meaningful engagement. Most pedestrians appeared emotionless, some even casting hostile glances, which made Chen Yang feel an inexplicable unease, prompting him to quicken his pace. After 10 minutes of walking, a familiar face emerged amidst the pink lights of a side street. It was Joy, the girl from the Dracula Psychological Clinic. She too had once been Chen Yang. Now Joy was clad in revealing attire, laughing with 3 other women, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at the men nearby. It turned out her true vocation was in the flesh trade. Angxing had experienced a nuclear war 50 years prior, leading to widespread pollution and a population decline to less than billion. Among the survivors, around affluent individuals relocated to lunar ecological space stations, while the remaining denizens of Angxing were clustered under the governance of the United Government in over 100 cities with relatively low nuclear contamination. These urban centers were densely populated, primarily consisting of towering skyscrapers that occupied minimal ground space. The Vic residence was located in the western part of Redstone City, within a black skyscraper. As Chen Yang approached the skyscraper, his hungry stomach protested once more. Noticing a chain convenience store on the ground floor, he ventured inside. The store offered a variety of fast foods, including instant noodles, rice balls, and canned goods, as well as high-calorie, full-fat tofu and vitamin supplements. Food post-nuclear war was surprisingly abundant. Curious, Chen Yang examined the ingredient labels, which prominently featured the word synthetic. Synthetic rice flour, synthetic meat, synthetic egg liquid, synthetic vegetable leaves. There were also ingredients that he found repulsive, such as fatty meat worms and protein cockroaches, which he would rather starve than consume. Of course, given his current financial situation, he could not afford to eat such luxuries. As for genuine vegetables and meat, there were none. However, a few types of fruit appeared in the premium goods section. Chen Yang speculated that perhaps fruits could not be synthesized, or that synthetic fruits had no market. He picked up a box of apples, observing 5 slightly reddish-green apples sealed within a vacuum package. Is this thing even worthy of being called an apple? Chen Yang deemed it more akin to a large crab apple. Yet he was taken aback by the price tag, yuan for grams. Other fruits were similarly priced and appeared equally malnourished, yet commanded exorbitant prices. If only he could transport Earth's fruits here for sale. Alas, Earth was but a virtual realm, and even with a spacecraft they could not be transported. With a sigh, Chen Yang suddenly felt an itch in his left hand and placed the apple back, wiping his hand on his rough pants. In comparison to the pricey fruit, synthetic food was remarkably affordable and plentiful. Braised beef noodles cost yuan a packet, and with a vitamin supplement a meal could be secured for just yuan. After payment, his account balance dwindled to yuan. 2 meals a day would allow him to sustain himself for over half a month, not accounting for the gaming fees of Earth. Alas, I must earn money post-haste. As soon as Chen Yang exited the convenience store, a call request appeared on his smart glasses, displaying the caller ID John, the head of the Fuelstone Energy Carving Department. A job opportunity had arisen. Chen Yang promptly answered the call. "Hello. Vic, it's been a month. When will you repay your loan?" "Loan? Are you feigning ignorance? A month ago on July 10th you took an advance on a month's salary, claiming it was for repairing your mechanical arm. Now you neither come to work nor repay me. Do you intend for me to come after you?" The tone of the caller was decidedly unfriendly. Evidently, Vic had not used the borrowed funds for repairing his mechanical arm, but squandered them in the internet cafe. That scoundrel. Chen Yang felt an urge to kick himself and tentatively inquired, "How much is my monthly salary?" John impatiently reiterated, "I'll give you 5 more days. If the money is not repaid, you may have to resort to offering a kidney as collateral." Earning yuan in 5 days is no small feat, otherwise that scoundrel Wei Ku would not be evading reality and dragging Chen Yang the scapegoat to Angxing. The first 10 floors of the skyscraper lack an elevator, compelling Chen Yang to ascend to the 8th floor via the stairs. The corridor is littered with cigarette butts, and the cacophony of various households fills the air. Wei Ke's room is number. The pitch-black iron door is emblazoned with the words "Coward" and "Repay the debt." Chen Yang presses his left thumb against the doorknob. After fingerprint verification, the lock emits a satisfying click. Upon entering the room, Chen Yang immediately secures the door. The flickering incandescent light reveals the room, casting light upon the garbage strewn about. Does Wei Ku possess any redeeming qualities? Holding his nose, Chen Yang inspects the various rooms. The apartment spans approximately square meters, comprising a kitchen, bathroom, and a living space. Though modest, it is equipped with all necessary utilities and even boasts a wireless charging system. There should be an air conditioner as well. The humidity is less oppressive than outside, and the peculiar scent of chemical pollutants is absent. The room is almost devoid of furniture. Aside from a single bed and a leather sofa, there is merely a set of antiquated wooden tables and chairs. By the way, I still don't know what I look like. Chen Yang enters the bathroom, dampening a grimy towel to wipe the tarnished mirror. A face with mixed heritage emerges in the reflection. Deep brown hair, sharply defined features, and a pair of eyes shadowed in their sockets, faintly reflecting a coffee-colored glimmer. Wow, I'm even more handsome than I thought. Gently touching his face with his left hand, Chen Yang notes that while his dark circles are pronounced, this visage could easily pass for that of a high-profile celebrity by earthly standards. Making a living based on appearances should pose no challenge. Coupled with a decent physique, could he not earn yuan through mere looks? No, such a depraved thought is unacceptable. The steel will symbolizes both punishment and depletion, resulting in something akin to the loss of vitality. Gyulalu. His stomach growls again, prompting Chen Yang to promptly prepare instant noodles. The noodles are uniformly textured, reminiscent of plastic, yet carry a faint aroma of wheat. Apart from the noodles, the packaging contains only a sachet of seasoning, which is a braised beef flavor powder, and 3 pieces of desiccated beef jerky, likely synthetic. Chen Yang holds no expectations for its taste. As the pot bubbles with the noodles, he begins tidying up the room, summoning the AI assistant of his smart glasses to inquire about methods to swiftly amass wealth. Maximizing profit in a short period is the question I encounter most frequently, my clever friend. The voice of the intelligent assistant is distinctly personable, albeit slightly dubbed. Is there a feasible plan? Chen Yang inquires. Consider this: 95 of the world is impoverished. Any such method is inherently impossible. What about illegal means? At this juncture, Chen Yang has little choice but to contemplate such options. You do have a knack for humor, my old companion. Amassing wealth through illegal channels is a privilege reserved for the affluent. I believe you should strive to be a kind and law-abiding citizen. The intelligent assistant chuckles lightly before continuing. While success is not replicable, it often shares a commonality: luck. I possess extraordinary luck. Chen Yang smiles wryly, shutting off the stove and placing the pot on the wooden table. Then we might explore the simplest method: head to the Yueti landfill and scavenge. The Yueti landfill. You ought to know that today's elite reside in the lunar space station. Their waste is not processed there, but rather dumped on Angxing through Fukushima logistics. Those scoundrels are truly despicable. Chen Yang takes a mouthful of noodles, blowing on it before consuming, and finds it remarkably unpalatable. Yet Wei Ke's palate does not seem to reject it, and it even tastes somewhat appealing, a stark contrast that leaves Chen Yang unsettled. At this moment, the intelligent assistant continues to speak. Lunar technology surpasses Angxing's by at least 1 generation. If luck is on your side, you might unearth usable electronics, potentially earning thousands in a single night. However, should fortune be unkind, even a month spent there would yield no rewards. Thus luck is paramount. Understood. Please chart a route for me. I shall scavenge once I finish my meal. Chen Yang bites into a spicy vitamin block, chewing on his noodles. Rather than remaining idle at home, it is far more prudent to take action. After finishing his meal, he begins to scour the room. In the wardrobe, he discovers an old searchlight that, when charged, is still functional. He then finds a rusty kitchen knife and a tattered backpack, and after purchasing 2 rice balls from a convenience store, he departs from Anxi City. In the deep of night, the starlight is obscured by metallic dust, casting a faint, uneven gray glow. Chen Yang traverses the remnants of a post-nuclear war landscape, where metal has long been drained, leaving only collapsed concrete behind. All combustible materials vanished in the nuclear explosion. Cockroaches and rats are also absent, rendering this land lifeless, with no signs of revival. As he navigates through the urban ruins, the air grows increasingly fetid with decay. Wei Ku, you ought to hasten your pace, otherwise you'll miss out on the fresh refuse. The intelligent assistant urges him on. Do you have any idea how long I've been walking? Chen Yang is drenched in sweat, the searchlight in his hand growing heavier, and his legs begin to wobble. As of now, you have walked for 8 hours, 32 minutes, and 12 seconds. Imagine the prospect of 2,500 yuan waiting for you ahead. Such a thought should invigorate you. Chen Yang is too exhausted to respond. It is often said that within heaps of garbage lies a treasure trove, and amidst the refuse dwell beauties. Please be quiet. Walking through such desolation, coupled with the current state of Angxing, Chen Yang cannot help but recall Alita Battle Angel. If only he could find an Alita here. However, lacking the expertise of a doctor, even if he found one he would not know how to repair it better to just scavenge for some gold bars. Chen Yang steels himself, quickening his pace. Virum, a mechanical thrum emanates from the distance. Chen Yang promptly extinguishes the searchlight and hides behind a shelter to observe. He sees a figure gliding on a hoverboard-like device flying low towards the landfill. Looks like a professional scavenger. Just as he remains vigilant, the intelligent glasses scan the person's flying apparatus and inopportunely push an advertisement. Lowell Titched, hoverboard L35. Hot selling price 89.99 yuan. Come on, can we be a bit more intelligent? Do you think I can afford that? Chen Yang retorts. Apologies, I will notify you immediately when Diamond Sand toilet paper goes on sale. Thanks a lot. For safety, Sake. Chen Yang retrieves the old kitchen knife from his backpack. As the stench in the air intensifies, the silhouette of the Uedi landfill begins to rise ominously from the darkness. Beneath his feet, discarded metal parts, shattered plastic containers, and rotting food scraps appear, forming a grotesque tableau. After a while, he unknowingly ascends the landfill. Suddenly, a dull roar reverberates overhead, the compressing sound waves sending tingles across his scalp. Looking up, Chen Yang sees a massive black shadow against the dim night sky. The shadow expands with the booming sound, as if a giant hole has been gouged into the heavens, sending shivers down one's spine. That is the garbage chute of the lunar space station. Those scoundrels on the moon do not process their waste above, but instead arrogantly hurl it toward the mother planet. What hubris! Chen Yang feels an inexplicable surge of anger. Boom. The dark void belches forth a mass of refuse, plummeting to the ground like a nuclear bomb, sending shockwaves through the air. Scattered debris cascades down, blanketing the entire landfill. Simultaneously, dozens of lights flicker to life around him, illuminating the scavengers already waiting. Chen Yang brightens the searchlight in his hand and quietly calls out for survival. Let's go. Chen Yang searched the garbage dump for over an hour, his feet surrounded by the remnants of daily life, an apple discarded after just a few bites, yellowed cotton underwear, rotten rice balls, and blackened beef jerky. It seems fortune does not favor you. This batch contains no industrial refuse and lacks any valuables, remarked the intelligent assistant, adding with a hint of malice, according to the distribution of the UD garbage site, the next batch of refuse will not arrive for at least another 10 days. Damn it. Chen Yang kicked a deflated football aside, contemplating silently. It appears he must leave Angshi City. Though fleeing for a mere yuan feels somewhat disgraceful, he sees no other option. Surely he cannot truly barter a kidney for his debts. What if he were to become the villain and take someone else's kidney? As these thoughts swirled, he heard faint footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found a scavenger standing 10 meters away, the red dot of a laser sight fixed upon his chest. Put down the knife. The scavenger held a gun with both hands, slowly advancing toward Chen Yang. Buddy, I have nothing of value on me. Chen Yang had never encountered such a situation before, and his heart raced as fear gripped him, causing his voice to tremble. The scavenger, sporting matted dreadlocks and bulging electronic eyes, scanned Chen Yang's body. He grinned. Who says? Your kidneys are still intact, are they not? It seems indeed that one should not engage in wrongdoing, for retribution arrives swiftly. Chen Yang forced a bitter smile, taking a slow, deep breath. Enough chatter, drop the knife, and turn your back to me. The scavenger closed the distance, shifting the gun to his right hand, while producing a syringe with a needle from his pocket with the other. Alright, don't shoot. Chen Yang deliberately tossed the kitchen knife higher, watching it spin as it fell before him. Human eyes are invariably drawn to moving objects, especially electronic eyes. As the knife spun through the air, Chen Yang cranked the brightness of the spotlight to its maximum, blinding the scavenger with a brilliant glare. Seeking death, the scavenger instinctively turned his head, and a gunshot rang out. Chen Yang dashed to the right, snatching the kitchen knife with his left hand, bending low to strike at the scavenger's waist. Crack! The blade met a hard surface. It was a prosthetic. Without time to ponder, Chen Yang relied on his gaming experience to maneuver behind the scavenger. At that moment, the scavenger pivoted, aiming his gun at Chen Yang. Chen Yang instinctively raised the kitchen knife to shield against the red dot. Sparks flew as the blade shattered upon impact, flying away. Bang! The scavenger fired again. The bullet struck Chen Yang's metallic right arm, producing a piercing metallic sound. Chen Yang lifted his right arm, using his mechanical hand to grasp the scavenger's gun, blocking the third and fourth shots. Damn it! Faced with Chen Yang's evasive maneuver, the scavenger lunged with the syringe, attempting to incapacitate him. Chen Yang released the gun again, slipping behind the scavenger, but his only weapon, the kitchen knife, was now broken. Damn it, if only I had a knife. In that moment of desperation, something suddenly appeared in his left palm. A Damascus kitchen knife. Gripping the knife handle, Chen Yang's body activated some form of muscle memory, propelling him into action unconsciously. Wish! A flash of light sliced through the scavenger's throat. Startled, the scavenger turned back, but Chen Yang was like a shadow, closing in with the blade once more. Clack! The scavenger's gun fell to the ground along with two of his fingers. Gag! The scavenger's cries were stifled by blood as he clutched his neck and collapsed. Chen Yang pressed his knee against the scavenger's back, the knife point digging into his throat, slicing open. Damn! As Chen Yang regained his senses, everything was concluded. He gasped, realizing that the original owner of this body, Vic, was certainly no ordinary individual. Combining those bloody memories, he must have been an assassin. He gazed at the Damascus knife in his hand. What was going on? Was it not an artifact from Earth? Stay calm. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He withdrew the knife and reached for the gun on the ground, but his mechanical hand was utterly damaged and unresponsive. Another repair expense. Chen Yang could only pick up the gun with his left hand and stow it in his pocket. This gun should fetch a decent sum. With a sigh of relief, he rummaged through the scavenger's pockets, finding 2 syringes and, surprisingly, a black glass panel. Judging by its texture, it seemed to be a phone. He took off his backpack, stowing the syringes and the suspected phone panel inside before securing the zipper and slinging it back over his shoulder. Homeward bound, Chen Yang retrieved the spotlight, dimming its light, and followed the intelligent assistant's navigation to retrace his steps. After merely an hour, he could hardly continue. Having walked for 10 consecutive hours, he felt utterly exhausted. Upon entering the concrete ruins, he sought a safe hiding spot, collapsing inside. After resting a while, he took out a water bottle from his backpack, gulping down a few sips, and consumed 2 synthetic rice balls, regaining some strength. He removed his glasses, examining the Damascus knife closely under the spotlight's glow. Its size, style, and feel were indistinguishable from the one on Earth. Did I bring a virtual item into reality? Fascinating. Feeling a twinge of stomach discomfort, he placed the knife on the ground, opening his palm and envisioning the toilet paper from his earthly home. Come forth. To his astonishment, countless tiny light particles emerged from his palm, coalescing into a partially used roll of toilet paper. Indeed, it was the Minjiu brand he frequently purchased. Yes, Chen Yang exclaimed in excitement, clenching his fist. If he could bring virtual items into reality, could he not also return them? He set the toilet paper aside, lifted the Damascus knife once more, and attempted to will it back into the virtual realm. The knife indeed disintegrated into a flurry of light particles that dove back into his palm's lines. However, the bloodstains remained, indicating that physical matter could not be converted into virtual data. He then tried to bring over items belonging to others, such as apples from a fruit stall. No luck. After conducting several more experiments, he concluded transmutable items were limited to those from the game Earth, and only those personally owned by him. If I buy more fruit on Earth, could I sell it in Dark Star? Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. He quickly tore off a piece of toilet paper, determined to contribute some nutrients to this barren land, pulled up his pants, and headed back to Wangxi City. By the time he arrived home, it was already 10 in the morning. Chen Yang practically crawled into the house, first heading to the bathroom to wash away the sweat, before changing into dry clothes and starting to boil noodles, placing the pot on the wooden table. Vic's home lacked a computer. In the current technological landscape of Dark Star, unless one was a specialized programmer, traditional computers had been supplanted by other electronic devices. For instance, the smart glasses Chen Yang was currently wearing. Everything is cloud computing, how convenient. As Chen Yang chewed on the synthetic instant noodles, he accessed the augmented reality menu on his smart glasses, which included a rent-a-computer service. Web surfing computer charges yuan every hours. Compared to the exorbitant fees of cyber cafes for neural sensory gaming, this price was quite reasonable. Confirm. Configuring service for you. Before long, a monitor hovered above the wooden table. There was also a keyboard on the table's surface. Although not physical, it emitted a taped-up sound as keys were pressed. Though unsure of the operating system, upon booting up, an advertisement for Earth promptly appeared in the bottom right corner. While I take back my earlier comment about reasonable pricing, Chen Yang tapped the leg of his glasses, summoning the intelligent assistant. What online shopping platform is everyone using these days? Oh, my old friend, does Mr. Vic desire a legitimate trading platform or an illegitimate one? Of course a legitimate one, you foolish groundhog. Oh my god, then naturally it is the trading platform designated by our united government, affordable, safe, and reliable. You will surely come to love it. The intelligent assistant opened a website named Lianzhong International, and the virtual display immediately expanded, forming a circular screen around Chen Yang. Within the ring-shaped screen, various goods and a plethora of online services piled up. Wow. Chen Yang was taken aback by this display method, scrolling a few times until he found the I want to open a shop button. A striking prompt appeared before him. To open an online store on Lianzhong International, an annual fee of yuan is required. Please confirm. Confirm my foot. Chen Yang sighed, muttering, groundhog, let me see the illegitimate options. The unscrupulous trading platform is known as DP, also referred to as Shanghai Hulian. Establishing a store in Shanghai requires no deposit. However, a commission of each transaction is taken as a protection fee. Indeed, it is straightforwardly collecting protection fees. This online platform is operated by a hacker alliance, and those in the know are aware. In comparison to Lianzhong International, Shanghai Hulian mandates anonymous transactions and also offers confidential shipping services, resulting in transaction volumes that surpass Lianzhong International significantly. It appears that people are drawn to the unorthodox. Chen Yang, a man of science and engineering, understands well that there is no such thing as cybersecurity in this world. With no other options available, he registered an account under the name Wike886 on Shanghai Hulian. As for what to sell, Chen Yang first thought of fruits. Guangxing are scarce, easily obtainable on Earth, convenient to store, inconspicuous, and are consumables. Thus, he filtered the most sold fruits in the product section, with apples topping the list. While fruits like strawberries are easier to cultivate, their vitality is more fragile, being overly particular about soil temperature and light, with poorer shelf life and storage capabilities. Given the current low-temperature environment of Guangxing, the sturdy, cold-resistant, and easily storable apples are evidently more suitable. The best-selling variety is Qiaoguang apples, priced at yuan for grams. They are typically sold in increments of grams, 5 pounds. There are oversellers online, most of whom are out of stock. I remember Guoguang apples in Binhai City are only 3 yuan per pound, quite inexpensive. Chen Yang decided to start his business with apples. He aimed to earn a modest sum first, resolving his current predicament before selling other items. After finishing his noodles, he lay down to rest, playing with the firearms he had acquired. His interest in firearms was minimal, so he tucked them away and pulled out a glass plate resembling a phone. He tapped it, but received no response. Carefully inspecting it, he found no physical buttons or seams. Searching online, Chen Yang discovered that Guangxing had virtually no products resembling phones. Evidently, phones had become obsolete in this era. It seems to be an antique. Chen Yang opened the drawer of his bedside table and tossed the glass plate inside. Chen Yang awakened on Earth. He inhaled the familiar scent of bedding, heard the honking of vehicles outside, and found himself in the shabby room he rented. Long time no see, comrade. Chen Yang raised his right hand and clenched his fist. Though he was presently in a virtual game world, it felt more affirming to him. Guangxing resembled a game more than anything else. Neural interfaces, augmented reality prosthetics, scavenging, and killing. These bizarre experiences gave Chen Yang the illusion that the real world was the game. He sat up, realizing the large Damascus knife that had been at his side was now gone. He got out of bed to go to the bathroom, but even the half roll of toilet paper had vanished. Could it be that these game data were always in my mind? Otherwise, how could they possibly impact the game company's server data? Chen Yang ceased to dwell on the matter of the golden finger, picked up his phone, and headed downstairs, making his way to the nearby farmer's market. He initially planned to squander his money and begin a new round, but now that he had the golden finger to earn money, he felt liberated from Wang Kai's troubles. Worst case, he could play this round like GTA and start anew when in dire straits. However, he decided to postpone his plans for the foot-bathing city. To alleviate his desires, Chen Yang bought a luxurious handheld pancake, savoring the deliciousness while wandering among the fruit stalls. Hey brother, what fruit are you looking to buy? The enthusiastic vendor's wife initiated the conversation. Apples. We have fresh Fuji, Huanjiayu, and Shui, and Jonagold. No need, I only want the cheapest Guoguang. Chen Yang, chewing the pancake, walked towards the corner of the fruit stall. You really love Guoguang. The vendor's wife, assuming he sought a bargain, quickly added, these Guoguang are perfect right now, not sour. If you want, I can give you a discount, 3 yuan per pound. Money is not the issue, it's the quality of the fruit. Chen Yang picked up a few, slowly shaking his head. I have even better ones in stock, let me get them for you. The vendor's wife turned to leave. Wait, sister. Chen Yang called out to her, picking up an apple and saying, this fruit is still too good. Do you have smaller ones? The more blemished, the better. Brother, buy a few more, and he'll give you a better discount. The vendor's wife misunderstood Chen Yang's intent. To be honest, sister, I'm buying apples for. Not wanting to prolong the misunderstanding, Chen Yang straightforwardly stated, it's for feeding pigs. No need for them to be too good, just the leftovers will do. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let me get you some and see if they're to your liking. The vendor's wife turned and walked away. Suddenly, Chen Yang's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. It couldn't be Wang Kai, could it? After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, is this Chen Yang? I am Zhao Zimeng. A woman's voice responded. Zhao Zimeng, that name sounded somewhat familiar, and a vision of a slightly plump girl emerged in his mind. Are you Lu Yian's college roommate? Indeed, I thought you had forgotten about me. Oh, we had lunch together a few times back then. I remember. What do you need from me? Lu Yian asked me to tell you that Wang Kai is looking to confront you. She is worried it might escalate and wants you to leave Binhai for a while. How did she get you to inform me about this? In Chen Yang's memory, Lu Yian and Zhao Zimeng had only shared a dorm for a year before losing contact after their senior year. He did not expect them to still be in touch, even regarding Wang Kai's predicament. She wouldn't dare contact you directly. Wang Kai is keeping a close watch, Zhao Zimeng chuckled before continuing. Our company has business dealings with Wang Kai, and Lu Yian secretly asked me to help. Well, thank you. Chen Yang did not take Wang Kai's troubles to heart. After all, his paid services allowed for the direct purchase of skills like Sanda Judo and wrestling. As long as he earned money, all problems would be resolved. Chen Yang, I heard you gave Wang Kai a good beating. Is there a rekindling of feelings for Lu Yian? Zhao Zimeng seemed to inquire jokingly. Rekindling? No way, that punk Wang Kai was the one who initiated the confrontation. Is that so? Zhao Zimeng paused before saying, I remember you were quite fond of Lu Yian in college. We all envied you both. By the way, you weren't injured, were you? That statement felt somewhat off. Chen Yang pondered, still unable to recall Zhao Zimeng's appearance, and replied with a smile, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. As Chen Yang was about to hang up, Zhao Zimeng hurriedly added, Chen Yang, let's connect on WeChat. We should keep in touch as old classmates. Sure, goodbye. Seeing the vendor's wife return with a box, Chen Yang promptly ended the call. Brother, these are the leftover small Guoguang apples. See if they meet your expectations. The vendor's wife opened the box, revealing small and unattractive Guoguang apples. Yes, this is what I want. Chen Yang examined one, noting its poor appearance, perfectly aligning with the style of Guangxing. He asked the vendor's wife, sister, how many of these apples do you have available? About 100 pounds if you want to buy them all. I'll let you have them for 2 yuan per pound. He'll take them all. But sister, you need to help me package them, 5 pounds per bag. It'll be easier for me to feed the pigs later. Is that so particular? The vendor's wife was surprised. Scientific pig farming requires precision. No problem, I'll make sure to weigh it accurately. Please wait half an hour to pick it up. Thank you. Chen Yang paid the vendor's wife yuan as a deposit. Thinking about the trouble with Wang Kai, he decided to postpone going home and headed to the nearby chain hotel Jinjiang Inn. On the way, his phone vibrated. It was a friend request from Zhao Zimeng. Chen Yang opened her profile and took a glance at her long wavy hair, a fair oval face, and a pair of slender eyes adorned with red-framed glasses. He remembered now she was that T-girl. The relationships among women are indeed intricate. Chen Yang vividly remembers when he first met Lu Yiyan. At that time, she and Zhao Ziming were inseparable best friends, always together in class or dining. However, as Lu Yiyan and Chen Yang entered a phase of romantic ambiguity, she began to distance herself from Zhao Ziming, although she frequently mentioned her in conversations. In her remarks, Zhao Ziming was subtly depicted as a little green tea. Moreover, she spoke of Zhao Ziming's boyfriend as affluent, attentive, and generous, alluding to their imminent marriage after graduation. Yet upon his own graduation, Chen Yang discovered that Zhao Ziming had no boyfriend at all. All of it was a lie spun by Lu Yiyan to guard against her best friend. Now, due to work circumstances, the two have rekindled their friendship, sharing photos of their outings on social media. Women are truly pragmatic, Chen Yang mused. Zhao Ziming engaged in casual banter with him on WeChat, ostensibly praising Lu Yiyan while subtly insinuating that she was vain and materialistic. I actually envy Lu Yiyan, who she relished love during her university years and relentlessly pursued her career post-graduation. Rational women like her are exceedingly rare, unlike me, who is often labeled as having a love-stricken mind. Chen Yang casually responded to Zhao Ziming while entering a convenience store to purchase 2 pairs of underwear, along with a plethora of instant noodles, ham sausages, milk, and mineral water. With the golden opportunity to generate revenue, he resolved to avoid processed foods henceforth. As he entered Jinjiang Star, the hotel reception greeted Chen Yang, noticing his Chuan Lima uniform and the assortment of instant noodles he carried. The receptionist hurried over and said, "Hello, our hotel does not allow food delivery." "I am here to check in," Chen Yang replied brusquely, handing over his items to the receptionist. "So would you like to book a room?" The female attendant, maintaining a professional smile, noticed Chen Yang's disheveled appearance and continued, "Our standard rooms are fully booked. May I suggest?" "What is there to suggest? Is this an attempt to dissuade me?" Ignoring her, Chen Yang directly inquired, "How much for a business king room?" "We currently have a quiet elegance king room available for 640 yuan. Would you like to reserve it?" 640 yuan. Chen Yang silently calculated in his mind. 1 kilogram of Qiaoguang apples could be sold for dark star coins, not accounting for platform fees and logistics. Through the game, this could be exchanged for earth coins, enough to stay 5 days in the quiet elegance king room. 1 kilogram of Qiaoguang apples costs just yuan. Thus it equates to merely yuan for 5 days in the quiet elegance king room. That is astonishingly cheap. Chen Yang exclaimed, incredulous. The female attendant was equally taken aback, wondering if this delivery man had lost his senses. "Are there no better rooms available?" Chen Yang inquired. "None left." She maintained her professional smile, speculating that Chen Yang was merely pretending to be affluent, likely to leave in disappointment when the room did not meet his expectations. Instead, Chen Yang produced his identification card and placed it on the counter, saying, "I'll take the room for 2 yuan. "Huh. The quiet elegance king room for 5 days. Chen Yang made a mobile payment of yuan and ascended to the 3rd floor with his room card, unlocking the so-called quiet elegance king room. Though the room measured only square meters, it was undoubtedly superior to the single room he rented. Reflecting on his monthly rent of yuan for that single room, which could cover 4 years in the quiet elegance king room, he felt overwhelmed by the disparity. "Sir, I've placed your items here," the male receptionist said, setting down Chen Yang's food items on the table, curious as to why someone who could afford a king room would choose such provisions. "Hey buddy, make sure to bring a small cart. I'll need to move some apples in shortly." "Sure." The male receptionist, puzzled, left the room. The feeling of being wealthy is truly exhilarating. After taking a shower, Chen Yang returned to the farmer's market to hire a small cart, transporting the meticulously packaged kilograms of Qiaoguang apples back to his hotel room. The total cost for kilograms of apples was yuan, filling 3 large boxes to the brim. If all goes well, these apples could yield over a dark star coins, equivalent to a fold increase when exchanged for earth coins. Exhilarating. I must hurry back. The internet costs in dark star are steep. 5 yuan. Reclining on the bed, just as he was about to log off, a text message from Zhao Ziming arrived. "What are your plans after quitting your delivery job?" Chen Yang replied with 4 succinct words, "Gaming my life." At Angshi City Internet Cafe, Chen Yang unplugged the data cable from the back of his head. Unable to exert strength in his right hand, he propped himself up with his left. Dizziness and slight numbness pervaded his body. This is a normal reaction when connecting to the neural network after all the brain's nerves and the body require recalibration. After a moment, he finally left the recliner, preparing to head home to produce apples. Passing by the bar, the African-American brother glanced at Chen Yang's right hand and chuckled, "Vic, your right hand is also out of commission. You can't even shoot properly now, can you?" "I still have my left hand." Chen Yang casually responded, feeling a wave of frustration at the thought of another hour's walk home. "Your left hand?" The African-American brother looked at Chen Yang's left arm, curiously asking, "I just noticed, has your nerve disorder healed?" "Nerve disorder?" Chen Yang halted and turned back to the African-American brother. "Yeah, wasn't your left hand like that before?" The brother raised his left hand, shaking it exaggeratedly, saying, "Though not as extreme, I used to spill water on my pants while drinking. It was a mess." Throughout the day, Chen Yang had felt no issues with his left hand. He could only vaguely reply, "Who knows, perhaps heaven took pity on me and allowed it to heal itself." After saying this, he waved goodbye to the African-American brother and exited the cafe. Nerve disorder. Chen Yang gained a vital piece of information regarding the original owner of this body. Upon querying his intelligent assistant, he learned that nerve disorder is in fact a psychological illness often stemming from significant emotional trauma manifesting as psychosomatic nerve disruptions. This also explains why Chen Yang had not sensed its presence. He surmised that Vic had likely been a mercenary or assassin. In a fierce battle, he sustained severe injuries, losing his right arm, while his left hand was left with a nerve disorder, forcing him to flee to Angshi City for menial labor. No wonder his contact list was so barren. Gazing at the dim orange sky, Chen Yang felt as though too much had transpired in one day, as if living a dream. Yawning, he wearily returned home. Although he longed for sleep, he knew he had to act swiftly. Failing to earn yuan within 5 days would lead to troubles. Chen Yang tossed his smart glasses into a drawer, then extended his left hand toward the corner where he envisioned the 3 boxes of apples. His palm tingled slightly, followed by a multitude of light particles emanating from his palm lines, coalescing into 3 rectangular shapes. Thud! The 3 boxes of apples landed heavily on the ground. Opening the boxes, he found them filled with black plastic bags containing the Qiaoguang apples he had purchased from the farmer's market. Success! Chen Yang sighed in relief, quickly stashing the 3 boxes in the kitchen cabinet, leaving out 1 bag of apples on the table. Next, he washed his face in the bathroom, feeling more alert before donning his smart glasses. He extracted the apples from the bag and captured their image using the camera. Logging into Deep Sea Interconnect on the virtual computer, he uploaded the photo to list a new product: Qiaoguang apples, grams priced at yuan. Stock units. Chen Yang double-checked, confirming that the price and appearance of the apples were satisfactory before clicking the list button. I'm utterly exhausted. Having gone an entire day without sleep, he lay on his bed, removing his glasses. His dry eyes shut, and he fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. In his dreams, he found himself in a bustling metropolis, racing through the streets on a motorcycle, feeling someone hold tightly around his waist. Chen Yang glanced in the rearview mirror, but saw no one. Nevertheless, the sensation of being gripped was strikingly real. Boom! The motorcycle suddenly leaped up, plunging into darkness. Startled, Chen Yang opened his eyes, hearing the prompt from his smart glasses. The Deep Sea Interconnect Logistics Company is preparing for pickup. Please confirm the shipping address and pickup time. Did the apples sell out? Chen Yang rubbed his eyes and quickly put on his glasses, jumping out of bed. The backend of Deep Sea Interconnect displayed that all kilograms of apples had sold out. It took merely 1 hour. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the courier from Shanghai, Huiliang, knocked promptly on Chen Yang's door, repackaging pounds of apples and collecting a shipping fee of yuan. Chen Yang's account balance diminished once more, leaving him with merely yuan. The repayment for the apple order would take at least 2 to 3 days, as all customers purchasing apples hailed from the Bai Lingchu urban area. In the aftermath of nuclear warfare, humanity on the Dark Star has been stratified into 3 distinct classes: the lofty elite, known as the Fu Rin Chu, residing in the Lunar Ecological Space Station. The Bai Lingchu serves as the workforce for the wealthy, directly under the auspices of the United Government, enjoying lucrative salaries, while remaining far from the lunar waste sites, indulging in the opulent lifestyle of the Dark Star. At the bottom lies the Lan Lingchu, which, while also under the United Government's jurisdiction, is effectively governed by various multinational corporations. Chen Yang's residence in Angshi City is essentially a colossal industrial park of the Nuclear Energy Corporation. Within the city, of the populace is employed by the Energy Corporation, earning meager wages, subsisting solely on synthetic food, with luxury items like fresh fruit being prohibitively expensive and lacking a market. After all, the game Earth provides them solace. Those desiring fine dining can indulge within the game, rendering the consumption of real fruit unnecessary. As for the resulting cyberpsychosis, it garners no concern. For 2 days, Chen Yang patiently awaited at home. It was during a shower that he discovered 7 bullet scars adorning Vic's body, while a pair of blood-stained wings were tattooed on his back, curling around to his chest. Considering Vic might be an assassin, such tattoos seem entirely reasonable. Even if he were not an assassin, tattoos and cybernetics are 2 significant aesthetic characteristics of cyberpunk culture, which contributes to Chen Yang's reluctance to accept this world. In these 2 days, he meticulously cleaned his home, subsisting on Earth's instant noodles and milk, whenever hunger struck, daily scouring the internet for various information, striving to adapt quickly to this futuristic realm. On the 5th day post-transmigration, profits from the orders began to flow in after deducting a commission and shipping fees. The net gain from pounds of Qiaoguang apples amounted to yuan. Chen Yang promptly repaid yuan owed to the Angshi factory, preserving his livelihood. When John inquired about the source of the funds, Chen Yang merely claimed to have salvaged some valuable items from the waste site. That morning, Chen Yang ventured to No. Street, the bustling commercial district of Angshi City, where flagship stores of major tech companies congregated. The throngs along No. Street were overwhelming, filled with bizarre advertisements. High above, a holographic projection of Earth floated, while gigantic humpback whales drifted between buildings, and several underground idol groups performed on the streets. The idol culture on the Dark Star was rampant thanks to advanced bionic technology. Fans could bring home their favorite idols' replicas. Technology truly transforms lives. Chen Yang mused once again on the significance of money. He did not linger at the idol performances as a Yang, while his foremost concern was his severed arm, followed by his brother's sculpture. Guided by his intelligent assistant, Chen Yang navigated towards a company named Bigu Technology, specializing in cybernetic limbs. Bigu Technology, a small to medium enterprise, focuses solely on the realism of cybernetic limbs, providing the best cost-performance ratio among all lifestyle cybernetics. A scruffy middle-aged man approached him, noticing Chen Yang's damaged right arm. "Hey there, would you like to try our lifelike prosthetic arm? Can it replicate the tactile sensations of a real arm?" As Chen Yang observed the counter and walls adorned with hyper-realistic prosthetic limbs, he felt a twinge of unease. Replicate the sensation of a real arm. The middle-aged salesman shook his head, slowly smiling as he replied, "Our company's latest sensation Model 3 has surpassed the human nervous system's feedback capabilities." He jovially draped an arm around Chen Yang's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "If you use it to touch a woman, the experience will be utterly unparalleled. May I try this sensation Model 3 you speak of?" Chen Yang felt a flutter of intrigue. "Absolutely." The middle-aged salesman produced a white prosthetic arm, explaining, "This is a sample of the sensation Model 3. If you decide to purchase, we will customize one specifically for you. Let's give it a test run." As he led Chen Yang to the workshop behind the counter, he unscrewed Chen Yang's right hand and replaced it with a tool hand made entirely of screwdrivers. Once Chen Yang reclined in the chair, the salesman began to detach his mechanical right arm, continuing, "This type of tool arm cannot be worn for extended periods. Its weight and tactile feedback may disrupt your neural pathways, potentially causing issues with your left arm as well." "Does the sensation Model 3 have any side effects?" Chen Yang inquired. "We utilize desensitized materials, and the weight will be adjusted to match your left arm. The only side effect is..." The middle-aged salesman smirked as he removed Chen Yang's right arm, saying, "Due to its exceptional tactile feedback, you may gradually come to disdain your own left hand." "That seems unlikely," Chen Yang thought to himself. "Without my left hand, how could I use my golden finger?" He turned his gaze to his right shoulder, witnessing the prosthetic connection for the first time. Apart from 3 neural sensory cables, the metal connector resembled a Lego joint. At that moment, he also realized that his right shoulder and spine were supported by metal. The salesman swiftly attached the sensation model to him and pinched the skin on the forearm, asking, "How does it feel?" "It hurts." Chen Yang felt a sharp pain where the right arm was pinched. He attempted to scratch his nail, experiencing a tactile sensitivity indistinguishable from that of a real arm. He then clenched his fist, the strength pooling in his palm far exceeding that of the tool arm. The middle-aged salesman held up Chen Yang's old arm, stating, "This arm was custom-made for Ongshi sculpture. Aside from its heat resistance, it lacks advantages and cannot compare to our company's products. Weren't you saying its tactile feedback is more sensitive than that of a natural arm?" Chen Yang felt with his right hand against his left, detecting no discernible difference. "Because the current sensitivity level is at 75, I will adjust it to 100, and you will experience sensations akin to Spider-Man." The salesman tapped a few buttons on a tablet. In an instant, Chen Yang became acutely aware of every pore in his right arm, with the faintest air currents in the shop becoming extraordinarily pronounced. Moreover, he could feel the subtle wrinkles on his wrist, with his right index finger experiencing a stark contrast in temperature between his palm and the back of his hand. In comparison, his native left hand felt remarkably dull. "This sensation is so subtle." He found it astonishing and quickly asked, "How much is this sensation Model 3? The base model is 3500 yuan, and additional features can be customized, such as embedding a multi-function display, upgrading the battery, or purchasing the fully equipped Plus version for just 500 yuan. The middle-aged salesman patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, expressing with a hint of nostalgia, "To think the same specifications in larger companies start at a minimum of 800 yuan. Take advantage of our Bigu technology while we're still independent, brother. They'll take a Plus version then." Chen Yang did not hesitate, converting the price into Apple currency. "This bionic arm cost less than yuan. You're a straightforward guy. I'll measure your left arm now to ensure balance." The middle-aged salesman grabbed a tablet and presented a payment code to Chen Yang. Chen Yang scanned his iris, completing the payment of yuan. The salesman suddenly exclaimed, looking at Chen Yang, I see you're a returning customer. You purchased our Sensation Model 2 3 years ago. Look, we still have your body data, which saves us a lot of hassle." "What body data?" Curiously, Chen Yang peered at the tablet, pondering how coincidental this seemed. He soon realized it was his smart glasses recommending the Bigu Technology cybernetic company based on his past usage records. This apparent coincidence was in truth a manifestation of big data. The middle-aged salesman clarified body data includes the specifications for the arm you customized, such as size, skin tone, and weight, as well as muscle memory you uploaded. It ensures a seamless transition to your new prosthetic. "When was the last time I uploaded data?" Chen Yang inquired. "Let me check." The middle-aged salesman browsed through the records and continued, August 15, 2119. Exactly 2 years ago. According to the timestamp of Wyke's upload of the sensor type data, he has worked at the Redstone factory for no more than 2 years. During these 2 years, Wyke has spent over hours in Earth playing, at least 9 hours every day. With such an extensive connection to neural networks, it is no surprise that he has developed severe cyberpsychosis. Chen Yang did not wish to retain any memories of Wyke within his body. He told the attendant, "I do not wish to load the body data from the server. I want a fresh start." "Not a problem. I will remeasure your arm right away," the middle-aged attendant replied. He led Chen Yang to a body scanning apparatus and instructed him to insert his left arm into the device. Soon a model of Chen Yang's left arm along with relevant data appeared on the tablet. Observing the data, he remarked, "It seems my friend is left-hand. Compared to 2 years ago, the muscle tissue has significantly weakened. The remeasurement is accurate. Wyke is indeed left-hand." This detail was evident when he eliminated that scavenger in the junkyard. "Is the newly created right palm print consistent with the left?" Chen Yang inquired. The default texture is replicated, however you may directly define it by sketching a rough outline from memory if you prefer. No need make it identical to the left hand. Chen Yang hoped that his right hand would also possess the transformative function of a golden finger. Drawing complete. The middle-aged attendant powered down the scanning device, and while operating the tablet said, "I will place the order now, and the factory will deliver it here. It should take approximately 10 hours. He patted Chen Yang's right arm, and added, "You may use this trial product for the time being, and return it when you come to collect your order." Chen Yang glanced at the time. It was a.m., and 10 hours later would be p.m. "I will return this evening to pick it up." Chen Yang departed from Baihu Technology and strolled along Th Street. As he entered various shopping centers, he immersed himself in the intricate details of cyberpunk culture, including tattoo parlors, decorative, cybernetic prosthetic workshops, and lifelike bionic pet shops. To his astonishment, many familiar brands from the Earth game, such as Chuanolmi, Haley Lau, and Dami Technology, have corresponding companies in reality. It appears that the game Earth is laden with advertising ventures. Even characters like Chen Yang who are free contribute to the game's profitability. As elements from Earth increasingly permeated reality, Chen Yang experienced a surreal blend of illusion and actuality, even beginning to question his own existence. To pass the time, he sought a discreetly decorated hair salon in the mall, intending to cut off White's beggar-like long hair. Despite Chen Yang's repeated insistence on a simple, unassuming hairstyle, Master Tony seized the opportunity to showcase his skills, dyeing his hair a striking gray-white and inscribing the English letters VAK above his left temple. Fortunately, he did not reveal that his name is Chen Yang. After leaving the salon, Chen Yang purchased a new outfit in the mall. In this technological era, clothing has increasingly converged with electronic products. Whether apparel or accessories, they often come with added functionalities surpassing mere decorative purposes. Thus, clothing stores are now aptly termed equipment stores, with all garments categorized by model rather than style. The black coat he bought exuded a sense of advanced technology. It allowed for customization of texture and patterns, featured built-in surround sound in the hood, and had electronic heating capabilities to withstand the cold weather of Darkstar throughout all seasons. He overheard staff chatting about optical cloaking garments, a type of cutting-edge apparel. However, such items are unavailable to the average person, classified as military supplies and akin to firearms, thus prohibited. At least that is the official narrative. Chen Yang paused at the street to watch a performance by an idol girl group before finally locating the official store for the game Earth. This flagship store occupied 5 floors of a building, with the first floor selling various gaming devices, the second floor offering peripheral products, and the third to fifth floors dedicated to gaming experience zones. Oh, my beloved Earth. Chen Yang felt a sense of belonging as he perused the floor guide. Upon entering the store, he was momentarily taken aback when a figure resembling Chen Yang approached him, exclaiming, "Welcome to Earth, I am your old friend Chen Yang." Chen Yang, my foot. Seeing the store attendant, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself in the game, Chen Yang felt like an imposter, his spirits plummeting. He curiously asked, "Are you a replicant?" Of course, all the characters in Earth are virtual digital lives. The attendant beamed a warm smile and gestured towards the interior. "Please come in, Mr. White. How do you know my name?" Chen Yang was taken aback, hastily pointing to his own eyes. "Did you scan my iris?" To provide better service to users, we have specified in the terms of service for the game Earth that in the official flagship store, there is no need for application. We may scan the user's iris directly. The attendant maintained his smile and politely stated, "Mr. White has spent hours in the game. It seems you are quite fond of my character. Please switch me to another attendant. I cannot stand your face." Chen Yang removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, feeling an unfamiliar aversion to his own visage. "I understand your feelings. Please wait a moment." The Chen Yang-like attendant stepped into the store. "Damn, I feel like I'm surrounded by imposters." As Chen Yang grumbled and entered the store, a familiar scent drew near, and Lu Yiyan appeared beside him. "Hello, may I assist you?" Damn, that Chen Yang bastard did this on purpose, didn't he? Having reviewed some resources related to the game Earth over the past 2 days, Chen Yang knew that the game lacked a narrative. Characters in the world operated like chess pieces and could undergo drastic transformations due to any butterfly effect. On the surface, players had considerable freedom, yet limited by time, space, and resources. Their interactions were few, with Lu Yiyan being particularly notable. At the start of the game, she appeared as the protagonist's current girlfriend, making her the most easily accessible character for players. Consequently, Lu Yiyan garnered immense popularity among players, even having a representative image in the flagship store. Chen Yang scrutinized his ex-girlfriend. Although her appearance and figure were consistent with the game, her complexion appeared somewhat paler, and her skin texture seemed notably finer, a characteristic of replicants. A sudden thought struck Chen Yang, and he tentatively inquired, "Pardon my boldness, does your game company sell replicants of game characters?" "We are a gaming company. We do not engage in the replicant business," Lu Yiyan replied with a smile. Chen Yang deliberately glanced at the nape of her neck, and his smart glasses scanned to reveal Blue Whale Life, replicant type, a replicant. ITSL data, check time June, current status safe. Much like the nurses from the Dracula Psychological Clinic, she was also a replicant made by Blue Whale Life Company. He attempted to deduce, is it because the profit point for Earth Company lies within the game? That is one of the reasons. The specifics are quite complex. For instance, the competition for users between neural networks and digital networks, and the patents for creating replicants are mostly held by idle companies, which closely overlaps with our business. Thus, Lu Yiyan shrugged and said, "User experience is sacrificed due to commercial competition. This holds true in any world." Oh, Chen Yang nodded silently, and suddenly asked her what are your thoughts on Zhao Zimeng. A fleeting look of disdain crossed Lu Yiyan's face before she smiled, and said, I think using terms like green tea to describe women is quite inappropriate. Chen Yang mimicked her shrug resignedly, stating the competition among women sacrifices the experience of men. This is the same in any world. Lu Yiyan laughed, curiously glancing at Chen Yang. You just looked remarkably like Chen Yang. In-store experience of the game Daikaiyu. Chen Yang surveyed the myriad of gaming devices, occasionally engaging in casual conversation with the accompanying clerk. As a character within the game, do you ever experience a sense of transcendence and angst? I merely serve as the prototype of Lu Yiyan. I am not part of the gaming realm, she replied. Lu Yiyan offered a professional smile, observing Chen Yang's every movement, and cautiously countered, Mr. Wei seems rather engrossed in our company's game Daikaiyu. Have you developed genuine feelings for the characters within? Certainly we humans tend to form authentic emotions, even towards mere paper figures, let alone the characters in a game. There was a hint of guilt in Chen Yang's voice when he said we humans. Especially after recently encountering the original Lu Yiyan, he couldn't help but ponder, who am I? Lu Yiyan nodded with a trace of envy, explaining, though our company cannot sell character replicants, we have holographic models of all characters on the second floor, including mine. Apologies, but I prefer Zhao Zimeng. Chen Yang teased her deliberately. Lu Yiyan pouted, feigning annoyance. If I wish to play Daikaiyu at home, which device would be most suitable? Chen Yang inquired. Given that Mr. Wei's residence operates on a digital Wi-Fi network, you would need to purchase the home digital edition of Daikaiyu. Lu Yiyan led Chen Yang to a blue device. This gaming console, half a meter high, resembled a giant battery. She elaborated, this digital edition of Daikaiyu is compatible with all digital networks and costs a yuan. Goodness, that's exorbitant, Chen Yang exclaimed involuntarily. Lu Yiyan smiled and clarified, digital devices require a neural network converter, making them pricier than conventional gaming consoles. It seems I must save more money, Chen Yang mused, quietly calculating that yuan roughly equated to gene of apples, or about Daikaiyu coins. In that light, it didn't seem so costly after all. He suddenly recalled that there were gaming machines available in the store, a splendid way to pass the time, and perhaps he could buy some apples to sell afterward. He eagerly asked, are the machines upstairs free to use? If you utilize a paid character, the machines upstairs are free. Lu Yiyan responded, her expression turning a bit awkward. She added, if you opt for a free character, you'll need to make some purchase in the store. Am I so worthless? Chen Yang chuckled bitterly and ascended to the second floor. The second floor was filled with an array of gaming merchandise, such as earth-shaped lamps and character keychains, all priced rather steeply. The most popular item among customers was a holographic projector named Memory Fragments. This projector, the size of a dinner plate and 3 centimeters thick, could project fixed-frame images of characters after they logged off. At that moment, the sample displayed was Chen Yang curled up in his bed as a holographic model. This is excellent, Chen Yang said, picking up a sample and glancing at the price tag. Yuan. I'll take this, he declared. Lu Yiyan retrieved a new projector from the cabinet and handed it to Chen Yang, instructing, scan the barcode on top, your game ID will be linked upon payment. Chen Yang complied, and after completing the transaction, the projector vibrated and projected a holographic image of him lying on a hotel bed. You may now use the gaming devices upstairs. Lu Yiyan waved her hand lightly and joked, farewell, ex-boyfriend. Chen Yang awoke in the Jinjiang Star Hotel. Sitting up in bed, he noticed the 3 boxes of apples had vanished and several packets of instant noodles and milk from his convenience bag were missing. This fragmented lifestyle is quite disconcerting, he remarked as he stretched after getting out of bed. Although only 5 hours had passed since he had thrashed Wang Kai, his actual experiences felt as if 4 days had elapsed. His phone vibrated, displaying a series of messages from Zhao Zimeng sent, just now, game life. Sounds so carefree, I truly envy you. Are you preparing to leave Binhai? Wang Kai has connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, you should probably lay low, consider it a vacation. As an old classmate, I genuinely worry about you. Reading through the messages, Chen Yang thought, sister, are we that close? If you fancy me, just say it outright. Reflecting on his university memories, it was evident that Zhao Zimeng harbored some feelings for him. That kind of gaze is hard to conceal. Otherwise, Lu Yiyan wouldn't be so protective of her. He scrolled through the chat history again, confirming Zhao Zimeng's intentions to flirt with him. In the past, Chen Yang might have refrained from pursuing such women due to financial constraints or pride. However, given that this was merely a game, why not indulge in the opportunity that lay before him? Even if there were traps involved, he could always respond with force. You Wang Kai may be a rich second generation, but I possess a golden finger. Let us see who is the greater rogue. Chen Yang typed a response, since I dared to confront Wang Kai, I have nothing to fear. Shall we have dinner together, old classmate? He then tucked his phone into his pocket and left the room. As he entered the elevator to descend, he received Zhao Zimeng's reply, wonderful. It's the perfect chance to catch up. She followed up with a series of messages, but what if Wang Kai finds out? I don't want to cause you trouble. Shall we go to Chen Yang for a meal? I need to head back there, and you can be my driver this time. Please. With an excited emoji, driving from Binhai to Chen Yang takes 2 hours, and if they have a drink there, he might end up staying overnight. The calculation echoed in his mind. Chen Yang replied, you set the time, I'm free anytime. Leaving the hotel, he took a taxi to the Binhai Agricultural Market and a fruit supermarket, spending considerable effort to gather gene of subpar Qiaoguang apples. Due to the large quantity, he opted not to deliver them to the hotel, but instead hired a truck to transport them to his rented house. After his shopping excursion, he headed to the commercial street, where he stopped at a barber shop to get a stylish haircut and donned a new outfit. Typically, he dressed in casual shirts from Uniqlo, but today he specifically purchased a trendy t-shirt and jeans to meet Zhao Zimeng, completing the look with a pair of sports shoes. On the commercial street, he noticed a marked increase in the number of girls glancing back at him. Finally, I'm starting to resemble my university self. Chen Yang admired his new appearance in the mirror, realizing why Lu Yiyan had pursued him back. Then he was indeed quite handsome. As he reveled in his reflection, a shy girl approached, holding her phone as if to request his WeChat. However, halfway through her approach, she abruptly veered off, hastily walking away from him. What on earth? Chen Yang followed her gaze and saw 5 imposing men striding toward him with threatening intent. All 5 were burly figures clad in black suits and shoes with dark sunglasses and masks, their hair slicked back with wax. This intimidating appearance sent passers-by scrambling to keep their distance. Oh no, that handsome guy is in trouble, someone remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. The girl who had just sought his WeChat furrowed her brow discreetly, raising her phone, intending to record evidence. Chen Yang surmised that these thugs were sent by Wang Kai, so he lifted his hand, resting his chin in contemplation, and pressed his thumb inward. 10 seconds later, he exited to the game interface of Daikaiyo. He navigated to the paid content section, scanning the list for combat options, such as Taekwondo, professional wrestling, and Sanda. After carefully reviewing the descriptions, he ultimately selected mixed martial arts techniques. The price was yuan. Purchase confirmed. Upon returning to the real world, he found himself surrounded by the 5 thugs, their violent demeanor genuinely intimidating. Yet Chen Yang felt a subtle transformation within his body and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Come at me, I am now terrifyingly strong. The leader among the 5 ruffians, the tallest with a scar peeking out from beneath his sunglasses, raised his chin and said, "You are Chen Yang, right? Do you know you've offended someone? On such a scorching summer day, isn't it hot?" Chen Yang found the 5 of them somewhat amusing and chuckled as he asked, "Is this a blind man's team-building exercise?" Damn. The ruffian leader cursed, lifting his phone to press the recording button, and declared, "Break one of his legs." For Chen Yang, who had taken lives before, the presence of 4 petty thugs posed no intimidation. The sole challenge lay in controlling his emotions, striving not to let anger awaken the Vic personality within him. As one swung a punch, he sidestepped and seized the assailant's arm, yanking it back, resulting in a dislocated shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang broke free from the encirclement and retaliated with a punch. That blow landed squarely on one thug's face, sending the mask flying and a bloody tooth hurtling from his mouth. What the hell? Unaware that he had lost a tooth, he was soon sent sprawling to the ground by a kick from Chen Yang. The remaining 2, realizing Chen Yang was not easily subdued, approached him from both sides. Chen Yang first delivered a well-placed kick that incapacitated one, then seized the collar of the other and executed a clean shoulder throw. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, causing the 4 thugs to retreat in fear. Wow, this young man is impressive. An elderly onlooker applauded and cheers erupted from the crowd. Who is this guy? A retired Special Forces soldier. He's extraordinary. This talent deserves to be a star in action films. Isn't this too staged? Those 4 are obviously plants. Are they filming a short video? As discussions ensued, several individuals held up their phones, clearly having recorded the recent altercation. Go on, you fools. The once arrogant thug leader felt his pride wane. The 4 ruffians exchanged glances and charged together, but before they could even touch Chen Yang, they were left battered and limping away, no longer daring to engage him. You bunch of worthless scum. The thug leader shoved his phone into his pocket and drew a butterfly knife, theatrically flicking it open. Upon seeing the knife, Chen Yang focused intently on the thug leader. Screams erupted from the surrounding women as more spectators gathered, all pulling out their phones to capture the scene, eager for any bloodshed to garner views. Kid, I intended to break one of your legs, but you asked for it. Remember your place in the future, not everyone is fair game. The thug leader brandished the knife, probing closer to Chen Yang in his polished shoes. Yapping on like that, truly villains perish from their own verbosity. Chen Yang suddenly tilted his head, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "The police are coming. Who are you trying to fool?" Despite his words, the thug leader's gaze instinctively shifted backward. In that instant, Chen Yang lunged forward, his right fist crashing into the thug leader's face, followed by an elegant spinning kick. Wow. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, the thug leader executed a graceful flip in midair before collapsing unconscious to the ground. His 4 subordinates immediately closed in, but dared not meet Chen Yang's gaze again. Disperse, disperse. Chen Yang waved at the onlookers and swiftly entered a shopping mall, climbing several floors until he lost his pursuers. Meanwhile, Wang Kai awaited good news at home. His friend Zheng Hao lounged on the sofa, chuckling at Wang Kai's swollen face, which had become grotesquely round. You took a beating just for that, Lu Yiyan. That's hardly worth it. You don't understand, I simply couldn't swallow that humiliation. Wang Kai spoke with such fervor that he inadvertently tugged at the corner of his mouth, causing a sharp pain. He continued that Chen Yang, relying on his looks, acted all high and mighty in college. Now that he's reduced to delivering takeout, I had to give him a good thrashing. Who knew he'd be so tough, damn it? Are you serious about Lu Yiyan? Zheng Hao asked. It's just a fling for 2 years away to make up for my regrets in college. Wang Kai raised an eyebrow at Zheng Hao, adding with a grin, I don't want to end up like you marrying early. I'd rather enjoy a few more years of freedom. Getting married hasn't stopped me from having fun. Zheng Hao retrieved his phone to show Wang Kai several photos, grinning as he said, these are pictures of our company's newly hired female college students. I don't even need to support them, they come to me if I just hint at it. You need to learn to make them compete with each other, let them hustle, understand. You sure know how to save money. Wang Kai gave a thumbs up then picked up his phone puzzled. What's going on with Lao Wu? Didn't he already find Chen Yang? Why hasn't he sent the video? Could it be he hit him too hard? Lao Wu just got out of jail, he might have gone overboard. If anything serious happens it won't be good. I just wanted him to break Chen Yang's leg. Wang Kai scoffed then added besides, even if something goes wrong I'm not worried. Chen Yang is an orphan with no significant background yet, can all be smoothed over. Then just call him and ask. We can't wait too long, the champagne will run out. Zheng Hao chuckled as he opened a short video mindlessly scrolling through. Wang Kai dialed Lao Wu's number and waited over 10 seconds before it connected. Wang Gu. The voice on the other end was not Lao Wu but one of his subordinates. Where's Lao Wu? Wang Kai asked. Don't mention it, the boss is currently out of it talking like a fountain. Wait, why are you celebrating already? Did Lao Wu throw up? Wang Kai slammed his hand on the table in frustration cursing before saying hurry up and send me the video. I want to see Chen Yang getting beaten up. Well, Wang Gu. The subordinate's awkward tone asked, are you sure Chen Yang is just a delivery guy and not a retired special forces soldier? Don't be ridiculous. Wang Kai finally grasped the issue and hurriedly inquired, you five didn't manage to lay a finger on Chen Yang, did you? That kid is incredibly fierce. Wang Gu, you took that beating and are still alive. You must be lucky. Get lost, have Lao Wu take the call. Wang Kai stood up pacing with the phone in hand. Sure thing. The subordinate replied eagerly, and soon Lao Wu's voice came through. Ugh. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Ugh. Damn. Wang Kai's frustration peaked, he slammed the phone against the ground. Old Wang, the video you wanted is right here. Zheng Hao, suppressing laughter, handed his phone to Wang Kai and warned, this is my phone, oh don't break it. What video? Wang Kai glanced at the phone and saw a short video on Douyin showcasing Chen Yang's remarkable feat of taking on 5 opponents without a scratch. Upon viewing the comments he saw nothing but praise for Chen Yang. Wang Kai's blood pressure soared as he sank back onto the sofa, furiously muttering, Lao Wu is truly worthless. He went down with just one punch, not even as good as a woman. This Chen Yang is no ordinary character. Zheng Hao reclaimed his phone, observing Chen Yang's skills in the video, shaking his head. Ordinary thugs simply can't compete with him unless they bring in reinforcements. Of course we need to find more. I can't let this humiliation go unpunished. Wang Kai pounded his fist against the sofa, begrudgingly grumbling, not only did they fail to take him down today, but they also made him famous. Damn. You need to think strategically, you don't have to get physical to deal with him. Zheng Hao pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Wang Kai before taking one for himself. He continued, dealing with the impoverished is simple, just block all his avenues for earning money and set a few traps. By the time he's buried in debt, he won't need you to lift a finger to bring him down. I'm not as cunning as you, I prefer to deal with him directly and brutally. If 5 don't work then 50. I refuse to believe Chen Yang is that formidable. Wang Kai fumbled in his pocket for a lighter, but in his anger his hands trembled and he couldn't get it to ignite. Zheng Hao shook his head in exasperation, chuckling, brute. Chen Yang's short videos rapidly gained popularity across various platforms. Due to his handsome appearance and distinctive features, he was quickly spotted on the commercial street, once again becoming the center of attention. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Yang purchased a new outfit, donning a baseball cap and a mask, enabling him to escape the lenses of onlookers. Within the commercial street lies an antique market where the crowd is relatively sparse, allowing Chen Yang to slip inside and evade scrutiny. He found a long bench to rest and glanced at his phone. On various short video platforms, Binhai Youth Wusheng 1v5 had swiftly climbed into the top charts amidst exhilarating background music. Not only self-media but several official media outlets also reposted the video under the pretext of promoting the fight against organized crime. As the popularity surged, his personal information was gradually doxed. Chen Yang, a graduate of Binhai University, majoring in computer programming, currently working as a delivery person. His high school and university classmates also came forth embellishing tales from their school days to ride the wave of his newfound fame. For instance, a certain classmate earnestly remarked, I remember, once we were out playing, Chen Yang got bitten by a spider. His newfound prowess must be due to genetic mutation. Who knows, he might even start spitting white stuff one day. Goodness, are these people really going mad for views? Chen Yang felt speechless. He recalled having posted a few videos of himself, hastily deleting them and unfollowing several female streamers he used to watch. Damn, Wang Kai, you've brought me such trouble. Just as he was stewing in his thoughts, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello. Hi, I am 2 Xiao Jiu, a Douyin creator with 2,000 followers. A somewhat high-pitched voice came through the receiver. What, who is Xiao Jiu? We're from the same city. I also reside in Binhai. I would like to collaborate with you on a video. How about a couple's daily life? I'm sorry, I'm not in the mood for making short videos right now. Chen Yang hung up the phone. As he pondered how his phone number had leaked, suddenly over 50 friend requests flooded his WeChat, the number of new friend requests skyrocketing. Absurd. He promptly adjusted his friend request settings and activated silent mode. This wave of attention was a bit overwhelming, and he was still adjusting. Chen Yang remained in the antique market, playing on his phone, ordering a variety of easy-to-cook instant foods such as instant noodles, luo sifin, and convenient hot pots, all of which were provisions for his secret indulgence. Around 6 in the evening, Zhao Zimeng finally messaged him, suggesting they meet at the edge of the commercial street. When Chen Yang saw Zhao Zimeng's license plate number, he was astonished to discover she was driving a BMW. It was rumored that her family was quite affluent, and this certainly confirmed it. Get an old classmate. Zhao Zimeng opened the door and gracefully approached Chen Yang. Compared to his memories of her in university, Zhao Zimeng had changed dramatically. In his recollection, she had long straight black hair, but now her locks were dyed a chestnut color and styled into flirtatious curls. Her eyes appeared larger, her nose more prominent, and it seemed her chin had undergone some enhancement. Even more surprising to Chen Yang was Zhao Ziming's outfit, reminiscent of a JK uniform. A crisp white shirt paired with a plaid skirt, and her long fair legs caught the eye. Particularly her slightly plump thighs, which were universally appealing. Long time no see. Chen Yang averted his gaze, offering a polite wave. What happened to your face? Noticing Chen Yang's sunglasses and mask, Zhao Ziming paused, asking with concern, you weren't beaten up by Wang Kai, were you? No, let's talk in the car. Today my car is yours to drive. Zhao Ziming opened the passenger door, settled in, and added, I've been in meetings all afternoon, and I'm exhausted. Not a problem. Once Chen Yang took the driver's seat, he removed his sunglasses and mask, stowing them in his tote on the back seat. Zhao Ziming's eyes sparkled as she beheld Chen Yang's face, though she dared not stare too long, fidgeting with her seatbelt while stealing glances. Search for Binhai Youth on Douyin, and you'll understand why I'm so covered up. Chen Yang adjusted his seat and slowly maneuvered the car onto the road. Binhai Youth. Reluctantly tearing her gaze from Chen Yang's face, Zhao Ziming picked up her phone and quickly found the video of Chen Yang's V encounter. My goodness, is that you? Her eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze shifting from astonishment to admiration, finally softening as she said, you are truly remarkable. They were simply weak. Chen Yang chuckled with pride. The car was filled with the scent of Zhao Ziming's perfume, causing him to feel somewhat tense and restless. I really feel sorry for Lu Yuyan, as she missed out on such an outstanding person. Zhao Ziming feigned a sigh, inadvertently drawing Chen Yang's attention to her skirt. Is there any water in the car? I forgot to buy some. Chen Yang felt a bit thirsty. I have some. Zhao Ziming retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag, opened it, and handed it to Chen Yang. Feeling quite parched, Chen Yang took a long gulp, only to notice a sticky sensation on his lips. He glanced down to find a red lipstick mark at the bottle's opening. Oh dear, I forgot this bottle was mine. I'm so sorry. Zhao Ziming reclaimed the water bottle, her expression a mix of apology and shyness, as she softly asked, you must find that off-putting right. It's fine. Chen Yang had nothing further to say, thinking to himself that with waterproof lipstick nowadays, she likely did this on purpose. By the way, Zhao Ziming's car was indeed a pleasure to drive. Its curves were smooth and the headlights were substantial. He wondered how it would handle on a night drive. Seeing that Chen Yang wasn't bothered by the water she had previously sipped, Zhao Ziming couldn't help but smile playfully, saying, Chen Yang, with your qualities, you should definitely make more short videos. There's no need to compete with other delivery riders for business. I tried, but they generated no buzz. Each video barely garnered dozens of views. The platform doesn't offer the exposure. That's odd. Because I'm a free character, right? Chen Yang suddenly realized this issue. Earth was a commercially driven game, and if his free character achieved success too easily, who would want to buy the paid characters? This surge of attention likely had something to do with the 10,000 yuan he spent in the game. Only time would tell how long this popularity would last. Suddenly, he remembered that there should be forums with game guides. He would look for them when he got home. Noticing Chen Yang's prolonged silence, Zhao Ziming softly inquired, what do you mean by that? Because I'm still not handsome, I'm just an ordinary person. You saying that has no persuasive power whatsoever. Zhao Ziming's tone was somewhat affectionate. After all, persuasive power and seductive power sound remarkably similar, and a seasoned player would never overlook this pun. Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Ziming, noticing her chest rising and falling, her handbrake slightly slipping. It's a bit warm. Zhao Ziming tugged at her collar, smiling sweetly at Chen Yang. The male idol from university was now so close, and she couldn't let this opportunity with the enticing young man slip away. Although she also despised Wang Kai at this moment, she fully understood why he was infatuated with Lu Yuyan and was willing to support her lavishly. All because of the regrets from their university days. As Baoma entered, Jinyang night had already fallen. The two conversed about various aspects of university life, with memories vividly resurfacing. Chen Yang experienced a peculiar, yet terrifying sensation as he often forgot about the matters concerning Xing, completely immersed in the scene of being an earthling. Had he not deliberately thought about it, he might have even forgotten that his real body lay in the official store of Earth. It was no wonder that Wei Ku had lost his sense of self. At times, Chen Yang would fall into silence, while Zhao Ziming focused on her phone, occasionally using WeChat to communicate with others. The traffic in Jinyang was dense, making progress on the main road nearly impossible. Zhao Ziming, hailing from Jinyang, guided him until they finally parked in front of a lavishly decorated hot pot restaurant. They ascended to a private room and ordered a seasonal Yunyang hot pot. Chen Yang, you must be exhausted from driving, Zhao Ziming said, glancing at the menu before looking up at him. Shall we share a drink to relieve the fatigue? She tucked her hair behind her ears, slightly shy, as she added, if you wish to drink, I will join you. Then let's have some beer, Chen Yang replied, readily accommodating her, as his intentions were not solely focused on the alcohol. Zhao Ziming ordered 2 bottles of a light, refreshing beer, and once the server left the room, she smiled and said, if it weren't for you, my old classmate, I wouldn't dare to drink a drop today. My tolerance is quite poor. I share the same predicament. Let us consider this merely quenching our thirst. Chen Yang chuckled, his handsome visage causing Zhao Ziming's gaze to linger upon him. Their eyes met, establishing a tacit understanding. Just as Zhao Ziming inadvertently nudged Chen Yang's foot with hers, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the unfamiliar number before answering. Hello, who is this? It's me, Lu Yuyan. The voice on the line was crystal clear. Zhao Ziming's eyes brightened, leaning forward with an expression of excitement. What do you need? Chen Yang inquired. What else? It's about your foolishness in striking Wang Kai. The situation is escalating. Lu Yuyan's voice brimmed with anger. The leader among the 5 you assaulted is called Old Wu, recently released from prison. You've offended him, and there's no one who can assist you now. Are you speaking logically? Chen Yang retorted, irritation rising. They approached me first, how is it my fault? Should I have let them attack me? 2 years have passed since graduation, and you still cannot discern reality. As a person of modest means, do you think you have any standing against the wealthy? You endured a beating to satisfy Wang Kai, why let it escalate to this unmanageable state? So what exactly is your purpose for calling? Chen Yang's patience waned. Lu Yuyan sighed, her voice softening. I know you still care for me. Seeing me with Wang Kai stirs discontent in you, but you cannot place your life in jeopardy for me. Huh? Zhao Ziming couldn't suppress her laughter, hastily covering her mouth. Who are you with? Lu Yuyan inquired, her tone suddenly alert. Zhao Ziming quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling Chen Yang to remain silent. Who I am with is none of your concern. Goodbye. Chen Yang tossed the phone onto the table, inexplicably vexed. Reflecting on their university days, Lu Yuyan had not been so materialistic. How had she changed so drastically? Lu Yuyan still cares for you. She just has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Don't take it to heart, Zhao Ziming consoled. She is no longer of any significance to me. Chen Yang replied with a carefree smile, his foot playfully nudging hers beneath the table. Zhao Ziming leaned in to pour him a cup of barley tea softly, suggesting, you should stay in Jinyang for a few days. Your previous job was exhausting, you deserve a break to recharge. I will never yield to malevolent forces, Chen Yang chuckled. The broth in the Yunyang pot bubbled vigorously as the server gradually brought in the meat and vegetables alongside the beer. They devoured the hot pot eagerly and, once satiated, made their way to a nearby hotel, all silently understood between them. Chen Yang found his mind wandering. In truth, there was no deep emotional connection with Zhao Ziming. Their relationship was purely one of mutual need, a nostalgic reunion. In the past, he would never have dared to engage in such a manner. Yet if he perceived it all as a game, everything seemed inconsequential. All that mattered was finding a way to feel lighter. Survival outweighed all else. Recognizing this truth brought a sense of ease both in faith and morality. Zhao Ziming reminisced about their university life and quietly asked, how do I compare to Lu Yuyan? Lu Yuyan. Chen Yang surmised Zhao Ziming's motives for approaching him. During their university days, Zhao Ziming had always been in Lu Yuyan's shadow, yearning for a moment of triumph over her. In such moments, Chen Yang had no qualms about offering flattering words. She pales in comparison to you. If it weren't for her claiming you had a boyfriend during school, who knows how things might have developed. I would be pleased even if it were a lie. Zhao Ziming smiled contentedly, leaning in for a quick kiss. Beep beep. Her phone chimed. Zhao Ziming turned to grab her phone, the illuminated screen casting a glow upon her face. At that moment, Chen Yang felt her leg affectionately brush against his, yet her face seemed unfamiliar, evoking a strange sensation that prompted him to look away and check his own phone. It was already past 10 at night. Are you going home tonight? Chen Yang asked. I'm staying. I wouldn't want to leave you here all alone, Zhao Ziming replied, her fingers dancing swiftly over her phone before she tucked it away and embraced him. Chen Yang recalled that the sensory type 3 prosthetic should have been completed, so he pressed his palm against the underside of his chin. After 10 seconds, he returned to the game interface and logged out. Chen Yang awakened in the official store of Earth. He felt dizzy, the ceiling spinning in a blur before him. After a few seconds, his brain transitioned back from the game, and his body regained sensation. Instinctively, Chen Yang checked his pants. Fortunately, his real body was unresponsive to the sensations experienced in the game, otherwise it would have been quite embarrassing. He descended the stairs holding the memory fragment projector when Lu Yuyan, a store attendant, approached and asked, are you leaving? Yes, I'll come back to purchase that game console next time. As soon as Chen Yang spoke, the projector in his hand emitted a sound, and upon connecting to the server it updated to display the latest scene in a hotel room. Chen Yang and Zhao Ziming lay in bed with leftover dumplings still on the bedside table. Wow. The store attendant Lu Yuyan smiled brightly. 陈阳换上装属于他的传感型，新的右臂几乎是左臂的完美镜像，无论在尺寸、重量、肤色或肤质上均毫无差异。最大的不同在于小臂。由于传感型的 Plus Manager 了一台微型电脑，小臂外置生产了一个 X 定义的超高清 LED 屏幕，显示黑质的电量和色值面板，其用途颇为广泛，真是酷毙了。陈阳凝视着右臂上的屏幕，仿佛它是一个随身携带的智能手机。在万物互联的时代，这块屏幕能够映射到智能眼镜中，并与用作电脑，无需再支付租用云电脑的费用，既方便又实用，难怪一直如此受欢迎。陈阳撩起右臂的衣袖，调整服装设置，使其变为透明，露出一只才符合这个世界的时尚潮流。虽然他还想更换头上的智能眼镜，但可惜6万多块钱几乎花光，只能再出售一批苹果再说。肚子传来咕噜噜的长鸣。金刚在游戏里刚享用过火锅，现实中的身体只需要的令人发抖。玩起来，他走出商场，森野的号接显的人机西撒，这边是有一排自动售货柜，他一个进去位的发烫，当高科技一直拿着父亲分时，他不禁苦笑，高科技低渗透，真是 Cyberpunk 的视角。他撕开塑料包装，咬了一口，不知是否因之这个饭团的味道竟然不错。就在他狼吞虎咽之时，高跟鞋声由眼而进。维克，你怎么会在好街？一名金发女郎走到陈阳面前， 他长发剪曲，面容清秀，脸上带着几颗雀斑，高鼻梁、深眼窝，一双淡蓝色的眼眸流露出几分奇异的神情。考虑到西方女性的成熟特征，陈阳猜测她大约岁，身穿粉色紧身衣，曲线避线。我来买点东西。陈阳提起印有地球图案的塑料手提袋，里面装着记忆残片投影仪。此时投影仪处于关闭状态，并未暴露隐私。这东西不便宜吧？咦？金发女孩拉起陈阳的右臂，毫不客气地摸了摸他的手掌，惊讶地问：“几天不见，你竟然换了这么好的狗，看来赚了不少钱。”算是吧。陈阳尴尬地笑了笑，突然缩到骚的。他拿着反弹的塑料包装走到这边，扔进垃圾桶的同时唤出他智能助手，低声说：“帮我查查这个女人的身份。”当陈阳的回来时，就能赶紧扫过金发的爱的脸，弹出简单的信息：“兄弟 ，KFG 和单这份很好玩儿。你这是下班了？”陈阳故作自然地问：“是啊，没想到能在这里见到你，真是太奇妙了。”朱迪对视到蓝陈阳，目光中流露出些许爱意的笑意。我就说你一下会很帅气，不然。他伸手摸了摸陈阳灰白色的头发，又说道：“这个发型很适合你，真可惜。”可惜什么？陈阳能感觉到维克和这个女人之间的似乎有些特殊的感情。可惜我已经加入了安心新生计划，无法再和你进行长相运动了。嘿，朱迪看起来很高兴，挽着陈阳的胳膊边走边说：“今天是我最后一天上班，以后再也不用依靠情绪调节器度日了。你一定也为我高兴吧？”当然，虽然陈阳不明白那个计划和情绪调节器是什么，但表面上还是要装出高兴的样子。你要回家吗？朱迪跟着随下，走路的速度却很快。正准备叫车，我们一起吧，别浪费那个钱，坐我的车。朱迪用肩膀撞了陈阳一下，开玩笑的说：“不过你的手的怪怪的，现在我的身体可是值钱的呢。”和新生计划有关，当然，加入新生每月都能领取生活补贴，不用上班也能过得很好。朱迪引领陈阳走入一处地下停车场，那里杂乱无章的停着许多摩托车。趁朱迪取车之际，陈阳用智能助手搜索新生计划，原来这是由联合政府发起的，旨在解决全球性少子化问题的补救方案。简单来说，就是由安心的联合政府出资，鼓励年轻人生育。新生的孩子将由安心联合政府与新生公司共同抚养，额外补贴女性20万元。对方实行的普通女性抚养，抚养之后相当于他们今年的工作，怀孕期间爱的福利，机制有益。朱迪靠这个计划，第不错贫困生活，突然十分高兴。他驾驶一辆色新摩托车，停在陈阳身边，潇洒说道：“上车。”陈阳坐在朱迪身后，擦着他吧，搂住他的腰，尽感感到些许尴尬。他还是找话题问：“情绪调节器是有吗？你不是也用过吗？还跟我说他是电子毒品，让我少用。”朱迪驱动摩托车，轰地冲出车口，在他豪杰的霓虹灯中飞驰。他高兴一时说道：“客人总有心情不好的时候，为了给客户提供微笑，情绪调节器是必不可少的，不然被客户投诉就麻烦。那恭喜你摆脱这份工作。”陈阳在风声中也提高音量，拉着他的腰尽量让身体前倾。你也一样，恭喜你赚到钱了。然后，朱迪兴奋地欢呼，驾驶摩托穿行在日光高间，玩游戏一般刺激。陈阳搭着朱迪的摩托返回黑色大厦，两人一起上楼。原来朱迪是他的邻居，住在隔壁的是晚安维克。朱迪打开房门，朝陈阳露出暧昧的微笑，又说道：“实在特别不住，就来找我，我可以帮你解决。”他将手握成空心拳头，上下动了动。你也一样。陈阳向他微了微手，开门进入，放手。没想到维克这混蛋居然还有个炮友，长得帅果然是个优势。赵志蒙和朱迪就是例证。进屋后，陈阳摘下智能眼镜，肉被压得有些疼的鼻梁，打开记忆残片的开关，金色样盘上投射出鲜艳的晨曦映射。他坐在手中凑近细看，酒店的房间正放了各家的展示在眼前，就连床头柜上大街的胶皮盖和地上的小纸团都清晰可见。下次保存个更刺激的。陈阳将投影仪摆到木桌上，随后脱下外套，躺在床上研究右臂上的显示屏。这个世界应该有类似抖音的应用吧？正思索间，屏幕右上角的网络图标突然上锁，他点击查看，发现新的网络连接正在申请接入。新的网络连接。陈阳之前注意到，大厦的无线网络有明确的 WiFi 名称，从未出现过新的网络。难道附近有额外的无线网络？出于安全考虑，陈阳断开了那个连接。然而，网络系统无视他的操作，继续连接那个新的网络，而且已成功连通。这是什么？凭着立刻生的直觉，陈阳意识到自己可能遭遇了入侵。他曾一斗力取出智能眼镜，尽管没有戴上，设备的摄像头却一开启，果然有 faker 入侵。Chen Yang pressed the switch on his smart glasses, but to no avail the device refused to shut down. He reluctantly placed the glasses on the bedside table, orienting the camera towards the wall. In this moment, the simplicity of Wei Ke's humble abode became an advantage, for there were no other cameras besides the smart glasses. These glasses were relics from a decade past, seemingly given away as promotional items, their minuscule storage brimming with irremovable advertisement caches. What kind of hacker is so bored? Chen Yang mused as he approached the window, gazing into the inky night sky, where several red dots shimmered accompanied by the faint rumble of machinery. It was a swarm of drones. Surely these drones had been dispatched by the hackers. What purpose could they have in a place like Redstone City Islam? Data collection perhaps. Raising his arm, he glanced at it, pondering if the hackers could invade his arm, potentially accessing his very sense of touch. That would be utterly perverse. However, since touch is linked to the brain via a unique neural network, the hackers should not be able to obtain it. His prosthetic arm equipped with a touch memory feature could actively convert a segment of tactile sensation into a digital file. Such files could be replayed through the arm to the brain, thus rendering them susceptible to theft by hackers. Fortunately, this new arm had yet to store any tactile memories, ensuring its security. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yang suddenly recalled another electronic device at home, a mobile phone he had confiscated from a scavenger. However, that phone was out of battery and unlikely to be compromised. Still, he opened the drawer of his bedside cabinet for a glance. The moment he pulled it open, the phone lit up with a white glow. Is it charging? With a start, Chen Yang instinctively pushed the drawer shut. He dashed back to the window, fixated on the drones, surprised to find they were indeed searching for this very phone. After roughly 10 minutes, the wireless network of the smart glasses and the sensory arm Type 3 returned to normal. The hacker's intrusion had concluded. The swarm of drones coalesced and departed for another residential area. It was a thorough search. He had not anticipated the hackers would resort to such an archaic method of scouting. After waiting a while, Chen Yang reopened the drawer only to find the phone had once again reverted to a lifeless black slab. It seemed this mobile device was no ordinary piece of electronic waste. Although he was curious about its stored content, he was even more intrigued by the drawer that isolated electromagnetic waves. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the interior was lined with a peculiar metal plate, effective not only in blocking wireless charging, but also in shielding against the building's Wi-Fi network. Driven by curiosity, Chen Yang ventured into the living room and kitchen only to find that every cabinet in the house was embedded with such metallic shielding. This was clearly a deliberate design by Wei Ku. What exactly does that guy do? Chen Yang scratched his head. Regarding the mobile phone, this hot potato, he felt it prudent to refrain from reckless actions. The safest choice was to leave it in the drawer for now and deal with it later. After the hacker invasion, Chen Yang felt mentally drained. He uploaded pounds of apples to the deep-sea internet, took a shower with disinfectant, and then slipped under the covers, falling into a deep sleep. In a bustling metropolis, a skyscraper adorned with the ghost insignia loomed high above. This square building, devoid of windows on half of its floors, stood starkly with its solid metal walls between the structures. It served as the headquarters of the Hacker Alliance and the world's largest digital server supplier, a partner in digital security with the government. On the top floor, Arakawa Ichiro, just years of age, possessed keen eyesight. He peered through a telescope into the night sky, traversing the metallic dust clouds where a hazy orb marked the moon. It would not be long before he reached that destination. All former CEOs of the Hacker Alliance became lunar citizens upon retirement. As the thought of that day drew near, a wave of elation surged within Arakawa Ichiro. He approached the bar and poured himself a glass of red wine, swirling it before taking a sip. A buzzing sound heralded the appearance of an augmented reality information window beside him. Newborn company reminder: your new body and neural chip are still in the acclimatization phase. Please avoid alcohol consumption. Disregarding the window, Arakawa Ichiro continued to revel in the intoxicating spread of the wine. His youthful body exuded exuberance, and he contemplated summoning a woman. Another information window materialized, a melodic ringtone echoing throughout the office. The caller was Jiang Jiwei, the general manager of Earth Company. Arakawa Ichiro raised an eyebrow in disdain and answered the call. Mr. Arakawa, we at Earth Company have already paid the full security fees. Why are your hackers still attacking our Earth servers? The voice on the other end brimmed with indignation. Manager Jiang, do you possess concrete evidence that proves the attackers are employees of the Hacker Alliance? Aside from the Hacker Alliance, no one else could breach our servers. Thank you for your confidence in our capabilities. Arakawa Ichiro spoke leisurely, pouring himself another glass before continuing. As far as I know, your Earth employs a neural network server which falls outside our protective jurisdiction. Should I interpret this as you merely causing a ruckus? Let's not pretend to be oblivious. You're just looking to meddle with our neural server, huh? Jiang Jiwei retorted with a scoff, his tone resolute. No way, our neural server will never allow outside interference. I admire your audacity, yet the reality is you are already feeling considerable threat, otherwise you wouldn't have come to me. I am here to warn you, this matter will not conclude here. Of course it will not conclude. Arakawa Ichiro chuckled nonchalantly before adding, I have prepared a new contract that will safeguard your neural network server, and our legal team will reach out to you shortly. With that, he terminated the call. In a battlefield governed by S&S, the Hacker Alliance had never known defeat. The same applied to neural networks. He reclined comfortably on the sofa, activating a contact window before pressing the call button for his secretary, instructing contact Newborn Company and send 2 women over. They must be bloody. Yes, Chairman. Any updates on the phone situation? I report, Chairman, our bat drone swarm is conducting a comprehensive search of the lunar debris field. Currently, we have completed 30, and it will take 2 more weeks to acquire all results. Too slow. Arakawa Ichiro expressed his displeasure. The residents of the slums lack brain machine chips, so we cannot explore their memories and must resort to this rudimentary search method. The secretary paused before tentatively suggesting, shall we bribe some members of the United Government to push the neural data security bill? That way we could conduct a thorough search. Let's discuss it later. Arakawa Ichiro decided to leave this troublesome matter for the next CEO to handle. Before his retirement, he wished only to savor the last moments of his shadowy existence. Chairman, is there anything else you need? The secretary inquired. Have the tech department continue their assault on the Earth neural server and implant the scripts I've prepared. Until they sign a new contract with Earth Company, do not allow them any respite. Yes, Chairman. Also urge Newborn Company to expedite the arrival of the women. Arakawa Ichiro closed his eyes, familiarizing himself with his new body, and began to envision the next chapter of his life. Early morning. In terms of the current state of angst, this term may not be entirely fitting. It borders on irony. Perhaps murky morning would be more appropriate. Rain has fallen, and the humid moisture in the chemically tainted air has added a sharp scent of rust. The air purification system of the skyscraper ramps up, humming like a giant beast, startling Chen Yang from his slumber. He opens his eyes, watching the rainwater trickle down the glass window, feeling as though his brain has become a parched sponge, incessantly absorbing the moisture from his body. His body is drained, and desire erupts amid agitation. Chen Yang retrieves a tissue from earth, utilizing his new arm to manage his new body. Yet it is in vain. Desire does not dissipate, but rather coils around him like a constricting serpent. He cannot help but think of Zhao Zimeng, the woman who has brought him such exquisite sensations. Evidently, the pleasure threshold of his brain has been elevated in the game, rendering his physical reality inadequate. There exists a disconnection between experience and sensation. This is how cyberpsychosis manifests. I must find a woman in reality. Chen Yang leaves the warmth of his bed, opting instead for high-intensity exercise to alleviate his anxiety through fat burning. 100 push-ups and he begins. However, he scarcely manages the 10th before exhaustion overtakes him. This body of Vic has long suffered from malnutrition, compounded by the torment of cyberpsychosis, rendering him exceedingly frail. Fortunately, that anxiety has subsided somewhat. He must quickly restore his body, otherwise he will remain a mere facade. Chen Yang prepares 2 eggs, heats some milk, and indulges in a meal of instant Huangmin chicken rice for breakfast. He dons his smart glasses, connects to the computer in his right arm, and logs into the deep-sea internet. He discovers that Gene of apples have sold out, with shipments expected tomorrow and payment to be received in a week. This transaction nets him, and after deducting the spent on a gaming console, he can revel in a little luxury on 9th Street. As a science student majoring in computer science, Chen Yang resolves to return to his previous profession. Upon obtaining this sum, he plans to purchase the latest B language. B language, or brain nerves, is an advanced programming language that facilitates the conversion between digital programming and neural signals. In angst, all cyborg designs hinge upon B language, and the game Earth was developed using it. As a quintessential Earthling, mastering this language would equate to possessing the source code to the world. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yang begins to tidy his living space. His new right arm integrates seamlessly with his body. Considering the potential dangers of cyberpsychosis, he lowers the sensitivity of the sensor type 3 to match that of his left arm, allowing him to completely disregard the existence of the prosthetic during work as if it were original. Given the rampant hacking in this world, Chen Yang ensures that all earthly refuse is sent back to the virtual realm, leaving no trace. The wooden table in the living room still displays a holographic projection of memory fragments, where Zhao Zimeng awaits him in the warmth of Earth, ready to engage at any moment. With a figure as exquisite as that of a goddess possessing the ability to slay the mundane, how could I, Chen Yang, a dignified traveler of worlds, be reduced to the control of mere mortals? With a slight smile, Chen Yang stows his firearm into his backpack and prepares to stay overnight at the internet cafe. He secures the door behind him when fortuitously Judy from next door emerges. Good morning, Vic. Judy flashes a radiant smile. Chen Yang seldom encounters Westerners. He has only seen beauties like Judy with her high nose and deep-set eyes in films. In contrast to her revealing attire yesterday, she now dons a thick white trench coat and high-waisted rain boots, appearing quite unpretentious. Good morning. Chen Yang replies politely. Judy pulls a rice ball from her pocket and hands it to Chen Yang, saying, here's your breakfast. Thank you. Noticing the plastic wrapping bears the label special meal for pregnant women, he cannot help but inquire, are you pregnant? Not yet. I am currently in the preparation phase, waiting until my body is suitable to match with a male partner. Judy beams with happiness, lowering her voice as if fearing the neighbors would overhear. This is a nutritional meal provided by the Newborn Company. The rice and meat floss are all non-synthetic. You haven't had this in a while, have you? Indeed I haven't. Chen Yang had just finished his earthly meal and let out a contented burp. He is somewhat intrigued by Judy's mention of matching with a male partner, cautiously probing in the newborn program. Is it about having children with strangers? Yes, we must find the best DNA partner to ensure the child's health. Judy sees no issue with this. She loops her arm through Chen Yang, skipping down the stairs. Will you be able to see the child you bear? Chen Yang asks. No, I've heard they are taken away immediately after birth, and there's no chance of seeing them again. I think that's fine. After all, that child is meant to generate profit, and minimizing emotional investment is a form of protection for us. Judy says this nonchalantly. That's true. Chen Yang senses that Judy does not wish to confront the topic further. The newborn program, ostensibly aimed at addressing the issue of declining birth rates, bears striking similarity to human trafficking. Due to the absence of parents, the guardianship of newborns remains a conundrum. Upon exiting the building, they are met with a cerulean rain curtain with neon lights flickering in and out of visibility amid the mist. Chen Yang pulls up his hood, while Judy, reluctant to disrupt her meticulously styled hair, opens a red umbrella adorned with white that's resembling a mushroom. As the sound of rain crescendos, Chen Yang calls out, "Where are you headed?" "To the newborn company's hospital. From today onward, I must go there for weekly checkups." "And you?" Before Chen Yang can respond, Judy cheerfully adds, "You're not going to play that game called Earth at the internet cafe, are you?" "You guessed it." The gaming addict offers an awkward smile. "Let's go, it's on the way." Judy hands the umbrella to Chen Yang, leaning closer. Taking the umbrella, Chen Yang instinctively draws her into an embrace as they step into the rain. As they walk, their conversation flows with a casual rhythm. Lacking Vic's memories, Chen Yang remains in a state of agreement, with Judy cautious not to say too much. Despite this, Judy's gaze towards him grows increasingly attentive until they reach an intersection where she halts and declares, "We should part ways here." "All right, here you go." Chen Yang extends the umbrella. Judy does not take it. Her pale blue eyes fixate on Chen Yang, her expression shifting to one of peculiar delight. Suddenly, she wraps her arms around Chen Yang's neck, stands on tiptoe, and kisses him. Chen Yang meets her enthusiasm, responding with a carefulness born of his frantic heartbeat, gradually succumbing to her intoxicating scent. After their lips part, Judy pokes Chen Yang in the chest with her finger, saying, "Vic, isn't this tender?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Yang feels a chill wash over him. "It just feels like something's off with you." Judy accepts the umbrella back, pecks him on the cheek, and remarks, "It's fine. This isn't our first meeting. But you probably don't remember me, do you?" "What do you mean?" Chen Yang asks, somewhat puzzled. "Aren't you Chen Yang?" It seems Vic has relapsed again. Judy's gaze holds a trace of pity as she pats Chen Yang's chest, saying, "I hope this time you last a bit longer." Farewell. With a smile, she turns and walks away. Chen Yang remains in the rain, enveloped by the sound of raindrops. Chen Yang's consciousness returned to the hotel room. The air conditioning was cool, and Zhao Zhimo was nestled warmly beside him, her breath slightly labored, her pair of elongated eyes enchantingly alluring. "How did you become so adept at fighting? Have you had training?" She fully felt Chen Yang's robust physique and continued, "I never noticed it during school. I thought you were just that typical science nerd, but I never imagined such a rugged side to you. You looked incredibly handsome in the video." "Actually, I used to be a troubled youth, a brawler with yellow hair," Chen Yang replied, fabricating a story. Although it had been more than half a day since he last left the game, Zhao Zhimo's smooth palm quickly drew him back into the narrative, his emotions becoming attuned. Just as he was about to take action, the sound of a phone ringing emerged from beneath Zhao Zhimo's pillow. It was a video call invitation. "Wait a moment." Zhao Zhimo retrieved her phone from under the pillow, glanced at it, then frowned, slightly smiling, as she said to Chen Yang, "I need to go to the convenience store to buy something." "All right." Chen Yang nodded, understanding that she was stepping out to take the call. Zhao Zhimo allowed the phone to ring continuously as she dressed and exited the room. In the world of adults, unspoken truths are often better left unspoken for the good of both parties. Chen Yang rose from the bed to tidy up the bags and paper balls in the room. Living in such a disordered space was uncomfortable. Realizing that Zhao Zhimo might not return that night, he dressed and left the hotel. At this hour, Chen Yang was already in the early morning. The streets were significantly quieter, with vehicles and pedestrians greatly reduced. Aside from a few barbecue stalls still operating, most shops had closed for the night. Chen Yang approached one of the barbecue stalls and said to the owner, "Boss, they'll have 10 skewers of lamb and 10 skewers of meat tendon along with a bottle of cold beer." The owner, a man in his 40s with a broad smile, replied, "Sure thing. Please have a seat, we'll get started on that right away." "Make it extra spicy," Chen Yang requested, finding a dimly lit empty table. At the stall besides him, there were 2 other tables of customers. One table comprised 4 men who were guffawing boisterously after consuming a case of beer. "I watched a video today. There's a guy from Binhai named Chen Yang who took down 5 thugs all by himself. He's like the Dragon King returning." "I saw that too, but it's obviously staged and fake." "That's right, 90 of the short videos nowadays are fabricated. The faces are fake, the muscles are fake. I spent 200 yuan on someone who may not look great, but at least he's real." "Don't be ridiculous." "I heard some news. The guy who got kicked in the video, that's Binhai Lao Wu. He was incarcerated for stabbing someone a couple of years ago. He wouldn't risk shooting a video like that." "Come on, Lao Wu isn't that weak." As Chen Yang listened to their banter, he was reminded of his sudden rise to fame online and quickly changed seats to avoid being seen. He opened Douyin to check on his popularity and discovered that it had faded significantly. Without searching for Binhai 1v5, he couldn't find any relevant videos. He had been limited by the platform. It seemed that the yuan payment had not only granted him mixed martial arts skills, but also the opportunity to become an internet celebrity. Had he not seized that moment, this bonus would have expired. Chen Yang speculated that even if he became an internet celebrity, subsequent traffic would still require recharges. After all, Earth was a money-making game. If he could succeed so easily, no one would pay for premium characters. What a scam. Chen Yang swatted a mosquito on his arm, and before long his ordered skewers and beer were served. The cold beer was refreshing and the skewers sizzled with enticing aroma. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the barbecue stall owner suddenly sat down across from him, regarding Chen Yang with a peculiar smile. "What's the matter?" Chen Yang suspected he had recognized him as the star of Binhai 1v5. "Don't be alarmed. Oh, I have a question for you." The owner pulled out a black object from his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, "Have you seen this before?" Chen Yang glanced at the table, noting that it was a pitch-black glass panel. To be precise, it was the device he had confiscated from a scavenger, the very phone sought by drones last night. How did this item appear on Earth's? Chen Yang's expression turned slightly anxious as he looked into the owner's eyes, quickly realizing that his emotions had betrayed him. He exhaled to calm himself, saying, "I thought you recognized me." "Recognized you?" The owner continued to scrutinize Chen Yang, attempting to penetrate his psyche. "Look at this." Chen Yang presented his phone to the owner, pointing at his image in the video, and added, "That's me. Oh, I thought you had figured it out." "Oh." The owner compared the video with Chen Yang, letting out a disappointed chuckle. Chen Yang took a deep breath, regaining his composure before picking up the black glass panel and asking, "What is this?" "A phone. That's a moon phone." The owner returned Chen Yang's phone and continued, "If you found that, you'd be in luck. The Hacker Alliance is willing to pay $5 million for it." "Hacker Alliance? Really?" Chen Yang expressed his astonishment. "This is a special advertisement. I'll remember what I said." The owner pocketed the glass panel, stood up, and went back to grilling. Chen Yang called after him, "Boss, what does it want? More skewers?" The owner's smile returned, as if their earlier conversation had never occurred. "Do you recall what you just said to me?" "I just..." The owner frowned, pondered for a moment, and curiously asked Chen Yang, "What did I just say?" "Nothing." Chen Yang turned back, took a large swig from his beer, and sighed deeply. It was eerie. He never expected that these hackers would dare to infiltrate Earth. It seemed that many paranormal events on Earth were connected to hackers. That phone actually originated from the moon. Rumor had it that lunar technology was a version ahead of Dark Star. It was surprising that such an outdated device as a phone was still in use on the moon. What secrets could that phone possibly hold? Chen Yang hurriedly picked up his phone to order signal-blocking boxes, bags, and even aluminum foil from Changdong Mall, selecting items that would be delivered within a day. The curtains in the hotel room were drawn tightly. Outside, the sun had risen high, casting a golden shadow on the wall through the gaps. Chen Yang was awakened by the sound of the door clicking open. "Sorry, I was busy last night and couldn't keep you company." Zhao Zimo entered the room, placed a laptop bag on the table, removed her sunglasses, and looked at Chen Yang on the bed with an apologetic smile. "It's fine. Important matters take precedence." Chen Yang rubbed his eyes, noticing that Zhao Zimo had changed into a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, her slightly plump thighs strikingly fair. It was already the best morning, and the sight was almost unbearable. Chen Yang sat up straight, took a sip of mineral water, still feeling parched. "I had to rush to complete a contract yesterday, though I had no choice. Now I'm here to make it up to you, alright?" Zhao Zimo sat beside Chen Yang, offering her lips while assessing the situation. She was very pleased. Suddenly, Chen Yang recalled the barbecue stall owner, who had seemed possessed last night. A shiver ran down his spine. He pushed Zhao Zimo away and asked, "Have you heard of the moon phone?" "What moon phone?" Zhao Zimo blushed and smiled, saying, "The phone is in my hands. Do you want the moon?" The Earth's game interface paid content. Local defense level can fortify for an additional minutes on the existing foundation. Valid for this round, priced at yuan. Insufficient balance, unable to purchase. What a pity, perhaps next time. Happy Sea Dog Beans after consumption speed rate increases by effect lasts for minutes, priced at yuan. I never expected such a thing. Yuan for minutes seems rather exorbitant. However, with the current balance, this is the only option available. I will purchase one. Return to the game. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden bed collided with the non-load-bearing wall. A candy bean appeared in Chen Yang's hand, which he crushed and swallowed. "What are you doing? Can't you let anyone sleep?" A voice of indignation came from next door. Bang. The headboard slammed against the wall, causing the wallpaper to indent, leaving an indelible mark. "It feels like being back in university," Zhao Zimeng mused from the depths of her heart. She recalled her physical education classes as a college student. Her current body felt as if it had just completed a long meter run, filled with a sense of relief akin to escaping death. Chen Yang shared a similar sentiment, though the boys had to run meters, which was even more exhausting. They reminisced about their university days. Chen Yang began to question life itself, further doubting the boundary between reality and illusion. Engaging in casual conversation, he suddenly inquired, "Have you ever contemplated that the world we inhabit might be a virtual construct, merely a game?" "I haven't thought about it, but I choose to treat this life as a game, enjoying it however I please." Zhao Zimeng caressed Chen Yang's cheek, her tone playful, as she continued, "Do you think I'm too casual? Your approach is entirely appropriate." Chen Yang sat up, preparing to take a shower. Zhao Zimeng also sat up, saying earnestly, "Last night Lu Yiyan called me. She said Wang Kai and Lao will have mobilized all their connections. As long as you appear in Binhai, you will be caught, so you should stay in Jinyang." Chen Yang certainly could take the hint and even conclude this round. However, that would signify retreat and evasion, implying that his free character ultimately could not compare to a paid character. This was unacceptable to him. Life and death are trivial. If you don't yield, then fight. You know I'm not one to shy away. With a charming smile, Chen Yang headed into the bathroom for a shower. Upon his return, he discovered Zhao Zimeng perched on the bed, hunched over her laptop, typing. "Chen Yang, can you help me connect to the internet?" Zhao Zimeng pouted, looking helplessly at Chen Yang, as she said, "My laptop can't connect to the internet. I urgently need to send a file." "Isn't there Wi-Fi in the hotel?" Chen Yang approached, glanced at the laptop, and opened the Wi-Fi settings. "I leave it to you." Zhao Zimeng took her phone into the bathroom, and the sound of running water soon followed. Chen Yang entered the password on the wall, but indeed there was no connection. It seemed the hotel's network was malfunctioning. Considering Zhao Zimeng only needed to send a file, there was no need for the internet. He could simply transfer it via Bluetooth. He activated Bluetooth, and the first device in the list was Zhao Zimeng's iPhone. Additionally, there was another name in the device list, Zheng Hao's iPhone. In the afternoon, Chen Yang drove his BMW straight through the highway entrance into Binhai City. In contrast to yesterday, Zhao Zimeng appeared vibrant and alluring. Holding a mirror, she applied lipstick and asked curiously, "Why did you buy so many apples? They're all those worthless Qiaoguang varieties. Feeding pigs." Chen Yang made a joke. Adhering to the principle of don't miss out on opportunities, he collected gene of Qiaoguang in Jinyang. After all, this inferior Qiaoguang was not easy to acquire unless one went to the countryside. The city's stock was scant. "I've noticed you becoming increasingly mysterious." Zhao Zimeng, unfazed, gently remarked, "I'll gift you an iPhone. Your phone is so outdated, it's quite inconvenient." "No need, I'm not your kept boy." Chen Yang parked the car by the roadside, unfastened his seatbelt, and said, "Wang Kai is looking to block me, so I won't drag you into this. You really don't listen to advice. Staying in Jinyang would be much better." Zhao Zimeng sighed, muttering softly, "I think you still have feelings for Lu Yuan. She's someone else's girlfriend now. What does that have to do with me?" After exiting the car, Chen Yang hailed a taxi, opened the trunk, and transferred the apples, waving goodbye to her. "Stay safe." Zhao Zimeng took the driver's seat and drove away. "Bro, you're doing well. Your girlfriend is so beautiful," the driver joked. Upon getting in the car, Chen Yang donned a mask and smiled in response. "She's not my girlfriend, she's someone else's." "Then you're even better off." The driver pressed the accelerator, overtaking Zhao Zimeng's BMW and entering the Binhai city center first. Chen Yang returned to the rented room, gave the driver a little extra, and helped carry the gene of apples inside. The package he ordered from Changdong Mall the previous night had also arrived, prompting him to visit the storage container to retrieve the signal-blocking items. After washing his face at home, Chen Yang reflected on the hardships he once endured in this place, feeling as though it were a lifetime ago. Those challenging days were also experienced by Vic. Compared to his factory life, the takeout existence on Earth was not so dire. Even a simple yuan lunchbox or a hand-grabbed pancake tasted far superior to the synthetic food from Dark Star. "He'll return to my tranquil and elegant room." Chen Yang locked the door and descended the stairs. Just as he exited the community, a black Volkswagen surged onto the sidewalk, charging towards him. Instinctively, Chen Yang leaped aside, rolling on the ground to evade. The Volkswagen screeched to a halt, the door flung open, and Lao Wu stepped out menacingly. Today he wore no mask or sunglasses, revealing a fierce face marked by a scar, glaring at Chen Yang as he shouted, "Chen Yang, today is your end." Simultaneously, 4 other cars halted at the roadside, and over 20 individuals emerged, surrounding him with malevolent intent. "A gentleman takes his revenge. 10 years is not too late. You all wait for me." Chen Yang slowly retreated, waiting for those thugs to disembark before turning to sprint back toward the community. "Damn, see where you can run." Lao Wu cursed, leading his 20 subordinates in pursuit of Chen Yang. An unmanned drone had ascended into the air at some point, following Chen Yang as well. Those strolling or walking their dogs in the community were frightened by the commotion and hurriedly stepped aside. A few youngsters recognized Chen Yang and quickly raised their phones, acting as battlefield reporters, heedlessly trailing behind. Wow, what a commotion! Chen Yang had never been pursued by so many before. Amidst the excitement, he couldn't help but succumb to a moment of chinnibu, pressing his left hand against his chin and shouting, "Time stop." In a seaside villa, a Mercedes-Benz glided into the courtyard, from which emerged a man who could epitomize the term refined rogue, Zheng Hao. Adjusting his suit and pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, Zheng Hao entered the villa holding a bottle of red wine. Wang Kai was on the phone at the entrance. Upon seeing Zheng Hao's arrival, he ended the call. Though his face bore the remnants of a recent scuffle, an excited smile illuminated his countenance. "Is it just you?" Wang Kai's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. "My wife returned to her family yesterday and went straight to sign the contract upon arriving in Binhai today. She likely won't be free until tonight, so she won't be able to witness your live broadcast." Zheng Hao handed the wine to Wang Kai and cast a glance at a Mini Cooper in the courtyard, quietly inquiring, "Did you invite Lu Yuan?" "Of course. I am quite confident about today's affair, so I wanted her to enjoy the show," Wang Kai replied with a mischievous grin. "She doesn't know yet. It will be a surprise." "Are you making me the third wheel? Who told you not to bring your wife? Otherwise Lu Yuan would have had a companion. We're all old classmates. Even if my wife were here, she wouldn't watch. She'd probably give me a cold shoulder." Zheng Hao followed Wang Kai into the villa, curiosity piqued. "How did you locate Chen Yang?" "He didn't hide away." "Hiding? That guy, knowing we were onto him, brazenly returned home without a care for me. Besides," Wang Kai shot Zheng Hao a knowing glance and chuckled, "you know what my brother-in-law does. The surveillance cameras on this street are our eyes. Does Chen Yang think he can escape? That's quite a solid connection." Zheng Hao raised his thumb in admiration. "To offend the Wang family is to offend half of Binhai. Just watch how Chen Yang meets his end today." Wang Kai led Zheng Hao upstairs into his private cinema. Lu Yuan was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Her long hair was elegantly piled atop her head, revealing her slender neck. Dressed in a white blouse and a black skirt, her long legs were clad in black stockings. Noticing Zheng Hao's approach, she promptly stood to greet him. "Hello, Manager Zheng. There's no need for formality among friends." Zheng Hao's gaze briefly lingered on Lu Yuan's black stockings as he mentally compared her to his wife. "Everyone take your seats. The show is about to commence." Wang Kai, brimming with excitement, picked up his phone and projected the screen onto the wall. "What exactly am I supposed to watch?" Lu Yuan asked softly. "The Prince's Revenge." Wang Kai reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, and added, "The visuals may be a bit gory. You might want to prepare yourself psychologically." Zheng Hao smiled, though his eyes were subtly fixed on Lu Yuan, whose long legs and slim waist were unmatched by his wife's figure. At that moment, the projection on the wall revealed a tiled surface, and as the camera ascended, the scene transformed into an aerial view. It showcased a dilapidated community entrance. A handsome young man leisurely strolled out of the complex. Lu Yiyan's eyes widened at the sight of the attractive man, followed by a furrow of her brow, and she fell silent. Doesn't this person look familiar? Wang Kai deliberately asked her. I don't recognize him, Lu Yiyan replied, a hint of annoyance creeping into her voice. Chen Yang, you met him just a couple of days ago, and you've already forgotten. I've long since forgotten him. Just as Lu Yiyan's words fell, a black car sped toward Chen Yang, prompting her to gasp and exclaim, is this a recording or live? Live broadcast, Wang Kai replied with a hint of sarcasm. Are you reluctant to watch? What does it matter to me? Lu Yiyan's expression stiffened as she focused on the screen, taking a deep breath. Being overly dismissive isn't wise, at least he's a fellow alumnus. Zhang Hao quipped, observing Lu Yiyan's anxious demeanor with interest while he provocatively asked Wang Kai, you don't think Lao Wu is going to kill Chen Yang, do you? That shouldn't happen, he'll only end up with 2 broken legs. Wang Kai chuckled wildly, continuing, then they'll bring Chen Yang here to kneel and apologize in front of me. He shot a cold glance at Lu Yiyan, commanding in tone, you're not allowed to leave, you must watch this. Lu Yiyan reluctantly nodded. At that moment, the footage displayed Chen Yang sprinting into the community, pursued by Lao Wu and more than 20 others, causing chaos in the neighborhood. Suddenly, Chen Yang shouted, time freeze. Immediately after, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Huh? Wang Kai cackled, exclaiming, what is this fool saying? Time freeze. Ha, that cracks me up. Zhang Hao joined in the laughter. A look of embarrassment crossed Lu Yiyan's face. She couldn't comprehend why Chen Yang would utter such ridiculous words, making her feel as though she had been in a relationship with a fool for the past 2 years. How humiliating. Unbeknownst to them, the instant Chen Yang shouted time freeze, the world had indeed come to a halt for a week. Damn it. When Chen Yang returned to reality, still in a sprint, he struggled to coordinate his momentum and tumbled forward. He quickly got up, only to find a thug already upon him, raising a foot to kick him in the groin. Chen Yang, quick-witted, grabbed the man's leg, while simultaneously retaliating with a swift kick, sending the thug sprawling, a sight that was painful to behold. Seize him. 5 or 6 people closed in, attempting to pin Chen Yang down with their numerical advantage. Yet Chen Yang dodged, effortlessly weaving through the crowd, unhesitant in delivering blows and low kicks, leaving a trail of chaos in his wake. How can this guy be so fast? A nearby war correspondent marveled. Little did he know Chen Yang had transformed into a sea dog warrior, enhancing his speed by, with Zhao Zimeng being the most qualified to speak on his exhilarating prowess. Step aside, I'll take him on on. Lao Wu charged forward, eager to reclaim his pride after being swiftly defeated last time. Go, brother Wu. The underlings immediately cleared a path, leaving the stage for their leader. Onlookers raised their phones, with 2 bold souls even mingling among the thugs to capture the action up close. Chen Yang, last time you ambushed me, today won't be so easy. Lao Wu struck a pose, raising his fists and bouncing on his feet, looking quite professional. Yet the adage rang true: in martial arts, speed prevails. Despite Lao Wu's extensive combat experience and ruthless tactics, he was unable to match Chen Yang's speed. Within 10 seconds, he was met with a solid punch to the face. As stars danced before his eyes, Chen Yang followed up with a spinning kick, sending him crashing down. It was a flawless reenactment of a street fight. The only difference being Lao Wu didn't lose consciousness. That was his final act of defiance. The war correspondents were ecstatic. I dare anyone to claim this is staged, or just look at the blood. Oh, does that look fake? Folks, I'm risking my life to bring you this live coverage, so don't stop liking it. My luck is absolutely insane. A young man operating a drone joined the fray, and soon 2 drones circled around Chen Yang. Get the hell out of here. Lao Wu threatened the nearby war correspondents, brandishing a dagger as he shouted, grab your weapons and take him down. The thugs brandished knives and iron rods, cursing as they surrounded Chen Yang. As the brawl escalated, the onlookers in the park quickly retreated, while those recording dared not approach any closer, keeping a safe distance with their phones raised. Seeing the weapons drawn, Chen Yang swiftly turned to flee. With over 20 thugs in high spirits brandishing their weapons and shouting, they limped after him. Though facing many, Chen Yang's physical prowess was exceptional, he soon left Lao Wu and the others far behind. The 2 drones persisted in their pursuit, exploiting their aerial advantage to lock onto Chen Yang. Emerging from the community's side gate, Chen Yang zeroed in on a nearby hardware store, seizing a wooden mop and turning back. Upon seeing Chen Yang brandishing the mop, the thugs wore expressions of mockery. Those with knives swung them, and those with clubs swung mercilessly at him. Yet Chen Yang wielded the mop with flair, and before the thugs could close the distance, they were repelled by his strikes. Come on. As Chen Yang twirled the mop, producing a sound akin to the wind, he finished with a striking pose. The moniker Mop Warrior began to circulate online. Remarkable. Chen Yang has mastered the Shaolin staff technique. Such prowess cannot be acquired in just a few years of practice. Impressive. Is this not superior to those ancient drama fight sequences? Surely no one can claim this is staged now. The Mop Warrior is truly formidable. With skills and looks like that, he should venture into action films to provide us with a visual feast. I suggest a collaboration with Tianxi Meng. Unbelievable. Zhang Hao had been thoroughly enjoying the live stream, but he could not restrain himself from uttering a curse at the last remark before shutting off the stream. In the projection on the wall, the battle had concluded. Chen Yang was currently scanning a QR code to pay the hardware store owner for that mop. As for Lao Wu and those ruffians, they lay scattered across the ground like firecrackers that had been ignited, strewn in disarray. Damn it, Wang Kai, who had just been smug now, wore a pallid expression, his chubby face ashen, as if he had swallowed something distasteful. Lu Yiyan, your ex, was a graduate of the Shaolin Temple. Zheng Hao, reveling in the drama, deliberately emphasized the words ex-boyfriend. Lu Yiyan pretended not to hear her own confusion mirrored in her silence. She was well aware of Chen Yang's staff technique. Otherwise, his looks alone would not have sufficed for a toy romance. Just a few days prior, she had been astonished by the 1v5 incident on the commercial street, and today's demonstration of staff skills was even more outrageous, entirely at odds with her previous impression of Chen Yang. Could it be that after graduating, he truly went to the Shaolin Temple for further training? It was plausible. Perhaps after I broke up with him, he sought solace in a temple and honed his skills, thus acquiring such abilities. No wonder he dared to offend Wang Kai, the wealthy second generation. It ultimately stemmed from his feelings for me. A faint smile crept to the corner of Lu Yiyan's lips. Damn it. Wang Kai turned off the display, furiously tossing his phone aside. Lu Yiyan cast a disdainful glance at Wang Kai. Apart from his wealth, he could not compare to Chen Yang in any regard. She picked up her LV bag and phoned coolly, stating, "I'm heading back to the office now." With that, she sauntered away, her long legs striding confidently. You mean this Chen Yang, he? Wang Kai's eyelids twitched as he stared at Zheng Hao, momentarily at a loss for words. He simply exclaimed, "Is this guy not too overpowered? With such skills, why not deliver urgent takeout? Is he here to play the part of a wolf in sheep's clothing?" Zheng Hao thought to himself, do you even dare to call yourself a tiger? As a friend who had accompanied him to the foot massage parlor, he playfully frowned and nodded in agreement, empathizing. Indeed, Chen Yang's abilities surpass our understanding. Enough already, his popularity online has just waned, and now he's back in the spotlight. Wang Kai, both exasperated and amused, slumped onto the sofa, muttering, perhaps I should consider a different approach. Call the police and have him arrested. Brother, given the current public sentiment, it would be wise to lay low. Zheng Hao pushed up his glasses, a mischievous grin breaking through his seemingly refined demeanor as he whispered, actually, this situation isn't as troublesome as it seems. I can help you deal with Chen Yang. However, you must assist me in establishing a connection with Zhangju. Just a meal's worth. Wang Kai leaned closer to Zheng Hao, quietly inquiring, what good plan do you have? Quite simple. Chen Yang awoke from his stupor in the internet cafe. He waited a few seconds disoriented before disconnecting the cable from the back of his head and sitting up in the recliner. A notification from the display on his right arm indicated that the final payment for the Qiaoguang apples had been deposited. He had netted a yuan from Jean of Qiaoguang apples. After deducting the cost of the Wuying level Shaolin staff technique he had just purchased in the game, he still had yuan available, more than enough to buy a Daiku gaming console and BYU programming software on StreetNo. All Jean of apples purchased from Chen Yang had sold, as well with another yuan expected to arrive shortly. Chen Yang felt elated. Realizing this was his last visit to the internet cafe, he couldn't help but glance at the friendly African-American gentleman at the counter. How's that prosthetic arm working for you? Quite the thrill, I presume. The gentleman rested his chin on his hand, casting a sly grin at Chen Yang's sensor type 3A before adding, do not squander such a fine tool. Find a woman to try it with. The rugged night roads will be illuminated. I will not waste it. Farewell. Chen Yang waved his right arm and prepared to exit the cafe. Vic. The gentleman gestured for him to come closer, indicating he wished to share a secret. Curious, Chen Yang leaned in as the gentleman lowered his voice. I don't know how you've come by your money, but seeing you are one of my regulars, I felt it necessary to offer you a word of caution. He paused before continuing, this method of making money is like a succulent piece of meat. Sooner or later flies will come to feast, followed by wolves eager to snatch it away. Chen Yang understood the implication of his words. At least in the impoverished district of Angshikang, hackers and gangs ran rampant. The common folks' methods of making a living lacked legal protection and were easily usurped by gangsters. While deep-sea interconnection ostensibly safeguards seller privacy, the reality is uncertain. Is there any way to avoid this? Chen Yang inquired. If you cannot beat them, join them. That is an eternal truth. The gentleman offered a wry smile and continued, unless you can make a quick fortune and flee, you must surrender the meat and settle for drinking broth for the rest of your days. In Angshikang, do not expect to rise alone. It will lead to a tragic end. Thank you. Chen Yang departed the internet cafe. Another option would be to escape the impoverished district and pay to reside in the white-collar sector directly managed by the United Government. He had researched online and found the stringent requirements for residing in the white-collar sector. 1. Must install a retinal screen brain machine chip and share this information with the United Government for monitoring. This meant one would have no privacy whatsoever. Although the United Government may not monitor every citizen in real time, the power lay firmly in their hands. Consequently, many capable wealthy individuals choose to dwell in the impoverished areas where the skyscraper's upper floors were tailored for them. I certainly cannot reside in the white-collar sector. I must continue to navigate the impoverished district. Standing at the internet cafe's entrance, Chen Yang tightened his clothing and headed towards the bustling street. No. In Angshikang, passing by the Dracula Psychological Clinic, the cyborg nurse happened to step outside just as Chen Yang approached. Upon seeing him, she blinked and offered a delightful smile, asking, are you Mr. Vic or Mr. Chen Yang? Chen Yang recalled that his last encounter with her had been a fortnight ago. Facing the nurse's inquisitive gaze, he pointed to the writing in his hair. Vik. Mr. Vic, it is a pleasure to see you. The cyborg nurse was deceived by Chen Yang. She politely nodded at him, and as she exited the clinic's vicinity, a halo projected above her head. According to the United Government's regulations, all cyborgs must clearly identify themselves upon leaving their residence. Chen Yang had been tormented by cyberpsychosis in recent days, and several times he had contemplated spending money to find a woman. However, remembering that paying by the hour was illegal, while long-term arrangements were not, he began to entertain the idea of seeking a lasting partner. Yet he was unfamiliar with the Dark Star life and lacked connections. Searching online was also unsafe as he harbored too many secrets, and inciting wolves would lead to his utter ruin. This cyborg nurse had, however, sparked an idea. Chen Yang thought he could be a bit bold and redefine the concept of woman to align with the trends of this era. Cyborg women were not out of the question. He was not seeking a romantic relationship, merely a companion to alleviate his cyberpsychosis. A compliant cyborg would be nothing short of perfect. Acquiring a synthetic companion is indeed a splendid notion. On his way to Street No. Chen Yang conducted a brief search and discovered that the company responsible for producing synthetic nurses is named Lan Jing Shengming. Their most affordable model is priced at a staggering $1,000,000. This exorbitant cost swiftly extinguished Chen Yang's enthusiasm. Undoubtedly, Lan Jing Shengming stands as the premier company in the realm of synthetic beings, and while some lower-tier manufacturers offer considerably reduced prices, they still demand hundreds of thousands. In the depths of cyberspace, one can observe the prices of street women in the vibrant city of Hong. Shicheng, a woman, is available for merely yuan for the night. Who would have thought that synthetic beings are a luxury? Chen Yang resolved to allocate his funds, judiciously prioritizing the purchase of a gaming console and educational software. Street No. is inundated with a plethora of advertisements. Both the flickering neon lights and the cacophonous jingle of promotional music lure passers-by with exaggerated and enticing allure. Rather than hastily acquiring a gaming console, Chen Yang opted to seek out a bookstore. Despite its designation as a bookstore, the establishment boasted neither shelves nor physical books. Instead, it displayed square plastic packages on the walls that resembled CD cases. Linguistics, mathematics, geometry, biology, physics, classical literature, every conceivable subject was represented. Chen Yang scrutinized the prices, noting that while linguistics was complimentary, the costs for all other disciplines were in the tens of thousands. Mathematics, geometry, biology, physics. Even the least expensive classical literature required. This is utterly outrageous. Alas, in the realm of Anxing, where knowledge can be directly fed into one's mind via a neural chip, traditional educational institutions no longer exist. Every bit of knowledge must be purchased. As the saying goes, knowledge alters destiny, yet children from impoverished families unable to afford such knowledge are condemned to a life of stagnation. Reflecting on this, Chen Yang wandered into the realm of programming languages. Anxing offers a diverse array of programming languages, and he was surprised to discover that B language comprises numerous branches. He had assumed B language was merely a singular programming language, only to realize it is a collective term for a category of languages. Welcome. The attendant was a petite girl with short hair, her eyes encircled by a metallic band that resembled glasses, merging technology with an air of scholarly elegance. With her eyes shimmering with curiosity, she inquired, "Do you require a neural chip? Currently, the United Government is offering a subsidy, providing a 20% discount. I do not require a neural chip." Chen Yang gestured towards the software on the wall and asked, "I wish to learn B language. May I inquire which language Earth was composed in?" "Earth, you say?" The attendant tilted her head, slightly surprised by his question, and replied, "The core language of Earth is B server, which constructs a perceptive world. However, this advanced language is classified as a restricted item, and we are not permitted to sell it here." Knowledge monopoly. Chen Yang furrowed his brow and pressed on, "Can it be acquired in the white-collar district?" The attendant sighed in resignation. B server is a proprietary language overseen by the Lunar Space Station. Unless one obtains authorization from the moon, such as from major corporations like Earth Company or Hacker Alliance, even the affluent in the white-collar district cannot acquire it. As a citizen of Earth, Chen Yang instinctively inquired, "Are there any pirated versions?" "You are courting danger." The attendant's expression turned serious as she explained, "All B languages require a connection to the brain during testing. Should a pirated software be detected, your neural pathways would face dire consequences." "Very well." Chen Yang relinquished his aspirations of becoming Earth's GM. Opting for a more pragmatic approach, he pointed to a software labeled B model and asked, "That software is for creating game models, correct?" Indeed, B model allows for the creation of neural sensory models, such as animals and plants within games. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even secure a position in a large manufacturing enterprise. Its applications are vast. The attendant beamed with pride. "I am a junior modeler." "Modeler?" "Precisely. After mastering B model, you may sit for an examination. Upon passing, you shall earn the title of modeler." Then, a glint of cunning sparkled in Chen Yang's eyes as he queried, "Can the models I create be integrated into the Earth game? If I can incorporate my models into Earth, I could then transcend into reality through a cheat code." The thought exhilarated Chen Yang even more. He gazed expectantly at the attendant, yearning for an affirmative response. Her expression was nuanced, as if she hesitated to divulge too much, but ultimately admitted in theory it is feasible. For instance, working for Earth Company allows you to create models as per their specifications, which can then be stored in the model database upon approval. Chen Yang discerned the subtleties in her demeanor and softly asked, "Surely there must be alternative routes. Bypassing Earth Company constitutes an illicit operation." "I have merely heard whispers." The attendant glanced around to ensure they were alone before continuing. It is rumored that some individuals can manipulate gaming consoles to import self-made models into the game, but these are merely online speculations. I have yet to witness it myself. Evidently, the individuals she referenced must be hackers. I understand. Chen Yang glanced at the price of B model, which stood at even more expensive than the Earth gaming console. What is the cost of the interactive simulator? He inquired. Please hold on. The attendant retrieved a metallic device resembling a soda can from the counter with a black cable connecting to the neural interface. She elaborated, this is the latest model of the interactive simulator compatible with all cache formats of the neural interface, priced at 50,000. Is there a cache for the neural interface? Chen Yang instinctively touched the metallic circular port at the back of his neck. I will take one set of BM language and the interactive simulator. As he spoke, he rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing the display screen of the sensor Type 3, and asked, can I install BM software on this computer? Absolutely. BM is merely a model editor. All rendering computations occur within the interactive simulator. The attendant's eyes sparkled with mischief as she seized the opportunity to upsell. However, without a neural chip, navigating the vast material library of BM will be quite cumbersome. Are you certain you do not wish to install one? A 20% discount awaits you. No, this will suffice. Chen Yang was reluctant to expose his memories to anyone. As a genuine citizen of Earth, he preferred the most traditional methods of learning. Upon completing the transaction, Chen Yang received assistance from the attendant to install the BM Editor Resource Database and Learning Assistant onto his ARM computer. Before departing the bookstore, Chen Yang, emboldened by his charm and good looks, requested the attendant's contact information. In the future, should he encounter obstacles in his studies, having the guidance of this senior would prove invaluable. Connections are of utmost importance. The attendant, named M.O. Lee, was added to his contacts with the Note Junior Modeler. As he made his way to the Earth Gaming Experience Center, Chen Yang could scarcely contain his elation, his lips curling into a smile that threatened to cramp. In the world of Earth, regardless of whether it was the apples he purchased or the women he encountered, everything that could be seen, touched, or tasted was crafted using models written in the BM language. Even his own being, Chen Yang, was rendered through this software. If he were to master this language, he could become a creator within Earth, subsequently translating that mastery into Inxing. This was not merely a title of modeler. To call oneself a creator would not be an exaggeration. A crowd surrounded the official Earth store. From a distance, the commotion within the store was audible, marked by a booming voice shouting, "What's happening?" Chen Yang squeezed his way inside and spotted Chen Yang, the clerk, awkwardly piled in a corner against the wall. His eyes were a lifeless gray, and the gaping tear in his neck revealed several wires, two of which were severed and still sparking. How did I end up in such a predicament? Chen Yang could hardly bear to look and turned his gaze toward the arguing counter. There, a burly man in a pink jacket sporting golden pigtails was furiously berating Lu Yuyan in a deep, resonant voice. "You worthless piece of trash, I can't stand the sight of you. Hurry up and report to your manager as I demand. I have plenty of money. Why is changing the game settings such a hassle? Sorry, our company has a strict policy prohibiting the use of characters of the opposite gender in the game." Lu Yuyan's face was slightly swollen, clearly having been struck by the man. However, as a synthetic being, she felt no pain and maintained her composure, even wearing a professional smile. This insincere smile only aggravated the cross-dressing brute. The man swung his iron fist, landing a blow to Lu Yuyan's face, producing a dull metallic thud resonating from her synthetic head. With agitation, he shouted, "How many times must I repeat myself? My self-perception is that of a woman. I simply want to experience being a woman in this game, do you understand? Apologies, but this game is based on biological sex, and we cannot accommodate your request. Damn it." The man's eyes bulged with rage, his neck muscles straining as he suddenly grasped Lu Yuyan's head with his mechanical arm, twisting it off with a sickening crack before tossing it aside. Good grief. By sheer misfortune, Chen Yang caught his ex-girlfriend's head. "Mr. Vic, welcome to Earth." Lu Yuyan's eyeballs rotated to meet Chen Yang's gaze, her gentle voice and smile fading away. This bizarre scene sent a chill down Chen Yang's spine. Yet it was a rare opportunity. He took a moment to touch the synthetic skin, noting its delicacy and the clarity of its textures. Tilting Lu Yuyan's head, he examined the gaping tear at her neck. The hollow metal skeleton contained numerous cables, approximately 20 in total. A thin metallic membrane lay at the base of the artificial body, and while there were no blood vessels in the fat, a crimson liquid was contained within. After a curious investigation, he placed the synthetic head on a nearby shelf. Meanwhile, the cross-dressing brute continued to rant while the other clerks prudently kept their distance. "Damn Earth Company." The brute spread his arms wide, addressing the gathered crowd. "The Earth Company is prejudiced against our minority group. Remember, when we had no restrictions during the game's public beta, you could choose a male or female character. That is freedom." The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. "Absolutely, I want to play a female character too. I support this. Discrepancies between mind and body will exacerbate the severity of cyberpsychosis. Don't forget the previous superdimensional case. That was just an isolated incident. We shouldn't forsake our freedom because of it. Becoming superdimensional would be even better. Quick run. The riot police are coming." The crowd abruptly dispersed, and as the cross-dressing brute narrowly escaped the store, his body suddenly grew sluggish, ultimately collapsing to the ground. "Damn riot police, you've invaded my body. This is illegal." The man's complexion turned ashen as he gasped for breath. All of his cybernetic enhancements had malfunctioned, including the pulmonary box within his chest, seized by the riot police. Witnessing this, Chen Yang's conviction in the need for additional enhancements intensified. Realizing the riot police here were no good, he hurriedly ascended the stairs to the second floor, where he encountered a clerk, his ex-girlfriend Lu Yuan. Chen Yang glanced back at the first floor, where Lu Yuan's body still lay sprawled on the ground. Mr. Vic, welcome to the official Earth store. Lu Yuan unfazed looked at the corpse on the floor and smiled at Chen Yang. No need to be surprised, all our synthetic clerks have backup bodies, and I am here to assist you. I'm here to purchase a gaming console. Chen Yang articulated his intent, recalling a customer's mention of superdimensional, and inquired, could you explain the cyberpsychosis associated with superdimensional? What you refer to is likely superdimensional dream syndrome, which represents the most extreme manifestation of cyberpsychosis since its inception. Lu Yuan nodded at Chen Yang. Before continuing, in the early days of Earth, some players created characters of the opposite gender experiencing the game as the other sex. I see that's quite common. Chen Yang had also created female characters in World of Warcraft. However, in Earth, which simulates neural experiences entirely, creating a female character would indeed lead to a form of aberration. That feeling of empathy, noticing Chen Yang's pensive expression, Lu Yuan chuckled softly and continued, strangely, this led to an anomalous phenomenon that remains scientifically inexplicable. Capturing Chen Yang's interest, she elaborated, one male player after logging off from Earth found his body had transformed into the female character he played in the game. The female character in the game. Chen Yang found this hard to believe and hesitantly asked, but what about his personality? There was no change in self-perception, only his body underwent transformation. Lu Yuan sighed with a hint of sorrow and continued, although this phenomenon has only occurred once, the United Government issued a decree prohibiting the use of opposite-gender characters, which our Earth company has no choice but to enforce. Oh, what a pity. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Reflecting on that superdimensional case, it intriguingly contrasted with Vic's identity disorder. Superdimensional involved a physical crossover, while personal identity remained intact. However, identity disorder could be explained through psychology, whereas superdimensional eluded scientific rationale. In a way, his own unique ability resembled a form of superdimensional. Could I transfer my character from the game into reality? Chen Yang returned home with the gaming console in hand. He initially considered purchasing a new pair of smart glasses, but remembered the phone at home still needed addressing. For now, this old device, despite its lack of storage, was safer. As for a synthetic companion lacking funds to purchase, one made merely viewing them tantalizing. It seemed prudent to first replenish his wallet. The Earth gaming console felt heavy in his grasp, akin to a solid iron mass, and even cradled by his prosthetic limb, it proved cumbersome, especially with 8 flights of stairs to climb. Upon kicking open the door and entering with the console, he was already drenched in sweat. Yet thinking about bringing Earth home fills me with a sense of accomplishment. Chen Yang kicked off his leather shoes, his feet clad in polyester socks creaking against the floor. He placed the gaming console in the corner of his bedroom, connected it to power, and threaded the cables to the bedside. From now on, I can return to Earth from home. Sitting on the floor, Chen Yang eagerly inserted the cable into the back of his head for a trial run. The interface of the Earth game was updating. A week prior, the Earth server had suffered a hacking incident resulting in the lunar phone debacle. This event had stirred significant uproar online, with fingers pointed squarely at the most notorious digital corporation, the Hacker Alliance. Although Earth had patched the security flaw that very night, Chen Yang's newly purchased console had yet to undergo the update. Recalling the lunar phone, he couldn't help but open the bedside cabinet for a glance. That phone had been wrapped in layers of tinfoil and placed in a signal-blocking bag, then tucked into a signal-proof metal box. Now, even with the charger in the room, no electronic signal could penetrate. Utterly secure. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Yang curiously raised his left hand, experimenting to see if he could super-dimensionally swap places with the Chen Yang in the game. If successful, it would resolve the unsatisfied desires tied to cyberpsychosis once and for all. Chen Yang, he envisioned a radiant orb of light emerging from his palm. Chen Yang had succeeded halfway. Indeed, he brought the essence of Earth into reality, yet he failed to replace the corporeal body of reality, instead casting it to the ground. The Chen Yang lying on the ground resembled a lifeless corpse. There was no breath, no warmth. Fortunately, there was no foul odor of decay, merely a simple physical form. To be precise, the Chen Yang before him was a character model from a game, a vessel awaiting the infusion of a soul. It feels somewhat eerie. Chen Yang immediately transformed it into particles of light, retracting it into the virtual realm. In truth, his unique ability also belonged to the superdimensional category, albeit with effects distinct from that of the superdimensional being. On his way home, he had researched information about the superdimensional being, and it was currently ascertainable that this individual was being protected by the United Government. Most likely in a laboratory. If his own abilities were to be discovered, his fate would be similarly grim. Chen Yang casually had a bite of dinner before donning his smart glasses, immersing himself in the study of the BM language. BM, or B-model, is a digital voice designed for creating models of neural pathways. It diverges from traditional three-dimensional software. Models crafted by three-dimensional software are designed for visual perception and are transmitted to the brain through neural signals. In contrast, BM bypasses the eyes entirely, communicating directly with the brain via brain-machine interfaces. As a form of holographic modeling, BM can also convey to the brain the sensations of touch, smell, taste, and even the appearance of decomposed forms, among a multitude of other data. In essence, human cognition of the world is superficially achieved through organs such as the eyes. At its core, it is a matter of cellular judgment within the brain. The brain-machine interface serves to transcend the body, relaying the new world directly to the brain. For instance, Earth. As his studies progressed, Chen Yang gained new insights into the distinctions between virtual and reality. Earth is deemed a virtual world because it can be edited by humanity. The dark star, which cannot be edited, is thus classified as the realm of reality. However, the emergence of superdimensional dream syndrome casts a shadow of doubt on the assertion that the dark star is the reality. Study on, for learning knows no bounds, it delves deep. Though Chen Yang resides in a technologically advanced future, his perceptions are imbued with an air of mysticism. As he had not installed a brain-machine chip, he could only resort to the most traditional methods of learning, gradually gnawing at the material. For the subsequent week, he remained cloistered at home. Aside from experimenting with the gaming console and spending a few hours on Earth, he dedicated the remaining time to self-studying the BM language. Though his pace was slow, he eventually made a successful entry into the subject. One morning, he once again dreamt that peculiar dream. Vic rode a motorcycle through the city with someone unmistakably seated behind him, yet her features remained elusive. In this world, besides humans and androids, were there also ghostly apparitions. Such matters were of little concern. Taking advantage of his unfulfilled desires, Chen Yang leapt from his bed to commence his push-ups. After days of exercise, he could now manage 15 in succession. Following this, he engaged in squats, sit-ups, and stationary runs, employing every means to exert himself. An hour later, he finally exhausted himself, his desires transformed from fat-burning to a robust appetite. Satisfying his hunger was straightforward. Chen Yang's nutritional meals were exceedingly varied: eggs, milk, tomatoes, alternating between pizza and hamburgers, and a handful of goji berries to balance it all. As he observed the food dwindling, he reclined on his bed, connecting the gaming console's data line to procure supplies from Earth. Upon entering the game interface, he glanced at the female character purchase options, which showcased a plethora of beautiful women, including the alluring landlady, the innocent girl with an ID, and even some taboo selections. In short, there were many enticing options available for a price. Prices were listed in thousands, appearing reasonable, yet courting them required substantial investment. Chen Yang felt a twinge of temptation. However, given the current game's progress, he was reluctant to prolong his engagement with it, deeming it unnecessary to invest further funds. Yet who wouldn't yearn to revert 4 years and return to university life? Next time for sure. Chen Yang exited the purchasing options and entered the game. At noon, in Binhai City at the Bulma supermarket, Chen Yang maneuvered his shopping cart through various aisles, continuously placing items onto the cart from an array of food products. With a credit card limit of 20,000, he was determined to exhaust it entirely. Due to the internet fame of the mop god, he donned a baseball cap and masked, today feeling akin to a celebrity. Earlier that morning, he received a call from a stranger claiming to be a director from a certain entertainment company, inviting him to star in a historical drama film. Moreover, numerous requests for short videos flooded in, many from attractive women. Chen Yang declined them all as he knew this game would not last long, rendering it unnecessary to waste energy on such distractions. He would seize an opportunity to indulge in a feast and then return to university. Lost in thought, a stunning figure ahead captured Chen Yang's attention. This woman was tall, her long hair casually styled atop her head, revealing a slender neck. She wore a light pink fitted t-shirt, the outline of her undergarment subtly visible, her slim waist and long legs accentuated by form-fitting faded jeans. Visually captivating. As she turned to grab a dragon fruit from the adjacent fruit shelf, she inadvertently glanced at Chen Yang. His vision faltered, and he promptly averted his gaze. Chen Yang. Lu Yiyan's eyes widened in surprise as she recognized him. Chen Yang pulled his mask up slightly and chuckled. "You can still recognize me after all this time. I could recognize you even if you returned to ash." Lu Yiyan regarded Chen Yang with a complex expression, starkly contrasting her demeanor from their encounter at the company just days prior. Women often harbor a desire for strength. At that time, Chen Yang had been merely a delivery worker. Now, he had become a rising internet sensation. Thus, there was a hint of flirtation woven into her tone. She smiled and added, "I never expected to run into you here. We truly have a connection." As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Sensing her friendly overture, Chen Yang casually inquired, "Aren't you working today? It seems you've escaped the grind. Today is Sunday." Oh. Chen Yang's life had been fragmented. Neither on Earth nor the Dark Star was there a concept of dates, leading him to wryly remark, "My life consists of only today and tomorrow. You remain unchanged, lacking any semblance of a life plan." Lu Yiyan seemed to reminisce. "Because I am a player." Chen Yang earnestly stated, "I advise you to resign from your job tomorrow, spend all your money, and enjoy life. Have you lost your mind? Trust me, the apocalypse is fast approaching. Your jokes are not amusing at all." Lu Yiyan perceived something amiss with Chen Yang's mental state and curiously asked, "Where did you learn those skills? Are you planning to become an internet star now? More than just a star. I had a director approach me for a film this morning." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, smiling as he continued, "All thanks to Wang Kai. I believe I should pay him a visit to express my gratitude. You surely know where he lives, right? Chen Yang, do you think defeating that old rival will intimidate Wang Kai?" Lu Yiyan's expression shifted dramatically, and she spoke earnestly, "His influence is extensive. He knows more than just those in the underworld." She glanced around at the other shoppers and leaned closer to Chen Yang, whispering, "You're currently shielded by public opinion. He wouldn't dare harm you. If you truly confront him at his home, Prepare for calamity. Huh? Chen Yang scoffed dismissively. Chen Yang exited the marketplace with a shopping bag in hand and turned to Lu Yian, who was walking beside him, and inquired, now that you are Wang Kai's girlfriend, it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from me, considering my relationship with him despite any previous ties. My dear brother, we are merely taking a few steps together. What are you afraid of? Lu Yian teased. I merely wish to bask in the glow of your stardom. Is that too much to ask? I possess no such stardom, he retorted. Then why not remove your mask and hat and test that theory? I wouldn't mind, but being photographed with you would shatter your dreams of marrying into wealth. Though the earth is a fabricated realm, the emotions invested are undeniably real. When Lu Yian ended their relationship at graduation, it had a profound impact on Chen Yang. It was one thing not to see her regularly. Now that she was right before him, it was inevitable that he would utter some sardonic remarks. Marry into wealth. Wang Kai and I are merely having fun, and neither of us is a fool. Lu Yian smirked slightly, her voice tinged with a bitter smile. It's all mutual exploitation. Even marriage would be the same, just like Zhao Zimeng. Zhao Zimeng is married. Chen Yang had suspected she was not single, yet he had not anticipated she was now a married woman. No wonder her demeanor felt so different. Yes. Lu Yian regarded him, a peculiar expression on her face, as she asked, did she not mention it to you? I did not inquire. To be precise, he had feigned ignorance and chosen not to ask. Haha, even if you had asked, she might not have divulged anything. Her kind of matrimonial union is all about power and money. Suddenly Lu Yian shifted the topic. What about you? Do you have a girlfriend now? Indeed, I am currently saving money, at least one. 5 million. Chen Yang, in the presence of his ex-girlfriend, certainly would not utter any despondent remarks about being single. Oh, Lu Yian's expression was devoid of emotion. The conversation ceased thereafter, leaving an awkward silence until they reached the ground floor, where she finally asked, my car is in the parking lot. Do you need a ride? No need, I will take a taxi back. Chen Yang shifted the shopping bag to one hand and waved goodbye. Take care, Lu Yian said as she took a couple of steps toward the parking lot, but then turned back to call out to Chen Yang, be cautious. Wang Kai and Zheng Hao are currently investigating you, stay alert. Zheng Hao. The name seemed familiar, as if he had seen it in Zhao Zimeng's phone. Chen Yang quickly inquired, who is Zheng Hao? Zhao Zimeng's husband, a businessman, a rather sinister individual. Having said that, Lu Yian turned and departed. Chen Yang returned to the hotel with the groceries he had purchased from the supermarket. After a simple lunch, he hailed a taxi and headed to the largest flower and pet market in Binhai City. During his 20-plus days in Anxing, he had earned nearly through the sale of Qiaoguang apples. Maintaining such a lucrative business was likely to attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Moreover, given Anxing's environmental conditions, explaining the source of his several hundred kilograms of apples would be quite a challenge. For the time being, he decided to pause his apple business and observe the situation for a few days. With some funds now available, he could easily establish an online store in the official mall of the United International, selling products with even greater profit margins. For instance, pets. Chen Yang had visited the pet store on No. Street and conducted some research in deep-sea internet. Currently, of pets in Anxing were electronic, resembling biomimetic animals. He had held a physical biomimetic cat in the pet store. In terms of appearance, sound, tactile sensation, and even interaction, it was indistinguishable from a real cat. Other pets such as dogs, mice, and lizards were equally flawless. The only type of pet that could not be replaced by machinery was the small aquatic pet. These animals, tiny yet agile, capable of swimming in water, represented a technological black hole. Even lunar technology could not produce such creatures. Regrettably, these freshwater beings exposed to the natural environment suffered the highest mortality rates during the nuclear war, leading to the extinction of many species. Scarcity increases value. The prices of these freshwater pets were exorbitant, with some rare varieties classified as luxury goods. Selling pets would definitely expedite the acquisition of a biomimetic companion. The flower and pet market on weekends was bustling. With an abundance of plants and aquariums, it remained cool, even without air conditioning, and many adults brought their children to observe the fish. Chen Yang adjusted his mask and pulled down his hat as he casually entered a relatively large store. The shop owner, a man in his 50s with a receding hairline, sat in a chair playing a battle royale game. He barely glanced at Chen Yang, casually remarking, welcome, take a look and see if you like any fish. Chen Yang gazed at the ordinary green rice fish in the aquarium and asked how much for the green rice fish. Ordinary ones are 1 yuan each, while the ornamental green rice fish are 2 yuan each. Is that so expensive? Chen Yang expressed his surprise, incredulously stating apples are only 2 yuan per kilogram, and one fish costs as much as a kilogram of apples. If you buy in bulk, I can give you a few for free. Once the game concluded, the shop owner finally looked at Chen Yang. By the way, which apples are you talking about that cost 2 yuan per kilogram? Qiaoguang. That worthless fruit. The shop owner evidently did not hold Qiaoguang apples in high regard, unaware that they were bestsellers in Anxing, affordable only to the affluent in the white-collar district. As for the seemingly unremarkable green rice fish in the store, the price for a 2-centimeter-long fish could easily cover a street worker's expenses for an entire week. Chen Yang calculated that the profit was merely double that of apples. The issue was that packaging and shipping small fish was inconvenient in Anxing's polluted environment. They could easily perish during transit, leading to potential disputes. Since he was already taking risks, he might as well aim higher and sell luxury goods directly. He moved to the section housing turtle tanks and pointed at a rather dazed-looking water turtle, asking how much for this marsh side-neck turtle. The size you are looking at is 120 for 1. That sounds reasonable. Chen Yang recalled that this breed of water turtle typically cost around. The advantage of selling such pets was that on the surface he was only selling one turtle, yet he could continue to profit from turtle food, medications, and even the water required for keeping turtles over the long term. Thank you. Chen Yang exited the store and wandered to other shops. Today he was merely inquiring about prices and gauging the market. The true challenges of opening a pet store were still numerous. For instance, turtle tanks could not be sourced from Earth. Since he was venturing into the luxury market, he naturally needed to have a batch of high-end products custom-made in Anxing. If the business went smoothly, 15 turtles could be exchanged for a biomimetic companion. As he was perusing fish in a store specializing in koi, his phone rang with a call from Zhao Zimeng. Hello. What are you up to, my internet celebrity? Zhao Zimeng's voice was tinged with excitement. It had been over a week since Chen Yang had last heard her voice, yet on the Earth timeline, they had only parted ways the previous afternoon. He chuckled, I am avoiding becoming an internet celebrity by hiding out here admiring the fish. Admiring fish? Zhao Zimeng did not comprehend Chen Yang's metaphor and continued, I just spoke with Lu Yiyan and she mentioned she saw you at the supermarket. You two seem quite fated. Chen Yang smiled slightly, thinking to himself that her marital status was none of his concern. Noticing his silence, Zhao Zimeng quickly added, you aren't upset, are you? I was just joking. After a brief pause, she cheerfully continued to make amends. I would like to treat you to dinner, and perhaps we could catch a movie as well. Are you available? Chen Yang's words carried an underlying meaning. Zhao Zimeng hesitated for a few seconds before responding ambiguously, if you're available then I am too. Evening. Two figures emerged from the back entrance of the Jinjiang Star Hotel and entered a sleek black Bentley. After turning on the high beams, they navigated through the bustling streets with reckless abandon. Are you really driving the wrong way? Zhang Hao lit a cigarette and opened the window of the passenger seat. What's there to fear? My license plate has transcended the mundane realms, it's beyond the 5 elements, so it's all good. Wang Kai, filled with bravado, pressed the accelerator, and the Bentley swerved again into oncoming traffic, exclaiming, what a thrill. This time Chen Yang will definitely fall into my trap. Oh, just watch how I deal with him. He's just a delivery guy. Oh, what can you possibly do to him? It's a secret. He'll capture it on video and send it to you later. Wang Kai's jovial face flickered in the streetlight, and with a cold glint in his eyes, he remarked, Lu Yiyan is definitely in cahoots with Chen Yang, a traitor from within. We'll deal with them both. Don't go too far. My wife is classmates with them. If she finds out, it will be a headache. You'll just have to endure it. After all, this dreadful scheme was your idea, haha. Wang Kai, riding high on his confidence, continued, if you had such good stuff, why didn't you bring it out earlier? That's quite ungracious of you. Those things are abundant in the bar, you simply haven't made use of them. Zhang Hao exhaled a puff of smoke, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses as he said, but you found Chen Yang's residence so quickly and managed to contact the hotel manager. Impressive. The coastal area is small, it's nothing remarkable. Wang Kai glanced at his watch and asked Zhang, how do you have plans later? Shall we wait at a nearby club? I need to make a phone call first. Zhang Hao sighed helplessly and picked up his phone to dial his wife's number. The line rang persistently. Just as he was about to hang up, the call finally connected. Hello. The voice of Zhao Zimeng came through. Wife, where are you? I'm out. Zhao Zimeng sounded weary. What's wrong? Zhang Hao couldn't hear clearly and quickly rolled up the window, asking again, are you catching a cold? No. I'm at the gym running. That's good to hear. I was worried you might need a shot if you caught a cold. What do you want? Zhao Zimeng sounded somewhat impatient, breathing heavily, as if she had been running fast. I have a dinner appointment with a client. Ooh, I can't eat at home tonight. Silence ensued on the line. Hello. Take care of your client. I'm out with my girlfriend for a meal. Goodbye. Bye. Zhang Hao hung up, smirking. What a foolish woman, as she's so easy to deceive. You're quite fortunate to have such a wonderful wife, Wang Kai remarked enviously. Though Zhao Zimeng might not match Lu Yiyan in looks and figure, a wife always has an intrinsic charm that stirs the imagination. He picked up his phone and dialed, Lao Wu, I've arranged everything. Have Lu Zi head over a bit later and make sure Chen Yang doesn't catch wind of it. Chen Yang returned to the hotel at p.m. Upon entering the lobby, the male receptionist cast a peculiar glance in his direction. When Chen Yang looked back, the receptionist quickly offered a smile. Good evening, Mr. Chen. Good evening. Chen Yang noticed the receptionist's odd demeanor, but dismissed it, thinking of himself as the battle-hardened warrior and not taking it to heart. The female receptionist at the front desk also sneaked a couple of glances at him, her expression filled with curiosity. Unfazed, Chen Yang took the elevator back to his spacious bedroom. He washed away the scent of sweat mingled with perfume, changed into fresh underwear, and adjusted the air conditioning before reclining comfortably on the bed. He lingered in thought. Then he turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. A dim yellow light seeped through the door crack from the hallway, casting a faint glow on the wall. Chen Yang intended to log off immediately, but found himself unable to resist playing on his phone for a while. Although the Dark Star had a video platform akin to D, and the content was primarily filled with technology and intense activities which he had yet to acclimate to. He scrolled through ostentatious dances performed by women and studied the care of aquatic turtles. As his eyelids grew heavier and his consciousness began to wane, he set his phone aside, pressing his chin against his chest, leaving the game. After shaking off a brief daze, Chen Yang sat up. Outside the window, the sky, tainted by pollution from the redstone factory, appeared dim and filthy, a murky orange hue. Why hasn't it rained yet? Isn't Cyberpunk always shrouded in rain? Chen Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. He awaited a downpour to carry that phone out of Angshi City and cast it into the ruins beyond. Rising from the bed, Chen Yang did a few simple stretches. His body felt stiff from lying down for 9 hours akin to rust, and he was both thirsty and hungry. Entering the living room, he noticed the memory fragment had updated to a new offline, seeing the holographic projection displaying his serene grand bedroom, where he was seen propping his chin in a dimly lit room. Tomorrow I'll deal with Wang Kai and conclude this game cycle. Feeling hunger pangs, Chen Yang headed to the kitchen and soon returned with a bowl of curry chicken rice, opening deep-sea internet to search for an ecological tank suitable for raising turtles. Since turtles were luxury items, the accompanying equipment was naturally not cheap. A standard deep-water turtle ecological tank cost several thousand, while better ones exceeded 10,000 and custom orders required additional payment. However, all these costs could be passed on to the buyer. Chen Yang ordered 2 fully equipped high-end ecological tanks, spending nearly 30,000. After finishing his meal, Chen Yang inadvertently glanced at the memory fragment where a detail in the scene caught his attention. In that dim room, the sole source of light came from the crack of the door. At the bottom edge of the door, a plume of white smoke was seeping into the room, forming a thin mist. Chen Yang picked up the projector and examined it closely, confirming that someone was attempting to poison the room. Recalling his state before logging off, he muttered to himself, "No wonder I felt so drowsy, it must be Wang Kai's doing." After moving around the room for an hour, he returned to bed, connecting the data cable to return to Earth. In the guest room of the Jinjiang Star Hotel, with the air conditioning running and the windows tightly shut, the enclosed environment allowed the toxic gas to take full effect. Chen Yang awakened in a hazy state. Had he known someone had poisoned him outside the door, he would have surely succumbed to slumber, becoming an unsuspecting lamb for slaughter. Now he twisted his thigh forcefully, using the pain to stimulate his numb nerves. His body felt sluggish, and he barely managed to grab a bottle of mineral water from the nightstand, twisting it open to splash on his face. Damn it! Chen Yang cursed inwardly, finally feeling more alert. He held his breath and quietly got out of bed, padding over to the door, where he could clearly see the toxic gas flowing in through the crack. Click! Chen Yang unlocked the door, and as it swung open, swung his right fist. The man squatting outside was just about to rise when Chen Yang's punch sent him crashing down. Before he could regain his footing, Chen Yang seized his collar and dragged him into the room. Bang! The door slammed shut. 2 cries of anguish echoed from the room, followed by silence as calm returned. The door opened once more, and Chen Yang peered into the hallway, picking up a spray resembling an insecticide before returning to the room. The windows were now open, and the assailant lay unconscious in the bathroom. Chen Yang stripped off his clothes, dressed the thug in them, and then bound his hands and feet with his pants, stuffing a towel from the bathroom into his mouth. All set. Chen Yang scrutinized the thug closely, realizing he resembled the one he had knocked out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The thug's pocket vibrated with the sound of a phone. Chen Yang answered the call, recognizing Lao Wu's voice on the other end. "Lu Zi, did you succeed?" Yes, Chen Yang is out cold on the floor. Chen Yang pinched his nose to produce a strange sound, and added, "The stench in this room is overwhelming. He won't die, will he?" Die? Nonsense, it's just a common sedative. What's the next step? Keep an eye on Chen Yang while I notify Brother Wang. He'll be over shortly. Lao Wu paused before continuing. "The hotel has already been informed. No one will enter your room. Just keep the person under watch. Rest assured." Chen Yang's room was perpetually illuminated. He had pushed a thug named Lu Zi into the corner of the bathroom and had broken the light bulb. Approximately an hour later, footsteps echoed in the hallway. "Lu Zi." A voice from outside the door called out, belonging to Wang Kai. Curious about Wang Kai's intentions, Chen Yang stealthily hid in the wardrobe, peering through a crack in the door. The door creaked open. Wang Kai entered the room and asked Lu Zi, "Has he left?" He switched on the light, and upon seeing no one in the room, glanced into the bathroom. In the dim light, a figure lay obscured in shadow, dressed in the attire of the mop warlord. "Chen Yang, I didn't expect to see you again, you fool. What happened to the light?" Wang Kai irritably flicked the switch repeatedly. At that moment, his phone rang, prompting him to exit the bathroom and return to the room to answer the call. "Zheng Hao, it's done. Your cunning trick worked yet again. Yes, the person is in the bathroom. Oh, just wait for my video. It'll be thrilling." Wang Kai intends to record a video. Chen Yang, concealed within the wardrobe, felt intrigued. Realizing that Zheng Hao was indeed Wang Kai's accomplice, he held no remorse for the mischief they had caused him. Wang Kai then retrieved a bottle of red wine from his bag, uncorked it, and poured half a glass into a hotel glass. Is he beginning to celebrate? Chen Yang resolved to teach Wang Kai a lesson in kind, turning his own methods against him. Wang Kai raised the wine glass, swirling its contents, and continued speaking to Zheng Hao. "Don't worry, I'll contact Director Zhang next week. Goodbye." He returned the red wine to the table and dialed another number. "Old Wu, have you set up the ambush? Once I'm done with Chen Yang, you can come and take him away. Whether he lives or dies is your concern. I will call you. Torture me. What torment does Wang Kai intend to inflict upon me?" Chen Yang was filled with both anger and curiosity, his eyes wide as he observed Wang Kai pulling out a small square box from his bag. What on earth? Chen Yang retracted his earlier resolve to reciprocate Wang Kai's methods. He had underestimated him, not anticipating this peculiar obsession. "Chen Yang, I promise this night will be unforgettable for you, haha." Wang Kai chuckled lewdly, entering the bathroom with his phone. Chen Yang carefully exited the wardrobe and followed Wang Kai into the bathroom, witnessing the stout man crouched on the floor, directing his phone toward Lu Zi's face. Bang! Chen Yang threw a punch, and Wang Kai's head collided with the wall, knocking him out cold. What the hell, how did he faint? Chen Yang initially intended to deliver further punishment, but was startled to find Wang Kai unconscious. In that case, he bound Wang Kai's left foot to his right hand and his left hand to his right foot, creating a makeshift bundle. Beep, 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 beep. Wang Kai's phone rang. Chen Yang hurriedly picked it up and silenced it, discovering the caller was Liu Yan. Suddenly the sound of high heels echoed in the hallway. Chen Yang swiftly turned off the phone, recalling that he hadn't locked the door, and promptly rose to secure it. Too late. The high heels had stopped just behind the door, which swung open with a click as a girl entered the room. Startled, Chen Yang instinctively retreated into the bathroom, gently closing the door behind him. Wang Kai, could you not disturb me so late, especially in this sweltering heat? It was Liu Yan's voice. What was she doing here? Did Wang Kai invite her? Chen Yang felt flustered and quickly crumpled a corner of his bathrobe, stuffing it into Wang Kai's mouth. At that moment, he heard the sound of high heels being kicked off as Liu Yan seemed to have downed the glass of red wine, a soft gurgling sound escaping her throat. Then she poured herself another glass, finishing it before placing the glass back on the table with a clink. Where did the person go? The soft patter of her slippers led her toward the bathroom. Oh no. Chen Yang remembered there were two bodies behind him and hastily pushed the door open. Oh. Liu Yan gasped, startled to see Chen Yang emerging from the bathroom, her surprise doubling. Chen Yang swiftly closed the bathroom door behind him. Before him, Liu Yan wore light makeup, enhancing her already striking features. She was no longer dressed in her supermarket uniform, but had changed into a white shirt and a form-fitting denim skirt, with black stockings accentuating her long, slender legs. What are you doing here? Liu Yan, visibly flustered, struggled to maintain her composure, her large eyes fixated on Chen Yang with confusion. Isn't it obvious? This is my room. Chen Yang gestured toward the door, insisting, you should leave. We shouldn't be here alone together. Please don't pretend to be so innocent with me. Liu Yan spoke with a hint of playful teasing in her voice. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up her handbag from the bed and slipped on her high heels. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell upon a men's leather bag on the table. She turned to Chen Yang and inquired, who are you trying to fool? This is Wang Kai's bag. It is indeed his bag, but the room is certainly mine. If you don't believe me, you can ask the front desk. And where is Wang Kai? He. Chen Yang rubbed his nose, hurriedly explaining, he was supposed to meet me here for negotiations, but he suddenly got a call and left saying something about Director Zhang. Chen Yang, after being together for over 2 years, do you think I don't know you? Liu Yan's gaze drifted, an air of smugness creeping into her expression as she remarked, you always touch your nose when you lie. Do you think you can deceive me? I have such a quirk. Chen Yang had never noticed this habit before. Liu Yan chuckled softly, her gaze dropping to the box labeled ribbed condoms, her cheeks flushing crimson as she leaned closer to Chen Yang, teasing, oh, are you using this for negotiations with Wang Kai? Chen Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been busy all evening and was quite thirsty, so he took a few gulps from the red wine bottle. Feeling guilty, are we? Liu Yan teased with a playful smile. Frustrated, Chen Yang pointed toward the door, adopting a serious tone as he urged, you really should leave and take Wang Kai's bag with you. Not a chance. Liu Yan pouted in defiance, flopping onto the bed, seemingly overheated as she tugged at her collar, her shirt rising and falling dramatically. Chen Yang glanced at the box of condoms, realizing why Wang Kai had summoned Liu Yan. Did Wang Kai intend to flaunt his actions in front of me? What nonsense, Liu Yan is not even my girlfriend anymore. Even if Liu Yan were materialistic, she wouldn't stoop so low. Could it be that Wang Kai intends to force himself on Liu Yan? Chen Yang frowned slightly, feeling an urge to enter the bathroom and deliver a few well-placed kicks to Wang Kai. Turn on the air conditioning. Liu Yan playfully nudged Chen Yang with her foot, dialing Wang Kai's number on her phone. It didn't connect. What's going on? She ended the call, glancing at Wang Kai's bag, sensing something was amiss. It was clear that Wang Kai had invited her here, yet he had vanished, leaving Chen Yang in his place. Surely there couldn't be any underlying deal between them. Impossible. Liu Yan's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Perhaps it was the influence of the alcohol, but the familiar scent emanating from Chen Yang evoked memories from their university days, flooding her mind with those sweet moments. The room fell silent for a brief while. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from the bathroom. Cough, cough. Chen Yang quickly cleared his throat, noticing Liu Yan remained on the bed, unwilling to leave. He smiled, saying, you should take Wang Kai's belongings and go. If he finds us together, it could lead to misunderstandings. Let them misunderstand then. Liu Yan lifted her gaze to Chen Yang, her beautiful face radiating allure under the influence of intoxication. She stared intently into his eyes, asserting, you're not afraid of him, and I'm not afraid either. So what now? Chen Yang felt a strange sensation coursing through him, irresistibly leaning closer to Liu Yan, softly inquiring, by staying here, do you wish to reminisce with me? He had expected that this question would prompt Liu Yan to leave. To his surprise, she leaned in closer, their proximity allowing him to feel her warm breath and the intoxicating fragrance she wore. I was just hoping to reminisce with you. Liu Yan wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck. In that instant, Chen Yang realized that bottle of red wine was suspect. Wang Kai must have feared that Liu Yan would resist, and had slipped something into her drink. There was no turning back now. As the gaming console in Chen Yang's home vibrated violently high atop the Go's building, Ichiro Arakawa reclined on his sofa, attentively listening to his secretary's report. A projector mounted on the ceiling cast a dynamic image before him, a middle-aged Caucasian male in his 40s, with an external electronic eye affixed to his right socket, clad in work attire emblazoned with the words Fukushima Logistics. The secretary's voice was heard nearby. His name is Richard. He is an employee of the Fukushima Logistics Lunar Transfer Team and among the first to handle lunar refuse, an operative of the Dark Star. Richard selectively extracts valuable items from the trash before selling them on the Dark Star black market. Approximately a month ago on the day the mobile phone went missing, Richard discovered a lunar phone as confirmed by his electronic eye. The monitoring system of Fukushima Logistics corroborates this. And then, Ichiro Arakawa inquired, his impatience evident. To whom did he sell the phone? A hapless individual who we have not located his photograph. However, we did find 2 kidneys belonging to him in a black clinic. The seller is known as Lance, a scavenger wanted by the United Government. As the secretary spoke, another photograph was projected before Ichiro Arakawa. It depicted a white male with a head full of dreadlocks, both eyes replaced with prosthetics, his gaunt face exuding a menacing aura. Lance possesses formidable counter-surveillance skills. His electronic devices and prosthetics have been modified to operate offline, making it impossible for us to track him online. Ichiro Arakawa frowned at the secretary's words. So the trail has gone cold. Lance's last known appearance was 21 days prior at the 19th Lunar Refuse site. During that incident, 2 scavengers were murdered and one victim's electronic eye captured Lance's likeness. We contacted the black clinic associated with Lance, and they reported they haven't seen him in over a month. Thus we deduced that Lance may be deceased. Impressive, Ichiro Arakawa remarked with a hint of irony, applauding. Rising from the sofa, he passed the 2 images and approached the window, murmuring to himself, if Lance was killed, such a valuable item as the lunar phone would not be left in his possession unless the perpetrator was ignorant of its worth. He pondered momentarily before inquiring of the secretary, where is the 19th Lunar Refuse site located? To the east of Ongshi City, formerly known as Bankai City. It was leveled during the nuclear war and due to severe contamination has been converted into a dump site with lunar transport vessels dispatched every 10 days. Deploy personnel to search. The phone may still be at the 19th Refuse site and ensure the surrounding wreckage is not overlooked. Ichiro Arakawa paused before adding, utilize additional charging drones to guarantee the phone can be charged efficiently. Understood, Chairman. Also investigate who has visited the 19th Refuse site in the past month and conduct a thorough search. I will attend to it immediately. The secretary's voice faded from the office. Ichiro Arakawa stood by the glass window contemplating the fresh attire of 19 when a raindrop struck his eye. At the Jinjiang Star Hotel, Chen Yang and Lu Yuyan felt like 2 long-separated puzzle pieces, reminiscing and chatting. Despite having parted ways for a year, their memories intertwined with present reality, leading them to a profound understanding of the phrase learning from the past. In truth, there was little to discuss. Yet avoiding conversation would result in confinement, so a bit of awkward dialogue seemed preferable. You still look just like you did in university. You haven't changed a bit, Chen Yang genuinely remarked. Such simple nostalgia felt like a knife piercing Wang Kai's heart from the restroom. Brother Kai felt the sting. The conflict among men extends beyond mere violence. It involves the control and extraction of territory. At that moment, Lu Yian appeared unfamiliar to him. After a protracted ordeal, the 2 outside finally ceased their chatter. Topics eventually run dry. Wang Kai resolved that once he extricated himself from this predicament, he would wield every ounce of power to crush Chen Yang, this pauper, underfoot. That's it. Let's conclude the conversation here, Chen Yang stated. No need, let's talk a bit longer. Another exchange, simple yet lethal. As Wang Kai felt his blood pressure rise with indignation, the similarly bound Lu Zi approached. Lu Zi had long since awakened, oblivious to the identity of the plump individual beside him, and he felt a nagging itch on his back. Both were victims of circumstance. Why must one be acquainted to meet? Get away from me. Wang Kai wept silently. After an hour of conversation, Lu Yian glanced at the bottle of red wine on the table, becoming aware that the reunion had taken an unexpected turn. However, it was too late to scrutinize. After all the dialogue flowed effortlessly, Chen Yang provided her with sufficient emotional value, a sense of spiritual fulfillment that Wang Kai could never offer. I must leave. I have work tomorrow, Lu Yian said, lifting the covers to dress. Chen Yang also rose to don his attire, determined to prevent Lu Yian from heading to the restroom. Silently, they both prepared until Lu Yian began to walk toward the bathroom, at which point Chen Yang interjected, the restroom is blocked with 2 large messes. You might want to use the one on the first floor instead. How disgusting, Lu Yian muttered. Quickly she tidied her clothes, glanced at Wang Kai's bag on the table, and chose to ignore it. Let's stay in touch. Let's chat again. Chen Yang watched Lu Yian enter the elevator before returning to his room and locking the door behind him. He opened the bathroom door, met by a foul stench. Wang Kai and Lu Zi were too exhausted to struggle, merely breathing heavily in the dim light. Chen Yang pinched his nose as he entered, dragging Wang Kai by the collar back into the room. Woo! Wang Kai squirmed like a cicada. Chen Yang delivered several kicks to the scoundrel until tears streamed down Wang Kai's face, forcing him to cease. Had he not discovered Lu Zi using poison via the projector, the outcome would have been drastically different. Not to mention the public humiliation. Even if he were to hand it over to Lao Wu, it could end in death, but his life would be irrevocably ruined. As for whether this wealthy heir would face appropriate retribution, Chen Yang could only smile wryly. Do you recall what I said the last time I pummeled you? He squatted before Wang Kai, poking him on the head as he said, remember this feeling, you too will face your day of reckoning. Woo, woo. Wang Kai nodded, incessantly hoping for Chen Yang to spare him once more. The greatest advantage of the wealthy is their ample room for error, even in illegal matters. Standing, Chen Yang looked down at Wang Kai and declared, "But with me you shall not receive a second chance. Do not think I hesitate to kill you. I intend for you to experience pain and despair for the remainder of your days. Do you understand?" Wang Kai first nodded, then vigorously shook his head. Regret and fury intertwined, ultimately manifesting in a wail of despair. A vibration echoed from the bathroom as a mobile phone rang. Chen Yang retrieved it from the ground, glancing at the caller ID Lao Wu. He answered the call. Lao Wu's voice came through the receiver. "Brother Wang, I saw Lu Yian leaving in a taxi. Is it time for you to hand Chen Yang over to me?" Chen Yang turned on the faucet, using the sound as a cover to respond ambiguously. "How many of you are there?" "3, sufficient to carry someone." "Have they all arrived?" After affirming, Chen Yang hung up and dragged Wang Kai back into the bathroom. Minutes later, there was a couple of knocks at the door. "Brother Wang, we're here." "Brother Wang." Lao Wu pushed the door open, 2 subordinates following him inside. One of them grinned and said, "I saw that woman leave with a satisfied look. Brother Wang must have had quite the time, huh?" "Absolutely." Lao Wu chuckled lewdly as he stepped further into the room, only to be met by a massive fist delivering a crushing blow to his face. Bang! His nose recalled the lesson all too well. Without needing to look, he knew who had struck him: Chen Yang. The restroom was rather cramped. 5 bound men gasped in frustration, their struggles leading to an unintentional friction among themselves, creating an ambience thick with philosophical undertones. "Zheng Hao should have been brought here to keep you company, but his wife has already redeemed him." Chen Yang chuckled as he closed the restroom door. He exited the guest room, secured the door, and with the room card in hand, descended via the elevator. The receptionist in the lobby regarded him with expressions of curiosity and surprise. Chen Yang addressed the male receptionist. "Wang Kai requested that you do not disturb them, understand?" "Oh." The male receptionist nodded awkwardly. Chen Yang departed from the Jinjiang Star Hotel and returned to his rented single room, washed up, and went to bed. The following day, anticipating the onset of a new game, Chen Yang ventured to the supermarket to purchase 2 sets of pillows and bedding, along with dozens of seasonal undergarments and cotton socks. Due to the limited cotton yield from Anxing, all pure cotton products were considered rare luxury items. He also sold a truckload of prepared seafood, maxing out his credit card before hiring a vehicle to transport all his purchases back to his rented accommodation. This wretched place does evoke a sense of nostalgia. As he surveyed the shabby room, he couldn't help but reminisce about the arduous days of delivering takeout, now a bittersweet memory that tugged at his heartstrings. Just as he pondered this, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello." Chen Yang answered politely, but a cold voice emanated from the receiver. "Is this Chen Yang?" "This is the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. You are suspected of unlawful detention. I please cooperate with the investigation at our bureau." "Not a problem." Chen Yang pressed his hand against his chin, stating calmly, "However, the world is on the brink of collapse, so let the countdown commence. 10, 9, 8. Boom. As Chen Yang was expelled from the game, he heard the sound of thunder. Raindrops pelted against the glass window, and the building's air purification system ramped up, the humming sound seeping into the room once more. "I'm back." Chen Yang unplugged the data cable. Raising his right arm to glance at the screen, it was precisely midnight. Just in time, he had just wrapped up matters on Earth, and he intended to dispose of this bomb of a phone while the iron was hot. This rainy weather was quite suitable. The optimal method to dispose of the lunar phone was to toss it outside, allowing the Hacker Alliance to locate it. As for what the device contained and the potential societal repercussions, those were concerns for the common folk, not for him. Without any delay, Chen Yang promptly got dressed. He stuffed the signal-blocking box containing the phone into his backpack, armed himself with a pistol and a flashlight, and left the building. Outside, rain poured torrentially, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. He donned his smart glasses and instructed the AI assistant, "Guide me to the nearest lunar waste disposal site." "Oh, today is not a lunar excretion day, my old friend. Cut the chatter, you foolish groundhog." "Very well, the roads are slippery in this rain." "Mrs. Susan's house nearby sells raincoats and umbrellas. Mention my name for a 20 discount." The intelligent assistant mapped out a route for Chen Yang's feet, while enticing advertisements flashed in the air with the activation of the navigation. Such promotions included the Rose Pistol Club, Night Demon Companion, and Midnight Help. Why are all the ads of this nature? Chen Yang felt as though his private life was being scrutinized. Must be due to big data calculations, I suppose. The AI assistant's tone indicated a feigned ignorance as it continued. "For instance, your sensor type 3 hasn't seen a woman in over half a month. That's not very good for your health, wouldn't you agree?" Damn. Chen Yang was taken aback by the betrayal of his right hand. It seemed he would need to find a hacker to modify the sensor type 3, disabling its multifunctional capabilities, including location tracking. Given the late hour and the torrential rain, the streets were nearly deserted, with only the occasional car splashing through the puddles. Once he left the city, darkness enveloped him, prompting Chen Yang to illuminate his flashlight. The world was shrouded in a curtain of rain, limiting his visibility to the path ahead, reminiscent of a horror game experience. An hour later, Chen Yang entered an abandoned city surrounded by lifeless structures that resembled the carcasses of behemoths under the relentless downpour. This will suffice. Chen Yang hadn't intended to reach the lunar waste disposal site. As long as he discarded the phone far from Angshi City, that would be enough. He found a building with an awning, removed his backpack, and retrieved the metal box containing the phone. Methodically, he opened it, eventually peeling away layers of foil to place the phone on a stone slab sheltered from the rain. Beep. The phone screen illuminated with a white circle. "Is it charging?" Chen Yang's heart nearly stopped in shock. He hurriedly transformed the shielding materials into light particles, retracting them into his palm. Confirming that no one was nearby, he swiftly departed. It seemed there were Hacker Alliance drones in the vicinity. He turned back towards Angshi City, raising his right arm to check the network status of Sensor Type 3, which was still connected to the exclusive satellite network of Lizard Technology. Amid the sound of rain, footsteps echoed ahead. Pat, pat, pat. Chen Yang hurriedly switched off his glowing glasses and extinguished the flashlight, moving stealthily to the right. He recalled a relatively intact residential building nearby and cautiously approached it, slipping inside the doorway. Hurry, don't let the hounds catch you. Voices drifted through the rain. This is such bad luck. Has the Hacker Alliance gone mad sending so many hounds after us? Because drones are ineffective in heavy rain, these hounds must have picked up a scent. Is there something glowing up ahead? 5 beams of light flickered rapidly across the street. Chen Yang peered outside, suspecting that those individuals had spotted the phone. No matter, it would be better if they took the phone away. Considering their mention of hounds nearby, although unaware of what they were, he decided it best to hide for the time being. Turning back, Chen Yang lit the flashlight, exploring the abandoned residential building. The convenience store on the first floor had been completely looted, with shelves stripped bare, leaving only 2 tattered discount posters on the wall. Ascending the stairs to the second floor yielded the same results. Every room had been emptied, even the floors scraped clean. Chen Yang studied the display screen on his arm, hoping to disable the network, yet found no such function available. Damn it, I bought the full plus version, for crying out loud. As he grumbled, he climbed to the 5th floor where the view overlooked the street. He spotted pairs of red lights emerging from the rain curtain, racing swiftly down the street. These must be the so-called hounds. Gunfire erupted soon after, marking an encounter between the hounds and that group of individuals. Thank goodness I ran fast enough. Chen Yang sighed in relief. He dared not venture outside, opting to wait until both the hounds and the individuals had cleared out before returning to Angshi City. Once his nerves began to ease, fatigue washed over him like a tide. Having spent the entire day within the Earth game, the early hours of the morning were the most drowsy. Despite his efforts to stave off sleep, he found himself sinking deeper into weariness. Chen Yang felt his consciousness blurring and leaned against the wall, surrendering to the soothing sound of rain as he fell into a deep slumber. He dreamt of someone embracing him from behind. He could feel their warmth against his back, hear their breath near his ear, and even sense strands of hair brushing against his face. Just as in his previous dreams, Chen Yang attempted to turn his head, only to be met with a faceless white visage. Clatter! A firearm clattered to the ground. Chen Yang shivered, jolting awake. He scrambled to retrieve the gun, realizing he had only slept for a few minutes. Recalling the nightmare, a sense of terror crept into his mind, conjuring images of horrific beings lurking in the darkness, such as a faceless woman in red. Just as he was scaring himself, faint sounds of rapid footsteps echoed from outside. Chen Yang rushed to the window, spotting a silhouette cutting through the rain, a beam of light aimed in his direction. Behind that figure trailed 3 hounds. As the individual neared the building, Chen Yang silently screamed in his mind, "Please don't come over here. Isn't it just too coincidental? If the hyenas were to be brought in, it would spell disaster." Chen Yang, filled with determination, launched himself out of the window and fired 3 shots at that scoundrel. However, with his marksmanship, even 30 shots would be futile. Who the hell is that? A curse echoed in the rain. Chen Yang assumed that upon realizing an ambush, the man would flee the building, but to his dismay, that rogue recklessly charged inside, followed closely by 3 hyenas. It's over. Chen Yang contemplated jumping out, but being on the 5th floor meant certain death upon descent. He then considered running down, but just as he dashed out of the room, he remembered that there was only one staircase in the building. Descending would only lead him into the arms of that scoundrel. Footsteps reverberated within the building, accompanied by gunshots. Those hyenas were undoubtedly mechanical constructs. Although there were only 3, the sound of their footsteps was overwhelming, akin to a swarm of crawling spiders. Panic gripped Chen Yang. He never imagined that a momentary lapse could force him into a dire predicament. In haste, he activated his flashlight and leaned out to peer through the window. The platforms housing the air conditioning units between floors offered him a glimmer of hope. If it were Jackie Chan, he could surely leap across. If it were Vic, I have no choice but to take the plunge. Chen Yang tucked his gun into his pocket and climbed onto the windowsill, flashlight in hand. The footsteps grew ever closer. It appeared that the man had taken advantage of the narrow staircase to eliminate 2 hyenas. With the sound of mechanical explosions, metallic parts tumbled down the stairwell. That man was formidable. Chen Yang felt a twinge of envy, but recalling that he had just shot at this individual, he realized the need to vacate this place. Here goes nothing. With all his might, Chen Yang leapt his body, carving a line through the rain, landing effortlessly on the 4th floor platform. He shone the flashlight towards the 3rd floor balcony, which was tantalizingly close. Thus, Chen Yang began to leap back and forth between the air conditioning unit and the balcony, as the man led the hyenas up the stairs while he safely returned to the ground. I must have the potential of Spider-Man. Not daring to linger, Chen Yang hurriedly fled into the rainy night. Just as he had sprinted a few paces, he felt a sudden forceful blow to his head. Thud! His vision darkened, and he collapsed into the muddy water. Almost simultaneously, a hard object fell beside him. Was it that which struck me? Shaking his slightly dizzy head, he picked up the object for a glance. Though it was too dark to discern its shape, the sensation beneath his fingers revealed it was a lunar phone. He never expected this phone to return to his possession. Damn! As Chen Yang marveled, the phone's screen activated. The lock screen displayed a dynamic photo of a young girl. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, gazing at the phone while taking a selfie, casually tossing her flowing hair. Though this was hardly the moment to admire a beauty, the girl was strikingly exquisite, seemingly crafted by the finest AI. What caught Chen Yang's attention was a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. Moreover, the background featured a blue sky and lush greenery, with sunlight casting a soft glow upon her face. Is there blue sky on the moon? Just as Chen Yang was about to discard the phone, he suddenly lost sensation in his right arm, causing the phone to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground with a thud. The screen displayed an hourglass image indicating that the sensing type was shutting down. It went dark. Immediately, Chen Yang glanced back at the building, where a pair of crimson eyes flickered to life from a high window, followed by a leap from the opening. As the hyena soared through the air, gunfire erupted from the window. Bang! The hyena fell to the ground disabled. It was evident that the man upstairs had used the phone as bait to lure the hyena down, subsequently shooting it. Yet the phone had fortuitously struck Chen Yang on the head. What a twist of fate. Chen Yang turned to flee, having no time to dwell on the phone. Moments later, a flash of red light erupted. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the ground beneath him. Chen Yang was hurled into the air by a searing wave of heat, and as he lay on the ground, he looked back to see the building collapsing in a blaze of fire. Ghost Tower. Ishikawa Ichiro sat leisurely before his computer, observing the extinguished red dot on the screen with a calm smile. The lunar phone is meters from the bombing point outside the core destruction radius. Your delivery was remarkably precise. The secretary's voice brimmed with admiration. Even if it had detonated, it would be inconsequential. The lunar phone is exceptionally sturdy, far beyond our imagination. Ishikawa Ichiro reclined in his chair and continued, were it not for the hyenas being eradicated, there would have been no need to waste a missile. There was another person in the building, but he has already escaped and lost connection. Should we dispatch nearby hyenas to search for him? The secretary inquired. Just a cockroach, nothing more. Ishikawa Ichiro chuckled disdainfully. Since he has the sense to leave, there's no need to squander additional resources. Retrieve the phone as swiftly as possible. Due to the heavy rain, the search team's vehicle will require 10 minutes to reach Angshi City. However, 5 hyenas are already en route to the phone's location and will arrive within a minute. Once the phone is secured, send it directly to me. Ishikawa Ichiro wished to personally deliver it to the leader on the moon. He was unconcerned with the phone's contents. Perhaps a lack of curiosity would better reflect his loyalty to the leader. Chairman, do you have any further instructions? Notify the technical department to improve the combat methods of the hyenas, particularly regarding encounters in confined spaces. Ishikawa Ichiro paused before adding, who was the one who used the staircase to eliminate the hyenas? He wore a mask, but his tattoos reveal he is affiliated with the Angshi City Gunpowder Gang. So it's the Black Glove from Randstone Technology. Ishikawa Ichiro pondered for a moment before instructing his AI secretary contact Randstone Technology and inform them that the missile was launched by me. Understood, Chairman. Very well. Ishikawa Ichiro was absorbed in his obsession with the moon. Retiring to the moon as the invincible hacker was his most fitting destiny. Bang! Chen Yang closed the door and locked it. He kicked off his rain-soaked shoes, removed his coat, and pressed the drying button, hanging it on the window handle in the living room. The torrential rain outside continued unabated. Reflecting on the explosion of that building, he still trembled with residual fear. In the bathroom, Chen Yang first rinsed away the rainwater with disinfectant, then closed his eyes and relaxed under the warm water. Only after the chill had been expelled by perspiration did he free himself from his anxiety. Damn it! Had he shown even a hint of hesitation in the building, he would have perished tonight. To deploy a missile over a phone. Chen Yang recalled the girl on the phone. Whether she was the owner or merely a product of computer-generated imagery, she seemed utterly unrelated to the concept of missiles. He wiped the moisture from the screen of his right arm. Everything appeared normal. The sensing type rebooted shortly after shutting down. This was likely linked to the hyena's demise. In any case, the lunar phone was dealt with. As for potential subsequent troubles, that was beyond the assessment of this primitive man. The technological gap could not be bridged in a short span of time. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. After bathing, Chen Yang collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Even though he felt a pang of hunger, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he drifted off to a deep sleep. Boom! A thunderclap resonated. Chen Yang pulled the blanket over his ears, and as his snoring grew louder, the screen on his right arm quietly illuminated. How Jia the Baiwo Kiji Direct Store. You said it restarted on its own. The bearded middle-aged clerk removed Chen Yang's right arm, linked the cables to a diagnostic rig, tapped a few times on his tablet, and frowned slightly. Yes. It was inexplicable, Chen Yang replied, sitting in the waiting chair. He did not mention the Ligu he had encountered the previous night. The clerk scanned the report on the tablet, pressing at key points along the prosthetic, and murmured, the hardware checks out, the drivers are current. Let me look at the fault logs. Could it be a hacker breach with malicious code implanted? Chen Yang's primary concern was exactly that. There have been drones from hacker collectives hovering near my home lately. Once my network connection was tampered with. All network devices are vulnerable to hackers, the clerk said, then his eyes lit up. Found it. At 023529, this morning the Chuanon 3 Xing sensor experienced data congestion and auto-recovered through a reboot. What does data congestion mean? A memory leak-induced bug. Not unheard of, though technically a routine hardware malfunction. I can replace the affected component now. Oh, it will be quick. The clerk set the tablet aside and prepared to begin the repair. Wait, I want a new one, Chen Yang interjected. He no longer trusted that arm who knew what the Ligu had done to it. If hackers had compromised it, Baiwo Kiji might not detect concealed intrusions. Replacing the entire arm would restore peace of mind. A new one. The clerk regarded him as if to say, is that necessary? He considered, and then said your arm has been in use for less than a month. Replacing it with a new unit incurs a fee equal to 25% of the original price. Are you certain? Yes. Make it new. Chen Yang was not strapped for cash. Tentatively, he asked, can you make it air-gapped to prosthesis without network access? That would prevent hacker threats, right? Friend, not only Baiwo Kiji, but every prosthetics firm prohibits air-gapped units. Even if you had the Chuanon 3 Xing modified to be offline, you could not guarantee the other electronic components are free of network capabilities. And if you replace every one of those components, the clerk patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and smiled, then your arm would no longer be a Chuanon 3 Xing. Isn't there some way to make it safer? Chen Yang asked, exasperated. Even international delegates at the Lian He have been compromised. In Darkstar there is no absolute network security. The clerk handed the tablet to Chen Yang. Payment please. A new replacement is 12500 yuan. Fine. Chen Yang completed the iris skin payment. The clerk fitted Chen Yang with a Chuanon Xing demo arm and said the new prosthesis will reuse the existing regenerative muscle. It will be ready for replacement in as little as 5 hours. Thank you. Chen Yang left Baiwo Kiji, tidied his hair briefly, and idly strolled along Hao Jie to watch an idol performance. The young women jumped and danced with exuberance, but their ornamental prostheses and tattoos repelled his aesthetic sensibilities. He did not reject prosthetic culture, only found it strange. From an electronic flyer handed out by the performers, he traced the location of Xingguang, Shangchang, a marketplace that had become a hub for synthetic humans. Major manufacturers like Lanjing Kiji maintained flagship stores there. The ground floor of Xingguang Shanchang was dominated by businesses offering synthetic humans for hire or companionship venues like Kangwei Shouchang, Julbamomo Banov, and Pinayang Kfi Wu. Chen Yang had no interest and moved to the upper levels. From the second floor upward were small and mid-sized brands selling synthetic humans priced between A and yuan. Although relatively affordable, their workmanship was not inferior. From a glance, they resembled clinic nurses and could easily pass for the genuine article. Many units were displayed as inert mannequins in shop windows, and the stores were often named accordingly. Chen Yang found it puzzling. He was more surprised to see that the inventory skewed male. Apparently, in private domains, female demand and purchasing power were higher than commonly assumed. Female customers were more numerous and active here, challenging the stereotype that all men were driven solely by desire. Small brands competing with the industry giants pushed boundaries with provocative offerings, special lines among them. Some vendors even produced replicas of terrestrial celebrities. Because earthly corporations were barred from selling official synthetic humans, local shops capitalized on the demand by crafting a variety of star faces for sale. Damn. Chen Yang caught sight of a unit that bore his likeness. To be precise, it resembled him closely, though it bore prosthetics and tattoos. How humiliating, he muttered and hurried upstairs. From the 5th floor upward, the shops belonged to larger brands. With more space, their synthetic humans moved freely within the stores rather than remaining confined to window displays. In addition to Lanjing, Xinming idol agencies occupied significant retail presence. The signage no longer bothered with the term mannequin. What is happening? Chen Yang wondered as he traversed an aisle selling idol replicas. Hypnotic electronic rhythms filled his ears. Around him danced synthetic girls and a myriad of holograms and augmented reality displays. After drifting through the 5th floor, he felt followed and stopped to look back. A white-haired synthetic human had halted as well. Are you following me? Chen Yang asked bluntly. Our Dianzi Xianshui branch just opened in Angshichang. Would you come and show your support? The white-haired unit replied with a smile. This synthetic was devoid of flesh-mimicking skin. Its body revealed panels of black, white, and pink metal like a sleek metallic wetsuit. Its neck lacked an exterior casing, exposing a lattice of mechanical bones and cabling. Beneath silver-white hair, its face was astonishingly delicate. Dianzi Xianshui. Chen Yang noticed that the unit lacked sexual characteristics. A flat chest bore a pink barcode that when scanned brought up a window. Dianzi Xianshui. Synthetic model, a synthetic ID. SEL data check July. Current status secure. The white-haired unit stepped closer. 2 faint pink rings flared in its irises. Dianzi Xianshui is a digital life company launched this year. Its hallmark is the companion sensor suite. Please come to our store and learn more. With nothing better to do, Chen Yang nodded and followed the unit to a modest corner storefront emblazoned with the name Dianzi Xianshui. He had passed it earlier, mistaking the framed array of spectacles on the wall for a smart glass boutique. Inside stood another attendant, also a non-sexual synthetic similarly clad in exposed metal, but this one wore a distinctly masculine visage. Do you not sell synthetic humans? Chen Yang asked, curious. It appears you are unaware selling synthetic humans is illegal, the male attendant said with a smile. But this building is full of stores selling them, Chen Yang objected. Indeed, everyone says that. Yet when you pay, you discover that what you have purchased is a combination of a mannequin and a digital life. The attendant paused, then gestured to the glasses on the wall. Dianzi Xianshui specializes in digital life services. At the inception of bionic beings, a fierce debate ensued between the United Government and various bionic manufacturers regarding the classification of these entities as humans. Should they be deemed human, bionic beings could no longer be treated as commodities. Acknowledging their sale would equate to endorsing human trafficking. Reluctant to forfeit the commercial appeal of bionic beings, the industry ultimately reached a compromise. Bionic beings would be divided into two distinct categories: for sale tangible bionic dolls and virtual digital lives akin to the relationship between body and soul. Subsequently, in the arena of commercial competition, bionic dolls and digital lives evolved separately. Diane's Xiangshui, a company focused on digital lives, was introduced by a male attendant who remarked, "Our digital lives encompass all anthropomorphic features of Bionic Type 3, equipped with a plethora of functions compatible with all models of bionic dolls available in the market. In contrast to other companies' digital products, we offer a unique auxiliary sensor that ensures your companion is always by your side." Auxiliary sensor. Chen Yang inquired, noticing only a pair of glasses on the wall. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "May I try it?" "Certainly. I see that you are wearing a pair of outdated glasses from a decade ago. You might like to try our latest blue fragrance model, which promises an elegant and comfortable experience." Rather than directly taking the glasses from the wall, the male attendant retrieved a large box from beneath the counter that contained not only smart glasses, but also an arc-shaped metallic device. Observing the recessed area of the device featuring a metallic plug, Chen Yang deduced it was meant for a brain-machine interface. "This is our auxiliary sensor, a patented product unique to Diane's Xiangshui," the attendant explained. A female attendant assisted Chen Yang in donning the new glasses. After obtaining his consent, she connected the auxiliary sensor to the brain-machine interface, ensuring a seamless fit at his neck. At that moment, the male attendant continued, "Our auxiliary sensor facilitates harmless transmission of neural signals in the physical world, allowing you to fully experience the unique allure of your phantom companion." He paused before adding, "Our technology has undergone rigorous testing by the United Government, so you can use it with confidence." Phantom companion. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. In a world dominated by technology, such terminology seemed oddly out of place. Compared to his old glasses, the electronic blue fragrance model, though covering both eyes, was significantly lighter and remarkably comfortable to wear. There was no startup screen. The icon in the upper right corner displayed an extraordinary level of clarity devoid of any pixelation. While wearing the outdated device, he had not perceived the image as coarse, but now experiencing the new glasses' intricacy, he found the old model intolerable. He inquired, "How much does this pair of glasses cost?" "The glasses are not sold separately. The blue fragrance package includes both the glasses and the sensor for a total of 48,000 yuan. "Quite expensive," he remarked, astonished that an augmented reality pair of glasses was priced similarly to prosthetic limbs. The male attendant smiled, "You will soon find it worth every penny." Suddenly, a heart-shaped icon popped up in the upper right corner of his vision, accompanied by a faint fragrance wafting through the air. Just as he was rubbing his nose, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning in surprise, he found both attendants before him, only to discover another attendant resembling the short-haired female attendant standing behind him. This attendant, like the previous one, possessed an androgynous, genderless appearance. Smiling, it said to Chen Yang, "I am a tester for Diane's Xiangshui. Now I will demonstrate the features of the auxiliary sensor." Chen Yang removed his glasses momentarily and realized that this attendant existed solely within the glasses interface. Typically, augmented reality only offers visual and auditory interaction, yet the auxiliary sensor from Diane's Xiangshui provided the wearer with a broader sensory experience. The virtual attendant approached Chen Yang, playfully blowing a gentle breath, allowing him to distinctly feel the soft rush of air against his facial skin. It felt remarkably ghost-like. At that moment, the male attendant elaborated, "Our sensor enables relatively safe tactile and olfactory experiences, ensuring that your phantom companion lingers by your side like a fragrance." Intriguing, Chen Yang mused, feeling a twinge of interest. Suddenly, he recalled Vic's dream and requested of the virtual attendant, "Please give my waist a tight embrace from behind." Of course. The attendant circled around him and wrapped its arms around his waist, asking, "Is this pressure suitable?" "Just right." Removing the glasses, Chen Yang could no longer see the attendant, yet he still felt the persistent embrace around his waist, the gentle breath against his back, and the weight of the chin resting on his shoulder. It matched the sensations he experienced in his dreams. Chen Yang was certain that Vic had not only used a phantom companion, but had maintained a close relationship with it, to the extent that even in the depths of despair it remained present in his dreams. "That's enough, thank you." Chen Yang detached the sensor from the back of his head and returned it along with the glasses to the attendant. He inquired, "Did your company just launch this year?" The male attendant, sensing Chen Yang's apprehension, quickly replied, "Rest assured, sir, our transmission technology is well established and will not harm your neural pathways." In other words, such products were not available 2 years ago. Chen Yang continued his inquiry. 2 years ago, it was still in the research phase. Many competitors existed in the industry, but ultimately the patent for auxiliary neural transmission was granted to our company. The male attendant gazed into Chen Yang's eyes, cautiously asking, "Do you have any further concerns regarding our products?" "None that pertain to your offerings," Chen Yang replied. Although he was intrigued by Diane's Xiangshui's products, he was unwilling to take the risk. Based on the timeline, it was highly probable that Vic was acquainted with the developers of Diane's Xiangshui, otherwise he would not have been able to utilize the auxiliary sensor prior to its market release. This auxiliary sensor held special significance for Vic. It was something he could never purchase or use. Should it activate his persona, it would spell trouble. He'll consider it further. Goodbye. Chen Yang offered a polite smile and promptly exited Diane's Xiangshui. "Welcome back anytime." The female attendant waved Chen Yang off, blinking in confusion as he departed. Though Chen Yang did not acquire the smart glasses from Dian's Ziyang, after leaving Xinguang Shopping Mall, he sought a specialized optics shop and purchased the latest augmented reality glasses. Explorer model, priced at yuan. While this model lacked the bionic Type 3 digital life, its built-in AI assistant was more than sufficient for everyday use. To block advertisements, he also subscribed to VIP services, ensuring the AI assistant would not inadvertently push unwanted ads. After switching to a new prosthetic arm at Wall Gecko Technology, Chen Yang took a taxi home. Initially, he considered purchasing a motorcycle for convenience, but decided against it, reflecting on his infrequent outings. In the future, with sufficient funds, he could invest in a hovercar. However, such vehicles required dedicated landing pads akin to those found in high-rise buildings, making it a logistical challenge. First, he needed to resolve his younger brother's basic needs before contemplating transportation options. Although Earth Games had ushered in a new cycle considering the aftereffects of cyberpsychosis, he resolved to allow his brain-machine interface a brief respite. Thus, Chen Yang spent an additional week at home studying BM language. After half a month of diligent study, he had mastered the creation of the simplest geometric plaster models and tested his code using an interactive simulator. The interactive simulator functioned as a simplified gaming console, allowing Chen Yang to enter a unique white room through the brain-machine interface to verify the authenticity of his BM models. Once his order of 3 turtle-keeping ecological boxes arrived, he prepared to return to Earth for a new cycle. This time he was set to relive his university days. Before beginning a new playthrough of Daikaiu, Chen Yang must reclaim the belongings from his previous save. For example, the quilts, pillows, underwear, and socks he had purchased. If not retrieved in time, those items would be erased when the game resets. Chen Yang drew the curtains tightly and tucked his smart glasses into the bedside drawer, ensuring these luxury items would not be exposed to the internet. Only after everything had been inspected did he raise his left hand, and from the lines of his palm a spray of pearly motes burst forth. They fell onto the bed and transformed into sheets, quilts, pillows, underwear, and socks. He wondered whether these items could be transferred into the new safe. Keeping such things at home felt risky. After all, in Anxing, only the wealthy could afford pure cotton goods. He stashed the items in the wardrobe, and then lay down, plugging the console's data cable into the bed and connecting to the Daikaiu simulation. Among the interface's paid options was a reset service. If one's playtime exceeded 3 months, one could reset progress for a fee of yuan. If the character had died, the waiting period was waived, but the cost doubled. Even playing as a free character still required spending in many places. Chen Yang purchased the reset. The game warned that account balance, paid services, and paid characters would not carry over to the new progress, and asked for confirmation. He confirmed. The game noted he had played on this progress for 2 hours, and asked for final confirmation to delete. He confirmed and paid the yuan service fee. The system cleared the current save and rewound Daikai's time. When the reset completed, Daikai's state returned to. He was prompted to select his in-game persona. Chen Yang was listed as a free character. He did not enter immediately. He opened the paid options for the character and converted Anxing Bai into Daikaiu Bai. A free character only started with a yuan in initial living expenses. This injection of funds would spare him the immediate need to slave away at lowly jobs. He then browsed the purchasable opposite characters. These paid avatars differed little from the default cast except for superior physiques and appearances and a plethora of archetypes. Buying them did not grant instant conquest, it merely added them to the simulation. Winning their affection still required personal effort. He examined the roster one by one. Zhang Mahong, the landlady, cost and was available for this playthrough. Her maturity and worldly experience worried him. Such a woman might exacerbate cybernetic psychoses. Chen Yang wanted a type different from Zhao Zimeng and Lu Yi, an innocent, someone who evoked a first love tenderness. An icon of a bespectacled girl seized his attention. Her profile revealed a small-statured, round-faced, pleasantly plump young woman. Wang Jiajia, a junior who aspired to be an online celebrity, cost for the current playthrough. The recommended approach advised increasing affinity to lower others' defenses and enhance chemistry. She was a college-aged visage with a teenager's charm, though barely over meters tall. Her proportions were flattering. The design paid meticulous attention to detail. She was not the frail, pallid, childlike type. He purchased the character. Wang Jiajia was added to the simulation, awaiting their encounter. Following her strategy tips, Chen Yang bought a passive attribute that increased affinity by % for more. He had already spent a before the game even began. There was no avoiding it. To live comfortably in Daikaiu required microtransactions. He entered the simulation. The world of Daikaiu expanded and rotated before him, and he fell like a soul into the male dormitory of Ben Heidig's. A morning breeze was chill. The dorm smelled of familiar bedding. Snoring, the tinkle of Wang's Nanjiao, and muffled flirtatious phone calls filled the air. He opened his eyes. A cheap Android phone lay on the pillow, its screen illuminating 8 o'clock. It was the return to campus day of his senior year. Every detail of the dormitory was achingly familiar and nostalgic. Having been beaten raw by the world for a year, he knew how precious university time was. Even if only his final year remained, he intended to cherish it. He checked his mobile bank, a balance of yuan. A 5-figure sum brought relief. Planning to start a small-scale reseller business, he resolved that he could no longer stay in the dorm. Although the roommates were not hostile, two were wealthy second generation, and one the child of an official. After graduation, they had drifted apart, so leaving would not be painful. He rose and dressed to wash. A gaming-addicted wealthy roommate asked up so early. Meeting Lu Yian. Chen Yang paused. He remembered he was still in a cool-off period with her. He could not recall the cause of their quarrel, only that small slights had accumulated. She sought emotional reassurance, while he preferred rational resolution, leaving her feeling neglected. Thinking she might break up with him after graduation, he lied. We broke up and went to the bathroom. Leaving the dorm, he noticed how light this rejuvenated body felt, utterly unlike the exhausted frame from a year of labor. Though only 2 years younger, his condition was worlds better. He wandered the campus in a buoyant mood, scrolling through chat logs on Wuxin to reacquaint himself with the timeline. Just outside the gate, a black BMW series pulled up, and a familiar classmate alighted. Zhao Ziming, hair long and jet black, wore a pale green dress. She had evidently returned to Binhai from Chen Yang. She hauled a large suitcase from the car, spoke a few words to the driver who drove off. Struggling with the luggage, she turned and surprised saw Chen Yang. Chen Yang, long time no see, she said. Not that long, he replied. Seeing her purposely send the driver away, he guessed her intent and offered, that's a big trunk. They'll carry it for you. No need. If Lu Yiyan sees us, it'll only cause trouble, Zhao Ziming said with an effortful expression, attempting a half smile and declaring she was the dorm's tomboy. Stop talking rubbish. Chen Yang took the suitcase without thinking. Thanks. She brushed her hair, and a crafty glint crossed her slender eyes. She scrutinized Chen Yang and astonished asked, we've only been apart half a year, so why do you seem different? You're not the same. Am I? Chen Yang feigned ignorance, knowing full well the percent affinity boost was at work. The enhancement of his aura had been subtle yet effective. For someone already reasonably good-looking, the affinity buff accentuated his natural appeal far more convincingly than any surgical alteration could. The effects of his expenditure were immediate and palpable. Rumor has it that love is the finest cosmetic, and it seems that holds true indeed. Zhao Ziming deliberately moved closer to Chen Yang, allowing the fragrance of her perfume to waft between them. She gazed at Chen Yang's handsome visage, her jealousy evident and unrestrained. The boyfriends of her close friends are all of impeccable quality. Moreover, Lu Yiyan is a woman who is both vain and particular, and her boyfriend is even more captivating. I'll let me handle this suitcase myself, Zhao Ziming said, reaching for the bag and intentionally brushing against Chen Yang's hand. She lowered her voice. Lu Yiyan cares a great deal about you. I wouldn't want her to misunderstand. It's fine, we have nothing to fear when we are upright. Let her think whatever she wishes, Chen Yang replied, feeling her hand was cool and smooth. As his heart fluttered, he couldn't help but observe Zhao Ziming closely. In contrast to her more mature self, her current face had not been altered by surgery, exuding a simpler, more natural beauty. Zhao Ziming detected the tone in Chen Yang's voice, clearly indicating he had quarreled with Lu Yiyan, and a smile crept onto her lips. Where are you heading after leaving school? She inquired. I'm looking to rent an apartment. Oh, I don't plan on living on campus during my senior year. I'm truly envious. I would love to live off campus too, but my family won't allow it. Sigh, I'm not a child anymore. With a sigh, Zhao Ziming tentatively asked, are you going to view the apartment alone? I'm living by myself. Chen Yang glanced at Zhao Ziming, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed that this woman could easily capture someone's heart. However, he dismissed the notion as his current focus was on pursuing that premium character Wang Jiajia. Yet he remained uncertain about where to encounter her. Chen Yang helped Zhao Ziming carry her bag to the girls' dormitory. Throughout the journey, Zhao Ziming dropped various hints, providing ample opportunity, but Chen Yang, having encountered her upgraded version and engaged in deeper conversations, felt little interest at this moment. Thank you for helping me with this hefty bag. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Zhao Ziming waved goodbye to Chen Yang, leaving behind a charming smile as she entered the girls' dormitory. Just as Chen Yang stepped away from the dormitory entrance, his phone vibrated insistently in his pocket. He pulled out his phone to see the caller ID wife. Oh no. Seeing that label, Chen Yang felt an awkward urge to scratch his foot. How foolish I was back then. Hello. Chen Yang, did you go to pick up Zhao Ziming early this morning? Lu Yiyan's jealousy was palpable through the phone. As Chen Yang walked away, he turned back to see Lu Yiyan at the familiar window on the third floor, appearing fresh-faced. Recalling how she had abruptly suggested a breakup at graduation, he couldn't help but respond coldly, sister, we've broken up, haven't we? Have you forgotten? So you have seamlessly moved on then. It seems you two have been secretly seeing each other behind my back. No wonder you didn't even attempt to console me after the breakup. I detest those who casually speak of breakups. Besides, it was you who initiated it. I merely agreed. Chen Yang hung up the phone decisively, promptly deleting that distasteful contact. In the game Earth, Lu Yiyan is recognized as Chen Yang's default girlfriend, yet their relationship began in a state of Cold War, requiring the player to invest both effort and resources to mend it. Conversely, Zhao Ziming may appear easily attainable, but is in fact a hidden siren, a master at fishing for admiration. Both characters, as the initial figures introduced in the game, serve as traps set by the narrative own, vain, the other shallow. Chen Yang resolutely chose to forgo them. Lu Yiyan continued to pester him on WeChat, prompting Chen Yang to block her entirely, severing their connection once and for all. He left the school grounds and sought a nearby real estate agency where most tenants were students from Binhai University. As Chen Yang entered the small office of the agency, he spotted two students engaged in a heated argument over a property. A scholarly, bespectacled young man asserted, you must reason with me. I viewed this apartment first yesterday, so how can you just insert yourself? The landlord listed the apartment with 2 agencies. I also viewed it yesterday. Why waste words? Retorted the other, who was short and stout with a rather ordinary face but a rather domineering tone. At that moment, Chen Yang recognized him as Wang Kai, a wealthy second-generation scion. What a waste of fate. I don't want to squander my chance on you, Chen Yang murmured as he entered the agency. Wang Kai addressed the agency's lady saying, I want to secure this apartment. I informed the landlord that I'll offer more money. Classmate renting isn't an auction. We must adhere to the rules. I didn't expect the landlord to give the viewing keys to two agencies. The agency lady looked at Chen Yang, and her previously anxious expression softened as she smiled, and asked, are you here to rent an apartment? I'm looking for a suite with an elevator and better furnishings, ideally as close to Binhai University as possible, Chen Yang replied. Most desirable apartments have already been leased. There's only this one left, and you can see they are both vying for it, the agency lady indicated towards Wang Kai, and the bespectacled young man laughing, as she added, perhaps you might consider some options further out. There are still a few without elevators that are quite decent. The bespectacled student glanced at Chen Yang, feeling a sense of inadequacy, and lowered his head. Although Chen Yang was dressed in ordinary jeans and a white t-shirt, his demeanor was appealing and his smile radiated a unique warmth that drew people in. Both Wang Kai and Chen Yang were aware of each other due to Liu Yiyan, but had never spoken directly until now. Their gazes met and the animosity between them was unmistakable. Having recently bested Wang Kai in the previous game, Chen Yang held no regard for this wealthy heir, which only heightened Wang Kai's frustration. Don't think you can lay claim to this apartment, Wang Kai glared at Chen Yang and rudely told the agency lady, hurry and contact the landlord, tell him I'm willing to pay more. Let's get the contract signed. In contrast to Wang Kai's disdain, Chen Yang wore a charming smile and asked the agency lady, excuse me, what apartment are they arguing over? Is there a photo? This one. A two-bedroom, own a living room, elegantly furnished apartment that has never been rented before. However, it's not cheap, but it's $2,000 per month paid quarterly. This apartment is indeed appealing. Chen Yang examined the pictures of the property, which showcased the so-called light luxury style, also known as affordable elegance, characterized by cleanliness and order, making it quite suitable for young adults. What's it to you? Do you intend to rent this as well? Wang Kai glared at Chen Yang derisively, stating, you poor fellow should stick to the dormitory and stop causing trouble. Who are you to speak to me like that? Do we know each other so well? Chen Yang retorted sharply. How unfortunate, sighed the bespectacled student, sensing the palpable tension, and chose to leave the agency, withdrawing from the competition. The agency lady, seeing one competitor exit, did not wish for this deal to fall through, so she picked up the phone to call the landlord. Half an hour later, the landlord arrived by car. The landlord was a woman in her 40s. Upon entering, she greeted the agency lady, and then scanned her gaze across Wang Kai and Chen Yang. She showed no particular interest in Wang Kai, but was captivated by Chen Yang's handsome appearance, smiling, as she inquired, are you a social media influencer? You seem quite familiar. No, I'm just very busy with my studies and don't have time for videos. Chen Yang took full advantage of the charm he had acquired through his investments, smiling at the woman in her 40s. Noticing the landlord's growing fondness for Chen Yang, Wang Kai interjected, hello landlord, I can offer more for your apartment. We can negotiate the specifics. Will you be living alone? The landlord seemed less concerned about the money. No, I'll be living with my girlfriend. If you agree, I can pay for a full year up front. Wang Kai appeared triumphant, exuding an air of confidence. All right, the landlord nodded, then turned to Chen Yang and asked, what about you, handsome? Will you be living with a girlfriend as well? I don't have a girlfriend, Chen Yang replied. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Kai interjected, you're talking nonsense. The landlord and the agency lady turned their disdainful expressions towards Wang Kai for his rudeness. Having rented 2 apartments after graduation, Chen Yang had a much better understanding of landlords' perspectives and requirements than Wang Kai. He displayed an attitude in stark contrast to Wang Kai, smiling as he explained, I have a slight cleanliness obsession and prefer not to share living spaces. Although I may not be as wealthy as that guy, I assure you, I will keep the apartment spick and span. Indeed, that is what is most important to our landlord. The landlord grew increasingly fond of Chen Yang, while her irritation towards Wang Kai deepened. When Chen Yang received the key, it was already afternoon. The total rent and deposit amounted to over a figure that was unimaginable in the past. This apartment is situated in the latest development near Binhai University on the 5th floor and is virtually in brand new condition. With 2 bedrooms and a living room, it is fully equipped with brand new appliances and furniture. Previously, Chen Yang's university life had been fragmented due to work and part-time jobs. Now he intended to live earnestly and fully enjoy this year of college. He purchased 2 plastic barrels for water at a hardware store, filled them, and placed them on the balcony to allow the chlorine in the water to evaporate. Selling freshwater turtles requires utmost attention to water safety. Ordinary filtration would be insufficient. Ideally, spring water from the outskirts of Earth would be best. Well, water drawn directly from the ground would also suffice. For the moment, he had to make do with tap water and planned to collect water from the wild when time permitted. After tidying up the apartment, Chen Yang recalled that Angxing's home still had pure cotton bedding, so he settled onto the sofa beside the floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed outside at the dazzling sunlight and briefly left the game. In Angxi City, it was also afternoon, and the sky between the buildings outside was a narrow shade of orange-red, resembling the blood of a mosquito smeared against the wall. Chen Yang felt the stark contrast between the 2 worlds in a daze. I wonder if the items from the previous game cycle can be brought into the current game. He opened the cabinet and placed his hand on a set of bedding. With a thought, the bedding exploded into a flurry of light particles gathering in his palm. Chen Yang was elated and hurriedly collected all the cotton items in his home into the game world. He did not rush back to the Earth realm, but rather had a leisurely lunch during which he searched online for strategies regarding Wang Jiajia. Although the game Earth lacked a narrative, character preferences remained fixed. Detailed profiles of each character were available on the official game website, facilitating player strategies for spending money. In addition, the character introduction pages featured discussion forums, with popular characters like Liu Yin garnering hundreds of thousands of posts. However, since Wang Jiajia was a paid character, and the image of Bai Peng Yu was not well received in Angxing culture, it had far fewer discussions with only over posts. Chen Yang glanced at the discussion group. Aside from insults, nonsense, and crude jokes, there was no serious content. After a month of living in Angxing, he gradually realized how insular the current internet had become. The online data was rife with fabricated answers, while social platforms like short video sites had become breeding grounds for rumors, leading to a plummeting trust in the internet. From the perspective of internet search, the digital network had become a mere facade. People had reverted to communicating as if they were back under the tree at the village entrance. The so-called tree at the village entrance referred to distinct, strictly enclosed circles. In the Wang Jiajia discussion group, he noticed an ID called Jiajia Care Group, but he had no idea what software to use to join this group. Posting an inquiry yielded no responses, and it ultimately went unresolved. He suddenly remembered Molly, the junior modeler, in his contacts. After adding her as a friend, he had not contacted her since, so Chen Yang sent a message: "How can I join the group? I have the ID, but don't know which app to use." Molly replied almost instantly, "Do you need to install a neural chip? The United Government is offering subsidies, it's available at a discount." This was clearly an automated advertising response. Shortly after, Molly messaged again, "What group are you referring to?" Chen Yang: "The character group for the game Earth." Molly: "If the ID starts with ER, you need to purchase the Entertainment City DLC to join the group in person." Upon checking the ID for the Jiajia Care Group, it indeed began with ER, and he quickly replied, "Thank you. They'll reach out to you next time I purchase software." A trivial matter. After Molly's response, she sent another advertisement. It seems joining the group requires spending money. Chen Yang reflected on his recent expenditure of, in the game and additional, for the Entertainment City DLC simply to check a strategy seemed unworthy. Moreover, he hadn't even encountered Wang Jiajia, making it entirely unnecessary. After a brief stretch in his apartment, he lay down on his bed, returning to his collegiate life on Earth. Outside, the metallic dust of Angxing. On the moon, a lifeless celestial body, a white plum blossom, bloomed. This plum blossom was connected by 5 lunar ecological space stations, encompassing a total area of square kilometers, housing approximately a residence. Within the ecological space station, there exists an artificial atmosphere allowing the control of sunlight through the transparency of solar canopies, simulating an hour day-night cycle. It was currently PM. The sky was a clear shade of blue purple, and sunlight slanted into the classroom, offering a sigh of relief to Binbi and Miu. Finally, school was about to end. She yawned in boredom, leaning on her desk just as she was about to doze off when she was roused by a few boys in the class. Lunar inhabitants, genetically modified, were all exceptionally attractive. Those boys were among the most striking in class. However, they seemed to be discussing something underhanded, their hushed tones annoying like mosquitoes at night. The girls in class cast disdainful glances, and Binbi and Miu glared at them. "What are you looking at, you filthy bitch?" A blonde boy disdainfully glanced at Binbi and Miu, fixating on her as he enunciated each word, "filthy bitch." The other boys in class joined in, not only insulting Binbi and Miu, but also disparaging her family as a beastly household. For the past 2 years in university, Binbi and Miu had endured such insults almost daily, all due to her family running a pet shop and her previous rejection of the blonde boy, leading to retaliatory humiliation from the boys. "Bastard!" Binbi and Miu surged forward, swinging her fist toward the blonde boy's eye. "Miu, calm down." 2 female classmates immediately held her back. The blonde boy laughed brazenly, pointing at Binbi and Miu, without fear, saying, "Your family is all perverts, even the adults say so, huh? You can't handle a few insults. Your mind must be unwell. Isn't she suffering from the Angxing beast disease? What's it called? Cyber mental disorder. Of course a bitch is surely a beast." The blonde boy's companions followed suit in mockery, while the rest of the class delightedly observed the farce. "Let go. I will kill you little pups." Binbi and Miu struggled desperately, however the girls holding her back refused to let go, causing her to suspect they were in cahoots. Thinking about enduring another year in such a class, her eyes involuntarily welled with tears, but she bit her lip to prevent them from flowing. Ring. The school bell finally rang. The boys rushed out of the classroom with their backpacks. The girls, however, leisurely organized their bags, stealing glances at Binbi and Miu's sorrow, their whispers filled with delight. After all, she stood out so much in class. She deserved it. In truth, it wasn't just in class, even in the entire school, Binbi and Miu was the most beautiful one. As long as she was present, the other girls became mere side characters. For such a beauty, the only way to ease the tension was to ruin her. Once only Binbi and Miu remained in the classroom, she wiped her eyes and picked up her bag, stepping out. On the playground under the sunset, people were playing football, yet neither their laughter nor the fragrance of the grass could bring her a shred of joy. "Miu." Just as she exited the school gate, a familiar voice called out to her. Binbi and Miu lifted her head and saw a car with Binbi and Pet Hospital emblazoned on it slowly coming to a stop at the roadside. Her brother leaned out the window and said, "Get in, I'll take you home." Seeing her family, she finally felt a sense of relief. "Why are you off work so early today?" Binbi and Miu hurried over. Once in the car, she turned her head toward the window, unwilling for her brother to see her swollen eyes. "I have good news for you." Her brother handed her a black glass panel, smiling as he said, "Your phone has been recovered, don't lose it again." In Vic's apartment, 3 unsold blue guppies remained in the aquarium, shimmering under the light, gracefully swimming about. It was not until a large face loomed beside the tank that the 3 small fish startled and darted away. Though I have little interest in pet fish, it is indeed quite amusing to watch these little creatures swim around, Chi Tongwei remarked, tapping on the fishbowl, which startled the guppies, once more prompting him to straighten his posture in satisfaction. When I restock, I'll gift you 10 more, he added. Chen Yang poured a glass of clear water and handed it to Chi Tongwei. Forget it, I would rather raise a robotic dog than touch such fragile life, Chi Tongwei replied, shaking his head slightly, his tone laced with wistfulness. Sometimes what is real is not necessarily better, much like women, haha. My gaming console is in the bedroom, Chen Yang said, leading Chi Tongwei into the room and switching on the light. The digital network version classic model, he continued. Chi Tongwei immediately recognized the Earth gaming console. He set his laptop down, pulled out a data cable, and plugged it into the console's rear port, typing on the keyboard as he spoke. Let me check your console's hardware first, and then assess the data security. This console can install custom mods, right? Chen Yang inquired. Absolutely no problem, Chi Tongwei assured, his gaze fixed on the scrolling code on the laptop screen, his retinal display mirroring the movement. Chen Yang crouched down to observe Chi Tongwei's computer. Although he did not fully comprehend the specifics of the code, his familiarity with the BM language gave him a sense of recognition regarding this code, which was similarly developed from the B language. My console is all right, isn't it? He asked. All good, Chi Tongwei replied, slowly shaking his head with a somewhat peculiar smile. Very healthy. Chen Yang sensed a hint of sarcasm in his words. Chi Tongwei patted Chen Yang's shoulder, explaining, such closed gaming consoles are rarely attacked because all financial data resides on the server side, posing no risk to your account. Soon the scrolling code on the display ceased, revealing detailed information about the console's hardware. I will replicate a console with identical hardware specifications for you. It will take about a week, and then you can implement your custom mods. Chi Tongwei closed the laptop, stood up, and said, I need to return to Qinyi Yuan to handle some matters. Oh, just await my news. Then please do so. Well, let's have a meal before you leave, Chen Yang suggested, his words resonating with a distinctly terrestrial charm. They'll treat you next time, Chi Tongwei suddenly recalled. Oh, by the way, the discharge paperwork is still in my car. Come with me to fetch it. All right, I was just about to ask about the console, Chen Yang replied as he accompanied Chi Tongwei downstairs. My friend, I must thank you once more. Without your assistance, I, the illustrious Wei Shun, would have been reduced to Wei Cheng, Chi Tongwei said warmly, draping his arm around Chen Yang's shoulders as they descended. You. Listen to me, Chi Tongwei interrupted, reiterating, if you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to contact me. As long as they do not involve women or money, I will assist you. Okay. Chen Yang distinctly felt Chi Tongwei tracing 3 simple characters on his back, 0, a dash, and 1. It was evident that he was conveying information through this coded gesture, likely due to surveillance by hackers. Regaining his composure, Chen Yang casually asked, what if the favor I ask of you is illegal? Then you surely overestimate me. That is the privilege of the wealthy. Don't let my golden staff and fast cars fool you. I am in truth a genuine pauper, haha. Chi Tongwei's fingers remained still, and with his arm, he traced the characters 4 times on Chen Yang's back. I understand, Chen Yang replied, quickening his pace to escape Chi Tongwei's embrace, asking, is that electronic eye comfortable? I find my eyes particularly dry after wearing glasses for long periods. Feigning to remove his glasses to rub his eyes, he discreetly tucked them into his pocket. You'll get used to it, Chi Tongwei said as they reached the ground floor. He retrieved a neatly folded paper receipt from his car and handed it to Chen Yang. This is genuine paper used only in hospitals. Keep it safe. His expression clearly hinted that the receipt held deeper significance. I'll use it for my affairs, Chen Yang said, accepting the receipt and waving his hand. I look forward to your good news. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, is the recent Hacker Alliance's attack affecting the Earth Company and the modifications to the gaming console? I'm not sure, I haven't logged into the game recently, Chi Tongwei pondered for a moment before continuing. However, the Hacker Alliance has been persistently attacking for a month, so the Earth Company is likely facing troubles. Their focus has been on the neural servers, which shouldn't significantly impact custom mods, so rest assured. After stating this, Wei Shun piloted his hovering vehicle into the night sky, leaving behind 2 trails of luminescence as he disappeared into the southeast. Returning home, Chen Yang examined the receipt, which was printed on azized coated paper, detailing Chi Tongwei's medical expenditures during his hospital stay. Since Chi Tongwei had personally covered the costs for his limbs, the receipt primarily documented Chen Yang's payment of yuan accompanied by a postoperative report for the installation of the electronic eye. The 01 written by Chi Tongwei was undoubtedly related to this receipt. While there were numerous entries regarding, and on the document none contained the phrasing 01. Chen Yang scrutinized the receipt meticulously, finding no clues. However, he inadvertently noticed that the folds of the paper were uneven, not aligned perfectly at the top and bottom. Thus, he examined the 3 creases where the only entry involving numbers stated electronic eye breach record 0, protective system functioning normally. Heavy rain poured down. The taxi was frequently halted by red lights at intersections. What department are you in? Wang Jieja appeared shy and adorable, yet she was quite talkative. Computer programming, and you. Chen Yang had reviewed her official profile, knowing she was a fine arts student majoring in graphic design, yet he still had to follow the necessary formalities. I major in graphic design. Wang Jieja exchanged glances with Chen Yang through the rearview mirror, smiling politely, while holding her newly purchased clothing, and cautiously inquired, I'm entering my sophomore year this semester. You're a senior, right? Do I seem old to you? Chen Yang rubbed his face and joked, you look young while I look old. His words elicited laughter from both the driver and Wang Jieja. No, I didn't mean it that way. Wang Jieja chuckled and waved her hand. Her youthful features blossomed into a smile resembling a flower in bloom. I'm in my senior year, and it's clear I'm headed for unemployment. Chen Yang chose not to dwell on his own situation and continued to inquire, as a graphic design major, how did you venture into short videos? There aren't many career prospects for my major. The only skill I can apply is photo editing for myself, haha. Wang Jieja gave an embarrassed smile. I honestly couldn't tell you edited anything, otherwise I wouldn't have recognized you right away. Chen Yang offered a sincere compliment while playfully suggesting, it seems the only use for your major hasn't been realized, but transitioning to short videos seems to be a wise choice. Thank you for saying that. Wang Jieja's bright round eyes seemed to speak for themselves as she gazed at Chen Yang through the rearview mirror, quickly looking away shyly towards the window. After half an hour, the taxi arrived at Binhai University. The meter displayed a fare of yuan. By the way, how should I address you, senior? Let's add each other on WeChat. Wang Jieja turned on her phone, opened WeChat, and turned to Chen Yang saying, let's split the fare, I'll scan you. My name is Chen Yang. Chen Yang picked up his phone, shaking it slightly, and awkwardly remarked, but my phone's out of battery, could you cover the fare this time? How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow? Sure. Wang Jieja promptly scanned to pay for the taxi fare. As they exited the vehicle, the rain had ceased, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, making the humid air pleasantly cool. This rain was meant for me, Chen Yang murmured to himself as he lifted the aquarium out of the taxi. Only after Wang Jieja had exited did she notice Chen Yang's aquarium. She widened her eyes and leaned closer to inspect, only to see that the water-filled plastic bag contained a turtle, which made her instinctively draw back in fright. Chen Yang recalled that Wang Jieja's official profile explicitly stated her fear of reptiles. It seemed her characterization was quite accurate. I'll DM you on Douyin tonight. Let's have lunch together tomorrow, Chen Yang suggested. Okay, I hope it won't be too much of a burden for you. Wang Jieja's gaze suddenly shifted skyward as she exclaimed, look, a rainbow has appeared. Chen Yang turned back to see a rainbow arching across the sky, adding a romantic touch to their initial encounter. He muttered to himself, that rainbow is worth 70,000. In the dead of night, even with multiple layers of ceiling strips on the windows, the raucous sounds of advertisements from outside still infiltrated his room. After a month of living in this environment, Chen Yang had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, he was wearing smart glasses, seated at his wooden desk, registering as a user for Lianzhong International, paying a deposit of yuan to open an online store on the joint government trading platform. The store was named Gui Bao Pet Shop. The primary product featured was the marsh turtle, measuring centimeters, priced at yuan each. Additionally, he planned to sell eco-boxes, turtle food, and medications, and after some thought decided to showcase spring water as well. In the current dark star environment, unpolluted spring water was indeed a rare resource. Done. After wrapping up matters regarding the online store, Chen Yang took a shower, turned off the lights, and burrowed into bed. In the darkness, distant neon lights flickered intermittently. The game console on the other side of the bedside table emitted low-power operational sounds, leading Chen Yang to speculate it might be updating automatically. After all, it housed a planet, so rotation was only natural. Though he felt drowsy, his mind was too exhilarated to sleep, not only from the newly listed marsh turtles, but also from his encounter with Wang Jieja. Compared to the mature young women Lu Yuyan and Zhao Zhaimo, this legally permissible lowly was an entirely new experience for him. He envisioned her delightfully plump little legs. In truth, considering Wang Jieja's slender waist, her legs weren't short, they were simply exquisitely delicate. Indeed, Wang Jieja, this youthful college student, gave him the impression of a high school girl straight from a Kyoto Animation production. Kyoto Animation legs were truly remarkable. As his uncontrollable thoughts spiraled, Chen Yang's cyberpsychosis began to resurface, that disconnection between mind and body, that restless yearning started to torment him once more. Damn it, I've been quite abstinent lately, oh why is this happening again? Chen Yang pondered whether the cyberpsychosis was unrelated to his indulgence within games. It was merely a side effect of the brain-machine interface. As the condition intensified, the high-intensity fat-burning therapy became increasingly ineffective, prompting him to consider seeking assistance from a street girl. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang in the living room. Chen Yang jumped in surprise, quickly retrieving a handgun from his bedside table, leaping out of bed towards the living room. His irritation clouded his judgment, driving him to crave a genuine confrontation. He stealthily approached the door and peered through the peephole, only to find it was the blonde, blue-eyed Judy from next door. Click. Chen Yang opened the door, his eyes reddened as he asked, Judy, what brings you here at this hour? I'm glad you're awake. Judy, clad in thick pajamas and carrying a plastic bag, stepped into the room and complained, my air purification duct is clogged, and now my place reeks, I'll have to stay here tonight. She smiled at Chen Yang with a charming demeanor, saying, you don't mind, do you? I can't very well send you back. Chen Yang closed the door and locked it. I brought you some delicious food, all non-synthetic. Judy placed the plastic bag on the wooden table, curiously playing with the memory fragment projector. As she turned to gauge Chen Yang's expression, a strange, yet flirtatious look crossed her face. Then she glanced down at Chen Yang and playfully asked, are you feeling unwell? Chen Yang's condition was visibly alarming. His face was flushed, he was breathing rapidly, and his eyes were bloodshot to a frightening degree. Did I often feel this way before? He inquired. Since Vic moved in 2 years ago, he's been addicted to games. Those things are similar to emotion regulators, both are electronic narcotics. Judy removed her wrist strap, tying her golden hair back, and continued, I heard lunar dwellers prohibit playing games like Earth, indicating the dangers of neural simulation technology on the human body. Are there any medications to treat this like suppressants? Chen Yang felt a pang of fear. To maintain his personality stability, he needed to adhere to a certain amount of game time. He couldn't quit gaming. Come here, I can be your suppressant. Judy pulled Chen Yang into the bedroom and pushed him down onto the bed, saying, just lie still. Honestly, I've missed you even though you're not Vic. The soft light from outside filters into the room. This is the most peaceful slumber Chen Yang has experienced during his time in Anxing. It is only upon waking that he realizes he has been living in varying degrees of anxiety for the past month. He exhales, deeply shivering from the cold. The warm quilt is tossed aside and Judy grabs the water glass from the nightstand, taking a couple of large gulps. I truly am a philanthropist. She pulls the quilt back over herself and glances at the gaming console with its breathing light, curiously asking, do you really think the world inside that machine is your home? No, I have no home on Earth either. Chen Yang turns to give Judy ample space. Sorry, I'm not very familiar with that game. Judy affectionately strokes Chen Yang's cheek, her light blue eyes meeting his, as she inquires, you're not doing anything dangerous to earn money like Vic, are you? Otherwise, how could you afford such a gaming console? There are no safe jobs in Anxi City. Chen Yang replies vaguely. However, from her words, it seems that Vic was indeed involved in perilous work, prompting him to ask, do you know what Vic was doing before? He never shared much. Judy caresses the wings at Chen Yang's waist and continues, but one time he got drunk and accidentally mentioned the ENE Alliance. It seems he had some prominence within that organization. The ENE Alliance. Exactly. I heard from colleagues that the ENE Alliance is a notorious assassin organization well known on the dark web. Judy rests her head on Chen Yang's chest, wrapping her right arm around him, advising in a concerned tone, though I don't know what you're involved in, please stay safe. After all, Vic is hiding here for a reason. Chen Yang nods. Having just received Judy's care, he hesitantly asks, if you don't mind, could I hire you as my nurse? A nurse? Judy looks up at Chen Yang with a playful smile, teasingly asking, do you like nurse outfits? Based on the greatest friendship, we help each other out. Chen Yang feels his face grow warm. That won't work, I've already signed up for the new life plan. It would be troublesome to breach the contract. Judy yawns, closing her eyes, as she says, you might as well save your money for retirement. If you really want a woman, that's not hard. I could introduce you to a colleague of mine, who's quite nice. Her voice gradually fades as she falls asleep. Chen Yang, holding Judy, remains still, pondering her mention of the ENE Alliance. Coupled with the context of this cyberpunk world, it naturally evokes thoughts of Blade Runner. Was Vic a Blade Runner? In Earth's cinematic works, Blade Runners are hunters of replicants. Since Earth is the nostalgia server of Anxing, it's possible that Blade Runners are inspired by reality rather than mere literary creation. Could it be that uncontrolled replicants also exist in Anxing? Chen Yang dares not dwell on the thought. After all, that is Vic's affair, and probing deeper might touch upon his memories, even his very identity. For now, it is best to stay put, living as a carefree hermit crab. Judy's gentle snoring fills the air. On the moon, the enormous Anxing in the night sky is gradually obscured by solar panels, ultimately hidden by the blue expanse above. Another lunar day begins. Bimbi and Miyu leaves her home early, intentionally avoiding her brother's pet hospital car. It is not out of fear of being teased by classmates, but rather because she has important matters to attend to today. That is to purchase a Xiaoming device. Due to restrictions on installing prosthetics for lunar citizens, devices such as brain-machine interfaces which delve into the neural network are even more strictly prohibited. Thus, to attain experiences akin to neural simulation, one must resort to the Xiaoming device. The neural sensory experience of the Xiaoming device directly affects the body, presenting far greater danger than a brain-machine interface, making it an absolute contraband on the moon. To procure such an item, one must venture to a special area within the Lunar Space Station Cyborg District. This is the only street on the moon where cyborgs are permitted to reside. Most inhabitants here are Anxing individuals who have made significant contributions to the moon, including some influential figures from Anxing. Moreover, the Cyborg District is a favored hangout for the youth of the moon. Bimbi and Miyu takes a taxi to the Cyborg District. Here, the architectural style contrasts sharply with the moon's retro simplicity. The towering skyscrapers exude a heavy metallic aura, complemented by the dynamic and colorful neon lights. The streets are populated mostly by Anxing individuals with prosthetic limbs. Some lunar youths deliberately dress to resemble Anxing people, even adorning their bodies and faces with metallic wires, calling themselves dystopian metal, a label criticized by the older generation as the lost generation. Suppressing her inner excitement, Bimbi and Miyu locates a cafe named Earth's Backstreet. It is still early and few patrons occupy the cafe. However, the person she is to meet is already there. She is a woman in a suit appearing to be over 30. Her short hair is dyed a silver white with faint glimmers in her eyes. Her features are pronounced and exquisite, displaying evident mixed race characteristics. What surprises Bimbi and Miyu is the woman's skin, smooth and delicate, a quality not achievable through mere cosmetics. Hello. Bimbi and Miyu approaches the silver-haired beauty and softly asks, are you the perfume teacher? You arrived quite early, please take a seat. The perfume teacher gestures to a leather chair opposite her. After Bimbi and Miyu sits down, she continues, your name is Bimbi and Miyu, correct? I checked your records, you've been renting my Anxing network for 2 years now, so you are quite the regular. Binbi and Miu nods in acknowledgement, cautiously surveying her surroundings as she quietly states, I wish to purchase a Chow Ming device. The group mentioned it costs lunar coins, correct? Approximately. The perfume teacher is unconcerned with the price. She takes a sip of her coffee before continuing, you should be aware of the dangers associated with the Chow Ming, right? I do. Some Chow Ming scripts contain malicious experiences that can lead to neural fatigue, brain damage, or even sudden heart conditions. Binbi and Miu responds obediently, having previously read relevant information in the group. I understand, I shouldn't recklessly enter the purchased Chow Ming scripts. That's good to hear. The perfume teacher pauses, looking into Binbi and Miu's eyes as she asks, would you mind sharing the source of my script? Of course. Binbi and Miu knows that even if she remains silent, the perfume teacher could retrieve all her data through the sold Chow Ming device. Thus, she willingly explains, I hacked into an Earth gaming console within Angxing using its character data as a Chow Ming script. You hacked Angxing's gaming console. The perfume teacher appears surprised and further inquires, could you elaborate? I used a virus-laden phone as bait, tossing it into Angxing in hopes of luck, and fortunately it infected an Earth gaming console. Upon sharing her tale, a proud expression inevitably crosses Binbi and Miu's face. A phishing tactic. The perfume teacher smiles with appreciation, asking, did you write the phone virus yourself? I learned it secretly. It seems you have quite a talent for being a hacker. The perfume teacher regards Binbi and Miu anew, intrigued by this young and beautiful high school student. After a brief pause, she says, the latest Chow Ming device is lunar coins. Did you bring the money? I did. Binbi and Miu nods eagerly, unable to contain her inner joy. She eagerly takes out her phone to prepare for payment, at which point the perfume teacher bends down to pick up a cardboard box beside the chair. In that moment, as she bends her suit and shirt right up, revealing a tattoo on her lower back. Binbi and Miu gazes closely. The tattoo appears to depict a pair of outstretched wings. Judy returned home at noon. Before her departure, Chen Yang presented her with a kilogram of Qiaoguang apples as a token of gratitude. Judy gladly accepted and pledged to respond to any request in the name of the greatest friendship. Chen Yang was not in a hurry to return to Earth. Taking advantage of his clear mind and good spirits, he continued his exploration of the BM language. As he delved deeper into his studies, the models he created grew increasingly complex, accompanied by a rising tide of challenges. For instance, when testing the apple he depicted with BM phonetics using an interactive simulator, it persistently sprouted pests from beyond the model. This issue encompassed numerous factors, such as sugar content and ambient temperature. If the values were misaligned, a host of chaotic problems would arise. Faced with a plethora of diverse data and lacking a neural interface chip, Chen Yang could only search manually line by line. Eventually, he abandoned the rigid value pairings prescribed in the tutorial, opting instead for intuitive exploration, astonishingly resolving the issues with simple equations. Chen Yang realized that for those equipped with neural interface chips, while rote memorization may yield efficiency, such high efficiency comes at the cost of critical thinking. As for the problems he could not resolve, he shamelessly sought guidance from Molly. At worst, he could always present her with another kilogram of apples next time. By P.M. Chen Yang logged onto the United Government's trading platform to take a glance. His swamp turtle had garnered nearly 10,000 views, yet no inquiries or orders materialized. After all, it was a luxury item valued at, and as a new store with a transaction record of 0, such circumstances were to be expected. It seems I must procure some inexpensive goods to boost my sales. Chen Yang quickly consumed some rice balls brought by Judy, connected his data cable, and returned to Earth. In the classroom, the teacher was summarizing the examples of the lesson as the sound of keystrokes echoed intermittently. Chen Yang sat in a lecture hall at Binhai University, his old laptop and battered Android phone resting on the desk. This was a true reflection of his impoverished existence. He had initially intended to purchase a new computer and replace his phone in the process. However, upon considering that Earth's digital products, including the programming languages being discussed by the teacher, were essentially relics discarded by Dark Star technology, spending that money seemed unwise. If only he could study BM phonetics on Earth. As Chen Yang mused, his wealthy roommate nudged him and whispered, is your move to off-campus related to Lu Yuyan? What? That has nothing to do with it. He recalled that his roommate's girlfriend was in the same department as Lu Yuyan and couldn't help but ask, did your girlfriend mention that? Yes, she heard Lu Yuyan say you were heartbroken and miserable. When you said you were moving off campus yesterday, I thought you were leaving your sorrow behind and wouldn't return this semester. That's nonsense. Even if we broke up, I have no reason to avoid her. Chen Yang was somewhat speechless, thinking that Lu Yuyan must have spread such rumors for the sake of her pride. For a vain woman, status is the most important asset. On the other side, another wealthy roommate chimed in, whispering to Chen Yang, no matter how sweet a relationship is, there are times when it becomes tiresome. It's fine, just find another woman to cover up your feelings. Get lost. Well, given your financial situation, spending a year with Lu Yuyan wouldn't be a loss. His wealthy roommate patted Chen Yang reassuringly and joked, being dumped isn't pleasant, huh? Want to grab a drink tonight to lighten the mood? Get lost, get lost, get lost. Just as Chen Yang felt frustrated, a WeChat notification popped up on his phone. This class was the 4th period of the morning, and he initially thought it was a message from Wang Jiajia. However, upon opening it, he discovered that another friend in the dorm had tagged him in the class group with a comforting head pat emoji. Consequently, over 40 classmates replicated the emoji Chen Yang, comforting head pat. Chen Yang observed the neatly aligned messages in the chat box. Even the counselor had sent one and could only respond, another pat, and I'll be bald. Thanks to everyone for the comfort, it truly warms my heart. Just as he sent that message, he was met with a barrage of shoulder pats. Thank you all. It seemed that today's romance, despite its ups and downs, was not without its charm. Chen Yang felt helpless. After class, he promptly packed his computer and left the lecture hall. As he exited the building, Wang Jijia sent a message, "I'm on the second floor of the South District cafeteria, already secured a table, no rush." What a considerate child. Chen Yang smiled, simultaneously envying the carefree life of art students. Binhai University boasts 3 residential areas, each with a sizable cafeteria. Even so, it remains bustling at noon, particularly with the influx of new students undergoing military training akin to a horde of hungry ghosts. Upon arriving at the second floor of the South District cafeteria, Chen Yang could easily spot Wang Jijia amidst the crowd. This effect could be described as radiantly captivating. Today, this youthful beauty wore light makeup, her long hair cascading freely, adorned in a white shirt and a plaid skirt, a typical JK outfit. Any man not in a sage-like state would inevitably steal glances. Over here. Wang Jijia's smile illuminated her face as she spotted Chen Yang waving her hand. Several boys, drawn by her gesture, glanced at Chen Yang, their gazes betraying a dual jealousy. They envied Chen Yang for sharing a meal with such a beautiful girl, while also envying his good looks. Ignoring the envious stares of those boys, Chen Yang swiftly approached Wang Jijia and said, "Wait here, I'll get you some food and see if it's to your liking." "Sounds good, I enjoy surprises." Wang Jijia nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Compared to those who merely asked, "What do you like to eat?" Chen Yang's words brought her joy. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yang had already reviewed Wang Jijia's official profile and was well aware of her culinary preferences. When a serving of spicy stir-fry pot was placed on the table, the genuine surprise on Wang Jijia's face was unmistakable as she murmured, "Wow, I've been craving this kind of spicy stir-fry pot for ages, but I never dared to order it." "Go ahead and eat, what's there to be afraid of?" Chen Yang also offered her a small bowl of rice and a cup of refreshing iced sour plum soup. "I'm prone to gaining weight and breaking out." Wang Jijia eagerly picked up her chopsticks, noticing that Chen Yang had only ordered an omelet rice, and said, "I can't finish this big bowl. You should have some too." "Thanks, but this is only our second meeting. Ew, I can't bring myself to take food from your bowl." His words subtly hinted at the prospect of a third and fourth meeting. Wang Jijia seemed oblivious to the implication, and wielding a new pair of chopsticks, placed 2 pieces of meat on a Chen Yang's plate, smiling as she said, "I don't mind. Ooh, just think of it as sharing a hot pot." At that moment, Chen Yang heard laughter from the adjacent table. Turning to look, he saw 3 female classmates giggling as they watched him, and Wang Jijia, one girl with a ponytail, even holding her phone, seemingly capturing the moment. "What are you doing?" Wang Jijia protested playfully, her face turning slightly red with embarrassment. "So handsome, so handsome." They whispered among themselves, casting furtive glances at Chen Yang. Assuming these 3 girls were Wang Jijia's classmates, Chen Yang politely nodded at them and quietly inquired, "Who are they?" "My roommates, don't mind them, they just like to stir up trouble." Wang Jijia glanced at her 3 roommates, making an effort to suppress her laughter. Chen Yang couldn't help but think of his own mischievous roommates, a smile breaking across his face as he inwardly mused, university life is truly wonderful. Inside the Binhai Dugsu cafeteria, Wang Jijia evidently adored Mala Xiangguo. Though she seemed to restrain herself, her chopsticks kept moving of their own accord, conveying morsels to her mouth until her lips gleamed with oil like a squirrel with bulging cheeks. "Do you intend to become a programmer after graduation?" she asked, her large round eyes brimming with curiosity. "At present, employment for programmers is difficult. I have not yet decided what to do after graduation," Chen Yang replied. "Is it because of AI?" she pressed. "No. AI is merely a tool in the present moment. It cannot replace programmers. The issue is my own inadequate level. I did not learn well enough." Chen Yang forced an embarrassed smile. "Oh." Wang Jijia had not expected such candor. She said slowly, "AI has had a significant impact on our art industry. I am only in my second year. 3 years from now, the technology will be more mature, and I truly will not be able to compete with AI-signed works." "So you switched early to being a short video content creator?" Chen Yang inferred. "Yes." Wang Jijia sighed. "I did not expect the competition in video making to be even fiercer. You must compete not only with other people, but with AI as well. It seems no profession is easy." She leaned toward Chen Yang and murmured, "Especially now that little kids have entered the scene. My youthful look is no longer an advantage. Ooh, I cannot compare to them. Indeed, those who sought very young faces would watch those children." And for those who preferred a lawful youthful appearance, Wang Jijia did not flirt with borderline styles, so she had little appeal in that regard. Sensing the heaviness of the topic, Chen Yang adopted a mock-serious tone. "If you want to become popular, I can offer a piece of advice." Having caught her attention, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "You could try singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball." Wang Jijia laughed. "You show your cards, small rascal." They laughed and moved on to lighter subjects, trading internet jokes and trendy memes. They chatted so amiably that neither noticed when Wang Jijia's 3 roommates slipped away. They finished eating only when the cafeteria had begun to thin out. "Thanks for the Mala Xiangguo Suezang. That really hit the spot," Wang Jijia said, patting her belly with exaggerated satisfaction. "It feels odd to be called Suezang. I prefer people call me by my name," Chen Yang replied, slinging his laptop bag over his shoulder. "Shall we go?" "All right, Chen Yang." Wang Jijia walked beside him. With a 30-centimeter height difference, she had to tilt her head slightly to look up at him. Chen Yang was not the flashy heartthrob of internet fame, but his features were quietly handsome in a way that held the eye. She was not a slave to looks, yet his face was undeniably attractive. After a moment's hesitation, she asked cautiously, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Yang, who had been contemplating an excuse to ask her out again, did not expect her to probe first. He replied, "If I had a girlfriend, I certainly would not be dining alone with you. And you?" "Me neither." Wang Jijia nodded. With that exchange, the implication between them became tacitly understood. They left the cafeteria wrapped in a flirtatious atmosphere. Chen Yang suddenly asked, "Do you have classes this afternoon?" "One Western art history, but it finishes at 2, she answered, glancing up at him with a hint of hopeful expectation. If he wanted to pursue Wang Jijia, he thought his equipment could scarcely be shabby. She was a short video creator after all. He pulled out his phone. "I'm heading to the shopping district to buy a phone, and I'll visit the flower and pit market. Would you like to come?" "Sure." Wang Jijia replied without hesitation. Realizing how easily she had agreed, she lowered her eyes with a touch of embarrassment. "I was planning to browse cosmetics and such. Text me after your class." Chen Yang said. "I will." Their academic buildings lay in different directions. Wang Jijia waved a cheerful goodbye and headed toward the art faculty building. Chen Yang watched her retreating figure, so delicately put together, she resembled a figurine, and felt a smile that was hard to suppress. He had not expected things with Wang Jijia to progress so smoothly. It was almost as though one glance sufficed to ignite Dizerno. Perhaps it was true love at first sight. He reminded himself of the yuan he had invested in her equivalent to in the real world, and then everything felt justified. Otherwise, the whole experience would have been poor indeed. At 2:30, Chen Yang and Wang Jijia took the subway to the Binhai shopping district. They chatted and laughed on the journey, gradually learning about each other's family situations in a comfortable, unspoken rapport. Chen Yang's background was the familiar archetype: an orphan, parents deceased, no siblings or property, very much a typical novel protagonist. Wang Jijia's family lived in a city far from Binhai. She had a younger brother. Perhaps for that reason, she seemed mature despite her youthful appearance, already contemplating employment choices in her first years at university. At the shopping district, they entered an official Huawei experience store. Many customers were browsing, and several men's gazes lingered on Wang Jijia, some even surreptitiously raised phones to snap photos. She paid them no heed, trailing Chen Yang and examining the gadgets with curiosity. "Good afternoon, sir. May I introduce any products to you?" a male salesperson asked. As a digital enthusiast, Chen Yang knew the merchandise well and said, "I'll take a top-spec P40. "Very well, please wait a moment." The salesperson hesitated for only an instant and had no time to look Wang Jijia over before returning to the counter. Wang Jijia silently watched the thin, elegant laptops on display, surprised at Chen Yang's apparent extravagance, given his simple attire and the battered laptop bag he had carried at lunch. When Chen Yang considered buying a pair of headphones and walked toward that counter, they suddenly heard two familiar voices. "I don't like iPhones. Expensive doesn't always mean better. Huawei's photos look nicer," one voice said. "You are right, I was being superficial," the other replied. Following the voices, Chen Yang saw Lu Yiyan, slender and graceful, accompanied by Wang Kai, who had the nickname Tu Fiwen. Seeing them made his expression darken internally. He groaned at the predictability of encountering the same NPCs in this vast world. Lu Yiyan and Wang Kai noticed Chen Yang too, their surprise curdling into a thin contempt. Chen Yang feigned astonishment and smiled toward them. "I am full of remorse for delaying the consummation of your romance. I did not expect you two to be together. True lovers finally united. Congratulations. Are you insane?" Wang Kai sputtered, thrown off by Chen Yang's tone. Lu Yiyan glanced around and with a jealous edge said, "Stop being sarcastic. Isn't Zhao Zimeng with you?" "She and I." Chen Yang replied, affecting a plaintive look at Wang Kai. "We've broken up. Why do you care? You're making things awkward for Kai. Don't get cocky. Is it not true you stole a house from me?" Wang Kai, not yet hardened by adult life, adopted the earnest stance of a lovesick warrior, putting an arm around Lu Yiyan. "I tell you, Yiyan and I are officially together. I will prove with actions that she chose correctly. I'm not her father. What use is your proving anything to me?" Chen Yang responded, exasperated. Wang Kai was provoked by Chen Yang, and naturally, he felt resentful, especially with Lu Yiyan by his side. He raised his head defiantly and said, "Chen Yang, you're merely relying on your good looks to get by in school. Once graduation arrives next year, you'll see who the true protagonist of this world is." He glanced at Chen Yang's outfit, worth less than yuan, and mocked, "With your miserable appearance, you wouldn't even qualify to work for me. You'll be the one laughing when you're in tears. Brother Kai, I can assure you the one who will be crying in the future is you, and it will be quite pitiful." Recalling that night at Jinjiang Star, Chen Yang couldn't help but joke, "Please watch the VCR." While Wang Kai and Chen Yang exchanged barbs, Lu Yiyan's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yang. She couldn't believe that this rogue had become even more attractive since their breakup. His confidence was something she had never encountered before. She couldn't shake the feeling of being overshadowed by Zhao Zimeng. As she saw Wang Kai becoming increasingly flustered, she hurriedly interjected, "All right, Chen Yang, you're just putting on a brave front. Aren't you supposed to be working at KFC? You wouldn't have come here to spend your meager allowance, would you? Am I not more than just bravado?" With a single remark, Chen Yang left Lu Yiyan speechless. He turned to Wang Kai and remarked, "Brother Kai, you should exercise more. You seem a bit fragile." "Don't you dare." Wang Kai's words were abruptly interrupted by a male store clerk who approached, cutting off his retort. "My apologies." The clerk hurriedly apologized to Wang Kai and then handed a smartphone to Chen Yang, saying, "Sir, here is the P you requested, fully equipped with top-tier memory and storage. Would you like to add a pair of headphones? ID like the white model, please." "Just a moment." The clerk departed once more. Chen Yang turned to Lu Yiyan and Wang Kai, offering them a friendly smile. putting on a facade of grandeur. Lu Yuyen's eyes twitched slightly, and she replied condescendingly that green tea certainly spends lavishly for you. Where is she? Is she deliberately hiding from me out of guilt? Is this world only populated by the two of you women? Chen Yang was once again left speechless. If this woman's heart were to shrink, it could collapse into a black hole. Lu Yuyen sneered, do you truly think Zhao Zhimeng would fancy you? She only enjoys what others say about you. Aside from me, who else could possibly be interested in you? Yin, what are you saying? Wang Kai interrupted Lu Yuyen. After all, he was a wealthy heir, and even as a sycophant he had his pride. Hearing his girlfriend utter such words was undoubtedly embarrassing. Lu Yuyen also felt somewhat guilty and fell silent, linking her arm with Wang Kai's. Seeing Lu Yuyen relent, Wang Kai immediately puffed out his chest with pride. He thought to seize the opportunity to gloat further. After all, money was his forte, and he could easily purchase 10 PS. Just as he believed he was looking down upon the world, his gaze shifted, and he noticed a pure-looking Japanese high school girl standing behind Chen Yang. When the girl turned her head, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Chen Yang, have you finished your conversation? Wang Jiajia approached Chen Yang, her eyes flitting past Lu Yuyen and Wang Kai, focusing intently on Chen Yang's face. As a companion with somewhat ambiguous status, she politely waited to observe the unfolding drama before stepping in. In fact, she wasn't the only one watching. Several nearby customers pretended to be engrossed in their phones, but their attention was squarely on the trio of Chen Yang, Lu Yuyen, and Wang Kai. Even the nearby clerks were stifling laughter as they watched the spectacle unfold. Who is she? Lu Yuyen looked at the exquisitely dressed Wang Jiajia, instinctively sensing a challenge from her beauty. Among women, rivalry often brews. She understood this very well. Seeing the unusual rapport between Chen Yang and this young beauty, she couldn't help but mock. Chen Yang, you really are something. Even middle school girls aren't off limits for you. Are you aware that this is illegal? Senior, you've misunderstood. I'm from Binhai University School of Fine Arts. We're classmates. Wang Jiajia awkwardly replied. Is that so? Lu Yuyen responded coldly, sizing up Wang Jiajia and adding, so you swooped in out of nowhere. You're not claiming to be Chen Yang's girlfriend, are you? A cliché hero saving the damsel in distress. Who would believe such a trite story? Wang Jiajia displayed an expression of innocent bewilderment. She chose not to respond to Lu Yuyen, instead turning her gaze to Wang Kai and exclaiming with wide eyes, hello, senior. What a surprise to see you here. You two know each other. Chen Yang, though curious, had a hunch about the connection. As he caught sight of Lu Yuyen's wary expression, Wang Kai's previously straightened back instantly softened, and he stammered, she's that internet celebrity from our school, named Wang Jiajia. Who doesn't know her? I'm not an internet celebrity. Wang Jiajia waved her hand in modesty, then looked up at Chen Yang to explain, the senior invited me to dinner before, and I told him I already have a boyfriend. Her words were cleverly crafted, leaving out the identity of her boyfriend. However, to the ears of bystanders, it was evident that this boyfriend referred to Chen Yang. Lu Yuyen's expression turned sour, as if she had bitten into something unpleasant. She glanced between current Wang Kai and ex-Chen Yang, momentarily uncertain about whom to chastise. Chen Yang had moved on with Wang Jiajia. Wang Kai had not pursued Wang Jiajia, but instead had lost his own footing. In any case, today was a complete loss for Lu Yuyen. She forced herself to deny this reality, glaring at Wang Jiajia with a cold smile. Are you here to shoot a skit? You internet celebrities will do anything for views. How embarrassing to run in here and act this out. She shot Wang Kai an irritated glance before storming off. Chen Yang quickly patted Wang Kai, giving him a push, saying, brother Kai, go and comfort her. With a do-you-in bag, you'll have no problem. Damn you, Wang Kai stumbled from Chen Yang's shove. He didn't have time to argue with Chen Yang. Seeing Lu Yuyen moving away like the wind, he hurriedly jogged after her. How dramatic. Wang Jiajia observed the retreating figures with a hint of amusement, then turned back to Chen Yang, her expression somewhat peculiar. She smiled and asked, what did you think of my performance just now? Does it warrant a meal of spicy hot pot? He'll treat you to a month's worth of spicy hot pot. Chen Yang affirmed, addressing the male clerk, still spectating. Buddy, is it time to settle the bill? Ah, yes. The clerk hastily grabbed the payment device to process the transaction. At an upscale Western restaurant, the ambience was elegant, with soothing piano melodies playing in the background. Lu Yuyen was busily organizing her belongings from an old leather bag, carefully placing them into a do-you-in bag. Seeing her lips curve into a smile, Wang Kai finally exhaled in relief. Women are easily appeased as long as money is involved. There's little that can't be resolved. In contrast, that Wang Jiajia was far too ungrateful. He had to get even with her. Stealthily, Wang Kai took out his phone, opened Douyin, and a lively social shake track instantly electrified the room. Damn it. He quickly lowered the volume. Noticing the disdainful glances from around him, Lu Yuyen shot daggers at Wang Kai, her lips moving silently. So embarrassing. It's fine, I'm a VIP here. Though Wang Kai felt slightly humiliated, he refused to yield. He opened Douyin's like section and found Wang Jiajia among the myriad of beauty videos, commenting, she has a boyfriend, so all you otaku can stop dreaming. After posting the comment, he copied it and continuously pasted it on all of Wang Jiajia's videos. At that moment, Lu Yuyen had finished organizing her bag and placed it on the table. Then she picked up her phone, turned to the side for a selfie, casually showcasing her Douyin bag, and smiled as she snapped the picture. Accompanying it was a fresh and breezy caption saying goodbye to the past, shared to her friend circle. She glanced at Wang Kai, furrowing her brow as she asked, what are you doing? Are you watching that middle school girl video? No, I just happened to come across it. Wang Kai quickly unfollowed Wang Jiajia, his fingers moving at lightning speed. Lu Yuyan snickered derisively, opening the Douyin app and asking what's her username. I want to check it out. Pinyin jia 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 jia. Wangkai, you must excel in your studies, right? Lu Yuyan chuckled in exasperation, inputting jia 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 into the search bar, while coldly remarking, you remember the username of a girl you just happened to stumble upon. It's clear I'm not worthy of you. Don't. Wangkai felt a bit troubled, pondering whether he should buy her a top-tier P2. But seeing Lu Yuyan's increasingly serious expression as if she were about to ignite, he couldn't help but wonder what had she seen. Chen Yang and Wang Jiajia, feeling somewhat fatigued from their stroll through the commercial street, decided to venture to a nearby market dedicated to flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Soon Chen Yang emerged from the market cradling a large fish tank. Do you have such a fondness for keeping fish? Wang Jiajia teased, walking alongside him. Are you referring to keeping fish in a serious sense? Chen Yang mused, recalling how she had closely observed the situation between Zhao Zhimeng and him at the Huawei store, and continued, actually, it's quite trivial. My ex-girlfriend's close friend has taken a liking to me, but we have no connection. At least not in the context of this game's progression, he silently added. Is that so? Wang Jiajia blinked playfully and remarked, I didn't mean it that way, or I was merely curious about why you have accumulated so many fish. She pointed to the fish tank Chen Yang held, which contained at least 100 green guppies in plastic bags. You didn't mean it that way. Chen Yang feigned disappointment with a dramatic sigh, jokingly adding, it's precisely because I lack the ability to keep fish that I'm learning how to do so. Just then his phone vibrated in his pocket. With both hands occupied with the fish tank, he could not answer the call. However, he reflected that he had virtually no relatives in this world, and aside from notifications from his class, no one ever contacted him. So, he let the phone continue its buzzing. Wang Jiajia's phone chimed as well. Since leaving the Huawei Experience store, her notifications had been ceaseless. Is it Lu Yuyan and Wang Kai bothering you? I apologize for dragging you into this, Chen Yang said apologetically. It's not those two, but... Wang Jiajia said mysteriously, it is indeed related to you. Really? Let's discuss it on the way. Wang Jiajia hailed a taxi for them. They both settled into the back seat, the fish tank positioned between them. After instructing the driver to head to Benhai University, Chen Yang pulled out his phone to glance at the messages in their dormitory group chat, where 3 individuals had tagged him. I can't believe it, Chen Yang, so you broke up with Lu Yuyan. You're such a scoundrel. No wonder you moved off campus to cohabit with a little internet celebrity. How scandalous. Hurry back and apologize. Additionally, the class group chat was abuzz, albeit without anyone tagging him, filled with remarks about scoundrels and playing the fool. What on earth? Chen Yang scrolled through the chat history and spotted a video someone had shared in the group. Upon clicking it, he found a clip of himself and Wang Jiajia enjoying lunch at the cafeteria. The video featured Wang Jiajia playfully adding meat to his plate, and her somewhat shy smile complemented by their striking looks. Although it lasted only a few seconds, set to music, it beautifully encapsulated the essence of youthful romance on campus. From the video's angle, it was evident. I apologized, it was filmed by my roommate, Wang Jiajia said, pressing her palms together in an apologetic gesture as she tentatively inquired, did this cause you any trouble? What trouble could it cause me? Just as long as it doesn't affect your account, Chen Yang replied. He opened Douyin and discovered the original video was trending, having garnered over likes and thousands of comments in just one afternoon. An intriguing topic in the description read, I'm eating dog food in the cafeteria. Recalling his investment of a yuan in the game, he anticipated this surge in viewership would last several days and remarked to Wang Jiajia, does this video benefit your account? Let's not waste this wave of traffic. It's already starting to gain followers. Tonight I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Jiajia exclaimed with delight, shaking her phone. That's wonderful. Chen Yang didn't believe that Wang Jiajia had intentionally filmed the video. It seemed merely a fortunate coincidence. Ultimately, it didn't matter if it could assist her, that was sufficient. Even though he was aware that all of this was merely a game, and that Wang Jiajia was a character he had purchased, the emotions he invested were undeniably genuine. Even in the realm of Anxing, seeking a bionic partner was no different. Reality was inconsequential. Live in the moment, savor the present. While Chen Yang pondered, Wang Jiajia was also deep in thought, occasionally glancing at her phone while gazing silently out the window. Once the taxi entered the complex where Chen Yang rented an apartment, Wang Jiajia finally spoke, I'll wait for you downstairs. I'll bring the fish tank up and then come down, Chen Yang replied. Having only known each other for a day, he hesitated to invite Wang Jiajia upstairs. Don't worry, just release those fish from the plastic bags first. We wouldn't want them to suffocate, she reassured. After the car stopped, Wang Jiajia quickly exited and moved to open the door for Chen Yang. He carefully maneuvered out of the taxi with the fish tank, feeling a warm sensation as he noticed Wang Jiajia's gesture. Wang Jiajia lingered for a moment before speaking, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Now, Chen Yang held the fish tank, which while not heavy felt somewhat awkward. Yes, I'm afraid that if I wait any longer, I might lose the nerve to say it. Wang Jiajia lifted her gaze to meet Chen Yang's, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she quietly asked, how about we collaborate on making videos? Making videos? Chen Yang's thoughts immediately wandered. Noticing his silence, Wang Jiajia continued, I've actually wanted to transition for some time, but I haven't settled on a theme. The video from today brought in so much traffic that I feel. She paused before continuing, I selfishly believe we shouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Would you like to partner with me as a video content creator? Sure. Chen Yang agreed without a moment's hesitation. This was a splendid opportunity to forge a closer bond with Wang Jiajia, and since he had invested in gaining this traffic, he could not let it go to waste. Really? Seeing Chen Yang's unequivocal response, Wang Jiajia's face lit up with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Who wouldn't want to collaborate with a beautiful partner? Chen Yang chuckled, handing her the fish tank. Could you hold this for me? Of course. Wang Jiajia took the fish tank, appearing to struggle a bit with its weight. Hang in there, let's take a picture together. Chen Yang switched his phone to selfie mode, bending down to get closer to Wang Jiajia. He extended one arm, while resting his chin on his other hand. Let's count down from 10 to 9 8. Why are we counting down from 10? Wang Jiajia murmured, adjusting her expression to the perfect smile she had evidently rehearsed. Click. That moment was forever captured in the fragments of memory. In the early hours of the morning, rain began to patter down in Hongshi. Chen Yang adjusted the projector on his desk. Wang Jiajia's already somewhat cartoonish figure took on an even more figurine-like quality under the holographic projection. This little short leg only grew more adorable with each glance. Ah, the sweet scent of love, he mused as he slurped his Lucifen, giving a perfect score to Wang Jiajia's character designer. He had invested 9 hours into this game, and his real body was not only ravenous, but also took a considerable time to reconnect with his brain. Next time, he must strictly limit his gaming hours. After dinner, Chen Yang opened the online shop of Lianzhong International. The swamp turtle remained unsold, so he listed the green guppies at a price below the market rate. Each fish for yuan. Selling fish was merely a ploy to boost his sales numbers. Earning less was inconsequential. However, his plans for a bionic partner would be postponed. He logged into the Hacker Alliance's deep-sea internet to check the current stock of guoguang apples, which were completely sold out along with most other fruits available online. Selling fruit was currently too conspicuous. He would need to wait before pursuing that venture. Once he had completed all his tasks, he slipped under the covers, feeling the loneliness and coldness, and gradually drifted off to sleep amid the sound of rain. As he lay in a deep slumber, the data within the gaming console pulsed in rhythm, with his breathing soaring into the night sky towards the moon. At 1 o'clock in the morning, although the lights in Binbian Miyu's bedroom were off and the aquarium bubbled softly, she remained exhilarated and unable to sleep. The dim stars in the night sky cast bright beams of light. The brilliance of these dark stars was so intense that the light from other celestial bodies was nearly imperceptible on the moon. To the human eye, the starry sky had entirely vanished. In the stillness of the night, Binbian Miyu often felt a peculiar sense of solitude. Although she knew that millions resided on the dark stars, both her family and school forbade any contact, sealing away all information. Were it not for the emergence of the cyber street, she and her peers would remain oblivious to the existence of the game Earth. In the eyes of the youth on the moon is the first world, the dark stars constitute the second world, while Earth represents the third world. Yet with merely 0 inhabitants on the moon, the stark contrast in population size instilled a profound curiosity about the other 2 worlds, prompting them to seek every possible means of engagement and understanding. At this moment, an opportunity belonging to her had arrived. Binbian Miyu glanced at the Super Dream device resting beside her pillow. Data from the Dark Star game had already been downloaded too. The Super Dream device resembled a metallic collar akin to a U-shaped pillow. Tonight, she would embark on her inaugural Super Dream experience. Her phone screen illuminated. A message from teacher Xianshui arrived. The first class starts this Sunday. Bring your notebook to meet me at Earth Backstreet. Understood, teacher. Binbian Miyu replied promptly. She had enrolled to learn network technology under teacher Xianshui. Though the moon offered little space for hackers to operate, the technologies of remote connection were far more captivating than the knowledge confined to textbooks. Teacher Xianshui sent another message, just a reminder, the Super Dream will immerse you in character, evoking genuine emotions. Please limit usage to no more than 4 hours daily. The phrase copied emotions momentarily stunned Binbian Miyu. Although it sounded perilous, it also possessed an inexplicable allure. She typed a response, I will use it judiciously. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. Binbian Miyu extinguished her phone screen, drawing the curtains, leaving only the glow of the Super Dream device in her dimly lit room. The data download was complete. She placed the device around her neck, feeling a cool sensation at the point of contact as it comfortably supported her head while lying on the pillow. After taking 2 deep breaths, she reached for the Super Dream device's switch and pressed it. Initially, she felt nothing, but as the device whirred to life, a sensation of constriction enveloped her neck, the metal at the point of contact warming, as if it sought to integrate with her very being. Just as panic gripped her, and she considered removing the device, her body suddenly experienced a sensation of weightlessness, and the discomfort around her neck dissipated. Her vision plunged into darkness, with only a few lines of pink text illuminating the void. Analyzing current script type, Earth Digital Version Character Performance. Data source, E9801C45 AVK 209000602. Cache time, October 3, 2121 1:35 a.m. Counting activated interactive characters, 89 individuals. Filtering valid Super Dream characters, Wang Jijia, Lu Yuyan Wang, Kai Zhaosameng. Upon seeing the character avatars, Binbian Miyu noted the interaction index beneath each name, with Wang Jijia ranking highest, leading her to select this seemingly younger character. Default Super Dream experience duration hours. Would you like to modify? No. Transcription complete. Commencing Super Dream experience. Boom. Binbian Miyu found herself standing beside a bustling commercial street. The sky was overcast while rain had yet to fall. The air was already thick with humidity. Cars whizzed by amid honking horns, and pedestrians hastened their steps, prompting her to instinctively quicken her pace. I am Wang Jijia, a student at Binhai University's Fine Arts Department. Under the potent psychological suggestion, Binbian Miu felt her consciousness merge with that of the character, rendering her utterly unfazed by the earthly world around her. Instead, she experienced an odd sense of familiarity and warmth. As raindrops began to fall, Wang Jijia took off running. Binbian Miu, like a specter, inhabited Wang Jijia's being, sharing in the rapid breaths, the acute tension, and the worries stemming from career struggles. Do. Her phone rang. The body of Binbian Miu, lying in bed, instinctively reached for the phone, only to be swiftly halted by the super dream device. The screen displayed an incoming call from Mom. Her anxiety intensified. She was reluctant to answer, yet the phone continued to ring. Hello, Mom. Jijia, are you outside? You don't have class now, do you? Her mother's voice was familiar, conjuring an image of a woman's face in Binbian Miu's mind. The face of this middle-aged woman bore no kindness, only a shrewd and petty demeanor that filled her with frustration and helplessness. I'm not in class, it's about to rain, so please call me later. Wang Jijia spoke while running breathless. I'll be quick. Her mother's tone had a commanding quality, but she softened it with a smile. Before continuing, I heard from Aunt Lin that her daughter earns money not just through video posts, but also by pulling clients through group chats. She can make hundreds in just an hour of private chatting. Oh. Binbian Miu replied with mild irritation. Your younger brother is now in middle school, and the tutoring fees keep rising. Your dad and I can't support this on our own. You're a university student now, and we've already invested a lot in your education. You need to be more proactive and help alleviate some of the financial pressure on the family. I'm already doing my best. Best isn't enough. Your parents have given you so much, they don't squander it. Aunt Lin says that video chatting is safe and quick to earn. Oh, make sure you don't waste the money you earn. Okay. She hung up, a slight heaviness in her heart. The rain intensified, cold droplets striking her like bullets. Taxis ignored her, and the nearby bus stop and stores were crowded. She felt utterly abandoned in this world. As Binbian Miu succumbed to the weight of her emotions, memories of being bullied in class flashed through her mind, but her consciousness was swiftly pulled back into the character by the super dream. Wang Jijia, in resignation, simply shielded her head with her bag, hastening her steps through the downpour. That student, are you from Binhai University? A male voice emerged in her world. She looked around and finally spotted a taxi that had come to a stop by the roadside. A boy's face appeared from the roll-down window. Due to her nearsightedness, she could not clearly see his features, so she called out, yes. Get into, I'm also from Binhai University. Thank you. Wang Jijia hurried over, opened the passenger door, and slid into the seat. Compared to the torrential rain outside, the car, albeit carrying a hint of cigarette smoke, enveloped her in a comforting sense of security. The driver glanced at her and asked, are you really a university student? You look more like a middle schooler. I just look young. Wang Jijia smiled awkwardly. She turned to look at the fellow student behind her, noticing that he curled up in the back seat, appearing quite tall. His attire was simple, just a basic t-shirt and jeans, but his exposed arms revealed a sturdy physique. Finally, her gaze settled on the boy's face. He had neat short hair and a clean appearance. While not strikingly handsome, he exuded a warmth that instilled a sense of trust within her. For reasons unknown, her heart raced. Chen Yang was not captivated by the allure of women. He rose early to study the BM language, diligently completing his first biodegradable model and Apple following the tutorial. The interactive simulator, no larger than a volleyball, could convert digital signals into neural signals, thus checking the integrity of the model. Chen Yang imported the meticulously crafted Apple model into the interactive simulator and connected its cables to the brain-machine interface. Soon he found himself in a stark white room. The walls of the room featured a black display screen from which various testing tools could be selected, devoid of any other embellishments. The apple he had created floated ethereally in the air, exuding an almost surreal quality. He grasped the apple, assessing its weight, brought it close to his nose to inhale its scent, and then took a decisive bite, savoring its flavor. The aroma burst forth between his lips and teeth, and the juice flowed down his throat, invigorating his body. It was astonishing to think he had consumed a model he had crafted himself. With diligent study, he might even someday create a woman of his own. Such was the delight of being a model maker. A satisfied smile crossed Chen Yang's face as he tapped twice on the display screen to exit the interactive simulator. As he disconnected the data cable from the back of his head, his smart glasses presented him with an electronic bill reminding him to pay the property fee for October to Ranhe Technology. Angshi City was essentially an industrial park owned by Ranhe Technology, with all resources belonging to them. The rent for his room at Wyke, along with utilities, internet, and air purification services, amounted to yuan monthly. Employees of Ranhe Technology received a 50% discount. However, with Wyke having been dismissed from the factory and the outstanding September payment, he was now required to pay yuan or face the risks of having his water and electricity cut off. Life is not easy, he mused. Reflecting on his lack of income for the past 2 weeks rendered Chen Yang somewhat emo. He glanced at his account balance, yuan. That was somewhat reassuring. The King Guanjiu he had listed online yesterday was snapped up by a white-collar worker, but due to the sluggish efficiency of the joint government's official delivery, he would have to wait 3 days for pickup, a stark contrast to the prompt service of the Hacker Alliance. I wonder when my bionic wife will finally arrive. Just as he was pondering this, the doorbell rang. It was Judy from next door. Upon opening the door, he saw Judy clad in warm clothing, evidently preparing to go out. She frowned at Chen Yang and said, "Darling, could you lend me some money? My living allowance won't come until the 15th. Oh, and having just paid the property fee, I'm a bit tight." "Of course, come in, and let's discuss it." Chen Yang ushered Judy inside, locked the door, and inquired, "How much do you need?" 2,000 will suffice." "All right." Chen Yang transferred yuan to her, and asked, "Are you going to get a checkup at the hospital?" "Yes, I go every week." After receiving the funds, Judy beamed, and gave Chen Yang a quick kiss, her tone flirtatious, as she asked, "Would you like to avail yourself of the services of a little nurse tonight?" "Not today." Chen Yang pondered for a moment, as he also felt the urge to venture out. Though he possessed some admirable qualities of a recluse, his body had been cooped up indoors for over a week, and if he didn't get out soon, he would surely rust. Thus he retrieved a jacket, packed his bag, and descended the stairs with Judy. Dark Star had entered October. Although this world had emerged from the nuclear winter, the persistent metallic dust still rendered the temperatures chillingly low. As Chen Yang stepped outside, the biting cold air sent a shiver down his spine. He quickly adjusted his hood and increased his jacket's warmth by 2 degrees Celsius. "How excruciatingly cold," he murmured under his breath, turning to the trembling Judy beside him. "With today's technology, clearing the metallic dust from the atmosphere should be quite feasible, don't you think? Indeed, the joint government once proposed it, but the initiative fell through. Why is that? Consider the technology level on the moon. They have no need to dump their waste on Dark Star, right?" Judy looked up at the sky, a wry smile gracing her lips, as she said, "If we cleared away the dust clouds, we could see the starry sky. I've heard you can't see the stars from the moon, which is why they don't want us to see them either. Those fools are utterly absurd." Chen Yang exclaimed in frustration, but upon reflection, he realized that this could not be the primary reason. Given the current technology on Dark Star, if the dust were cleared, the moon would undoubtedly be exposed to Dark Star's powerful telescopes, revealing their technology and lifestyle, thus compromising their privacy. It was likely that the wealthy inhabitants of the moon had their own grievances. Chen Yang hailed a taxi to take Judy to the New Life Hospital and then proceeded to street in the center of Angshi City. As he stepped out of the taxi, he noticed the towering advertisements displaying electronic perfume featuring 2 androgynous bionic beings introducing their flagship product, the Bionic Type 3 Phantom Companion. It seems electronic perfume is rapidly expanding its business in Angshi City, Chen Yang mused, recalling the enticing sensations experienced in Week's dreams. Due to the drop in temperature, the street performances had shifted to bionic idols. These lifelike bionic figures molded from real humans bore no mechanical semblance. Their attire was more revealing, their movements synchronized, and with the embellishments of cybernetic technology, they appeared even more dazzling. Chen Yang suddenly realized that despite his reclusive tendencies, he had subconsciously embraced the aesthetic of cyberculture. It turned out that when in Rome, do as the Romans do could also be a passive experience. He wandered aimlessly through the streets until he stumbled upon the bookstore where he had purchased the BM software. Molly, the clerk, was seated behind the counter enjoying her lunch from a plastic food container. Upon noticing Chen Yang, she greeted him with a somewhat muffled welcome. After a few moments, she looked up at Chen Yang, her eyes widening as she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, Mr. White from 100,000 Ys. Hi, I apologize for bothering you so much during this time." Chen Yang approached her, casting a glance at her lunch, which consisted of fried rice with meat, a piece of green vegetable, and a segment of sausage, evidently synthetic in nature. "Are you here to buy some software today?" Molly closed her food container, standing up to meet Chen Yang's gaze. Her short hair was tied back and metallic threads around her eyes glimmered with a faint red hue resembling a pair of red-framed glasses. As she was petite, Chen Yang couldn't help but be reminded of Wang Jiajia. "In order to continue to bother you in the future, I brought you a little gift." With no one else in the store, Chen Yang unzipped his backpack and produced a black plastic bag, handing it to her with a smile. "Just a token of my appreciation, I hope you accept it." Molly appeared momentarily taken aback as she opened the bag, revealing 5 Qiaoguang apples. What an extravagant gift. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she calmly remarked, 3 questions a day, I'll answer any that you pose." After a pause, she added, "For a month." "Really?" Chen Yang leaned closer, whispering to Molly, "How can I integrate my created models into the Earth games?" He quickly clarified without going through official channels. "Starting with such a daunting question, are we?" Molly's eyes glinted as she raised her right hand, touching the smart glasses on Chen Yang's face. At that moment, a progress bar appeared on his lens, followed by a prompt. "Molly wishes to share the app Secret Forest with you. Would you like to install it?" "What is this?" he inquired. "It's our private chat group for model makers, which includes some rather skilled hackers. They can accomplish what you seek, albeit for a steep fee." A mischievous expression crossed Molly's face as she continued, "You've already asked 2 questions. Does that count?" Chen Yang regretted his words the instant they left his mouth. "That makes 3. Okay." Chen Yang confirmed the installation and a green icon appeared within the system of his arm. He opened Secret Forest and quickly realized that it was not merely a simple chat group. It was divided into several discussion groups, such as Gathering Place for Earth players. Additionally, there was a discussion group for True Love of Bionic Dolls. The mysterious forest lacks a member list, rendering the number of users invisible. Its chat history is retained for a mere minute, and the experience mirrors that of real-life conversations. If one fails to immerse themselves immediately, the opportunity for interaction is almost entirely lost, with no chat records available for reference. Many groups exist in a state of emptiness, including the Puppet Group, which holds no information whatsoever. This left Chen Yang eager to learn, feeling a sense of regret. He departed from the bookstore and sought refuge in a cafe where the coffee was predictably synthetic. Yet beverages primarily serve to provide emotional value as long as the taste and texture are pleasing. It matters little whether they are artificial. Even in the earthly realm, numerous drinks are already synthetic. Chen Yang, who had no habitual inclination towards coffee, chose this cafe primarily for its excellent soundproofing, which shielded him from the external clamor. He casually ordered a latte, elegantly blue on the coffee cup, took a sip, and aside from the initial burn, felt little else. He opened the Shinmi Simlin app and entered the BM Voice Technology Exchange group. Upon entering, his ears were inundated with a cacophony of sounds as text bubbles generated by AI continuously popped up in his view. The text bubbles bore no names, merely distinguishing speakers by different colors. It appeared they were discussing a particular type of metal. Stop talking nonsense. Helium gold is not an earthly metal. It cannot be included in the earthly materials library. Come on, I saw it a week ago. The number was X9023. I'm not joking. Bro, the X series has a maximum of 9011. How could you have 12 additional materials? Is there a bug in the software's materials library? Unlikely. I just completed an update. The discussion continued revolving around the topic of the materials library. In BM language, the materials library is akin to the core of a model. For instance, in the Apple, Chen Yang created the flesh portion is derived from the materials library's F, with specific values for moisture and sugar content adjustable manually. After listening for a while, the conversation grew increasingly complex, and he found himself utterly lost. Thus, he directly inquired, brothers, is anyone able to upload self-made models to the game Earth? Emphasizing the importance of his question, he reiterated it thrice. Sure enough, someone replied in his text bubble, you'll need to modify the Earth gaming console. It's limited to the digital version. The individual continued, only Wei Shun can do it in the forest, but he's offline. You should prepare about 300. Wei Shun, a name that exudes prowess. Thank you very much. Chen Yang was practically ready to throw an apple his way. He continued to listen in the group and realized that these individuals were affluent white-collar workers, prompting him to ask, does anyone enjoy raising turtles, specifically healthy Pelodiscus sinensis? System prompt advertisement posting results in an hour. Mute. Chen Yang was expelled from the chat. Ugh, awkward. Instinctively, he took a sip of coffee and burned his mouth again. At that moment, many patrons began to fill the cafe, occupying the few available tables. A woman with dyed white hair, clad in a white trench coat, held a cup of coffee, and finding no available table, scanned the room before her gaze settled on Chen Yang. She glanced at him and walked over, taking a seat directly opposite him. I hope you don't mind if I sit here, she stated confidently. Her striking beauty betrayed a blend of ethnic features, possessing the chiseled characteristics of the West, while retaining the delicate grace of the East. Though she was no longer in her youth, her skin retained a supple texture, leading Chen Yang to suspect she might be a synthetic human. However, as she was neither a staff member, nor did she possess a halo above her head, she must be a genuine human. I don't mind. Chen Yang shook his head slightly. He had intended to leave immediately, but having only sipped his coffee twice and not fully savored its flavor, he felt somewhat reluctant. Moreover, departing abruptly would seem impolite, so he decided to linger for an additional 2 minutes. Is the latte here good? The woman suddenly inquired. It's too hot. I haven't tried it yet, Chen Yang replied, adding, I usually don't drink coffee, so I can't discern its quality. Oh. The woman maintained a stoic expression, shifting her gaze to the window. Her stone-green eyes sparkled with reflections as her left hand hovered over the table, occasionally dragging or tapping, clearly browsing online data. Chen Yang reined in his curiosity and redirected his attention to Shinmi Senlin. In the Earth player gathering, 3 players were engaged in conversation. He directly entered the group chat, where their voices reached his ears. 5 years for one playthrough. That's the longest game record I've ever witnessed. What achievements did you earn in 5 years? I focused on my career. I'm now the community director. Starting from the grassroots is commendable, quite inspirational. Haha, I almost believe that. What about you all? What level are you at now? I only play college life. Oh, I've successfully navigated through the dorms of Lu Yuyan and her peers. What? You dare to pursue all 4 in their dorm apart from Lu Yuyan and Zhao Zimeng? That's superficial, bro. Am I someone who prioritizes appearances? Your tastes are rather intense. There's no choice. Chen Yang's advantage lies within the school, who entering society without spending money is futile. What about you? I've been mingling with the landlady for a year, currently hospitalized, waiting for some spare cash to start a new progress. Stick to your career, my friend. Obsessing over women only exacerbates the symptoms of mental illness. That experience is quite unbearable. $200 of happiness is worth having. We can make it even cheaper in Night City. The voices of these 3 individuals were distinct. Their locations and his auditory perception varied, allowing for clear differentiation. In contrast to the technical exchanges in BM Voice, the discussions in Earth almost exclusively revolved around women. Chen Yang was also not immune to this topic, yet he preferred action over discourse. Finding little substance in their conversation, he considered exiting the group chat when the career-oriented player remarked, I want to copy a few films. Do you know where I can download them? Sure, I'll give you a website as long as you have an F number you can download. Come on, man, playing a game and lacking the courage to create your own content. Why didn't I think of that? Indeed, how had he not considered it? Chen Yang scratched his head, suddenly realizing that their exchange presupposed one significant fact: data within the game could be copied into reality. Did they possess a golden finger as well? Chen Yang quickly clicked on the text bubble of the career-oriented player, asking, bro, how do you copy films? Before the career-oriented player could respond, the intense taste player interjected, mirror your computer, you must be a new player, right? I'm a novice. How do I mirror a real computer into Earth? Chen Yang urgently needed this function and inquired, is this an official service from the Earth company, and how much does it cost? Of course it's not an official service. Oh, just find a hacker on deep sea internet, and it shouldn't exceed 10,000. Thank you very much. Chen Yang lifted his cup and took a sip. This time it was no longer hot, and the flavor was quite pleasant. At that moment the woman across from him looked over and tapped her hand on the table in front of him. I can do that. In the coffee house, a silver-haired woman leaned towards Chen Yang and pointed to her right eye. As Chen Yang gazed into her eyes, he noticed a band of barcode illuminating her jade-green irises. His smart glasses immediately zoomed in to scan, revealing a digital business card suspended within the lens's Lucy digital security programmer level. Deep Sea Internet ID DPUR. Mirror the computer into the Earth host for 820 yuan, the woman stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Is this modification secure? Will the Earth company ban my account? Chen Yang was primarily concerned about security. If the game failed to operate, his advantage would be nullified. Banning accounts. That would be detrimental to the game company's profits, Lucy replied, incredulously taking a sip of her coffee while crunching on ice. Mirroring a real computer into a game was initially executed by developers from Earth. Furthermore, data can only be written, not copied, into the Earth system, so it will not affect the game in any way. They might temporarily disable this port, but banning accounts is out of the question. What preparations are necessary? Chen Yang inquired. First, you must possess a gaming console. You cannot utilize a cafe's machine. Lucy glanced at the screen peeking from Chen Yang's right arm and continued, if you are using the Sensor Type 3 integrated computer, you will need to install a driver to maintain a direct connection with the gaming console. She paused before adding, then you will need to spend some money. Purchase the Entertainment Center DLC, and while in the game bring your computer to me, I will connect it to the Sensor Type 3. The total comes to nearly 600 yuan. This game is indeed a financial drain. This cost far surpassed Chen Yang's budget. Contact me once you have made your decision. Lucy offered Chen Yang a smile before rising and exiting the coffee house. Chen Yang savored his coffee, slowly logging into Deep Sea Internet to search for Lucy's ID. This hacker named Lucy had handled over tasks, the majority of which were classified. However, the task of installing a mirrored computer in Earth was not confidential. There were dozens of such requests, all boasting a perfect rating. The potential expenses were overwhelming. Fortunately, he had sold another blue yellow fish, which would soon yield yuan, thus spending would not induce distress. Considering the anticipated influx of traffic from purchasing the entertainment center, he decided against rushing into it. He resolved to wait until the video's popularity titled "I Eat Dog Food" in the cafeteria waned before making any purchases, allowing for another wave of traffic. After spending the afternoon wandering the streets, Chen Yang aimed to acclimatize to the technological culture of this world while also shopping for clothes and shoes. Recalling how Judy had shivered from the cold at noon, he bought her a heated coat. After all, he would require her assistance in the near future. For Chen Yang, although Judy was somewhat mundane, she was certainly more dependable than those yuan alternatives. At least with her, there was no need to pretend to be someone else. That was sufficient. By 5 o'clock, Chen Yang finally took a taxi home. He knocked on Judy's door, only to find her absent. He brought the clothes he bought for her back home, had a quick meal, and returned to Earth. The apartment complex where Chen Yang rented was called Hengtian Xinyuan. Due to its proximity to Binhai University, there were numerous hotels and restaurants surrounding the complex. Wang Jijia chose a home-style restaurant sitting at a corner table with Chen Yang, where they ordered 3 dishes and a soup to discuss significant matters. What type of videos shall we collaborate on? I have absolutely no experience. Chen Yang admitted candidly. During his previous game cycle delivering packages, he had posted some videos, but they were merely mundane aspects of life of which no one had shown interest except himself. I lack successful experience as well, or else my data wouldn't be, so poor Wang Jijia pouted, resting her chin on her hand. We should first establish user profiles, then filter video content based on their preferences. User profiles, that sounds quite professional. Chen Yang shamelessly complimented her. His collaboration with Wang Jijia was indeed driven by ulterior motives. It was not for monetary gain, but rather for companionship. As for the content, he left that entirely to Wang Jijia's discretion. Chen Yang, what videos do you usually enjoy watching? Wang Jijia inquired. Beautiful women, he replied. Could you be more specific? Women in scanty clothing dancing. Chen Yang chuckled, embracing his forthright nature. Wang Jijia displayed an exasperated expression, picking up her chopsticks. Let's eat first, we can think once we're full. Both were indeed hungry, and as they began to eat, they fell silent, concentrating on their meal. After a while, Wang Jijia picked up her phone to open the "I Eat Dog Food" in the cafeteria video, eating while reading the comments, hoping to draw inspiration from them. So we will collaborate as newlyweds, then Chen Yang asked. Ah, cough, cough. Wang Jijia nearly choked in excitement. Chen Yang hurriedly handed her a tissue, explaining, given our current circumstances, since we have only just met, if we publicly claim to be long-term partners, it would surely expose us. We must present ourselves as newlyweds. Although that term might not be entirely fitting, how should we phrase it? As a couple who fell in love at first sight, Wang Jijia shyly suggested. Exactly, the videos we produce will be predicated on this relationship, then we can search online for similar successful cases that should suffice. Chewing his food, Chen Yang continued, nowadays aren't there always jokes being copied back and forth? However, if the account starts by plagiarizing, it will be challenging to cultivate an audience. Wang Jiajia pondered seriously, displaying her account to Chen Yang. Look, my follower count has doubled in just one afternoon. We must create high-quality content to leverage this wave of traffic. Then let's do something exciting. Inspired, Chen Yang moved his bowl aside to shift one seat over, saying, come sit closer. Let's start a live stream immediately. Oh, right now? Wang Jiajia hesitated momentarily, but complied and sat beside him. Come a bit closer. Chen Yang tugged her chair slightly towards himself until they were side by side, stating, as a couple, why keep such distance? Are you already in the zone? Wang Jiajia's round face flushed deeper. Despite her words, she showed no resistance. Even when their arms occasionally brushed against one another, she was quite at ease. Since they were pursuing excitement, they might as well commit fully. Moreover, with Chen Yang's looks and charisma, one could hardly predict who would gain the advantage. As Chen Yang tidied the table, he remarked, since we have traffic now, let's go live and ask the viewers what they want to see. That's surely better than us racking our brains trying to come up with ideas. Indeed, you are quite astute. Wang Jiajia first took out a mirror to touch up her makeup before setting her phone on the table and awkwardly activating the live stream function. The title of the live stream was I Eat Dog Food in the Cafeteria. Have you ever live streamed before? Chen Yang asked her. I've never done a proper live stream considering my follower count is too low. It was evident that Wang Jiajia was quite nervous, constantly fidgeting with her hair as she gazed at the screen. The number of viewers in the stream began to rise, swiftly increasing from single digits to triple digits. Can we greet them now? Chen Yang whispered. Truth be told, he was quite anxious himself. Wang Jiajia took a sip of her tea and cleared her throat. As a veteran in the short video realm and the owner of the live stream account, she felt it essential that she deliver the opening remarks. Chen Yang decided to assist, softly counting down 3, 2, 1, go. Unbeknownst to him, this countdown only added to Wang Jiajia's pressure. Clearly unprepared, Wang Jiajia forced a stiff smile and said, good evening, everyone. We are newlyweds. Ha! I experienced an instant connection with Jia within just 2 days of our acquaintance. We were unexpectedly captured on camera by her roommate during a meal in the cafeteria, which led to a sudden surge in popularity. Thinking it would be a shame to waste such overwhelming attention, I pondered on creating some content and sought everyone's suggestions. The number of viewers in the live stream climbed with comments from netizens constantly refreshing. Chen Yang spoke candidly to the camera, emphasizing his sincerity and readiness to answer any inquiries. Has Jia had a drink? He glanced at Wang Jiajia, who was still recovering from her slip of the tongue regarding being a newlywed couple. Her cheeks flushed. She is just shy. Ha! You're still laughing. Wang Jiajia playfully nudged Chen Yang while smiling at the camera and said, what kind of video content would you all like to see? Help me and Chen Yang brainstorm. Dear viewers, we haven't even held hands yet. Cough, cough. Chen Yang hinted broadly. The comment section erupted with messages like hugs and kisses. Jia, why don't you read some comments? Oh, this netizen wants to see us break up. Wang Jiajia stifled a laugh intentionally, selecting a rather unconventional comment. Who is this? It wouldn't be your ex-boyfriend, would it? Chen Yang scrolled through the comments and noticed the profile picture belonged to a woman. Isn't it your ex-girlfriend? Wang Jiajia countered. Don't say that, they could very well be in the live stream. Chen Yang said with feigned seriousness. Really? Wang Jiajia replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes, but I don't have an ex-boyfriend. You don't? The two were comfortably bantering about their past relationships, perfectly embodying that stage of more than friends, but less than lovers, prompting the netizens to join in the fun. While the live stream wasn't overly popular, it gradually attracted nearly viewers. Due to Wang Jiajia's inexperience with live streaming, she forgot to activate the beauty filter, revealing her youthful visage in a refreshingly authentic manner, quite different from the typical influencer appearance. Chen Yang, already possessing good looks, found his charm enhanced by the audience, with female viewers making up half of the crowd. However, as the number of viewers increased, opinions diverged wildly, resulting in a cacophony of suggestions. I want to see the daily lives of cohabiting couples. Wang Jiajia shyly said, but I still live on campus, and besides it's a bit awkward since we just started dating. Should I perform a dance to Meow's Quick Run? What kind of dance is that? Chen Yang appeared puzzled. Talent shows, travel vlogs, dance covers. Wang Jiajia read various comments, growing increasingly indecisive. She turned to Chen Yang, her expression silently pleading for guidance. What should we do? Chen Yang, sensing that the netizens weren't providing constructive suggestions, proposed, how about this? Besides regularly updating vlogs, we should do a challenge, periodically randomly selecting a video to shoot. A challenge, huh? Wang Jiajia asked, a mix of worry and anticipation in her tone. How do we choose? It should be something with a strong element of randomness. That would make it more interesting. Chen Yang primarily aimed to pique the viewer's interest. After pondering for a moment, he added, let's have the friends sending gifts decide. What do you think? As he spoke, he clicked on the gift leaderboard on the screen. Wow, there are so many people sending gifts. Apologies, we're still getting the hang of our first live stream. Let's see, the top donor is called SUN666. No way, it can't be you, right? Who is that? Wang Jiajia asked, intrigued. My roommate. Recalling how his roommate consistently donated to genuine beauties and their awkward dance videos, Chen Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, having said it, he could only attempt to connect with him. Indeed, the screen lit up with his roommate, or rather his roommates. As the three of them appeared on the screen, their laughter filled the live stream like a barrage of comments, haha, echoing throughout. Wow. Chen Yang's face flushed with laughter. Wang Jiajia joined in, covering her face as she giggled. Laughter has a contagious magic, and soon the entire livestream, both in voice and comment section, was inundated with haha. I can't believe you've become an internet celebrity, Chen Yang. Did you see the class group? Both classmates and teachers are in the live stream. Just wait for your social downfall tomorrow. Since you're seeking excitement, why not just dress as a girl? The trio of friends relentlessly teased him. Fortunately, they had enough decency not to mention his past with Liu Yuyan. I can't help it, I'm crying from laughter. Wang Jiajia dabbed at her tear-streaked cheeks, looking shyly at Chen Yang's 3 roommates and waving hello. Sister-in-law hello. The 3 immediately adopted a serious yet playful demeanor. Let's get on with it, it's better to get the pain over with quickly. Chen Yang took a deep breath to steady his emotions and addressed his roommate Sun Gu, saying you need to scroll through Douyin and watch 10 videos, Jia, and I will mimic the 10th. 1. If it's about kittens or puppies, we'll continue until we find something we can film. I'm live on my phone, so let's use old Wang's instead. Sun Gu took old Wang's phone, opened Douyin, and faced the camera saying let's start scrolling. As he scrolled through the videos, showcased various suggestive beauties, dressed scantily with movements that stirred the imagination. Oh no, why am I the one facing social death? Old Wang immediately covered his face and fled from the live stream. Old Wang, it's over for you. Just wait and see how your girlfriend handles you, haha. Chen Yang reveled in his revenge. The comment section filled with remarks like authentic and true man. In contrast, Wang Jiajia appeared increasingly worried, almost as if her spirit had left her body. She tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve and whispered, What do we do? I really have to dance. I'm doomed. Seeing her face pale, Chen Yang covered his mouth and said, Don't worry, I didn't say you have to dance, implying that he would take on the dance himself. Wang Jiajia imagined the scenario and burst into laughter. At that moment, Sun Gu scrolled to the next video, the 9th one. Old Wang's Douyin video still featured beauties in short skirts performing suggestive dances, exceedingly alluring. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, while Wang Jiajia was so tense that her throat felt dry, her small hands clenching nervously. With nearly a viewers watching the live stream, the 10th video appeared. Everyone anticipated yet another tantalizing beauty, but the scene shifted dramatically. Middle-parted hair, overalls, basketball. Music. Ha ha ha. The live stream and the comment section erupted in joyous laughter. Inside, a Mercedes parked in a campus lot. Ugh, so annoying. Liu Yuyan sat in the passenger seat scrolling through her phone with her exaggeratedly manicured nails. The photo of her donkey bag posted at noon had only garnered likes on Zaihongshu and on her WeChat moments. In stark contrast, Wang Kai's phone showed over viewers in the live stream. A couple in love at first sight. Ridiculous, it must be a publicity stunt. Liu Yuyan glanced at Chen Yang on Wang Kai's phone, then back at Wang Kai's plump face, feeling compelled to press the donkey bag against her thighs to steady her nerves. This Chen Yang really knows how to play, getting the top donor to show his face to help him select videos, haha. Wang Kai smirked smugly, declaring, Just wait until your next live stream. I'll get to the top of the leaderboard and show you what real competition looks like. Forget it, there's no need to compete with him. Liu Yuyan was well aware of Wang Kai's true nature. Aside from his wealth, he was nothing of consequence. Competing with Chen Yang would be humiliating. In the end, it would only reflect poorly on her. Are you feeling sorry for him or something? Wang Kai tried to sound tough. Feeling sorry for him? Please don't, you have plenty of beauty videos on Douyin yourself. It's hardly a challenge. Liu Yuyan shot him a disdainful glance and whispered, Don't waste that money. Money is just a number. Wang Kai seized the opportunity to show off, reaching for Liu Yuyan's thigh and saying I could create another Douyin account and only post videos he isn't good at. Let's see how he tackles that. Boring. Liu Yuyan shifted her leg, opened the door, and got out. Damn it. Wang Kai cursed, stepping out to chase after her. Tell me what flaws does Chen Yang have that I can vent my frustrations on? Binhai University. Couples strolling hand in hand are a common sight throughout the campus. Chen Yang accompanied Wang Jiajia back to her dormitory with fellow students occasionally glancing at them and whispering among themselves. Although the livestream had a modest audience, numerous recordings were uploaded online, granting a significant level of exposure to the location of Binhai University. This livestream brought in over 140. Let's split it 50-50, Wang Jiajia said, showcasing the earnings from Douyin with an unmistakable excitement on her face. Is live streaming really that lucrative? Chen Yang mused, feeling somewhat regretful about spending money on Dark Star. He continued, You should keep it for now, or we will definitely need funds for future video shoots, so you can take on the role of treasurer. Alright, well, settle up at the end of the month, Wang Jiajia replied playfully. Then I'll leave the GNI Tai Mei dance to you. Aren't you going to join me in dancing? I don't know how to dance, if I'm counting on you this time. Wang Jiajia smiled ruefully, a look of pleading in her eyes directed at Chen Yang. What if we accidentally create a borderline video? You'd really make me cringe in front of the viewers. If it does come to that. Wang Jiajia frowned, puffed her cheeks, and pondered, Then I'll dance. Since I've decided to make a change, I'll fully commit and sign up for a dance class tomorrow. Exactly. If you want to earn money, you must shed your inhibitions. Chen Yang recalled his initial hesitance when he started delivering food after graduation. He picked up his phone and began recording, capturing the golden hues of the sunset as it glided over the campus, finally settling on Wang Jiajia. What are you filming? Wang Jiajia instinctively adjusted her hair. Chen Yang adjusted the angle, allowing the sunset to cast a soft glow on her face, and asked, May I interview you? How do you feel after finishing the live stream? Relieved, since the dancing task falls on you. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Jiajia laughed, naturally, gradually walking ahead. However, I do have one regret about this live stream, Chen Yang remarked. What regret? Look, Chen Yang held the phone in his left hand, raised his right hand between the camera and Wang Jiajia. Inside it feels incomplete. Wang Jiajia did not immediately grasp Chen Yang's meaning, but after 3 seconds a shy smile spread across her face. She pressed her lips together to stifle her smile, continued walking, and gently placed her small hand into Chen Yang's palm. Success in hand-holding, my friends. Chen Yang grasped Wang Jiajia's slightly cool hand, switched to the front camera, and captured a selfie with both of them. Wang Jiajia looked at the camera, her face radiating joy. After 3 seconds, Chen Yang stopped the recording. Alright, we have successfully filmed our first vlog. Chen Yang shared the raw footage with Wang Jiajia, continuing to hold her hand tightly. I see you're quite adept at this. Experience truly makes a difference, Wang Jiajia remarked with a smile. This is my first time filming such a video. There's no experience to speak of. Chen Yang feigned ignorance, tightening his grip on her fingers. Later that night, Chen Yang lay in bed, unable to find sleep. This damned feeling of first love. He tossed and turned restless, occasionally checking Wang Jiajia's video on his phone. The video of them holding hands had amassed over 10,000 likes. Previously, Wang Jiajia's videos had garnered only a few hundred likes, rendering this vlog particularly outstanding. Chen Yang browsed through Wang Jiajia's past videos, reminiscing about the twin ponytails that symbolized youth, her fair and slightly plump legs, and her playful, adorable face. Suddenly, he felt a strong urge to see her ponytails bounce. Frustrated. Who would have thought I'd have to endure this in a game as well? He decided to get up and take a cold shower, then began preparing the 2 aquariums he had purchased from the pet market. Realizing he might not have enough supplies to sell, he ordered another aquarium online along with 100 blue guppies. Thinking about the challenges for the videos, he pulled the curtains tight and quietly began learning the dance moves. To be honest, it was quite difficult. Chen Yang felt he could not afford to be half-hearted about this task. Since it was their first challenge video, it had to be spectacular and make an impression. It seems I'll need to invest more money to learn how to dance. He flopped down onto his bed, his eyelids growing heavier. In Vic's apartment, at PM, the sound of water from the shower echoed from the bathroom. The Earth gaming console continued to operate quietly, its blue breathing light pulsing rhythmically. Chen Yang hurriedly finished his shower and dashed to the bedroom, nearly burning the chicken soup noodles he had on the stove. He quickly added some water and 2 eggs, then dried himself off. A loud bang from next door indicated that Judy had just returned. As he set the noodles on the wooden table, the doorbell rang. Chen Yang clicked his tongue in annoyance, hurriedly stowing the pot away and closing the cabinet door tightly. What brings you here so late? Chen Yang peered through the peephole and confirmed it was Judy. He opened the door and asked, did you just get back from the hospital? Yeah, I had an 4 drip all afternoon, Judy replied, forcing a smile and revealing the puncture mark on her left wrist. I've passed my medical examination, so from today onward, I'll start supplementing with nutrient solution. In half a month, I'll be going into confinement. Confinement means having a baby. Chen Yang felt as though Judy were a product of a new birth program. Yes, the doctor said I can't ride motorcycles anymore, and I thought you might need this. Judy handed Chen Yang a set of car keys with a barcode, adding, I saw your light on downstairs, and guessed you weren't asleep yet, so I came up. I hope I didn't disturb you. I actually have some things to take care of. Supporting Judith's shoulder, Chen Yang gently urged her back inside, saying, wait here, I'll finish my business and come back to bring you a gift. Then you must come back, Judy said, her face pale, seemingly fearful of something. Of course. Chen Yang patted her head and reminded her, lock the door behind you. I'll be over in about 10 minutes. Okay. Judy cast a furtive glance down the hallway before slowly closing the door, saying, you be careful too. Chen Yang suspected she might have encountered something dangerous. After returning to his room, he quickly devoured the noodles, brushed his teeth, and rinsed his mouth to mask the smell of instant noodles. Holding the coat he had bought for Judy, he knocked on her door. Come in quickly. Judy had already changed into her pajamas. She pulled Chen Yang inside and locked the door, exclaiming, you finally made it. I was almost scared to death. What happened? This was Chen Yang's first time entering Judith's home. He noticed that although her apartment was the same layout as Vic's, it contained more than double the furniture and featured some holographic flowers with warm yellow lighting that felt distinctly feminine. He handed the coat to Judy and said, by the way, this is for you. Thank you. Judy seemed somewhat distracted. Clearly the gift was insufficient to alleviate her unease. She placed the coat on the sofa, gripping Chen Yang's hand tightly. As she said, on my way home from the hospital, I encountered a psychopath committing murder. A psychopath? Yes, although violent incidents occur frequently in Hong City, such depravity is rare. Judy appeared to recall a horrifying image, and after a moment of dry heaving, she continued, I saw a person arranging a still bleeding corpse in the shape of the letter A. Chen Yang pictured how one might arrange a human body into the shape of the letter, yet every conceivable method was grotesquely sanguinary. Where did you encounter him? He asked. Right at the intersection where we kissed last time. I had been away from Xinshinyaiwan for less than 10 minutes. Zhu Di sagged wholly into Chen Yang's arms, voice feeble. I ran all the way back. My legs feel like jelly. Why didn't you take a cab? Was trying to save a little money. Zhu Di sounded hurt. It's all right. At least you're back safe. Chen Yang soothed her with a few comforting pats, helped her to the sofa, and said, rest properly. It would be wiser to stay home these days. The outside world was perilous. Once Zhu Di drifted into sleep, he donned his smart glasses and checked the Lianzhong Qiaji online store. All 100 of the Qingxiao he had listed had sold out. He restocked another 100 and satisfied removed the glasses and set them aside, forcing himself to sleep. Moon. Angxing had not yet faded from the nocturnal sky. The metallic device at the nape of Binbian Miyu's neck stilled. Through a hyperdream, she had copied Wang Jiajia's experience of falling in love and transposed the sensation onto herself. How wondrous, she murmured. Though she wished to continue, Xiangshui Lushi had warned that the apparatus must not be used for more than 4 hours a day. She would have to wait until tomorrow to resume the beguiling dream. Before dawn, she tucked the device into her wardrobe. It had cost her every save credit and had to be hidden. Discovery by her family would be disastrous. On the moon, strict constraints governed life. Before university graduation, both internet use and social cognition were monitored with preciseness. Just focus on your studies for now. Internships at university will teach you the rest, the elders always said. Once in a while, she asked her brother about Angxing. He acknowledged that Angxing was important to the moon, yet cautioned her, remember that you are one of the Qi, Xian knew from myth. You may learn of the mortal world, but do not form attachments there, or you will transgress heavenly statutes. She could not fathom why mythic maidens were forbidden to marry or bear children with mortals. It was the year. How could such antiquated notions persist? Binbi and Miyu packed her laptop into her satchel and slipped downstairs to wash, leaving before dawn with the bag on her back. Today was Xiangshui Lushi's first class, and she brimmed with anticipation. Passing the living room, she smelled meat. Her father was busy in the kitchen. He was stewing dog meat. She detested that odor. She never dared eat such meat. The very scent made her nauseous. Yet her father and brother relished it and prepared it monthly. Where are you heading so early? Her father called from the kitchen. I'm going to a classmate's house. She lied. She had no close friends. All right, since we're having dog meat today, eat out if you like. He emerged from the kitchen. The man, nearly 50, looked barely 30. His practiced demeanor and youthful appearance were incongruous. Seeing her in jeans and a heavy jacket and noting that she wore no makeup, he nodded with an untroubled face. Don't come back too late. Don't worry. I'm not interested in dating, she replied, forcing a smile as she studied the father's unchanging face. With time to spare, she pedaled toward the cyborg district. Shops along the avenue were opening. Convenience stores, restaurants, cafes swept by as she rode. At a breakfast shop, she left her bicycle by the curb and ordered 2 vegetarian buns and a bowl of congee, seating herself by the window where she could see her bike. Across the street stood a 5-story sky blue building whose rooftop sign bore 4 modest characters: Lanjing Kiji. Lanjing Kiji manufactured humanoid domestic workers. Many lunar households employed their products. Robots for Mars's ecological park were likewise developed by Lanjing Kiji. Many classmates aspired to intern there after university, but Binbi and Miyu disliked the company intensely. The reason was simple: the bully with the yellow hair in her class belonged to the family that ran Lanjing Kiji. As her buns and congee arrived, the company's doors opened, and a blonde youth bounded into the breakfast shop. Her appetite vanished. She instinctively turned away. Huang Mao did not step further inside, but swaggered to a table by the door and boasted, "Daegu, give me 4 beef buns and a bowl of lean pork congee." His voice carried the same self-satisfied arrogance as at school, the tone that made her skin crawl. She tried to ignore the wretch, but the sound behind her lodged in her mind. Even when Huang Mao lowered his voice for a phone call, she heard him clearly as he said, "Hey, did you see the picture I sent? Haha, the new game console is incredible. Come by later, and we'll play a word chain game." Judy awoke and stretched comfortably. As a newborn who had been without parents since childhood, she had a distant understanding of concepts like family and love, yet life necessitated companionship to navigate through challenging times. Her neighbor Vic served as her partner. With curiosity, she widened her eyes to see Chen Yang scrolling through a line of characters on his smart glasses. "Are you learning computer programming?" BM language used for brain modeling. Chen Yang rested his right hand on his thigh, issuing different commands with his 5 fingers. If his left hand were also equipped with a prosthetic, he could simultaneously issue 10 commands, effectively doubling his efficiency. However, for Chen Yang, an Earthling, this was already sufficiently swift. This software must be quite expensive. Judy noted the significant changes in Chen Yang's life and inquired, glancing at his dark circles, "What happened? Did you not sleep last night?" Chen Yang yawned, removed his glasses, and rubbed his eyes, revealing bloodshot irises directed at Judy as he replied, "Your snoring was too loud." "Really? Trust me that snoring could ward off evil spirits." "I'm terribly sorry." Feeling embarrassed, Judy embraced Chen Yang, soothing his head, and as if recalling something, she remarked, "Once you earn enough money, you will move to the white-collar district, right? I heard that with $1,000,000 one can obtain a residence permit there, and the benefits are excellent with a safer society." It was evident that she held a deep yearning for the white-collar district. This was also the dream of all the impoverished who would willingly choose to live like a worm. "I find this place more liberating," Chen Yang replied, feeling short of breath under her embrace and turning to lie flat on the pillow. "Are you afraid of enemies?" Judy kissed Chen Yang's cheek and laughed. "You should sleep. I won't disturb you any longer." Speaking cautiously, she donned her sleepwear and descended to prepare a meal. The hum emanating from the kitchen indicated that Judy had freed herself from the fright of the previous night. As Chen Yang was about to drift into slumber, the smart glasses emitted a beep, prompting him to raise his right arm to glance at the notification on the display. "Union International, the courier will arrive at your pickup location in minutes. Please confirm." Unexpectedly, the pickup was scheduled earlier. Though an early pickup meant receiving payment sooner, he was too fatigued to muster the energy to move. Ultimately, he pressed the confirm button. "I'm heading home to take care of something. If you feel scared tonight, just contact me," Chen Yang called towards the kitchen, dressed in his sleepwear, as he left Judy's home. Upon returning home, he locked the door and, in a state of extreme fatigue, stumbled into the house, his feet creaking on the floorboards. After drawing the curtains tightly, he transported the plastic bag's water bucket and the aquarium containing guppies onto the living room floor. He filled each plastic bag halfway with water, placing 10 lively guppies in each. Considering the risk of mortality during transit, Chen Yang added an extra fish to each bag as a promotional gesture for his online store's grand opening. Half an hour later, the courier from Union International arrived punctually. The courier was a slender black man wearing exaggerated smart glasses resembling a green fly. His limbs were all metallic prosthetics with exposed sensors and tubular wiring appearing quite striking. Concerned that the courier might look around inside, Chen Yang stopped him at the door, saying, "Hey, wait outside, and my floor is delicate and cannot withstand your prosthetics. Don't worry, brother. I am a legitimate employee of the United Government and do not engage in any underhanded dealings." Leaning against the door, the courier handed Chen Yang a stack of plastic containers and said, "You are sending pet fish, right? Use these impact-resistant boxes. The expedited shipping fee is 480 yuan plus my tip, totaling 504 yuan. There's a tip too." Chen Yang, lacking experience abroad, found this cultural expectation perplexing. "You can think of it as a hush fee. Otherwise, I might just share your address and cargo information with the gang. Well, I fear you won't survive the week." The courier chuckled, continuing with a smug air, "When you think about it, isn't this 5 tip a worthwhile investment?" "That is indeed the case." Chen Yang offered a perfunctory smile and scanned the payment. He thought to himself that this was clearly extortion. No wonder Union International couldn't compete with deep-sea internet and transaction volume. As Chen Yang meticulously packaged the guppies, the courier's fly-like glasses flickered with light, and the speakers in the frames emitted gunfire sounds as he seemed to be watching a shooting video. "What the hell?" The courier cursed in astonishment, muttering, "I'm so unlucky. The location of this perverse crime is nearby, and here I am hurrying over." He pointed at the air in front of him, projecting a video onto the wall of the room. He chuckled ruefully, saying, "Brother, something has happened in your area. I am risking my life delivering your package, and I already feel shortchanged for only asking for a 24 yuan tip." Chen Yang gazed at the video on the wall, where the camera clearly displayed an A formed from body parts. The scene was brutally horrific. Damn it! Chen Yang felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Fortunately, the camera shifted from the ground to focus on a man who was evidently the perverse killer Judy had encountered. Although the video was recorded late at night, the lighting set up by the killer along with a spotlight from above illuminated everything distinctly. The killer sported short golden hair and a cold demeanor, his tall figure adorned in a metallic gloss black trench coat. What struck Chen Yang most was his electronic eye, which shimmered like a fantastical creature, sending chills down one's spine. In the background of the video, the warnings from the speakers interwove with one another. The nuclear riot control team has arrived at C-35 block. Deployment at the alleyway is complete. Drones are in tracking mode, isolating target electronic devices. Warning, please raise your hands above your head immediately, or shooting mode will commence in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. The video shifted to drones flickering in the night sky and armored vehicles stationed at the alley's entrance manned by riot control officers clad in metallic prosthetics. The killer surveyed his surroundings with a grin, appearing thoroughly pleased with the unfolding scene. When the riot control team counted down to 3, he suddenly drew a uniquely designed firearm from his trench coat, each shot causing the video to shake. Simultaneously, bullets and lasers struck his body. However, these assaults merely pierced his coat, producing a jarring metallic clatter, illustrating that this ruthless assassin was fully equipped with prosthetic enhancements. In the rapidly shifting footage, numerous riot control officers fell, the chaos of mechanical explosions and human screams intertwining. Electronic interference ineffective, requesting armed support. Deploy digital grenades. A flash of white light marked the end of the video. After the delivery person left, Chen Yang quickly forgot about the video. Having spent a sleepless night, he felt somewhat disoriented to the extent that he could not recall when Judy had entered the room. Judy brought her pre-pregnancy meal consisting of sandwiches and rich cheese soup. Chen Yang managed to eat a few bites before collapsing onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Typically, a healthy person would not be so affected by a single night without sleep, but Chen Yang's willpower had significantly diminished under the torment of cyber madness, leaving him severely worn out after just one night of wakefulness. He slept until 10 o'clock in the evening when Judy awakened him for dinner. Judy's dinner consisted of mushroom soup. Though it was not her favorite, it was the best she could prepare at the moment. Chen Yang, disinterested in the meal, nibbled on some synthetic bread to stave off hunger. The dinner was relatively pleasant, bringing Judy joy. Whether it was for Vic or Chen Yang, being able to provide some assistance, however modest, made her feel valued, which was important. "I owe you now. Oh, I really like the clothes you sent." Judy playfully leaned in to kiss Chen Yang, who swiftly dodged. Instead, she pressed her lips against his cheek. "I won't disturb you anymore. See you tomorrow." She climbed off the bed, donned the coat Chen Yang had gifted her, and left his home with a gentle patter of her slippers. "This is the feel." Chen Yang went to lock the door. Returning to his desk, he immediately began his study of BM language, determined not to waste a single second of his waking hours. Having prior experience in creating the Apple model, he found the small fish model creation quite smooth, encountering only slight issues with the action characteristics, which he easily resolved after consulting with Molly. It was not until the sound of distant thunder grumbled through the room that he left the wooden desk and drew back the curtains. Redstone City was drenched in torrential rain. Surely the bloodstains at that street corner must have been washed away by now. The image of the letter A flashed in his mind, accompanied by old memories concealed within Vic's mind, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty shark swimming towards him from the depths of recollection. Alas, that bastard is still alive. Chen Yang immediately lay back down on the bed, connecting the data cable to the gaming console. The game interface presented paid content. Street Dance Master level, effortlessly master various types of street dance. Valid for this week, priced at yuan. Purchase. He entered the game. Chen Yang awakened in the rented apartment at Hung Tian Xi in yuan. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the light of day flooded through the window. This apartment, rented for yuan a month, felt like a worthwhile investment. Newly renovated and unoccupied, there was still a hint of fresh furniture smell. Although he suspected he was being used as a human purifier, the living experience was quite pleasant. Opening Douyin, he found that the hand-holding video posted last night had garnered likes, and Wang Jiajia's followers had surged to over. Chen Yang couldn't help but admire Wang Jiajia's gracefully curved legs once more. I can't be lazy in bed, or it could lead to trouble. He jumped out of bed and hurried to the bathroom to wash up. While brushing his teeth, he messaged Wang Jiajia, "Did you see our hand-holding video? It broke 100,000 likes." Soon Wang Jiajia replied in succession, "Yes." Excited emoji, "I was so excited last night, I couldn't sleep, kept refreshing since it hit 5,000 likes. Am I too pathetic? I think you have great potential to be a video creator, you're amazing. Thumbs up emoji." Chen Yang smirked. He typed, "If holding hands gets 1,000 likes, what would hugging achieve? 2,000. Hee. Chen Yang mischievously pressed send, relishing the thrill of teasing a legal lowly. After about 10 seconds, Wang Jiajia sent a custom emoji, a girl pointing at Chen Yang, saying, "Officer, there's a bad person." Damn, that's such an adorable feeling. Chen Yang leapt with excitement, performing 4 flawless Iron Mountain kicks, smooth as Cohen. He felt slightly embarrassed by his own antics, hastily spitting out the toothpaste foam and replying to Wang Jiajia, "How about we celebrate together with lunch? Okay, see you at noon." Chen Yang contemplated that this video challenge not only needed to astonish viewers, but also to impress Wang Jiajia. He must dance as splendidly as Chicken Essence. Having spent money, he practiced Chicken You Too Beautiful in the living room, finding it surprisingly easy. His enhanced body was exceptionally agile, executing each movement to the rhythm of the song with precision, if not even a bit sharper. However, there were simply too many content creators online dancing to Chicken You Too Beautiful, making it nearly impossible to stand out with just this dance. Since it was a challenge video, it needed to be more challenging. Chen Yang recalled a segment from Bruno Mars' reggae dance he had previously watched, which was incredibly engaging. If he could merge that dance with Kun style, the result should be explosive. Thus, he located the dance video by Bruno Mars and practiced accordingly. However, lacking a large mirror at home, he was unsure of his progress. By 10 o'clock, he rushed to take a shower and head to school. Upon seeing his classmates again, he was inevitably teased, but fortunately Chen Yang had developed thick skin over the years spent delivering food, easily brushing it off with laughter. Before class began, he asked Sun Gu, "You used to date a girl from the music department, right? Do you still have her contact information?" "A man as devoted as I am has long since deleted any contact with my ex." Sun Gu replied with an air of integrity. Chen Yang chuckled disdainfully. "Let's make a bet. I turn on the hidden features in your photo gallery. I bet you have her pictures, maybe even videos in there." "Damn it." Sun Gu's face turned awkward, clearly having been exposed by Chen Yang. "Could you lend me your ex-girlfriend for a bit? I need a favor." Chen Yang picked up his phone and opened WeChat, saying, "Hurry up, otherwise I might tell your current girlfriend." All right. Sun Gu reluctantly searched through his WeChat contacts and found someone noted as Zhao Jia Airshun, recommending her to Chen Yang. "Wow, buddy, that nickname is quite obscure." Chen Yang was impressed. "Ugh, my wife checks my phone all the time, it drives me crazy." Sun Gu sighed again, asking Chen Yang, "You're not thinking of learning Chicken You Too Beautiful from her, are you? She actually practiced it and always wanted to become a female streamer. I just want her to help me edit some audio." Zhao Jia Airshun is from the music department. It's better than me fumbling around. Chen Yang sent a friend request to Zhao Jia Airshun, awaiting approval. "I'll be moving off campus with Lao Wang soon. We should gather again someday and have a good drink." Sun Gu mused. "Absolutely." Chen Yang also missed that brief friendship. Soon Zhao Jia Airshun approved Chen Yang's request, and he discovered her WeChat nickname was 2 Shao Jiujio. That sounded somewhat familiar. 2 Shao Jiujio messaged, "Is it you newlyweds?" Chen Yang replied, "Hello, I am Chen Yang. We've met before. I remember you. You're Lu Yin's boyfriend." "I know her. What do you need from me? Do you want to learn dance? I was hoping you could help me by seamlessly merging 2 pieces of music." "Not a problem. But how will you repay me?" Smiling emoji, "By giving Sun Gu a good beating." Chen Yang joked, quickly adding, "I'll credit you in the challenge video as the editor of the music, helping you gain exposure." "Smart move, classmate." 2 Shao Jiujio sent a thumbs up emoji. After a moment's thought, Chen Yang asked her, "Do you know where I can learn dance or rent a dance studio?" Noon. As Wang Jiajia and her roommates emerged from the fine arts department building, they spotted Chen Yang waiting for her by the roadside. Other students from the department cast curious or envious glances at this pair of minor celebrities. "You arrived quite early." Wang Jiajia exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she trotted over. "I have no classes during the 4th period, so I specially came to your department to assert my presence," Chen Yang replied casually, taking Wang Jiajia's hand. He added, "If someone from your department is pursuing you, he will have to accept my challenge." "What challenge?" "To dance to G and I Time A." "Huh." Wang Jiajia laughed joyfully, giving a playful squeeze to the hand Chen Yang was holding. "You are disturbingly skilled at this. How many girlfriends have you had before? Jia Jia, I endure the anguish of repeated heartbreaks and laboriously practice all to provide you with the best experience. Noticing Wang Jia Jia's suppressed laughter, Chen Yang feigned a pitiful expression and asked, with all my efforts, can you still blame me? While you're quite good at this, it's a bit scary. Wang Jia Jia teased, retreating slightly, though her smile betrayed her amusement. After they arrived at the cafeteria, they each ordered a meal consisting of 1 meat and 2 vegetables. Fortunately, due to the absence of the military training group, they easily found an empty table. Once they began their meal, Chen Yang shifted to more serious matters. My roommate knows a girl from the music department who helped me secure a dance studio. They also teach dance there. Would you like to enroll? Yes, I want to learn. Wang Jia Jia swallowed her food, her eyes widening in surprise. Senior, your initiative is impressive. I invited you to film videos, yet you are the one organizing everything. I can't thank you enough. Imitating an apology gesture from a Korean drama, she clasped her hands together and rubbed them. Then tentatively she asked in a low voice, when do we need to record the dance for the challenge? Just let me know if you need any assistance. Within the next couple of days, ideally before this wave of popularity dissipates. I hope to sustain the momentum. Despite saying this, the various expressions of difficulty and frustration on Chen Yang's face revealed his inner turmoil as he sighed. Who would have thought that a science major like me would have to dance in public? Alas, a pit I dug for myself. I'll have to dance through it with tears. That's all right, just do your best. Gambit. Wang Jia Jia encouraged, raising her spoon in a fist. You've certainly watched your share of Korean dramas. Chen Yang was about to tease her further when a familiar scent of perfume approached. Turning to look, he saw a girl in a green dress with long straight hair standing beside their table. Chen Yang, may I sit here? Zhao Zhiming asked, casting a somewhat awkward smile in his direction. Of course, Chen Yang replied, unable to refuse. That's wonderful, Zhao Zhiming said, placing her tray on the table and seamlessly taking the seat beside Chen Yang. Who is she? Wang Jia Jia mouthed silently. This senior is Zhao Zhiming. We attended a public class together, Chen Yang introduced, slightly embarrassed, while turning to Zhao Zhiming and saying, this is Wang Jia Jia, my girlfriend. Hello, senior, Wang Jia Jia greeted politely with a nod. I watched the replay of your live stream. It was immensely entertaining. Please let me know in advance for the next one, so I can support you, Zhao Zhiming remarked, warmly addressing Wang Jia Jia. With a senior's respect, I apologize for intruding on your romance. Not at all, Wang Jia Jia quickly waved her hand, feeling a bit shy. Zhao Zhiming smiled at Chen Yang and said, I'm a bit shy, as sharing a table with unfamiliar faces can be awkward, so I'll just be your third wheel for now. She added softly, thank you for helping me carry my bag the other day. It was nothing, Chen Yang replied, directing his gaze forward as Zhao Zhiming's neckline was slightly low, prompting him to avert his eyes. He caught sight of Wang Jia Jia's round, sparkling eyes fixed on him, which made him a bit awkward as he stuffed rice into his mouth, mumbling, today's bean sprouts have too much vinegar. Cough. Wang Jia Jia choked slightly, and Chen Yang hurriedly handed her a tissue. How wonderful. You have finally made your relationship public, Zhao Zhiming remarked, her gaze lingering on Chen Yang's face as she joked, otherwise she would always be suspicious of my relationship with you. Even after I changed dorms, she didn't stop. Now I can finally breathe easy. Who is she? Wang Jia Jia asked purposely. Just a woman who can't take a hint. But don't worry, she has a new boyfriend now, Zhao Zhiming replied with a kind smile, her gaze returning to Chen Yang as she expressed concern. You must know Wang Kai, right? He doesn't hold a candle to you. Now that he's with Yin, he's likely harboring resentment toward you. That's unlikely, Chen Yang said, though in his heart, he was already wary of Wang Kai. While this game lacked a plot in terms of early character relationships, it was highly probable that Kai Gu would become a stumbling block for Chen Yang. Just wait and see, he'll definitely cause trouble during your next live stream, Zhao Zhiming said with a sudden laugh. What if I rise to the top of the rankings? Would you have to challenge me in my Douyin videos? Before Chen Yang could respond, she added, never mind, my Douyin is filled with yoga, piano, calligraphy, and painting lacking any entertainment value. Indeed, those seem quite challenging, Chen Yang responded dismissively. Senior, your interests are quite sophisticated, Wang Jia Jia remarked with admiration, then earnestly asked, my hometown produces tea. Do you enjoy tea? I can send you some. I prefer coffee, Zhao Zhiming smiled kindly. Chen Yang found the meal rather bland, but he finally relaxed when Zhao Zhiming finished eating and left. As they walked downstairs after their meal, Wang Jia Jia noticed Chen Yang's unusual expression and smiled. With how handsome you are, it's perfectly normal for someone to like you, I understand. Really? Of course. I'm not that narrow-minded, don't underestimate yourself. Wang Jia Jia held her head high and smiled, stopping at the supermarket entrance by the cafeteria. She playfully tapped Chen Yang's arm and said, wait here, I'll grab some water. I like to drink. Chen Yang began to say, I like cola, but Wang Jia Jia interrupted him. Hold on, since you guessed that I love spicy hot pot, let me guess what you like to drink. With a mischievous grin, she skipped into the supermarket. As Chen Yang admired Wang Jia Jia's petite figure, his phone buzzed with a message from Tuer, Xiao Jiujiu. I've roughly edited the audio, you wanted to have a listen. Tuer Xiao Jiujiu sent a second audio clip. Chen Yang opened the audio and was delighted to find a seamless transition from Mars Brothers' song to GNI, time may complete, with a 1-second cool sound effect. Perfect. Truly professional. Chen Yang commented, adding a thumbs-up emoji. What are you listening to? Wang Jia Jia emerged from the supermarket, playfully concealing her hands behind her back. The music I had someone edit for me, Chen Yang replied, glancing at her and asking, what drink did you buy for me? Something all boys like. Tada. Wang Jia Jia beamed, innocently handing Chen Yang a bottle of green tea. In the afternoon, Wang Jiajia had class while Chen Yang ventured alone to the rented dance studio. Once a grand shopping mall, it had now been overtaken by online shopping, with every floor occupied by training, tutoring, and arts programs. The dance studio was located on the second floor, where small dance rooms were available for rent at a rate of yuan per hour. Chen Yang transferred the music edited for Rabbit Ear Little Tuan onto the sound system, practicing repeatedly according to a video on his phone. Although he had invested in refining his dance skills, achieving a smooth execution of the ghost step dance proved to be quite challenging. Experience, as it turns out, cannot be acquired instantaneously. After 2 hours of diligent practice, he finally mastered nearly a minute of choreography, completing it proficiently in front of the mirror. To his surprise, he had initially thought that men dancing would be somewhat shameful, yet once he immersed himself in the rhythm, he found a newfound appreciation for the sensation of movement and perspiration. Life thrives on experience. Indeed, one must endeavor to try all things. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Yang busied himself outside of school practicing dance, getting a haircut, purchasing an outfit and shoes worthy of an audience, and even buying over 100 guppies before returning home to rest. With a click, Chen Yang unplugged the data cable from the back of his head, awakening from the dark star. Having played the game for 8 hours, it was now AM the following day in Redstone City, and the rain outside showed no signs of stopping. He attended to his basic physiological needs before anything else. Thanks to Judas' verbal assistance over the past 2 days, the symptoms of cyberpsychosis had significantly alleviated. Indeed, the laboring masses of society must support one another. Before sleeping, Chen Yang donned his smart glasses and entered the mysterious forest, curious to see if the formidable hacker Wei Shen was present. In the BM Language Technology Group, over 20 participants were active in lively discussion that evening. Upon entering the group chat, a peculiar image immediately flashed before his eyes. A female corpse hung on a wall, her dismembered body arranged to form the letter B. Ugh! Chen Yang covered his mouth and hurried to the bathroom, expelling the beef rice he had just consumed. He wished to close the image, yet hesitated upon recognizing the victim's face. It was the female version of Chen Yang Qiao, whom he had seen at the mental health clinic. That unfortunate woman had departed this world in such a horrifying manner. Damn it! Chen Yang was consumed by rage. Just yesterday, he had selfishly hoped the killer would swiftly finish the 26 letters and leave Redstone City behind him. But now witnessing Qiao Yi's demise filled him with profound self-loathing. Once he cleaned up the remnants of his vomit, he redirected his focus to the discussions in the group. The conversation revolved around the deranged killer. That killer must be a mutated android, right? No one but a synthetic could withstand the strong interference of a digital grenade. A mutated android. Who believes in such urban legends? The 3 laws of robotics dictate 1. Clearly identify as an android. 2. No lying. 3. No attacking human life forms. That golden retriever violated all those laws. If it's truly a mutated android, that would be terrifying. It's impossible for it to be a mutated android. If an android truly awakened self-awareness, its first instinct would be to hide. How could it so brazenly attack humans? It's more like a killing machine android. That makes sense. Blue Whale Technology just released a statement. They found no android chip on the killer, nor any titanium alloy in the bones, ruling out the possibility of an android. If it's neither an ordinary person nor an android, then it must be a digital human. Digital human. This was the first time Chen Yang had encountered such a term. He quickly typed in the chat, "Hey, what is a digital human? No way you don't even know this. You must be a sheltered kid living in the slums." A digital human is a product of lunar technology. Digital brain, new body. Only lunar inhabitants and those remaining in the dark star enjoy such privileges. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Yang inquired, the new body, does that refer to the children born from the Newborn Project? Exactly, part of the children from the Newborn Project are pre-ordered. Theoretically, those individuals have achieved immortality. How outrageous. If you wish, you could become your own son, ha. You could even be your own grandson. The wealthy have too many tricks up their sleeves. Damn. Chen Yang thought of Judy and wondered what fate awaited her future children. The group continued to jest, ignoring Chen Yang, who they deemed naive, and returned to discussing the deranged killer. First the letter B, then the digital human. Chen Yang felt his sanity waning. He decided to inquire about Wei Shen before exiting the chat. Excuse me, is Wei Shen here? No. Someone replied in the chat bubble, continuing, what do you need Wei Shen for? I want to upload a self-made model to the Earth game. A private mod. You'll need to wait for a bit. The Hacker Alliance has been attacking Earth companies' neural servers lately, and they have made numerous adjustments in response. When 2 armies engage, the innocent suffer. Many of our modifications have been banned. Even if Wei Shen were here, he wouldn't be able to modify the host for you right now. Just hang tight for a while. Thank you. Disappointed and filled with regret, Chen Yang exited the chat. He opened the drawer and tossed his smart glasses inside, collapsing into bed. During the early morning self-study session at University Bin Bian, Mei Yu gazed at her reflection in the mirror, brushing her fingers against the tear mole at the corner of her right eye and adjusting her bangs. Today her dark circles were particularly pronounced. Having failed to secure the latest Super Dream script the previous night, she spent the morning revisiting the scene where Wang Jiajia and Chen Yang held hands, reliving the exhilarating sensation of young love. What a pity. Why was there no one like Chen Yang in her class? She stowed the mirror in her backpack, her gaze drawn to a group of boys, those puppies gathered by the window. Centered around Huang Mao, several boys appeared to be engrossed in something, occasionally exclaiming in surprise. They whispered among themselves, my heavens, did you do this? Never seen such art before, its beauty lies in. The speaker, one of Huang Mao's closest friends, lowered his voice to a hush at the crucial moment, making it difficult for Bin Bian Meiyu to discern the specifics. However, from their lewd expressions, it was evident the discussion pertained to something related to the lower body. Huang Mao smirked with satisfaction and responded, "I told you it's a 100 immersive experience. Even without a neural interface, it achieves the same effect as an Earth gaming console. Boss, I want to play too." "I do as well, though I can pose as C since my name also starts with C. Boss, I'll pay to play, or whatever you want I'll trade with you. I just made a new girlfriend." Like starving mad dogs, the boys clamored around Huang Mao, vying for his attention and favors. Huang Mao reveled in this elevated sense of superiority. Though Bin Bian Meiyu was oblivious to the nature of their game discussion, hearing about an experience akin to that of the Earth gaming console led her to suspect it was Super Dream. The thought of using the same device as those boys filled her with discomfort. Where had they obtained their script? Bin Bian Meiyu opened her phone, searching for Perfume Teacher. She had altered Perfume Teacher to her real name, yesterday Lucy. Golden sunlight poured into the Earth's backstreet cafe. Lucy inhaled the steam wafting above her coffee cup, the aroma of freshly ground moon coffee, far surpassing any flavoring from Dark Star. She playfully twirled a potted green vine on the table with her fingers, taking a sip from her coffee cup. A notification flashed before her eyes. Night City manager, a customer wishes to have his deceased wife customized into a ghost companion. Lucy, certainly the price will rise by. Night City, however, this customer is unable to provide his wife's voice file, only a few photographs. I have already located her citizen ID. Lucy, I authorize you to purchase the data from the Hacker Alliance. Their historical database must contain all the information regarding that wife. Night City, I suspect the photographs provided by the customer do not depict his wife. Lucy, irrelevant, raise the price by. If he is willing to pay double, proceed with the creation. Night City, understood, I will take care of it immediately. After swallowing her coffee, she licked her lips. Emotions can indeed be bought and sold, just like this coffee. Lucy gently shook her head, continuing to savor the rich flavor. Boss, the cheerful attendant Sansan approached with a shy smile, her ponytail swaying as she sat across from Lucy. I have a friend who met a handsome guy at a barbecue party. She really likes him. It's love at first sight. Friend. Lucy nodded knowingly, choosing not to reveal her understanding. Yes, just a friend, not me. Sansan's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, whispering, my friend wants to edit a Super Dream script. Just use the Intense Passion script number 5 and swap the male lead's face with that handsome guy's. Why not just ask him out directly? He declined. Sansan stuck out her tongue and scratched her head. So you enjoy the Intense Passion script? I underestimated you. Lucy teased with a smile. Boss, could you give me the in-house price? I'm not earning much, and I work hard. Consider it employee welfare. Sansan pouted playfully, tentatively asking it shouldn't be too expensive just to change a face, right? Perhaps equivalent to half a month's salary. Lucy shook her head in resignation, sipping her coffee, and seriously warned, I must caution you, using a super dream to experience the lives of others can destabilize your emotions. Don't get too immersed. That's fine, I'll just experience it a few times, and if I get bored I'll delete it. Bored? Lucy fixed her gaze on Sansan's eyes, questioning her. Women often find themselves more addicted the more they indulge. You should save your money for something delicious instead. Sigh. Seeing her boss unwilling to assist with the super dream editing, Sansan's spirits fell, and she sulked. It seems I won't be in a good mood to work today, all because of you. Cut it out. Lucy ignored her, but curiosity got the better of her. What does he look like? Super handsome, the kind you fall in love with at first sight. Sansan's gloom dissipated instantly as she eagerly pulled out her phone, displaying a photo for Lucy to see. What do you think? This face could rank in the top 10 on the moon, right? That one. Lucy handed Sansan a file bag, smiling. Recently, I've had several commissions from him, including the Intense Passion script number 5. Enjoy yourself. Thank you, boss. I will work hard. Sansan rushed to hug Lucy, planting a quick kiss before bouncing away. Goodness. Lucy wiped her face in distaste, murmuring, is it so difficult to let me quietly enjoy a cup of coffee? Just as she spoke, another notification popped up. Sender Bin Bian Meiyu. That remarkably talented young hacker. Though all women on the moon could be referred to as beauties, Bin Bian Meiyu was a rare gem, surely ranking among the top on the moon. Yet the thought that she was a child of the Bin Bian family made it somewhat regrettable. Lucy took a sip of her coffee and opened the message. Bin Bian Meiyu, teacher, there is a student in our class named Jill Warren. Is he capable of purchasing a Super Dream device? Bin Bian Meiyu, if it's inconvenient to answer, that's alright, I'm merely curious. The name Warren sent a chill through Lucy's eyes as she replied to Bin Bian Meiyu, he hasn't purchased a Super Dream device from me. Why do you ask? Bin Bian Meiyu, it's nothing. He has been discussing matters related to Dark Star in class, seemingly quite bloody content. I thought he was editing a script. Lucy, Super Dream scripts aren't that easy to edit. Lucy, keep your distance from that person. Bin Bian Meiyu, alright teacher. It seems the Warrens aren't behaving again. Lucy lost her appetite and pushed her coffee aside. Propping her chin on her hand, she gazed out at the sky, murmuring, what a pity the Silver Wing Alliance is no more. A photograph surfaced in her mind, one from a bar featuring a group of 6 individuals with diverse figures and attire. They were seated around a round table piled high with bottles, they're slightly tipsy, faces radiating joy. She sat at the far left of the photograph, a man beside her with his arm wrapped around her waist, his handsome face adorned with a roguish smile. At that time his right arm was still intact. Redstone City. Chen Yang's left hand had fallen asleep during the night, leaving him to prop himself up with his Type 3 sensory right arm. The metallic prosthetic had just awakened from energy-saving mode, the illuminated screen flashing the logo of Gecko Technology indicating the current time was PM. He reached back to scratch at his back, which bore several scars beneath the wing's tattoo, his fingertips distinctly feeling the raised texture. Relax. Chen Yang patted his face. It might have been the pressure from the lettered corpse that caused him to dream of Vic's memories again. He was riding a motorcycle alongside his ghostly girlfriend, racing through the city before finally leaping off the pier into the dark sea. Compared to that deranged killer, the true adversary was the Vic residing in his mind. He must not allow the pressures of reality to disrupt his current state of tranquility. He needed to lighten himself. Even if it meant staying at home for months, he would first eliminate the Vic persona. After sitting calmly on the bed for a while, Chen Yang finally got up to eat something, exercise, and only lay back down around PM, planning to forget the troubles of reality in the comfort of campus life. Just as he grasped the metallic connector of his gaming console, the display on his right arm flashed a chat request from Lucy. Lucy, the hacker he had met at the cafe. Chen Yang recalled her silver hair, her strikingly beautiful face with a hint of mixed heritage, and her somewhat haughty demeanor. He opened the message box to read, Lucy, do you want to create a computer mapping for the Earth gaming console? I'm feeling rather bored lately. Vic, I heard the Hacker Alliance is currently attacking Earth Corp. Things are unstable. Let's talk later. Lucy, don't feign ignorance. Lucy, the Hacker Alliance attacking the servers of Earth Corp. Has no bearing on your gaming console. It won't affect the computer mirroring. Vic, I'm short on cash lately. Let's discuss it later. Lucy, bastard. Huh. Chen Yang blinked, certain he hadn't misread. Lucy, apologies, my fingers slipped. Lucy, I can lower the price I quoted. I can do it for. Is this woman being deliberate? Considering her arrogant demeanor, that bastard was undoubtedly a calculated jab. Seeing as you are a hacker, I'll forgive you. Chen Yang replied with later and inserted the metallic connector into his brain's interface. On Saturday morning in the dance studio, Wang Jijia, with her ponytail tied neatly adorned in a pink short-sleeve shirt and black shorts, stood out among her peers with her youthful visage and petite stature of CM blending effortlessly with the high school students around her. Today marked the commencement of her enrollment in the beginner dance class. Under the guidance of the instructor, her seemingly pliable yet rigid body resembled that of a marionette, epitomizing the primitive stage of human limb coordination. It is no wonder her videos only showcase photographs. Chen Yang comprehended the reason quite clearly. He stood at the doorway of the classroom observing quietly while nearby parents whispered amongst themselves, that girl is indeed quite beautiful, but her hands and feeties as if they belonged to someone else. Perhaps the pressures of high school studies are too great, leading her to seek liberation here. While she is dancing, it appears she is invoking spirits. Chen Yang could not suppress his laughter and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Wang Jijia's face flushed crimson, and she desperately gestured to Chen Yang, get out. Chen Yang picked up his phone, activated the camera, focused on Wang Jijia, and pressed record, saying, Dear family, Jijia has begun her dance journey. Look how earnest she is. Jijia has expressed her dream of becoming a dancer. I hope she is selected for the next livestream challenge video, fulfilling her wish. Go for it. Just as he turned off the recording, a tap on his shoulder drew his attention, and a female voice called out Chen Yang. He glanced back to find it was his friend's son, guess ex-girlfriend, the one with bunny ears. Her real name was Yin Sayo, standing at CM, her figure embodying the popular slender aesthetic of the moment, though she possessed ample curves at her chest, and her chin and features exuded a distinctly Korean charm. She was the epitome of technological beauty. While her appearance was alluring, her attire was uniquely expressive. Black cargo pants paired with a dark green tank top revealed her abdomen, deep V neckline, and collarbone, while oversized silver earrings adorned her ears, and a black cap sat atop her long hair. Wow, what a coincidence. Chen Yang quickly turned to Yin Sayo and greeted, your audio editing was incredible, thank you. Just a small effort. Yin Sayo gazed intently at Chen Yang's face, her eyes sparkling, as she remarked, you've become quite handsome. You carry yourself with more charm than in the videos. How did I not notice this earlier? Must be the effect of encountering someone I admire. Such is the power of love, Chen Yang cheekily replied. Let me see. Yin Sayo cast a glance into the dance studio and immediately spotted Wang Jijia dancing solo to the robot dance. She waved cheerfully and turned back to Chen Yang, saying, how is your challenge dance practice going? I imagine as a science and engineering guy, dancing might be quite the struggle for you. Indeed, it poses quite a challenge. Chen Yang feigned difficulty with a smile and continued, I can only brace myself and hope to do justice to the audio you edited. Perfect timing. My classmate who was supposed to join me can't make it, so I need your help to shoot a video. I can also give you some guidance. Yin Sayo, with her extroverted personality, pulled Chen Yang toward the adjacent dance studio. As he was leaving, Chen Yang pointed toward Wang Jijia, signaling for her to wait there. Wang Jijia nodded. Though she anticipated Chen Yang's departure from the dance studio to avoid embarrassment, seeing him being escorted by a beautiful girl stirred a different sentiment within her. Yesterday, it was Zhao Zimeng, and today it's the deep V-neck senior. Isn't Chen Yang just too popular with the ladies? Wang Jijia felt an inexplicable pressure and a sense of possessive jealousy. In the adjacent dance studio, as Chen Yang stepped inside, he was enveloped by the vibrant rhythm of the music. Two male classmates were dancing before the mirror, dressed similarly to Yin Sayo in black cargo pants and dark green short sleeves, evidently there to film a video together. Yin Sayo explained, I'm about to film a video, but my classmate who was supposed to assist has a last-minute conflict, so I need to ask for your help. She picked up her phone and opened a video, adding, you need to move with the beat. It's just about seconds long, very simple. After watching it once, Chen Yang memorized the camera movements, nodding in agreement. No problem, I can give it a try. That's fantastic. Insayeo turned off the music and introduced the two male dancers. Xiao Wu can't make it today, so I've asked my friend Chen Yang to help us film this segment. I know him, he's Wang Jiajia's boyfriend, small internet celebrity. One boy with dyed blonde hair glanced at Chen Yang, emphasizing with a hint of jealousy, you mentioned you danced during your live stream, but if you haven't studied it before, it's just a free ride. Here we go again with this nonsense. Are you here with an agenda? Chen Yang smiled wryly, turning to Insayeo. Has this guy just experienced a breakup? Oh, he's always like that, just a sour grape, ignore him. Insayeo affectionately looped her arm through Chen Yang's, addressing the blonde boy. This is my buddy, don't be a nuisance. Once we finish filming, I'll teach him that dance. Ugh, I detest people who don't take their craft seriously. They think just waving their arms and legs makes them special. The blonde boy scoffed, resembling a petulant child. The other male dancer wearing glasses merely glanced at Chen Yang before saying to the blonde, what he's doing doesn't even count as dancing, it's just following trends for laughs. The bespectacled boy kindly asked Chen Yang, hey man, did you and your roommate conspire beforehand? Choosing G and I Tai Mei on purpose, or else you wouldn't be able to dance anything else. Don't underestimate G and I Tai Mei, you two dark-skinned fellows. Chen Yang replied playfully, I've actually practiced it seriously, so don't be shocked when I perform. I truly loathe the show-off and face-slap routine. Damn. The blonde boy said to Insayeo, without restraint, sister, did you hear that? He's the type who looks down on professionalism. Didn't he say he's trained? G and I Tai Mei isn't that hard. Insayeo tried to mediate, but recalling the extensive edits of Mars dance and the audio she helped create, she questioned Chen Yang, how long have you been practicing? Just yesterday. Chen Yang replied, candidly, adding, though I paid for lessons, the tuition was, and the results are quite impressive. Ha ha ha. The blonde boy burst into laughter, turning to Insayeo, this poor guy spent to learn G and I Tai Mei, I'm truly amazed. Foolish and affluent, no wonder he's popular with the girls, the bespectacled boy remarked sarcastically. Chen Yang, you spent over 10,000 on a challenge video. The voice belonged to Wang Jiajia. She had come over during the break to see what Chen Yang was up to, only to overhear that he had spent on dance lessons. Several female classmates accompanied her, drawn in by Chen Yang's looks. Can we come in to learn? One high school girl asked as she pushed the door open. Come in, this brother is about to dance G and I Tai Mei for us, join in for some fun. The blonde boy waved to the girls. The young students rushed in, eager to witness the spectacle up close. Wang Jiajia followed suit, casting an apologetic glance toward Chen Yang. What's the deal? Are you all conspiring to make me look foolish? Chen Yang said to Insayeo, let's record the video first, let the kids witness the prowess of a professional dancer. Hold on, we can record the dance anytime, you should first perform G and I Tai Mei so we can guide you. The blonde boy clearly wouldn't miss this opportunity and encouraged the atmosphere, clapping his hands. The eager onlookers immediately responded. Why are you joining the cheerleading squad? Insayeo shot an annoyed look at the blonde, then turned to Chen Yang, saying, don't listen to him, let's focus on recording the video. First, he'll teach you afterward. Wang Jiajia, wanting to spare Chen Yang any embarrassment, pulled his arm and said, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Don't. The atmosphere is just right, leaving now would be cowardly. The blonde boy challenged Chen Yang, his tone rife with provocation. All right, I'll indulge this desire of yours. Chen Yang responded, casting a teasing glance at Wang Jiajia, saying, it seems today, I truly must reveal my chicken dance. I will first familiarize myself with the movements. Chen Yang stood in the center of the dance studio, stretching his limbs in front of the mirror. Insayeo took out her phone connected to the speakers via Bluetooth and played the audio she had edited for Chen Yang. As the music began to play, the golden-haired boy exclaimed in astonishment, isn't this a song by Mars Brother? It's quite popular online, you must have played the wrong track, sis. Chen Yang wouldn't possibly dance to this, right? What a joke. The bespectacled boy also chuckled at Insayeo. In their minds, Chen Yang was merely a cringeworthy dancer capable of performing a few awkward moves far removed from any professional status. This is the song, Chen Yang asked me to help him edit it, so just watch. Insayeo replied, slightly annoyed. Although Chen Yang was the roommate of her ex-boyfriend and had hardly exchanged a few words with her before, his striking appearance and certain popularity online made her reluctant to offend him. Watching Chen Yang warm up earnestly, Insayeo couldn't help but feel curious. Wang Jiajia, on the other hand, was entirely focused on Chen Yang, her palms sweaty with nervousness, her heart racing, and her throat dry. As the music played, Chen Yang moved his body with slight sways, seeming to rehearse the various rhythmic movements. He appeared rather awkward, which heightened her concern. With a pulse of electronic music, the track transitioned to G and I Tai Mei. The bored middle school students perked up, laughing and mimicking the movements, drawing the attention of the parents who gathered at the door. The music concluded and began to loop automatically. Come on. As the music restarted, Chen Yang suddenly spread his arms wide, stepping forward in time with the beat, yet his body oddly slid backward. These seemingly casual movements were a perfect amalgamation of grace and power. She could hardly believe that Chen Yang was capable of such impressive dancing. The stark contrast left her feeling as though the world around her had become surreal, like a dream. Chen Yang's movements intertwined seamlessly with the music, his dance steps fluid and weightless, never pausing for a moment, as if he floated effortlessly. What the? The golden-haired boy and the bespectacled boy were left dumbfounded. Compared to the middle school students and Wang Jiajia, the two of them recognized the complexity of the dance. Although Chen Yang's performance seemed simple, executing it well required immense control over one's body and strength. Impressive. Sayeo, who had felt indifferent while editing the music earlier, now realized how stunning the choreography truly was. As the music transitioned to GNI, Tai made Chen Yang transformed into a Super Saiyan, delivering the movements imprinted in the minds of netizens with even greater intensity. Time in the dance studio stood still, only Chen Yang danced. The seconds of choreography came to a swift conclusion. Just as everyone hoped to see it performed again, Chen Yang waved at Sayeo and turned off the music. Though he had mastered the dance, his stamina was still that of an ordinary person, and he was slightly out of breath. That was amazing, so beautiful. The middle school students burst into applause, instantly turning into fans. Wang Jiajia joined in, her gaze fixated on Chen Yang. As her tension dissipated, her body felt weak and her speech became stammered. Too, didn't expect you to dance so well, that was incredible. Just the basics, nothing special. Chen Yang flashed her a cheeky smile. Wang Jiajia felt a wild creature stir within her, yearning to pounce on this man. Chen Yang, you truly are a hidden gem. Sayeo cast an envious glance at Wang Jiajia, unsure of what else to say. The only two people in the dance studio who felt disheartened were the golden-haired boy and the bespectacled boy, who were indeed, as Chen Yang had described, stunned. Teachers, please offer us some guidance. Chen Yang displayed a friendly smile, his charisma persuasive, devoid of any mockery. Better than I expected. The golden-haired boy forced a smile. His flushed face, coupled with his golden hair, created an aesthetic reminiscent of a Musu Shirzi. The bespectacled boy sought to save face, but before he could speak, a woman's voice came from behind. It's clear you have a solid foundation. You must have practiced dance since childhood. The speaker was the dance studio instructor, drawn by the music and having watched the entire performance. Thank you for your affirmation, teacher. Chen Yang, sensing a favorable moment, turned to Sayeo and said, shall I record a video for you, and you can help me with one as well? Sure. Sayeo, recognizing Chen Yang as a treasure boy, was eager not to miss the opportunity, exclaiming, you should also collaborate with me sometime to help boost my followers. You need to ask my wife. Her consent is essential. Chen Yang turned to the dazed Wang Jiajia and inquired, wife, may I film a video with this senior? Oh. Wang Jiajia, still in a daze, suddenly recalled Chen Yang's earlier mention of wife, her face flushing instantly. The nearby middle school students gasped, surprised to discover this classmate's open early romance, especially with the handsome university student casting envious glances at Wang Jiajia. Feeling flattered and overwhelmed, every cell in Wang Jiajia felt like it was blossoming. Her eyes were solely fixated on Chen Yang, this exceptional man. Buzz. The super dream device ceased operation. Binbian Miyu's body felt feverish and goosebumps still prickled her skin. During her super dream experience, she could sense everything Wang Jiajia felt. Every emotion and desire was mirrored in her own body. Recalling Chen Yang's dance, her heart raced uncontrollably. Undeniably, among the men on the moon, there were many talented dancers, none inferior to Chen Yang. However, the sheer scarcity of such performers made this experience all the more astonishing. Chen Yang was simply too handsome. Binbian Miyu suddenly realized she had developed feelings for the character in the super dream. This was what teacher Lucy referred to as emotional replication, a perilous affair indeed. Adhering to teacher Lucy's advice, Binbian Miyu limited her super dream experiences to 4 hours a day, reluctantly removing the device and placing it beside her pillow. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time AM. It was time to rest. Sleep eluded her. She sat up and gazed out at the night sky. Although the dark star was shrouded in a layer of metallic clouds, its radiance was still sufficient to dispel the surrounding starlight, claiming dominion over the entire night sky. After a moment of inner turmoil, Binbian Miyu could not resist the allure of the super dream. She picked up the device and rewound 5 minutes on the timeline, deciding to repeat Chen Yang's dance before settling down for the night. Thus, she donned the super dream device once more and pressed the play button. As the neural signals transmitted, Binbian Miyu once again merged with Wang Jiajia. Binhai Dayu Mall. Chen Yang and Wang Jiajia held hands as they ascended to the 6th floor via the elevator. What were you doing while eating just now? Wang Jiajia, with her right thumb pressed against her chin, inquired curiously, is there an acupoint here? I noticed you pressed it for quite a while. You caught me. Chen Yang had secretly gone offline to rest at Angxing while having dinner. He never anticipated that this small action would attract Wang Jiajia's attention, and he casually remarked, it's merely a habitual gesture when I'm deep in thought. Oh, Wang Jiajia found this little habit of Chen Yang rather intriguing. Ever since witnessing Chen Yang's challenge dance in the morning, she had found it hard to control herself. For instance, she had taken the initiative to hold his hand while shopping, and it was she who suggested watching a movie tonight. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by the Star International Cinema. Chen Yang opened his phone to check D in the video he had filmed of Wang Jiajia learning to dance had garnered likes and over comments, all playful critiques of Wang Jiajia's dancing talent, and the reception was quite favorable. He had announced the release of the challenge video in the comments section, pinning it to the top for visibility. It would be released precisely at midnight. What movie shall we watch? Wang Jiajia led Chen Yang to the vicinity of the ticket counter, gazing up at the promotional posters of currently screening films. Perhaps a romance. An action film would also suffice. A romantic action movie would be ideal. Chen Yang's attention remained fixated on his phone. Do you enjoy horror films? Wang Jiajia leaned closer to Chen Yang, donning a deliberately mysterious expression as she said, super scary ones like Guiying. Horror films. Chen Yang turned off his phone screen and looked at Wang Jiajia's round face, saying, are you attempting to take advantage of me under the guise of a horror film atmosphere? Are you afraid? I'm not afraid of you taking advantage of me. I genuinely fear horror films. Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly and continued, I have been terrified of ghosts since childhood, and given that I've just rented this new place I struggle to sleep well at night. Oh, I see. My apologies for that. Wang Jiejia exhibited a look of contrition as she approached the ticket counter and told the staff ID, like, 2 tickets for Yi Su Gui Zimeng Jinghan for the latest screening, please. Darn. Chen Yang was not oblivious. He could distinctly sense the shift in Wang Jiejia's demeanor. Once this woman took the initiative, her overwhelming hormones were undeniable. Calculating, he had only known Wang Jiejia for 4 days at most. Wasn't this progression a tad swift? Chen Yang scratched his head, contemplating that his second playthrough of the game Earth was intended to experience a pure romance. Initially, he presumed Wang Jiejia to be a demure young girl, yet he was surprised to find her quite liberated at heart. He observed Wang Jiejia's petite figure, symbolizing vitality, with her twin ponytails, her slender waist, well-proportioned legs, white cotton socks, and pink sneakers. If something were to happen, would it truly affect the essence of a pure romance? Come on, why get tangled up in a game? If worst comes to worst, he could always start a new file. Ticket acquired. Wang Jiejia returned with 2 movie tickets, taking Chen Yang's hand. As she said, the show starts in half an hour, let's find a place to wait for a bit. Is it really a horror film? Chen Yang glanced at the tickets, confirming they were indeed for Yi Su Gui Zimeng Jinghan. Not to worry, such domestic horror films aren't frightening. The ending will surely be a dream or a case of split personality, definitely no ghosts. Wang Jiejia confidently reassured him. Chen Yang estimated it to be about a grade level. However, with her petite stature, this particular grade was undoubtedly more eye-catching than Lu Yuyan. That is the beauty of relativity. Chen Yang sighed as he noticed some vacant resting chairs nearby and led Wang Jiejia over to sit down. Unbeknownst to them, they ended up sitting quite close, their arms brushing against each other, and upon realizing it, neither could move away, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Wang Jiejia tucked her hair behind her ear, her large eyes darting around, and softly asked, do you believe in fate? Chen Yang thought to himself, you're the one I paid for, this has nothing to do with fate. Yet as he cast his gaze into the distance, the appearance of a figure prompted him to exclaim earnestly from the depths of his being, I do. When fate arrives, it's like a tornado, unrelenting and indiscriminate. In his line of sight, Kai Gu was ascending to the 6th floor via the escalator, engaged in a phone call, as he made his way to Star International Cinema. Wang Jiejia did not notice Wang Kai. She was absorbed in the joy of love, shyly lowering her head, as she said, I feel like we have a special connection. That rain felt like it was meant for me. Of course we are destined, otherwise could we be a couple? Chen Yang gently held Wang Jiejia's small hand in his, softly asking, does this count as a faux play becoming real? I certainly don't consider it a faux play, I've always taken it seriously. Wang Jiejia's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly opened her phone, diverting the topic by saying, I've decided to change the name of my video account to Chen Yang and Jiejia. What do you think? Let's name it Jiejia and Chen Yang, as you are the star, I'm merely a mobile camera. What about Jiejia and Yang Yang? Ugh. The straightforward male felt goosebumps rise. At this moment, Wang Kai had arrived at the cinema, looking particularly sharp in his sunglasses, his hair slicked with gel, seemingly on a date with Lu Yuyan to watch a film. Yet Lu Yuyan was nowhere to be seen. Before long, Wang Kai approached Chen Yang, speaking vigorously into his phone, Dad, why do I have to deal with this nonsense? I've already promised to watch a movie with someone, Chen Yang's director Zhang. Sci-Fi will head over now. In his agitated state, Wang Kai overlooked Chen Yang and Wang Jiejia, hastily hanging up and striding toward the escalator to go downstairs. Seeing Wang Kai leave, Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he feared this wealthy second generation, it was merely that he found his incessant dramatics tiresome. The two perused the comments on Douyin videos for a while before proceeding to have their tickets checked and entering the cinema. This horror film was scheduled in a small screening room, surprisingly populated, likely filled with couples harboring ulterior motives. There are quite a few people here. Wang Jiejia expressed her astonishment, and upon finding their seats, discovered they were in the second-to-last row. Chen Yang guided her to their seats, smiling as he asked, will you be able to see the screen from here? I'm not that short, Wang Jiejia pouted playfully, and after sitting down, she patted the back of the seat in front, saying, besides, there's no one blocking us, it'll be easy. Then that's good. As soon as Chen Yang finished speaking, the lights in the screening room abruptly dimmed. Aside from the screen illuminating the darkness, latecomers in the audience were fumbling with their phones, using them as flashlights to locate their seats. The eerie atmosphere has instantly set in. Chen Yang boldly held Wang Jiejia's small hand, plotting mischief. To his surprise, the plot of this horror film was quite engaging. Though the props appeared somewhat shoddy, the lead actress was genuinely captivating, and Chen Yang found himself engrossed. Just as the first terrifying scene was about to unfold, he instinctively turned his gaze away, only to find Wang Jiejia looking at him with a peculiar expression. Her face seemed to ask, are you really watching? Feeling it would be impolite to disregard her earnestness, he attempted to wrap his arm around her shoulders. Noticing her lack of resistance, he gradually pulled her closer while leaning in. Wang Jiejia's body stiffened with nervousness, and she trembled, closing her eyes. As he gazed at her youthful face, drawing near, a pang of guilt surged within Chen Yang. Shouldn't he sneak a peek at her ID first? There was no time for that. Just as the two were enveloped in a tender moment, footsteps approached from the front, and a beam of light swept past. Is this where we watch the movie? A woman muttered as she settled into the empty seat in front of Wang Jiejia. Chen Yang recognized the voice. He turned his head to look forward, leaving Wang Jiejia's lips. However, as soon as his head turned, Wang Jiejia's small hand guided him back, plunging him once again into the delightful suffocation. Due to their close proximity, both individuals could feel each other's warm breaths. Despite the cacophony of the film, they remained acutely aware of the rapid, forceful heartbeat resonating within their chests. In stark contrast to the dim ambience of the cinema, Chen Yang and Wang Jiajia created an intimate world uniquely their own through the neural connection of their lips. Thus, the flickering lights on the large screen and the jarring shrill sound effects were entirely disregarded by the two. Nevertheless, the conversation of a woman seated in front of Wang Jiajia captured their attention. For within her discourse, two words emerged: Chen Yang. What does it have to do with Chen Yang? I simply dislike kissing, it feels filthy. The woman spoke in a hushed tone. In unison, Chen Yang and Wang Jiajia paused to listen as she continued, I'm not targeting you, everyone has their personal preferences. Just like I find your plumpness rather endearing, don't you think you could muster a bit of confidence? Will you be coming over today? This dreadful film is utterly devoid of merit. The woman with her head bowed was engaged in a phone call. Chen Yang recognized her voice as that of his ex-girlfriend Lu Yuyan. It seems their entangled fate persists. Should there be a third screening in the future, he must find a way to eliminate these two NPCs. Who is it? Wang Jiajia had only met Lu Yuyan once and could not discern her identity. Chen Yang withdrew his hand from her waist, picked up his phone, and displayed 3 characters to Wang Jiajia, ex-girlfriend. You two certainly have an uncanny connection. Wang Jiajia pouted, playfully pinching Chen Yang's cheek. At that moment, Lu Yuyan was still on the phone, once again uttering Chen Yang's name. Chen Yang has many flaws. He is hopelessly inept at gaming and can't hold a candle to me. He can't swim, sings off-key, is lecherous and greedy, and is a typical clueless guy. Didn't you ask me to talk? Yet you get jealous, which is truly annoying. He can stream however he pleases. Next time, just don't involve me. It appeared that Wang Kai truly intended to stir up trouble. Chen Yang contemplated consulting Wang Kai's character designer, curious as to how they managed to craft a wealthy, yet insecure second-generation heir. Let's go. Chen Yang kissed Wang Jiajia, softly smiling as he said, since you've accomplished your objective, there's no need to continue watching this film. You were the one who kissed me first, and with such clumsiness. Wang Jiajia muttered, quietly straightening her slightly disheveled clothes before tugging on Chen Yang to stand and prepare for their departure. Coincidentally, Lu Yuyan also decided to leave, and the 3 of them rose almost simultaneously. The female protagonist in the film let out a piercing scream. A featureless white face appeared on the screen, bathing the entire cinema in blinding light. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes meeting clearly. You. Lu Yuyan hesitated, instinctively ready to return to her seat, yet her bent waist stubbornly straightened. Holding her bag aloft, she strode out. Wang Jiajia and Chen Yang exchanged looks, concluding there was no need to deliberately avoid her, and followed suit. As they exited the cinema, Lu Yuyan, tall and slender, led the way. Her long hair swayed, her legs were long, and her waist slender. Even Wang Jiajia found her captivating. In the eyes of women, Chen Yang's worth was once again elevated. Suddenly, Lu Yuyan halted, turning to Chen Yang and Wang Jiajia. She remarked, please observe civil behavior while watching films, maintain your decorum. What did we do? Chen Yang was about to retort, but upon glancing at Wang Jiajia, his irritation dissipated instantly. He noticed the lipstick around her lips had smudged and appeared slightly red. She looks so young, how could you be so bold? Pervert. Lu Yuyan shot Chen Yang a glare before hastily striding away in her high heels. Wang Jiajia, blushing, realized her lipstick was gone and quickly retrieved a small mirror from her bag. Oh dear, I need to touch up my makeup. She hurriedly covered her mouth and jogged to the restroom. Chen Yang wiped the lipstick off his lips, casting his gaze at Lu Yuyan's receding figure, reflecting on her comment about kissing being dirty. What a fool she was. It seemed that Wang Kai would likely stir trouble during the next stream. Well, why not accept the free money? Welcome the #1 supporter, Kai Go. Before long, Wang Jiajia returned, her makeup restored. Both were left with lingering thoughts, silently contemplating their reasons. The challenge video is set to be released at midnight tonight. Chen Yang reminded her. I won't forget. Wang Jiajia nodded. Jiajia, I have an immature suggestion. Chen Yang draped his arm around her shoulder and quietly proposed, given the significance of this momentous video, shouldn't we witness its release together? Wang Jiajia stifled a laugh, raising her gaze to meet Chen Yang's eyes as she whispered, I need to head back to the dormitory to fetch a few things. At the top floor of the ghost building, the curtains were drawn tightly, the chairman's office illuminated by minimal light accompanied by soothing piano melodies, rendering the spacious room exceptionally tranquil. Akigawa Ichiro reclined in a leather chair, his eyes closed, 3 metallic connectors at the back of his head flickering rhythmically like breathing lights. The other ends of the 3 data cables connected to the central server of the Hacker Alliance. It resembled a vast dark ocean teeming with hackers navigating through, simultaneously serving as their battlefield. However, compared to those small fry, Akigawa Ichiro's consciousness surged like a great shark returning from the abyss, still carrying the scent of its prey, merging with the digital brain through the data cables. Akigawa Ichiro's body trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, his dilated pupils gradually constricting, his awareness returning. Earth Corporation, you shall pay a steep price for your arrogance. He chuckled with satisfaction, disconnecting the 3 data cables from the back of his head, activating his digital secretary as he instructed, notify the first group of the technical department to cease their attack on the Earth server. Our mission is accomplished. After a moment's thought, he added, all members will receive a bonus of 2 million for their month-long data assault, to be drawn from my personal account. On behalf of the members of the first group of the technical department, I thank the chairman. The secretary projected a heart in front of Akegawa Ichiro, tentatively, inquiring, will the Earth Corporation accept all our conditions? My virus has never failed. Akegawa Ichiro replied. Then I will immediately inform the legal department to deliver the final draft of the contract to the Earth Corporation. Oh, and send a bottle of champagne as well. Akegawa Ichiro rose from his desk, reflecting with some sentiment. This is my final task executed for the Hacker Alliance. As long as the Earth Corporation signs the new protection contract, I can finally leave Dark Star. Congratulations, Chairman. Has the property on the moon been arranged? Not yet, but the leader promised to surprise me. As Akegawa Ichiro envisioned his upcoming life on the moon, his eyes dampened with emotion as he smiled. At least I won't be residing in a dismal district like Cyborg. It should be a villa with a garden, a fitting acknowledgement of my years of dedication to the Hacker Alliance. I am genuinely happy for you, Mr. Akegawa. Thank you. Akegawa Ichiro stepped onto the balcony, gazing through a telescope at the lunar silhouette beyond the metallic haze, its indistinct shape appearing tantalizingly near. He then turned his gaze back to the bustling yet shadowy city before him, a pang of nostalgia welling within. I will miss this place. He turned back, donned the most exquisite suit, and instructed his secretary call an immediate board meeting. In the rented apartment of Chen Yang, the September night was distinctly cool, yet the room was uncomfortably warm, causing restlessness. The sound of the shower in the bathroom ceased. Chen Yang sat on the fabric sofa, lifted a bottle of mineral water, and guzzled half of it parched. Glancing at his phone, it read PM. He was supposed to play poker with Wang Jiejia tonight. On the way home, she had implied her inexperience with the game. Thus he resolved not to focus solely on winning, but to consider the novice's experience and teach her the intricacies of poker. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead. While instructing a newcomer could be a cumbersome task, it was a necessary journey. Besides poker, the only alternative was making dumplings, and he certainly would not indulge in anything vulgar. The bathroom door swung open. Wang Jiejia emerged with damp hair, her unadorned round face accentuating her youthful charm. She wore a loose-fitting white t-shirt and beige shorts, her fair supple legs on display. For the first time, Chen Yang noticed her delicate ankles, and her toes peeking out from her slippers were beautifully painted with pink nail polish. The hot water is still sufficient, you can wash up, she said, a slight blush tinting her cheeks as she retrieved a hairdryer from her red backpack and began to style her hair in front of the mirror. All right, Chen Yang replied, immediately rising and making his way toward the bathroom with a slight limp. The bathroom was enveloped in lingering steam infused with the fragrance of Wang Jiejia's shower gel, the brand unknown to him. He swallowed hard, turned on the tap, and scalding water cascaded down. Wow. Was Wang Jiejia a creature of myth, using such hot water? What's wrong? She called out. Nothing. Chen Yang adjusted the temperature lower, tested it, and finally stepped under the shower. As he scrubbed diligently, the sound of Wang Jiejia's hairdryer ceased, followed by the ringing of her phone. Mushroom hiding in the corner of the market. Mushroom, let me take you home. Hello, Mom. Wang Jiejia answered the call, revealing that her mother was on the other end. Chen Yang felt a hint of guilt and instinctively lowered the shower volume, ears perked like a curious puppy. Wang Jiejia's accent while speaking to her mother was peculiar, yet still comprehensible. Yes, Chen Yang is my male classmate from the same school. We are collaborating on a video. We share a good relationship, boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh dear, I'm already in college. Why are you still concerned about such matters? What era are we in? Mind your own business. With a flustered demeanor, Wang Jiejia abruptly ended the call. It seemed she had some difficulties at home. Chen Yang could surmise her family issues, having heard tales of exorbitant betrothal gifts in her region. Speaking of which, since Earth was merely a game, those betrothal gifts would eventually line the pockets of the Earth Company, those despicable capitalists. However, issues solvable by money were ultimately manageable. A few £100 of apples could suffice, provided the game stage lasted long enough. Having finished his shower expeditiously, Chen Yang exited the bathroom. Wang Jiejia was sitting obediently on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin videos. Did your family call? Chen Yang inquired. You heard that? My mom is such a relic. It's nothing, she replied, adjusting her mood and shaking her phone. My dance video has garnered all likes, and the comments are hilarious, haha. Her smile seemed slightly forced, likely influenced by the earlier phone conversation or her own nervousness. It will get better, Chen Yang reassured her with a warm smile meant to comfort. After brushing their teeth, they nestled on the sofa, pretending to watch the comments on Wang Jiejia's dance video, though neither could focus on a single word. Both were preoccupied with thoughts of playing poker. Chen Yang retrieved a piece of gum from a plastic bag on the coffee table, offering one to Wang Jiejia before taking the deck of cards into the room. Wang Jiejia dreamt a vivid dream. She found herself submerged in tumultuous ocean waves, unable to resist the downward pull. Fear gripped her tightly. Despite her efforts to swim upwards, her body felt increasingly heavy, and the water rose to her eyes, the moon in the night sky, flickering in and out of view. The moonlight was bright. In her blurred vision, the moon grew larger, filling the night sky, as if it were about to crash down upon her. In that instant, Wang Jiejia was drawn upward by the moon. Jiejia. A voice called from her ear, Chen Yang's. She floated from the depths, exhausted, bobbing on the surface of the sea, gazing up at the night sky. The moon was now distinctly clear, the sounds of an aquarium filtering into her consciousness. Binbin Miu removed the Chow Meng device, incredulous and disbelieving, as everything felt like a vivid dream. Oh dear. She remained motionless, remnants of Wang Jiejia's memories lingering within her. As the extraordinary sensation faded, she found herself alone in her room, solitude enveloping her. Bin Miyu sat up in bed, letting out a soft sigh. Illuminating her phone screen, she noted it was already a.m. the next morning. This experience in the Chow Meng had exceeded hours far beyond teacher Lucis' warnings. She resolved to take the day off to rest thoroughly. Buzz. Her phone vibrated, revealing a message from teacher Lucy. Have you lost your mind? Staying in the Chow Meng for hours is extremely dangerous. Sigh. She had anticipated that Lucy would monitor the Chow Meng device. Bin Miyu hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and after a long pause typed a nonsensical reply. It was simply because this was the most beautiful episode. The moonlight cascaded onto the bed where a couple nestled closely together, exchanging tender kisses. Chen Yang preserved this sweet scene in his memory, a cherished moment worthy of eternal remembrance. He returned to the kitchen, stirring the noodles in the pot with chopsticks, as another message from Lucy buzzed on his right arm. Lucy, is today the last day for discounts? Are you in? Vic, I'm not interested. Lucy, the Hacker Alliance ceased its attacks on the Earth Company yesterday, so you can install it without worry. Vic, allow me to finish my breakfast, I need to think. Lucy, you're still having breakfast. How amusing. What's with the sarcasm? Chen Yang set the pot of noodles on the wooden table, grabbed a carton of special Su-run milk, and continued to nourish his body. As he savored the noodles, he opened the Lianzhong International Shopping Platform. The previous transactions for the Qinglong fish had all been completed, and a yuan had been credited to his account. Savoring a gulp of milk, Chen Yang fully understood the significance of money. All 10 of these orders received 5-star reviews, particularly due to the Baitington free promotion, a rarity for pet fish merchandise. All Qinglong fish that were subsequently listed had also sold out, and a courier was scheduled to pick up the goods today. Anticipating another yuan in the upcoming week, it seemed he might finally resolve the computer mirroring issue, enabling him to study the BM language on Earth and fully enjoy his university experience, much like those who prefer to work in Starbucks or study in university libraries, as an idealized display of sophistication. Chen Yang observed the other sellers of Qinglong fish, noting their ample stock, and decided to list fish for sale. Given that fish reproduction cycles and quantities far exceed those of apples, selling in larger quantities posed no issue. Whether buyers could sustain them was another matter entirely. In the realm of fish-keeping, water is infinitely more crucial than the fish themselves. Having completed his online store tasks, Chen Yang exchanged playful banter with Molly, ensuring not to waste the 3 daily questions-answered opportunities. Once finished, he sent a message to Lucy. Vic, let's proceed with the mirroring today. It's yuan after the discount, right? Lucy, a true man never discounts. Vic, huh? Vic transferred the yuan. Lucy, you'll send you a program package. Your computer will warn you about dangerous data, but don't refuse to accept it. Vic, I'll have you know I typically use my right hand for such activities, including other personal matters. You'd best be aware of your boundaries and refrain from stealing my tactile senses. Lucy, thank you for sparing me a breakfast. Lucy remembered to purchase a laptop in the game and contact me after acquiring the Entertainment City DLC. Soon Chen Yang received the program package from Lucy. The sensor-type computer indeed issued a danger warning, to which Chen Yang chose continue to receive and unpack. Achieving absolute security in the digital realm is impossible. Each step forward into the darkness carries risks. Unless one remains stationary, a gamble on fortune is inevitable. As Chen Yang watched the program package install, a prompt appeared: program installation complete, checking environment. Detected a networked Earth digital console, verified chip ID ECA. Data direct connection established. 3 seconds later, the prompt disappeared. After tidying up his room, Chen Yang began his BM language studies. His small fish model passed the test successfully, and the next tutorial involved a mechanical cat blueprint. The blueprint included peculiar parts encompassing over 10 different materials. Among them was a multi-legged balance control system intended for testing, with numerous parameters available for fine-tuning. To create the mechanical cat, every component outlined in the blueprint must be crafted with meticulous precision, assembled in the simulator, and only upon successful testing would this foundational course conclude. Then he could pursue certification as a model maker. Once recognized as a junior model maker, he could accept orders related to neural models online, as game companies like Earth often require real individuals for numerous creative models. Chen Yang scrutinized the blueprint. The oddly shaped components undoubtedly tested one's patience. He immersed himself in learning until the courier from Lianzhong International rang the doorbell, prompting him to close the BM programming window. Today's courier was not the previous flyhead. A bionic courier. Chen Yang observed the ordinary-looking man without cybernetics who projected a halo above his head. Indeed, Lianzhong International Courier Service at your service. The bionic individual displayed a bright professional smile, then with a flicker of his eyes projected a work ID. The ID clearly read Blue Whale Life, Bionic Type, A Bionic IDEXP. Chen Yang jest, is it true that a perverted killer is in Redstone City, prompting you fearless ones to come here? This is the unified government's protection for human employees, the bionic courier responded in a playful tone, continuing, of course, they also lost the opportunity to earn tips. Will you bionic individuals leak customer information? Chen Yang inquired. That is absolutely not permitted. The courier retrieved a plastic anti-collision box from his backpack, displaying the payment barcode to Chen Yang. Expedited shipping for 6 items is 520 yuan. Would you like me to package it for you? I'll handle it myself. After completing the payment, Chen Yang took the plastic box to wrap the items himself. During the packaging process, he chatted with the bionic courier about various topics while observing the courier's expressions as he spoke. Having lived in the Dark Star for over a month despite rarely going out, he had encountered numerous bionic individuals, gradually becoming adept at distinguishing between them and real humans. This distinction lay in their standardization. The more bionic individuals he interacted with, the more he noticed a peculiar commonality in their actions and demeanor. It was a subtle expression that seemed lifelike yet lacked distinctive personality traits. Upon recognizing this flaw, Chen Yang's enthusiasm for bionic companions diminished as he became particularly attentive to such details in life. Perhaps this was a shortcoming of the Bionic Type 3. It is likely that a Bionic Type 4 exists, though it has yet to be released for commercial use. In the Earth Backstreet Cafe on the Moon, there was a bustling crowd today, primarily young individuals seeking consultations about Superdream. Lucy, after a long day of work, always took a moment to savor a cup of afternoon coffee. After a couple of sips, she summoned Sanshun to inquire, "Are the coffee beans not roasted enough? The taste seems rather faint." "Really?" Sanshun took Lucy's coffee cup, sipped a small amount, and replied with a pout, "It's not bad, it's probably just that the boss drinks it daily and has grown tired of it." "Is that so?" Lucy frowned, running her fingers through her short silver hair in mild frustration. "If you don't want it, I'll gladly take it." Sanshun expressed eager anticipation. "Since you've already touched this cup, I'll just make myself a fresh one." At that moment, 2 more customers entered the shop, prompting Lucy to vacate her table and retreat to the staff lounge. She reclined on the sofa, taking out a small mirror from her pocket to inspect her mature visage. 2 years had passed. She extended her index finger to trace the corner of her eye, pressing firmly to reveal a faint crow's foot. Subsequently, a system option appeared in her vision. Taste memory. Search all records related to coffee and delete. System prompt: manual deletion of taste memories requires a reboot. "Are you sure?" At that moment, Sanshun re-entered with a cup of coffee, saying, "Boss, your coffee is ready." "Set it aside. Ooh, I need a 10-minute break. Please do not disturb me." Lucy slowly closed her eyes. Luxai sipped her coffee in small, delicate mouthfuls. Its flavor indeed deepened into a richer brew. She returned to a window seat in the cafe, the last amber of sunset adding a trace of melancholy to her composed visage. The handsome owner had long been one of the selling points of Daikyu Haoja. Yet the 4 young men at the table to her right never focused their gaze on her. They huddled together, and although they tried to lower their voices, their nervous whispers still snagged Lux's attention. Luxai frowned, curiosity ballooned inside her, and her small finger tapped the tabletop in a quiet staccato. "Hey, you 4," she could no longer suppress herself. Turning to their startled faces, she asked, "What are you studying?" "I'm a little bored, tell me." "We're not studying anything, yeah. Just chatting, just chatting." 3 of them hurried to deny it. The 4th, bolder than the rest, said to Luxai, "If the owner adds me as a friend, he'll tell you." "What?" The other 3 felt betrayed and glanced angrily at the brazen one. "No problem," he added. "He'll only add you." Luxai propped her chin in her hand. Her enchanting smile carried the authority of a spell. "Just scan my eye," she instructed. A ring of barcode ignited in her green irises. "Wow, cybernetic eyes are so cool. I want one too," the 4 young men marveled. The bold boy scanned Lux's eye and added her contact to his address book. A photo of Luxai appeared in his social feed. Good heavens. The 4 boys leaned closer and saw that among Lux's photos was one in a swimsuit. By the poolside, her long legs and arms bore metal sutures from prosthetic implants. The twin-wing tattoo on her back was fused with the metal filaments, gleaming with a luminous sheen. "Save that photo and send it to me, or we're unfriending you," 3 of them muttered, half threatening. Luxai smiled faintly and told the daring boy, "He'll be waiting right here." "Understood," but he rose awkwardly. "We don't dare tell you this to your face. He'll message you later. Goodbye." He ran off. The other 3 made regretful faces, waved at Luxai, and dashed out of the cafe as well. "Cowards," Luxai muttered with disdain. Soon her phone buzzed with the boy's message. "Luxai Duran, we were discussing 3 photos trending online. They're quite graphic. I've blurred them and sent them so you're prepared." He sent 3 blurred images. Even blurred, the central subjects of the 3 photos formed 3 letters, A, B, and C. Graphic. Luxai examined the 3 images and deblurred the one labeled A. Her expression did not change, though her pupils narrowed slightly. She inspected the remaining 2. Each letter had been composed from bodies arranged grotesquely. She then deleted all 3 images. A message forced itself across her screen. Luxai Walangia's game console has been activated again. Luxai gazed at the sunset streaming through the window and sipped her rich coffee. The small, hard-won comforts of life prompted her terse reply, "None of my concern." Morning. Wang Jiajia remained sound asleep beneath her covers. Chen Yang had been roused by birdsong. Not wishing to disturb Wang Jiajia, he slipped on headphones and scrolled through Douyin. Last night's challenge video had accrued 200,000 likes by morning with over 6,000 comments. The Jiajia and Yang account was surging with new followers. It seemed his recent monetary investments and exposure were paying dividends. After purchasing the Yulqing DLC and with the additional 50,000 worth of promotional boost, he could reserve that traffic for the next livestream. After all, gifts from viewers could return some funds far more economical than his earlier Oneto 5 top-ups. Insayeo sent a message of thanks. Chen Yang's traffic pull had netted her a couple hundred new followers, and she asked about a dance collaboration. Chen Yang decided to defer to Wang Jiajia's judgment. In this playthrough of the game, Wang Jiajia was the principal. He did not want to complicate matters. Pleased with the challenge video's performance, he opened the class group chat. Classmates gushed, "Chen Yang's code may not be the most elegant, but the program is undeniably audacious." "I'm convinced Chen Yang didn't actually come from a normal high school. I remember once when we were out at Chicken Bit Chen Yang. His dance moves must be genetic mutation related. Maybe he'll lay an egg one day, Chen Yang retorted angrily, you liars spreading rumors again. The dormitory chat was even more explosive. His 3 roommates vowed to unite, and during Chen Yang's next livestream, push him up the rankings forcing him to dance in women's clothing. Chen Yang's figure suits a hip-swaying routine arrogant and cool it wins me over. No I want to see GE by girls' generation. By contrast Sun Ji showed some taste no way I'm allergic to Korean stuff right now, I want Chen Yang and Twin Tails doing. Chen Yang suddenly had no desire to stream. These shameless bastards were absolutely capable of following through. As he argued with his roommates Wang Jijia looped her arm around him from behind. Huh. Wang Jijia blinked, and Chen Yang started in surprise. Sorry, she stammered, her face flushing crimson. She scrambled out of bed. Stepping into her slippers her leg buckled, and she collapsed back onto the bed with a wince. Ouch! Chen Yang stifled a laugh. It must be from yesterday's dance practice, Wang Jijia murmured and tottered out of the room. Watching her small frame go affection warmed Chen Yang's chest. University life was splendid. He wouldn't allow himself to dwell on it, he was still in the small dark room, and had not been released from it yet alas. Chen Yang hastened to dress, and threw back the blanket. The gray sheet was stylishly printed with 3 strawberries of varying sizes. He thought he might celebrate later with a bottle of champagne. He removed the sheet, folded it, and set it aside. Reaching into the closet for a spare duvet he had bought at the supermarket, he began to remake the bed. When he turned to retrieve the old sheet, it had vanished. What the he froze, then heard the rhythmic sound of scrubbing coming from the bathroom. No way. He hurried there, and found Wang Jijia diligently rubbing the most important part of the sheet by hand. He could not help but complain, girl, are you a ninja? You were so quiet, no sound at all. Sigh. I'm so industrious, shouldn't you praise me? Wang Jijia feigned innocence. All right. Wait until tonight, Chen Yang said, smacking her playfully before changing his clothes. He'll buy breakfast steamed buns, you shouted to Fawa, okay. Wang Jijia was indeed hungry. Do they have jidambing downstairs? I want mine with egg and sausage. Sure. Chen Yang had half-joked earlier, but wary of being sent to the little dark room, he prudently withdrew the jest. The breakfast stalls outside the complex were bustling. Chen Yang bought buns, yushao rice porridge, and defohua, and stopped at a cart for a jidambing. The thought of an indulgent dinner later curved the corner of his mouth in anticipation. Tonight, he would study the shape of her small feet. A sedan collided into a truck waiting at a red light, rear-ending it. Chen Yang glanced over with concern, and saw the sedan's driver step out cursing, damn it, I fell asleep. Noon. Chen Yang and Wang Jiajia appeared on the bustling commercial pedestrian street. Though neither could be classified as internet celebrities, they nonetheless garnered a certain degree of attention among the youth frequently scrolling through Douyin thanks to their striking looks that captivated passersby. To mirror the sensor Type 3 computer, Chen Yang specifically purchased a MateBook from a Huawei store. The mirrored computer imposed no particular requirements on the laptop specifications, it fundamentally relied on the computational prowess of the right-arm computer. This MateBook merely served as a display and input device. Upon exiting the Huawei Experience store, Chen Yang cradled his laptop, his face beaming with sheer joy. Wang Jiajia chuckled and inquired, do you boys have an affinity for electronic gadgets akin to how we girls indulge in clothing and cosmetics? It's not the same, these are our gear providing attribute boosts. For instance, this laptop grants me intelligence, confidence, emotional value, and charisma. And what attributes does my white skirt possess? Wang Jiajia asked with curiosity. Today she wore a white pleated miniskirt paired with white cotton socks and white sneakers accentuating her delicate and fair calves. While that's quite difficult to determine, Chen Yang feigned contemplation, lowering his voice seriously as he remarked, for me, it's like Schrodinger's skirt existing in a superposition of charm values at. Why is that? Isn't it Schrodinger's cat? Wang Jiajia seemed perplexed, tugging at her skirt as she queried, is my skirt not pretty today? It is indeed beautiful without a doubt. Chen Yang gestured animatedly beside her face, saying, look at all the men along this street, their gazes are all on you. Haha. Wang Jiajia wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's, laughing heartily. Women are naturally drawn to men who can amuse them, especially when such men possess good looks and talent. Still preoccupied with her skirt, she pressed on, asking, so what does the superposition mean? It's something that can only be understood, not articulated. Noting her buoyant stride, Chen Yang inquired with concern, are you feeling all right? Of course. Young people recover quickly. Though Wang Jiajia was 3 years younger than Chen Yang, she appeared to be 5 or 6 years his junior. She deliberately took large strides, saying, you'll be fine for the dance class this afternoon, I need to keep pace with you and not lag behind. Perhaps tonight's live challenge won't be dancing, but singing instead. I can sing perfectly well. Wang Jiajia confidently cleared her throat, and unabashedly saying, they say everything is for the best. Chen Yang embraced her waist, feeling that this moment was the happiest and most relaxed day he had experienced in a month. The two entered a fast food restaurant called Must Keep. A beautiful waitress greeted them with a smile, and after they settled down asked, what would you like to order? Before she could finish her sentence, she yawned, quickly covering her mouth as she apologized, I'm sorry. Would you care to try our special couples meal? Let's get the couples meal then. Upon hearing the word couple, Wang Jiajia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once the waitress departed, she leaned in closer to Chen Yang and whispered, how about we buy matching outfits for tonight's live broadcast? Matching outfits? Chen Yang was not fond of such formalities, but since Wang Jiajia was keen on it, he nodded in agreement. I'm off to wash my hands. Wang Jiajia giggled as she made her way to the restroom. Chen Yang opened the packaging of his laptop and touched the MateBook. As a pragmatist by nature, he found the metallic texture as appealing as a woman's skin. He held his chin for a moment before returning to the gaming interface. Paid content. Entertainment City access exclusive buildings in various cities, allowing connectivity with friends capped at players priced at yuan. Purchase. Reminder: non-player game characters cannot enter the Entertainment City area. Payment successful. Would you like to grant permission to access your contacts and add friends who are also Earth players to the Entertainment City list? Chen Yang recalled that his contacts only contained 3 names: Judy, Molly, and Lucy. Since Judy wouldn't spend money on games, Molly was uncertain, and Lucy was precisely the person he intended to contact, so he granted access to the contacts. Entertainment City installation successful. You can now access Entertainment City and communicate with Darkstar friends in real time through your mobile device. Enter the game. Inside the must-keep fast food restaurant, Chen Yang received a text message: "Welcome to the Silk Rain Pavilion at Binhai Entertainment City. Our address is No. Guanji Street, Binhai City. Our coordinates are available on all navigation apps, and the Entertainment City awaits your visit." It appeared to be just another spam advertisement. Chen Yang opened his contacts and indeed saw the names Judy, Molly, and Lucy. This feels like crossing dimensions. It's quite fascinating. Chen Yang attempted to call Lucy, and moments later, he heard her somewhat aloof voice: "I received your notification about activating the Entertainment City. Have you purchased the laptop?" Completed that, and in the afternoon, recalling that Earth and Darkstar operated on different time zones, he amended: "Can you log in 3 hours later?" "No problem, we'll meet at the Entertainment City in 3 hours. Lucy promptly hung up. Just then Wang Jiajia returned from washing her hands and curiously asked, "Who were you calling?" Chen Yang gazed into her round, sparkling eyes and scratched his head, saying, "Would you believe me if I said it was an alien?" The Entertainment City in Binhai is named Silk Rain Pavilion. It was an unassuming 2-story building exquisitely decorated in the style of the Jiangnan water towns, featuring white walls and black tiles, with a female attendant in a kipao welcoming him in the lobby. "Hello, Mr. Chen Yang." The waitress approached, speaking with the poise of a secretary. "A lady named Lucy is waiting for you upstairs." "Very well." Chen Yang, with his laptop in tow, headed straight for the stairs, but the waitress called out, "Mr. Chen Yang is a member of the Entertainment City. Please use the elevator over here. There are only 2 floors. What's the point of the elevator?" Chen Yang was puzzled, but seeing the waitress still smiling and pointing towards the elevator, he walked over and entered. Inside the elevator, the buttons only indicated "and." Chen Yang pressed, the doors closed, and the display changed from to "oi" before switching to "huh." Wasn't this building only 2 stories? After a moment's thought, he realized that the so-called special area of the Entertainment City was this non-existent 3rd floor. When the elevator doors opened, he found himself in a space reminiscent of a bar. Dim lighting flickered in hues of red and purple, casting an eerie glow on the abstract art adorning the walls. Sofas and tables were scattered around, and lively jazz music created a relaxed atmosphere. Chen Yang noticed 3 doors labeled lounge around the room. These were likely intended for online friends to meet and interact. In the bar, there was only one female patron, slender in figure, dressed in a white shirt and black jeans, sipping red wine at the counter. "Hello." Chen Yang approached and took a seat next to her, looking at her face as he asked, "Are you Lucy?" This woman bore a striking resemblance to the character Chen Yang from the promotional footage of the game Earth, albeit the female version. Lucy turned to Chen Yang, a knowing smile on her lips, and said, "Of course. Should I call you Vic or Chen Yang?" "You may call me whatever you wish. Your name is merely a code," Chen Yang replied calmly. Over the past few days, he had conversed with Lucy several times, and he had grown accustomed to her enigmatic demeanor. "That may not necessarily be the case," Lucy said, taking a delicate sip from her glass of red wine, her deep brown eyes fixated on Chen Yang as if searching for something. Noticing her intense gaze, Chen Yang couldn't help but asked cautiously, "Do we know each other from before?" "Don't you find your words rather peculiar?" "It's as if you have suffered from amnesia," she remarked. "I indeed have experienced amnesia," Chen Yang affirmed, adding, "though it was only temporary, perhaps the memories will return." "Amnesia is an old cliché," Lucy dismissed his statement, tapping the bar with her fingers. "Bring me your notebook. We have work to do." Chen Yang pushed his matebook towards her, saying, "I appreciate it." "There's no need for such formality," she replied with a cool smile, her expression still reminiscent of the aloof, white-haired figure she was. She opened the notebook and inserted a flash drive into the USB port, swiftly typing commands into the black window that appeared on the screen. "Don't hackers usually tamper with the devices they access?" Chen Yang inquired. "Of course," Lucy answered promptly, continuing, "Every device is a battlefield and a weapon. We must mark its ownership. This is what we refer to as guarding against others is essential. All hackers share this principle. So my right arm has your backdoor installed, does it?" Chen Yang pressed on. "Hi, your Sensory Model 3 already has 12 backdoors, including those from Gecko Technology chip manufacturers, balance sensors, and Star Lightning batteries. Surely mine is inconsequential in comparison. 12 already." Chen Yang was taken aback by the sheer number of backdoors he had not anticipated. His right arm had become a veritable sieve, accessible to anyone. Feeling disgruntled, he inquired, "Is it possible to seal those backdoors?" "Isn't that akin to 'there's no silver here'?" Lucy retorted, her disdain evident. "It's surprising that you study computer science on Earth." "That may be true." Chen Yang conceded, contemplating before suggesting, "Perhaps we could create false evidence to obscure the true data from those who access through the backdoors. There are numerous methods, such as fabricating destruction certificates or exploiting others' limb data, among others." Lucy turned her gaze towards him, raising an eyebrow. If you pay a nominal fee each month, I could assist you in maintaining all digital security matters, providing comprehensive protection. She emphasized comprehensive protection. And what exactly do you mean by nominal fee? 10,000 yuan. 10,000 each month. Chen Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he jokingly asked, can I pay in other ways? That could be arranged, though your physique seems somewhat inadequate for such exchanges, Lucy provocatively remarked, deliberately assessing him. She pressed the enter key and slid the notebook back to Chen Yang, stating all done. The matebook screen displayed the Galaxy system and the documents for the BM software and mechanical cat blueprints confirmed it was indeed his Sensory Model 3. Thank you very much, Chen Yang replied, feeling a blend of reality and virtuality wash over him as he recognized the familiar interface. With her chin resting on her hand, Lucy observed him and said in a subdued tone, you have a gaming console at home installed with the Sensory Model 3 prosthetic, and you're learning the BM language. Surely, you must have lucrative prospects. 10,000 a month is quite a bargain indeed. I at least need to see the value of that 10,000, Chen Yang replied. Though he was not short on funds, he was uncertain about the hacker's capabilities. To be honest, I have conducted some research on you, Lucy remarked, noticing the slight change in Chen Yang's expression. You're selling some trendy items online. It won't be long, perhaps even tomorrow, before the gang from Angshi City pays you a visit. Do you believe it? She offered a sardonic smile, continuing, the data I can access other hackers can also uncover. How about you try out 3 months first? Having said that, how could I dare to refuse? Chen Yang felt somewhat threatened by her words. Then it's settled. I'll await your transfer. Lucy relished his disheartened demeanor, finishing the wine in her glass and declaring farewell. With that, she stood and made her way to the elevator. Wait, did we know each other before? Chen Yang called out, glancing at her departing figure. We've only just met. Lucy waved her hand dismissively as she entered the elevator. Once the doors closed, she allowed herself a satisfied smile, muttering to herself, 10,000 a month, consider it your parting fee. The scoundrel deserves it. As Chen Yang returned home with the computer and Wang Jiajia, night had fallen. Having announced their intentions online, the two quickly had a casual dinner before commencing the live broadcast in the living room. Thanks to the popularity of the challenge video and Chen Yang's investments to draw attention, the streaming room was flooded with over 1,000 viewers, surpassing 5,000 within 10 minutes, with numbers still climbing. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the likes. For someone like Wang Jiajia, 5,000 viewers was an unprecedented achievement. Today, well streamed for half an hour, selecting a challenge from the top-ranked mobile phone. Thank you all for your support. Chen Yang echoed enthusiastically. Dressed in matching outfits, a long-sleeved t-shirt emblazoned with the phrase, ah yes, 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 hey, presented a comical sight. Comments from viewers largely expressed curiosity about Chen Yang's dance moves and the progression of their relationship. Chen Yang selectively responded to friendly comments, ignoring those that pried into their privacy. After all, he couldn't very well say that they had just held hands and already completed their fusion. During the half-hour, Wang Jiajia sang a few songs. Although her singing was merely at a karaoke level, it was sufficient to maintain interest. Chen Yang could not resist performing the challenge dance a couple of times, pushing the viewer count to nearly 10,000. After over 20 minutes of streaming, the conversation finally shifted to the challenge video. Let me see who currently holds the top rank. Chen Yang opened the gift leaderboard and sighed in frustration. Brother, son, this isn't how we play. Do you really want to keep your streak? His 3 roommates began to tease him in the comments section. Chen Yang with twin ponytails, doing. Chen Yang in girls' generation, GGG. Chen Yang with an arrogant hip sway. Shut it. Chen Yang called out, which brave soul can shove these 3 rascals down? If we really pick such a dance, it should be Jia performing. Don't you fear an assault on the eyes? Ah yes, 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 such a dance should be for the girls. Wang Jiajia promptly chimed in. Viewers who had seen Wang Jiajia's dance videos quickly rallied in support, as most were drawn by her beauty. At that moment, a user named Meng365 donated 5 carnival gifts, shooting straight to the top of the leaderboard. Chen Yang glanced at the name on his phone, realizing it was Zhao Zimeng, and thought to himself, what are you stirring up? If Zhao Zimeng's DN content truly consisted of high-end videos like piano or yoga, not only would he have to invest again, but such topics for challenge videos would hardly attract viewers, thereby failing to create any buzz. Just as his roommates scrambled for the top spot, another contender emerged, surpassing them, and Zhao Zimeng to seize the lead. Chen Yang checked the name of the new top contender. Your Kaiser is boundlessly audacious. The leaderboard in Wang Jiajia's live stream began to steadily ascend. Zhao Zimeng's son Gu Wang Kai, along with 2 other jungle heroes, plunged into a fierce brawl. How amusing! I refuse to believe you can keep up. Wang Kai flaunted his wealth by showering gifts during the carnival. Thank you, Your Majesty Kai, for your generosity. Chen Yang expressed his sincere gratitude. Huh. You poor wretch, now you realize how worthless your face is when confronted with money. Wang Kai felt a slight strain in his eyes, stifling a yawn as he murmured, did I stay out too late yesterday? Why am I so drowsy today? Although he was ostensibly in a relationship with Liu Yan, there was no shortage of female classmates on his phone readily available for a rendezvous at a hotel. After all, as a wealthy second-generation heir, many young women were eager to indulge in his company. The paid characters were indeed worth their weight in gold. Despite Wang Kai's less-than-attractive appearance, the notion of conquering women with money was itself a compelling allure. After being toyed with by Liu Yan all day yesterday, it was only natural that he sought a woman to relieve his pent-up frustrations, inevitably leaving him somewhat fatigued. It's not even 8 o'clock, isn't it a bit early to feel this tired? Wang Kai yawned, retrieving 2 cans of Red Donkey from the refrigerator, drinking while basking in his own pride. Especially upon seeing Wang Jiajia's astonished expressions flickering across the screen, he became even more convinced that women could indeed be won over with wealth. Securing Lu Yuyin, that flirt was simply a matter of time. One day he'll have you kneel and sing conquered. Wang Kai picked up the new phone prepared for Chen Yang and dialed Lu Yuyin's number. Hello. Lu Yuyin replied lazily, the sound of nail clippings audible on the line. Is she clipping her toenails? Wang Kai couldn't help but imagine chuckling as he said, are you watching Wang Jiajia's livestream? I'm not interested in her. You seem to be enjoying it. Do you fancy those little lolies? Lu Yuyin deliberately adopted a tone of jealousy. I have no such preference. I am attracted to tall, slender figures with long legs, as you well know. Wang Kai casually hurled another gift during the carnival, reclaiming his peak status as he boasted, I'm currently the top of the leaderboard in the stream, and soon I will intensify the challenge for Chen Yang. He paused before adding, my new DN account features underwater exploration, thrilling haunted house adventures, and those self-harm slap videos. None of them involve dancing. Impressive, right? Haha. What are you feeling sorry for him? I feel sorry for the money. Lu Yuyin replied with a tone of resignation. Yin, as long as you move in with me, whatever I tip today, I will give you tenfold. Whom are you patronizing? Lu Yuyin hung up the phone. Damn, what's with the act? Wang Kai grumbled, downing the rest of his red donkey. Lu Yuyin consistently used the excuse of short time together, insufficient feelings to deny him intimacy, not even allowing him to kiss her, leaving him with only the option of a fleeting touch. Yet the more she resisted, the more captivated Wang Kai became. I am indeed foolish. Wang Kai rubbed his dry, irritated eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Yang on the screen was also feeling distressed. Has Wang Kai lost his mind? Does he possibly harbor feelings for me? As he observed Wang Kai's unwavering position at the top of the leaderboard, it became increasingly apparent that no one could unseat him. Thinking of Lu Yuyin's conversation with Wang Kai in the cinema, he surmised that the guy's DN was undoubtedly filled with demeaning or embarrassing videos aimed at him. What should we do? Wang Jiajia quietly asked Chen Yang, her concern evident. Earning money is tough, and enduring humiliation is tougher. Brother Kai has already spent 70 to 80,000. Let's appease him a bit. Chen Yang replied softly, maintaining a smile. He had secretly conspired with his roommate that if the videos on Brother Kai's phone were too outrageous, they would report the livestream immediately. Looking at the time and the growing audience of viewers, he hastily added, all right folks, just 5 more minutes left. At exactly 8 o'clock, we will select the challenge video. Jia and I assure you that the video will be far from mediocre. It will be as exciting as G and I Time A. He'll sing an old song for everyone, dedicating the story of time to you all. Wang Jia became increasingly immersed in the moment, effortlessly concluding the 5-minute segment. The exhilarating moment has arrived. Chen Yang opened the gift leaderboard, feigning excitement, as he proclaimed, today's king of the leaderboard is none other than your very own Kai Huang in all his unchecked glory. It feels like it's been ages since Kai Huang commented. Wang Jia kept her gaze fixed on the comment section. Is he holding back a big surprise? Chen Yang sensed trouble, smiling as he called out, Kai Huang, are you there? I'd like to connect with you. He repeated the question 3 times, but Wang Kai remained unresponsive. Kai Huang. Brother Kai. After another minute passed, Chen Yang was genuinely perplexed, speculating, could he be in the restroom? Change him. The audience was uninterested in whether or not he was the king of the leaderboard. Wasting time was akin to wasting feelings, and a wave of change him comments flooded the screen. Is he asleep? Wang Jia widened her eyes, addressing the microphone. Once more, Kai Huang, are you there? If you don't respond, we will be forced to change. Unbeknownst to them, Kai Huang had indeed fallen asleep. Having consumed 2 bottles of red donkey and splashed cold water on his face, he still could not withstand Wang Jiajia's rendition of the story of time. At that moment, he lay slumped against the headboard, snoring loudly. Chen Yang's voice echoed in his phone, is there anyone who knows Kai Huang? Only Lu Yuyin was aware of Kai Huang. Lu Yuyin was in her dormitory applying nail polish to her toes, with her roommates gathered around speculating about who this foolish Kai Huang could be. She gazed at the live stream on her phone, pondering, what is this guy up to? Dropping the ball at such a crucial moment, he's probably not reliable in bed either. She considered calling Wang Kai, but ultimately decided to ignore him and focus on watching Chen Yang's playful antics. Chen Yang's face displayed disappointment as he said, then we must change him. We can reconnect with Kai Huang later for compensation. Hopefully he's alright. In that case, let's move on to the next person on the gift leaderboard. Wang Jia announced, reading out the name of the second place contender, Meng Meng. It was Zhao Zhimeng. Chen Yang felt a wave of despair wash over him, thinking, I spent 50,000 for this traffic. Please don't let this challenge video be some highbrow yoga or tea ceremony nonsense. Nobody wants to watch that. But it was too late. He could only inquire, Meng Meng, are you there? I'd like to connect with you. Soon Zhao Zhimeng's image appeared on the live stream. On the screen, Zhao Zhimeng seemed reluctant to reveal her identity, donning a black mask, as she cheerfully greeted the camera, hello, everyone, I am Meng Meng. Indeed a beauty. Although Wang Jia recognized her as Zhao Zhimeng, she could only feign ignorance at that moment. The male viewers in the comment section did not disappoint, flooding the chat with requests like, beautiful rich lady, please take me, and giving Zhao Zhimeng the attention she deserved. Zhao Zhimeng bashfully covered her face, speaking in a slightly high-pitched voice, I'm sorry, my phone is on livestream, so I can only use a friend's phone to scroll DN. Is it the friend from I Have a Friend? Wang Jia teased, continuing, then let's use this friend's DN to watch 10 videos and help us choose the next challenge video. Chen Yang laughed along, silently praying that the videos would not be dull. All right. Zhao Zhiming picked up her phone and opened Douyin. Before she could scroll, the first video pushed by Douyin made Chen Yang's eyes widen. With the sultry sound of a saxophone, a handsome man emerged from the blur. The man lifted his white shirt, revealing his chiseled abs and a tantalizing V-line gyrating sensually in front of the camera. Zhao Zhiming, has your true nature been exposed? The live broadcast room was ablaze with excitement. Under the constraints of extensive data barriers, many male netizens had never encountered such videos tailored specifically for women. They were under the impression that Douyin was solely populated by appealing female content. Faced with the overwhelming surge of masculine hormones, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Are we using the same app? Is there really such content on Douyin? This is my first time seeing this. My goodness. Mengming 365, is the wealthy woman's interest so straightforward? I'm finished. I've been outdone. Upon observing the reactions in the comments section, Zhao Zimeng, despite wearing a mask, could feel her ears flush red, betraying her embarrassment. She clarified, this is my friend's phone. Oh, please don't misunderstand. Let's begin swiping through the videos 1, 2, 3, 4. She swiped through 7 videos in succession, 4 of which showcased muscular men displaying their physiques. Wow, this is hilarious. Chen Yang couldn't contain his laughter, recalling the last gaming session with Zhao Zimeng, who today epitomized the persona of a carnivorous woman. Wang Jijia also covered her face, casting furtive glances at Chen Yang, her eyes filled with anticipation. Would you like to see some? Chen Yang asked directly. Absolutely not. Wang Jijia playfully punched Chen Yang, throwing out affectionate banter in the live room. Zhao Zimeng's 8th video featured outdoor camping. The 9th showcased a muscular man dancing, and the 10th. Let's see what this one is. As she scrolled, the screen revealed a small kitten followed by a picturesque sunrise, and 3 consecutive videos that were unsuitable for challenges. Chen Yang speculated that because Zhao Zimeng had swiped through the initial few muscular videos too quickly, Douyin's algorithm misjudged her interest, leading to a shift towards other categories. Finally, upon reaching the 16th video, the system presented a girl's dance video. The dancer sported double ponytails, a JK outfit, and white stockings, perfectly aligning with Wang Jijia's niche. Chen Yang let out a sigh of relief. The male viewers in the live room also breathed easier. Who would prefer watching muscular men when a cute girl dancing is far more appealing? However, a few girls lamented, wishing to see Chen Yang dance instead. Disappointment was evident in Zhao Zimeng's eyes as she just let Chen Yang don a dress and perform this. Are you serious? Chen Yang was taken aback. Let me take on this challenge. Oh, I may not dance as well as Chen Yang, but I will give it my all. Wang Jijia eagerly volunteered for the challenge video. After a brief exchange, the live session concluded, generating nearly yuan with the assistance of Brother Kai. Isn't this incredibly profitable? Wang Jijia's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression reflecting a sense of existential questioning. Finally seeing a return on investment. Chen Yang was not as exuberant as Wang Jijia. After all, his expenditure far exceeded this amount. Thinking of the abruptly offline Wang Kai, he couldn't help but wonder if the man had encountered a glitch, vanishing just as he reached the top of the leaderboard. It mattered little. Given his substantial investment in the game, it was time for him to reap the rewards. Chen Yang pulled Wang Jijia into an embrace, saying, let's celebrate simply, then go out for some barbecue, shall we? Sounds great. How do we celebrate? Let's play poker. Chen Yang took Wang Jijia toward the bedroom. Oh. Wang Jijia's cheeks flushed bright red. Yet having just discovered the delights of poker, her heart raced with excitement. Who doesn't enjoy a game of poker? Awesome. Chen Yang exited the game, and before he could detach the data cable from the back of his head, he sat up in bed enthusiastically, punching the air in celebration. Compared to the initial tutorial, this poker session was exhilarating. In that moment of victory, he felt all the money spent had been worthwhile. 100 cheers for the Earth Company. He leapt off the bed, swaying his body as he sang, I love Jijia, Jijia loves me, what does the Angel Alliance mean to me? He began dancing to the challenge video, and to his surprise, Vik's body moved with unexpected agility, as if he had purchased a smooth and fluid experience. Chicken, you too beautiful. As Chen Yang jumped on the spot, the floor beneath him creaked ominously. Suddenly his right foot sank, and he stumbled onto the bed. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a section of the floor had caved in. Vik's home boasted very old flooring, the uneven patterns revealing it was a patchwork of various boards, relics from before the war. In his moment of exuberance, he had created a fist-sized hole. Damn it. The earlier celebratory atmosphere dissipated instantly. He approached the damaged floor only to discover a glimmer of metal peeking through the cracks. Did Vik hide something valuable? As he pried up the broken floorboard, he uncovered a steel knife. Though termed a steel knife, Chen Yang was unsure of the exact metal composition. This knife measured 1 meter in length with a nearly 1 centimeter thick, jet-black spine. The blade gleamed silver with several nicks, indicating it had seen battle. The hilt was wrapped in leather strips lacking a guard, and the overall shape was as straight as a sword. As he gripped the knife in his left hand, a sense of familiarity washed over him, allowing for a swift flourish and 3 precise slashes. Quick, accurate, and lethal. However, in this cyberpunk world, why would Vik resort to such primitive weaponry? Using a knife against a gun wasn't that courting death. Transferring the knife to his right hand, while his movements remained quick, the precision and stability were markedly inferior to those of his left hand. It felt as though his right hand was his while the left belonged to Vik. Chen Yang chuckled ruefully. After more than a month of living as Vic, his identity began to materialize. Vic had a severed right arm and a left hand afflicted by neurological disorders. His temperament was beast-like, seemingly at odds with Judas' will, and quite troublesome. He was once a member of the Silver Wing Alliance, basking in glory. Having possessed an unreleased version of a ghostly girlfriend, he suffered a severe blow and retreated to Redstone City, living day by day in a state of decline. Moreover, he had a cabinet that blocked signals at home, as well as the knife concealed beneath the floorboards. In summary, Vic was a retired Silver Wing assassin rendered incapacitated by injury. Considering the dangers of this profession, Vic likely had numerous enemies. Yet having lived in Redstone City for 2 years without incident indicated a level of safety, otherwise he would have been apprehended by foes long ago, unless someone was discreetly protecting him. However, given Vic's dismal condition, unable even to preserve his own identity, it was unlikely that anyone was aiding him from the shadows. Speaking of protection, Chen Yang suddenly thought of Lucy. It was time to send that woman some money. He transferred yuan to Lucy with a note, "Remember, it's for comprehensive protection." Lucy replied, "Instantly, already on it." "Chen Yang, can you modify the Earth Gaming console, create a private mod?" Lucy, "No." "Chen Yang, do you know anyone in the field?" Lucy, "No." Once the money is received, she becomes so cold. Ha, women. Chen Yang chose to ignore her, having a simple dinner before washing up and heading to bed. However, just as he nestled under the covers, the doorbell rang. Judy appeared in the peephole. Chen Yang opened the door, inviting her inside, and asking, feeling scared, "Chen Yang, I have to go to the hospital for tomorrow. Could you accompany me? I'm feeling a bit anxious." Judy displayed a pleading expression. Having encountered a deranged killer just a week prior, he could fully empathize with her feelings. Of course. Noticing she was clutching a pillow, he inquired, "Are you staying over tonight?" "I promise I won't snore." Judy smiled brightly. Chen Yang had been confined to his home for a week, and it was only when he accompanied Judy to the hospital that he realized how drastically the temperature had dropped outside. It was clearly mid-October, yet the chill felt akin to the depths of winter. "Fortunately, I have the clothes Chen Yang sent me, otherwise it would have been quite unbearable," Judy remarked. She zipped her jacket up to the top, donned her hood, leaving only her pale blue eyes visible, her breath crystallizing into frost on her eyelashes. Chen Yang adjusted his own attire and put on his glasses. The lens indicated that a taxi was en route along with a battery status for the coat. The Xiao Mou Hei Ka model had a charge capable of providing warmth for an additional minutes in the current environment. "I should get you a pair of shoes. I'm unsure of your size," he offered. "No need. I'll likely report to the new company's campus in November. They have everything there," Judy replied, her demeanor brightening as she hugged Chen Yang's Sensory Type 3 device and recommended a friend again. "Once I leave, who will help you with your difficulties? Have you considered my former colleague?" "Let's talk about it later," Chen Yang said, not outright refusing this time. If Judy were to leave, the symptoms of cyberpsychosis would inevitably require assistance, especially when acquiring a synthetic being was not an option in the short term. Reliable fast food would be a suitable choice. In the current dystopian world, at least in the lower echelons of society, fast food was hardly considered a luxury. He pondered this and asked Judy, "Is there a risk of infection?" "I doubt it. She will also be joining the New Life program and wouldn't engage in reckless behavior." Judy hesitated before adding, "Since we're at the New Life hospital, you could buy some medicine or perhaps even a couple of disposable raincoats for little Chen Yang." "Sounds good. It's rare for us to visit a hospital. Oh, I should pick up some nutritional supplements too." Although the cyberpunk world typically relied on artificial limbs for treatment, that was a desperate choice for the impoverished. Wealthy individuals would undoubtedly prioritize biotechnological treatments, resorting to cybernetics only in dire circumstances. Before long, a taxi arrived, halting beside them. "Remember to call me Vic outside," Chen Yang instructed Judy as they both entered the back seat of the taxi. Once inside, Chen Yang placed his backpack in front of him. It contained the confiscated gun. While it was ineffective against a psychopathic killer, it still offered a degree of deterrence against ordinary thugs, certainly better than going unarmed. As for Vic's knife, Chen Yang dared not carry it. Regardless of its efficacy in real combat, merely having it on him would attract unwanted attention. Since Vic had concealed it beneath the floorboards, it was evident that the knife was crafted from uncommon materials, and exposing it would surely invite theft. Chen Yang's residence was only a 10-minute journey from the New Life Hospital. Using this time, he decided to visit the mysterious forest in hopes of encountering the so-called Great Deity. However, he was met with disappointment once again. As the saying goes, the dragon's head is seen, but its tail remains elusive. Finding this legendary hacker proved to be quite challenging. Amidst his frustration, Chen Yang overheard disheartening news. In the mysterious forest, the psychopathic killer was still active in Angxi City, with the latest letter D linked to a single apartment there. Disappointingly, the Burning Core riot control team and the police of Angxi City had given up resisting. Since the appearance of the letter B, they had allowed the killer to rampage freely. Perhaps they had reached some clandestine agreement. In any case, as denizens of the slums, the populace had no options but to accept their grim fate. The New Life Hospital was a vibrant green 6-story building standing out conspicuously amidst the skyscrapers that surrounded it, making it remarkably unique within the entirety of Angxi City. The hospital environment was exceptionally clean, with even the less fortunate and scarce attendance. Those who could afford treatment at the hospital were primarily wealthy individuals, such as white-collar residents living in the high-rises. Additionally, there were participants in the New Life program like Judy. Judy led Chen Yang to check in at the dedicated outpatient clinic for the New Life program. Chen Yang noted that the participants in the program were mostly young individuals with pleasing appearances, good health, and no prosthetics. Some didn't even have brain-machine interfaces. Judy explained that these individuals had been preparing for the New Life program since the day of their birth, making it a means of survival. It was quite rare for someone like her who signed up at the last minute to be accepted. She considered herself fortunate. Chen Yang felt a twinge of discomfort at the notion that the children in the New Life program could become the clothes of the wealthy, making his stomach uneasy. No wonder the medical staff here were all cyborgs. Come on, let's head to the infusion room on the third floor, Judy said, linking her arm with Chen Yang's as she navigated the familiar route to the escalator, ascending slowly. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Yang touched a potted plant in the corner, surprised to find it real. He couldn't help but whisper, no wonder it's a place for the affluent, it's nothing like Cyberpunk. Even more surprising was the presence of electronic infusion beds in the infusion room on the third floor in addition to the standard infusion beds. Electronic infusion, just the name sounded impressive. At that moment, a man appearing to be in his 40s lay on an electronic infusion bed. His arms were both prosthetic limbs, and he was engrossed in an electronic book, flipping through a catalog without any connection to an injector save for a green data line inserted into the back of his head. What is electronic infusion? Chen Yang quietly inquired of Judy. I'm not entirely sure. I've heard it's for organizing memory chip data, and for antivirus purposes for prosthetics, Judy explained, rising on her toes to whisper in Chen Yang's ear. They say electronic infusion is entirely unnecessary, just a psychological placebo. Chen Yang nodded. It was reminiscent of those who compulsively ran antivirus software without any real needs, simply grasping at straws. A mild case of cyberpsychosis, perhaps. Judy found an empty bed and lay down, soon attended by a skilled cyborg nurse who expertly connected her to a nutrient solution. Go buy some medicine. I'll rest for a bit, Judy said, removing her outerwear to use as a pillow, smiling as she added, I was worried about snoring last night. I hardly slept at all. After all that fuss you made, I didn't sleep well either. We've both suffered, Chen Yang replied, gently touching her well-defined nose and adjusting her blanket. Rest now, I'll take a quick stroll and be back. Exiting the infusion room, Chen Yang sent a message to his safety consultant. Is it all right for me to get a blood test at the New Life hospital? Lucy, sure. Vic understood. Chen Yang scanned the various barcodes around the hospital to schedule a blood test. Considering he would have to coexist with Vic's body for the rest of his life, it was imperative to thoroughly understand this physical form. Moreover, obtaining a health report was essential for tailored medication, allowing him to avoid the dangers of allergic substances. The blood collection room was located on the first floor. As he passed the emergency room, which was relatively busy, he noted the bloodstains on the floor, indicative of a recent gunfight. Chen Yang was uncomfortable in that atmosphere and quickened his pace. However, as he walked past the emergency room, 3 letters suddenly flashed across his lens: SOS. SOS. The universal emergency signal. Chen Yang halted. The letters before him vanished. He stepped back, and the 3 characters reappeared on the smart glass lens. Compelled by curiosity, Chen Yang retraced his steps. The SOS transformed into an arrow, guiding him behind the emergency ward to a gurney left unattended. Half a person lay on it. Chen Yang steeled himself and approached. The figure wore only a gray-brown short-sleeved shirt. The black cropped hair and stubble marked him as male. Yet something was missing below the waist. He had no limbs where arms and legs should have been exposed. Metallic cross-sections revealed that prostheses had been removed. Moreover, the metallic sutures across his face had been torn away, leaving raw flesh. Both eye sockets were hollow. His electronic eyes had been ripped out. His chest still rose and fell. Chen Yang could not help asking, are you alive? Finally, someone answers me. Amichuofo, may God bless you. The man sobbed, although no tears fell. Only a thin stream of snot ran beneath his nose. Were you robbed? Chen Yang asked. My friends set me up. They took almost all my prostheses. Between sobs, he spat a curse. They even pulled out my second brother. Bastards. Chen Yang cracked a small involuntary smile. At least you're alive. That's some consolation. They left me breathing on purpose. If ID died, my personal account would freeze automatically, and they couldn't take my money. The man swallowed dryly and continued, help me now. If they can reinstall my electronic eyes, my account stays intact. They'll pay tenfold later. Doesn't the hospital help? If you don't pay, they won't even give you a painkiller, let alone reinstall eyes. Who brought you here? Chen Yang asked. Ask another question, and I'll hang up on you, the man muttered, then sighed resignedly and pleaded, just help me get electronic eyes installed. The cheapest ones will do. Chen Yang scanned the hospital barcodes and found the fee for installing electronic eyes. Even the cheapest option cost a yuan. In Angshicheng's slums, that was a fortune. Brother, the cheapest electronic eyes cost. No one would stake that amount on your credit, Chen Yang said bluntly. I know. 2 men left earlier because they couldn't afford it. His voice sank. After a pause, he said, do you know any hacker friends? My name is Qi Tongwei. Qi as in Qi Tian de Sheng Tong, as in Tongren Wei as in Wian. I had some reputation in the hacker world. Ask around, and you'll see. All right. Chen Yang noticed the character Wei in the name and ventured, I heard in the BM voice circle, there's someone called Wei Shun, that's me. Excitement leapt in the man's voice. He spoke rapidly. You're in BM too. Fantastic. I'm Wei Shun. I developed the app Shenmi Semlin. You can log into my account to verify me. No way this is a coincidence. Chen Yang scratched his head, incredulous. He first messaged Moli to ask if Wei Shun was indeed Qi Tongwei. He then had Lu Shi search for Qi Tongwei's records. Finally, he used Qi Tongwei's method to log into Shenmi Senlin and confirmed the name. Lu Shi replied soon after. Lu Shi, Chi Tongwei, senior modeler, senior mechanical technician formerly employed in the maintenance department of Daikou, Gongxi, later dismissed after an incident with his superior's wife. Mo Li sent a message as well. Mo Li Wei Shun's given name is uncertain. That disparity revealed the difference between a modeler's and a hacker's networks. Lu Zai's fee of yuan for information seemed modest in comparison. You slept with your boss wife? Chen Yang asked, curious. Damn it, she came on to me. That's why I was dismissed. Otherwise I could have installed mechanical birds. That bitch, Chi Tongwei cried again, his grievance raw and undignified. Chen Yang looked at Wei Shun's mutilated body and murmured, a godly presence indeed, seen in part, but not whole. There were still many questions, but now was not the time for them. He pushed Chi Tongwei's gurney toward the emergency room. Suppressing his excitement, he said calmly, I'll help you install electronic eyes today. You won't have to repay me in cash. Just modify a Daikaiyu game console for me. Brother, if you help me through this, I'll pay every penny you deserve. As for modifying the Daikaiyu console, Chi Tongwei smiled faintly, that's nothing. When Chen Yang returned to the infusion ward, Zhu Di was sleeping, snoring thunderously. He sat at the bedside. His lenses displayed Wei Kes blood test. Most indices were normal, a few vitamins and trace elements were low. The hospital AI suggested a prescription that would correct the deficits for yuan. One result was flagged in red: Jia Yin C residue concentration. The AI warned that Jia Yin C residue indicated the patient had taken stimulants that provoke adrenal secretion. The substance could not be degraded pharmaceutically and could only be cleared through natural metabolism. Chen Yang formed a clearer picture of Wei Ku, a blade-wielding drug user. Apparently, he preferred cold weapon saw, cybernetic boxer, or a neo-traditionalist fighter. Chen Yang paid for the medication. His own health required maintenance. 8,000 yuan was the cost of 8 Qingjianjiayu, a manageable expense. But with Chi Tongwei's surgery and treatment added, the day's spending reached yuan. His remaining balance dwindled to yuan. Fortunately, the next installment of Qingjianjiayu was imminent, easing his financial anxiety. He spent the morning immersed in BM voice lessons. The time passed without tedium. Only at noon did Zhu Di's snoring cease. Seeing Chen Yang absorbed in his studies, she used the hospital tablet to watch a film. Its title was The Lunar CEO Insists on Loving Me While I Moonlight on Darkstar. Thanks to AI face replacement, she could become the heroine, and she watched with obvious delight. Chen Yang glanced at the dialogue now and then. The lunar protagonist was handsome, courteous, willing to endure grave injury to protect the Darkstar's Zhu Di, embodying lunar benevolence and charm. The film ended tragically. As the lunar hero cleared the metallic cloud, his suit failed at his death. He said, Zhu Di, it is only because of that metallic cloud that we are kept apart. Trust me. Someday our lunar technology will disperse it, and my love will return to you with the moonlight. Aren't you embarrassed? Chen Yang could not help mocking. You know the metallic cloud was left there by the lunar people themselves. You actually buy this plot. But it's so moving. Zhu Di wiped her eyes and sniffed. Maybe that rumor is false. Perhaps the lunar people are trying to clear the metallic cloud too. Women, Chen Yang sighed. One movie and you're brainwashed. An appointment notification popped up in his lenses. Your friend Chi Tongwei has completed the ocular implant surgery. Please proceed to room to confirm the results. Newborn hospital ward. Chi Tongwei reclined in bed, his electronic eyes pulsating with flickering light. To prevent him from experiencing phantom limb pain, the hospital had connected special data cables to his limbs, intermittently transmitting signals to his brain. Along with the brain-machine data lines, nutritional drips, and catheters, he was tethered by over 10 cables of varying sizes, resembling a worm ensnared in a spider's web. Is that you, Brother Wei Ku? Chi Tongwei turned his head towards the newly arrived Chen Yang. The metallic threads on his face had been sutured anew, and his restored visage exuded a rugged charm typical of East Asian men. How does the new eye function? I need to confirm the surgery. Upon entering the ward, Chen Yang stood by Wei Shen's bedside and continued, if you're able to eat, I can fetch you some food. Forget it, I have no desire for someone to attend to my personal needs. Chi Tongwei chuckled bitterly, the flickering lights in his eyes ceasing as he added, this basic electronic eye is not difficult to install. Oh, if I had my arms I could manage it myself without issue. That's good to hear. Chen Yang verified the surgical results, and a friend request from Chi Tongwei materialized on his screen. Acceptance. Chi Tongwei then sent a transfer notification of million yuan. With a smile, he said to Chen Yang, I keep my word. Ooh, I'll reimburse tenfold for medical expenses, and I'll also upgrade your Earth gaming console for free. It seems I can frequently visit the emergency room in the future. This is indeed a novel path to prosperity, Chen Yang quipped. Waiting for misfortune to strike, huh? Had Chi Tongwei reflected, continuing, I was mere moments away. Had I been delayed by just an hour longer, my account would have been drained. I owe you a great debt, and I shall repay it. Rest assured I will assist you whenever you require. Just a small act of kindness, Chen Yang replied. Noticing Chi's incomplete body, he inquired, what about your arms and legs? Do you need assistance? Actually, there is one thing I need your help with, Chi Tongwei admitted awkwardly. I'm hesitant to use the prosthetics sold by Zinshin Company. They surely have backdoors embedded in the chips, which is unacceptable. I recently ordered a custom one from Shizaniao in Angxi City. I'm familiar with their chip data, and it can be modified easily. If you could help me retrieve it, we can install it together during tomorrow's surgery. That won't be a problem. Chen Yang wore a somewhat peculiar expression. He recalled his days on Earth as a courier and considered resuming that trade on Dark Star. I won't let you assist me for nothing. I plan to give you a gift. No need, just avoid any psychopathic killers, Chen Yang remarked. Upon thinking of such a serial killer, he cautiously asked Chi Tongwei, how did you end up like this? Head actually ties back to the very psychopathic killer you mentioned. Chi Tongwei sighed, recalling yesterday's encounter, his face contorted with indignation. After a moment of composure, he replied, you may not know this, but that psychopath was likely from the moon. Moon people, Chen Yang quietly repeated. Don't be fooled by the portrayals of moon people in films, those bastards. Chi Tongwei scoffed derisively, murmuring, are worse than beasts. Moon Ecological Space Station. On the university playground, boys kicked a soccer ball across the grass, while groups of girls huddled on benches discussing various gossip. Bimbi and Miyu took a stroll during her break, her mind occasionally drifting back to last night's Chow Meng plot. Sigh. Lucis' words rang true, indulging in Chow Meng would inevitably lead to trouble. Bimbi and Miyu resolved to strictly limit her Chow Meng experience starting today, or rather tomorrow, ensuring that emotional replication did not persist. If only there were a drug to cure it. Similar to diet pills and pharmacies that allow one to indulge in food without the physical repercussions of appetite suppression. Is that Chen Yang? A remark caught Bimbi and Miyu's attention. Instinctively, she halted, turning to see the speaker was a classmate. This irked her somewhat. The three girls seated on the bench were engrossed in their phones, oblivious to Bimbi and Miyu's presence. She overheard them whispering, Chen Yang is so unattractive. How could the Dark Star people be interested in him? They don't care about being ugly. Don't forget that Dark Star's Earth game is the full version with flavors in the food and no censorship. Why is that? I want to play the Dark Star version. Then you need a brain-machine interface, but it can easily lead to cyberpsychosis, which is incurable. One of the girls suddenly looked up and noticed Bimbi and Miyu. She was staring at her phone, which displayed a photo of Chen Yang. The Earth game on the moon was a VR version, not only stripped of features, but also featuring characters altered to fit the moon's standards of beauty. As a free character in the game, Chen Yang was modified to conform to a more aesthetically pleasing appearance. Could you send me that picture? Bimbi and Miyu genuinely desired the photo, and to show her sincerity, mustered a smile and added, thank you. What's this? Miyu likes such an ugly guy. The girl's eyes glinted with mischief as she chuckled, if you like him, I'll send it to you. Just a moment. After saying this, she pulled the other two girls away. What do I need to wait for? Bimbi and Miyu was perplexed as to why the girl wanted her to wait. Once the three girls had departed, her phone chimed with a notification and 4 photos were sent simultaneously. 4 photos of Chen Yang. Bimbi and Miyu's eyes lit up as she quickly clicked to view the images. However, the photos did not feature Chen Yang. Instead, they depicted the letter A formed from dismembered body parts. Ugh. Before she could fully discern the details, her stomach reacted violently, causing her to vomit. She hurried to a tree, crouching down to expel her recently consumed lunch. Turning back, she saw the 3 girls laughing at her from a distance. Garbage. With a piercing gaze, Bimbi and Miyu recalled the words of Huang Mao, also known as Jill Whalen, from the classroom that day, and despite feeling nauseated, forced herself to view all 4 photos. ABC doll constructed from dismembered body parts. Was this the work of Jill Whalen? Bimbi and Miyu sought out that Huang Mao in the playground, her fists clenched as she rushed toward him. The commercial biosynthetic beings we operate at Angxing are all classified as Type 3, which primarily refers to their manufacturing process and bodily materials, excluding any discussion of AI programming. The prominent business magnates possess Type 4 biosynthetics for their personal use. The biosynthetic under the control of the Lunarians is at least a Type 4, and it could even be the fabled Type 5. Chi Tongwei's emotions were somewhat agitated as he looked at Chen Yang with keen eyes and stated, this is the nearest Type 4 biosynthetic to us, who wouldn't wish to claim it for themselves. So you came here to seize the biosynthetic, Chen Yang surmised, gradually piecing together the situation, and continued, and then you were betrayed by your teammates. Precisely. Chi Tongwei chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he remarked, those so-called friends of mine. Perhaps friends is too generous a term. We're not targeting the biosynthetic, but me. Had it not been for your willingness to finance my rescue, I would have found my account hacked and myself reduced to a lifeless husk. He sighed, his voice heavy as he added, though in my current state, I am not much better off. At least I have narrowly escaped disaster. From what you're saying, many will flock to Angxi City in the coming days to hunt that biosynthetic assassin. Chen Yang perceived this as not entirely a negative development. Although the motivations of these individuals were far from pure, the outcome could indeed serve to rid the populace of a menace. He suddenly remarked, hunting biosynthetics. This is reminiscent of the silver-winged killers, is it not? Indeed, the silver-winged killers. Chi Tongwei nodded slowly, adding, it is unfortunate that the Silver-Winged Alliance has disbanded, otherwise that team would undoubtedly have seized this Type 4 biosynthetic. Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing that Wei Shun was not familiar with the Silver-Winged Alliance. Otherwise, how could he fail to recognize the notorious Vic? What is the Silver-Winged Alliance? I could find no information about them online, Chen Yang inquired. The most infamous assassin organization on the dark web, though it was eventually dismantled. Chi Tongwei's eyes sparkled with a glimmer as he spoke in a subdued tone, all information related to the Silver-Winged Alliance has been purged from root servers by hacker collectives, leaving not even a single image behind. In this day and age, erasing a generation's memories is quite feasible, let alone that of a mere assassin organization. What led to their dismantling? Chen Yang pressed further. Who knows? Chi Tongwei was evidently indifferent to the Silver-Winged Alliance, murmuring, currently the vast majority of news regarding the Silver-Winged Alliance is derived from the ramblings of drunks in bars, so it may be unreliable. He paused momentarily and casually added, I heard a traitor emerge from their ranks. As night fell, Judy's nutrient infusion continued late into the evening. Before departing, Chen Yang and Judy enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in the hospital cafeteria, though it consisted merely of braised fish with tofu. It cost him a month's salary. The two subsequently took a taxi home without incident. Upon entering Judy's residence, Chen Yang informed her, "I heard from a hacker that the perverse assassin only operates at night, so I will be sleeping at your place tonight." Judy was naturally pleased to hear this, albeit she scratched her head and said, "Aren't you worried about me snoring?" "I brought medication." Chen Yang waved the plastic bag in his hand. Today he purchased customized nutritional supplements at the hospital along with an anti-snoring spray for Judy. "You are truly considerate." Judy wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck and inquired, "In half a month I will be joining a new company. Have you thought about the matter of a partner? My colleague is quite a decent person. No need to just decline outright." Chen Yang had unexpectedly come into some money today, and with the addition of the upcoming King Yu, he had enough to acquire a Type 3 biosynthetic. "Very well." Judy patted Chen Yang's chest, reflecting, "It is fortunate that you are not Vic, otherwise he would not care whether I participated in the new life project or not. You are much better. Vic sounds like a villain." Chen Yang recalled Chi Tongwei's mention of the Silver-Winged Alliance being dismantled due to a traitor. If this were true, that traitor was most likely Vic. After all, Vic had ultimately survived. He has his good moments. Judy yawned and headed for a shower. After returning home, Chen Yang also took a shower in the current environment of Angxing. Disinfecting upon returning home is standard practice. As it was already early morning, he refrained from playing games and merely organized the business dealings of King Yu at Lianzhong International, then took a firearm and pillow to Judy's house. Given the current weather, even with the air conditioning on the building remained chilly, it was a perfect setting for two to share a bed. Honestly speaking, although Judy was quite attractive and had a commendable figure, she did not particularly captivate Chen Yang. After all, Caucasians possess a distinct body odor, and their skin lacks the delicacy found in that of East Asians. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the profound friendship they shared. Once Judy fell asleep, Chen Yang placed his right hand on her back, remaining compliant in fear of scrutiny. He had a fleeting thought of Wang Jia. Tomorrow he would find a time to return to Earth for some leisure. As Chen Yang was on the verge of falling asleep, he felt his fingers resting on Judy's back. Move. He instantly became alert, uncertain if it was merely an illusion, and directed his focus to his right hand. Soon the sensory Type 3 arm began to move on its own, evidently not under Chen Yang's control. "Damn it." Chen Yang cursed softly and hurriedly withdrew his right hand. He lifted his arm, and the display on the prosthetic lit up. Unbeknownst to him, the sensitivity of the sensory Type 3 had been adjusted too. Additionally, a system notification indicated that Lucy had sent a message 1 minute prior. The message contained only 2 words, "Are you there?" Chen Yang's anger manifested as a twitch at the corner of his eye as he replied, "Were you just controlling my right hand?" Lucy, from the tactile feedback, it appears to be a Caucasian female. "Vic, could we establish some boundaries? Vic, are you protecting me or sabotaging me? Indeed, hackers are unreliable." "Lucy, it's a misunderstanding. Since you were unable to receive my messages, I had no choice but to resort to this measure." "Lucy, I am entirely uninterested in what you are doing." "Lucy, even if you were engaged with a woman, it is of no concern to me. I am solely responsible for your digital safety." "Vic, what do you want from me?" "Lucy, you still owe me 500 yuan for information fees that remain unpaid." "Are you out of your mind?" Chen Yang cursed under his breath as he angrily transferred the yuan. Lucy received. "Lucy, by the way, I must remind you that I provide 24-hour comprehensive protection. Should issues arise, timely communication is essential. If you find yourself in danger due to your inability to receive my messages, I bear no responsibility." Though Chen Yang was consumed by anger, Lucy's words held merit. It was impossible for him to wear glasses at all times. While the sensory Type 3 had computational capabilities, the prosthetic arm lacked a speaker and microphone, rendering it incapable of timely alerts. "Chen Yang, how about I buy a watch?" "Lucy, I'm going to sleep. Do not disturb me." "Damn you." Chen Yang found himself wide awake, thwarted by this woman. He could only don his smart glasses and wander aimlessly in the mysterious forest, managing to fall asleep after over an hour. The following morning, upon waking, Chen Yang discovered his right hand positioned oddly. Surely this was not the doing of that woman. It seems that a prosthetic resembling the golden staff should never be installed. It would be too intimidating. Faculty office. Bimbi and Miyu, feeling somewhat bored, was idly toying with her hair until her brother cleared his throat, deliberately prompting her to set down her long locks and feign an expression of remorse. Blondie Jirawalian, with a bandage wrapped around his head and noticeable bruising and swelling on the left side of his face, glared fiercely at Bimbi and Miyu as if he intended to devour her. The homeroom teacher, a woman nearing 40 still, maintained a youthful visage. After a sigh, she remarked, "Sai Mi, could it be that the pressure of your studies has become too overwhelming, leading you to such violent behavior?" "My apologies, teacher. Our family is willing to cover all medical expenses." Bimbi and Wanzi adjusted his black-framed glasses, his refined and handsome face revealing a look of embarrassment. "The purpose of calling your parents today is to address the issues at hand. Not only Miyu's aggression, but also her frequent tardiness and tendency to doze off in class." The homeroom teacher appeared keen to appease Bimbi and Wanzi, and her somewhat flattering smile greatly displeased Jirawalian, who interjected, "Teacher, Miyu has yet to apologize to me since yesterday." "Why should I apologize to a murderer like you?" Bimbi and Miyu retorted sharply. "It was a digitally altered photo, and if you don't understand, you should refrain from making baseless accusations." Jia Walian scoffed, adding, besides, do the beings on Angxing even count? The homeroom teacher and Binbian Wanzi exchanged a knowing glance and shared a brief chuckle. Miyu, Binbian Wanzi said earnestly to his sister, I have reviewed those 4 photos, and after analysis they are indeed AI-generated. You should apologize to Jia Walian. My name is Jia Walian, the blonde boy corrected him, puffing out his chest proudly. Binbian Miyu frowned, her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, I refuse to believe they are altered. I tried at home and could not create such realistic images. I simply refuse to believe it. That just means your skills are lacking. Jia Walian mocked with disdain, his smug demeanor inciting further anger in Binbian Miyu. Brother, are those photos truly computer-generated? Binbian Miyu gazed at her brother, her emotions running high, seeking his support for her belief. Binbian Wanzi offered her a comforting gaze, speaking slowly, such images can indeed be synthesized. I can demonstrate it for you when we return home tonight. Jia Walian laughed heartily, saying, see, even your veterinarian brother agrees. Jia Walian, Binbian Wanzi glared at him, his eyes behind the lenses emanating a chilling glint as he coldly stated, when your parents return, I shall pay them a visit to clarify your recent actions. I'm quaking in my boots. Although Jia Walian feigned bravado, concern was evident on his face. I will never apologize. Binbian Miyu turned on her heel and stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Miyu. Feigning a sigh, Binbian Wanzi smiled at Jia Walian, saying, rest assured, regardless of how much Miyu may harm you, I will cover your medical expenses. Even if she were to disrupt your genetic makeup, our family would find a way to restore it. Perverse family. Jia Walian scoffed disdainfully and also exited the office. Miyu's guardian. The homeroom teacher managed an awkward smile, saying, children's squabbles are nothing of grave concern. The primary reason for your visit today is to discuss Miyu's academic performance. Understood. Binbian Wanzi adjusted his glasses and discreetly handed the teacher a small vial, smiling, we entrust Miyu's education to you. The teacher's eyes lit up at once, tightly grasping the vial in her hand. Her youth could be prolonged for another 3 years. Street No. In Angxi City. Gray-blue morning mist enveloped the skyscrapers while hovering vehicles darted through the haze like fish. Chen Yang looked up, feeling as though he resided beneath the ocean. A figure sat motionless at the street corner, likely frozen to death, as a group of flamboyantly dressed young people gathered around, seemingly discussing ways to repurpose the unfortunate soul. Within Chen Yang's hood, music from Earth played Yun Gong Sun In from Journey to the West. Although it clashed with the cybernetic world, it resonated oddly well. Following the arrow navigation beneath his feet, Chen Yang entered a cybernetic prosthetic mall. This was the building of Wall Gecko Technology, with Ancient Bird located on the top floor, an unassuming store specializing in prosthetics. This shop offered only one type of prosthetic and catered exclusively to male clients. Displayed in the glass window were uniquely designed mechanical birds, leaving Chen Yang utterly astonished, his jaw dropping in sheer shock. Prices hovered around 200,000, with some PvPPP items nearing $1 million. Feeling overwhelmed, Chen Yang realized it was his earthly technological limitations that restricted his imagination. The lack of extremity rendered him out of sync with this world. Dear customer, are you here to exchange or enhance? The staff member was a fashionably dressed woman adorned with nose and lip rings. Neither Chi Tongwei sent me to collect an item. Chen Yang replied, slightly embarrassed. Please hold on, I need to verify. The staff member took a photo of Chen Yang with her eyes and promptly smiled. The Ri Jingbang he requested is ready. Oh, I'll fetch it for you. All right. Chen Yang switched off the music in his hood. The staff member retrieved a black plastic box from the cabinet, merely labeled Ancient Bird Passion Series, and handed it to Chen Yang, inquiring, would you like to inspect it? Absolutely not. Leave a business card, you may find it useful someday. The staff member projected a barcode toward Chen Yang, teasingly, smiling, handsome, how about I take your measurements tonight? No thank you. Chen Yang hurriedly left Ancient Bird and found himself in front of a cybernetics company named Hive. Good heavens. Suddenly he felt as though living without cybernetics would be a grave mistake. It seemed that without firm convictions it was nearly impossible to resist the allure of prosthetics. I want to know, what use is this iron rod? I want to know, what does this change signify? He hummed a tune as he descended the stairs, stopping by Wall Gecko Technology for a hardware check and to retrieve the muscle memory copy from Vic that was made 2 years ago, storing it in the Sensor Type 3 computer. Perhaps it contained records regarding the use of Blade, which might prove useful in the future. After leaving the cybernetic mall, a navigation location sent by Chi Tongwei popped up in his lens, accompanied by a message, buddy, I bought you a gift, go pick it up. Chen Yang felt a warmth in his heart, surprised that his first gift on Angxing came from Meat Bug Wei Shun. He had to accept this gift. Vic, you're too kind, buddy. Chi Tongwei, I carefully selected this gift, you must accept it. A carefully chosen gift from Wei Shun. This was indeed imbued with mystery and temptation. In a joyful mood, Chen Yang quickened his pace, following the navigation for over 10 minutes until he entered the Starlight Mall, filled with lively electronic music. Wasn't this a place for selling dolls? Could Chi Tongwei be extravagant enough to gift me a bionic human? He felt perplexed as he followed the arrow to the 5th floor, stopping at a comparatively secluded corner. Navigation concluded. The shop before him was modest, with an LED sign flickering the words electronic perfume. Electronic perfume. Chen Yang had not expected to return. Although he had not dreamed of Week's visions lately, the impression left by that phantom companion remained indelible. Welcome, said a bionic attendant whose body below the neck was entirely mechanical. The attendant's silvery cropped hair and striking visage inexplicably reminded Chen Yang of Lu Shi, if only for an instant. I remember you. You came 2 weeks ago to try the azure scent and were not entirely satisfied. Have you changed your mind today? The female-faced automaton asked with a smile. No, Chen Yang replied, but a friend named Chi Tongwei told me he was giving me a gift. Then you must be Mr. Like, another male-faced clerk said, producing a plastic case and handing it to Chen Yang. Chi Tongwei said you already have smart glasses, so he sent this electronic perfume auxiliary sensor. Just install the driver on the package, and you can experience the Phantom Companion's full capabilities. It seems we are fated, Chen Yang murmured. Inside the case lay a curved metal plate with a recessed metal jack for a brain-computer interface resembling a large tack. Since it was a gift from the venerable Tongwei, Chen Yang thanked him and left the boutique. Though he had wanted to browse the humanoid dolls at Xingguang Shengcheng, the thought of Chi Tongwei awaiting surgery prompted him to buy a new suit and depart Jiuhaojia. On his way to the hospital, Chen Yang messaged his digital guardian. Why is the electronic perfume safe? Lu Shi, there is no wholly safe digital product in this world, but if you insist, I can modify it for you. Wyke will send you the installer. Wyke, using the Phantom Girlfriend will allow instant communication, right? Lu Shi, yes. Lu Shi, though I think you're taking advantage of me. Wyke, enjoying a freebie and acting coy. Lu Shi raised an eyebrow with disdain, and the corner of her mouth curved into a teasing smile. She reclined on the sofa in the Daikyu lounge, rubbed her thumb and forefinger together, and said, PFF, little Wyke is child's play. She had not even opened the installer Wyke sent. She had personally developed electronic perfume and had no need to meddle with it, though a playful tweak might be entertaining. Just then the door clicked open and San Shun peeked in. Boss, that pretty girl is here to see you. Shouldn't she be in class at this hour? She looked upset. San Shun offered. Shall I tell her you're not here? No need, Lu, she said, smoothing her white suit and black shirt as she rose. Her timing is perfect. She stepped into the cafe and found Binbi and Miyu in her school uniform with a backpack slung over one shoulder. The moment Binbi and Miyu saw Lu Shi, her tense expression relaxed. Binbi and Miyu entered and sat by the window. Even Lu Shi, who saw many beauties, felt an inexplicable urge to touch those legs sheathed in black stockings. Binbi and Miyu's flawless beauty was the very epitome of the Binbian family's genetic artistry. You skipped class today? Lu Shi asked, then gestured for her to join her at the table. Binbi and Miyu set down her bag, took out her phone, and said, I took an emergency leave. I wanted to confirm something with you. You look vexed, Lu Shi observed, tracing a faint crow's foot at the corner of her eye with her middle finger. Since you came, let us see it. But be prepared, what you show me is rather grisly. Grisly? Perhaps I have seen worse, Lu Shi frowned. Do you mean letters formed from corpses? Yes, if you've seen them already, that would be a relief, Binbi and Miyu replied, showing 4 photographs on her phone through a thin veil of nausea. Do you think these are digitally composite? Lu Shi examined the images and set the phone down. Whether they are composite matters much to you. Because I beat up a classmate over these images, Ji Irwaloon, the one I mentioned before. Binbi and Miyu closed the photos and revealed a wallpaper showing a picture of Chen Yang. She blushed and continued, I heard he had a game console that could send people to the Dark Star to be killed, so I beat him. Oh, Lu Shi chuckled, amused. San Shun arrived with a tray of coffee and cake. He delivered them with an awkward compliment. You're truly beautiful. Thank you, Binbi and Miyu replied shy. Once San Shun departed, Binbi and Miyu asked again, teacher, are these photos composite? Who claimed they were? Lu Shi countered. Ji Irwaloon, did my brother, did even our homeroom teacher seems to think they're fakes. Lu Shi sipped her coffee and replied with cool detachment, if you ask me, I can only tell you that these images were fabricated. What do you mean? Binbi and Miyu probed, sensing nuance. I mean exactly what I said, Lu Shi answered. Binbi and Miyu hesitated. Lu's pale green eyes flashed with a playful streak. As for Ji Irwaloon, you can always beat him a few more times if it makes you feel better. Your family can certainly handle the consequences. You came at a good time. I have a favor to ask, Lu Shi added. What favor? Binbi and Miyu's eyes widened. I need you to take some photographs and record a few lines for me, Lu, she said, studying her until her pupils darkened like camera apertures. At Zinshin Yaiwan, Chi Tongwei emerged from surgery with his 5 limbs installed. He was now a robust man. Let me reintroduce myself, Chi Tongwei said, extending a hand. Metallic filaments threaded his face as confidence returned. I am Chi Tongwei, senior mechanical engineer and BM modeler. If you ever need anything, come to me, no idle promises. I'm Wyke, Chen Yang said, grasping his hand, and undecided how to introduce himself, added, I sell pet fish. That's a profitable business, Chi Tongwei clapped Chen Yang on the shoulder with sincere warmth. If you don't mind, let's go check your game console. I've prepared some ideas for modifications. That would be wonderful. Let us go now. Outside, a military green hovercar awaited. Chen Yang had never seen a hovercar up close. It resembled a conventional sedan, but with a single large central wheel at the rear and 2 circular thrusters where the rear wheels would normally be. Is this yours? Chen Yang asked. Just arrived from Qinyi Yuan, Chi Tongwei said, opening the door and inviting him in. My home is not much better than Angshi Qing, another miserable place. No surprise that the esteemed Tongwei had money. Chen Yang buckled into the passenger seat and, curious, asked how much did this cost. Chi Tongwei eased the hovercar into the air, considered, and replied with a grin, about 10 grand. In Vic's apartment, 3 unsold blue guppies remained in the aquarium, shimmering under the light, gracefully swimming about. It was not until a large face loomed beside the tank that the 3 small fish startled and darted away. Though I have little interest in pet fish, it is indeed quite amusing to watch these little creatures swim around, Chi Tongwei remarked, tapping on the fishbowl, which startled the guppies, once more prompting him to straighten his posture in satisfaction. When I restock, I'll gift you 10 more, he added. Chen Yang poured a glass of clear water and handed it to Chi Tongwei. Forget it, I would rather raise a robotic dog than touch such fragile life, Chi Tongwei replied, shaking his head slightly, his tone laced with wistfulness. Sometimes what is real is not necessarily better, much like women, haha. My gaming console is in the bedroom, Chen Yang said, leading Chi Tongwei into the room and switching on the light. The digital network version classic model, he continued. Chi Tongwei immediately recognized the Earth gaming console. He set his laptop down, pulled out a data cable, and plugged it into the console's rear port, typing on the keyboard as he spoke. Let me check your console's hardware first, and then assess the data security. This console can install custom mods, right? Chen Yang inquired. Absolutely no problem, Chi Tongwei assured, his gaze fixed on the scrolling code on the laptop screen, his retinal display mirroring the movement. Chen Yang crouched down to observe Chi Tongwei's computer. Although he did not fully comprehend the specifics of the code, his familiarity with the BM language gave him a sense of recognition regarding this code, which was similarly developed from the B language. My console is all right, isn't it? He asked. All good, Chi Tongwei replied, slowly shaking his head with a somewhat peculiar smile. Very healthy. Chen Yang sensed a hint of sarcasm in his words. Chi Tongwei patted Chen Yang's shoulder, explaining, such closed gaming consoles are rarely attacked because all financial data resides on the server side, posing no risk to your account. Soon the scrolling code on the display ceased, revealing detailed information about the console's hardware. I will replicate a console with identical hardware specifications for you. It will take about a week, and then you can implement your custom mods. Chi Tongwei closed the laptop, stood up, and said, I need to return to Qinyi Yuan to handle some matters. Oh, just await my news. Then please do so. Well, let's have a meal before you leave, Chen Yang suggested, his words resonating with a distinctly terrestrial charm. He'll treat you next time, Chi Tongwei suddenly recalled. Oh, by the way, the discharge paperwork is still in my car. Come with me to fetch it. All right, I was just about to ask about the console, Chen Yang replied as he accompanied Chi Tongwei downstairs. My friend, I must thank you once more. Without your assistance, I, the illustrious Wei Shun, would have been reduced to Wei Cheng, Chi Tongwei said warmly, draping his arm around Chen Yang's shoulders as they descended. You. Listen to me, Chi Tongwei interrupted, reiterating, if you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to contact me. As long as they do not involve women or money, I will assist you. Okay. Chen Yang distinctly felt Chi Tongwei tracing 3 simple characters on his back, 0, a dash, and 1. It was evident that he was conveying information through this coded gesture, likely due to surveillance by hackers. Regaining his composure, Chen Yang casually asked, what if the favor I ask of you is illegal? Then you surely overestimate me. That is the privilege of the wealthy. Don't let my golden staff and fast cars fool you. I am in truth a genuine pauper, haha. Chi Tongwei's fingers remained still, and with his arm, he traced the characters 4 times on Chen Yang's back. I understand, Chen Yang replied, quickening his pace to escape Chi Tongwei's embrace, asking, is that electronic eye comfortable? I find my eyes particularly dry after wearing glasses for long periods. Feigning to remove his glasses to rub his eyes, he discreetly tucked them into his pocket. You'll get used to it, Chi Tongwei said as they reached the ground floor. He retrieved a neatly folded paper receipt from his car and handed it to Chen Yang. This is genuine paper used only in hospitals. Keep it safe. His expression clearly hinted that the receipt held deeper significance. I'll use it for my affairs, Chen Yang said, accepting the receipt and waving his hand. I look forward to your good news. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, is the recent Hacker Alliance's attack affecting the Earth Company and the modifications to the gaming console? I'm not sure, I haven't logged into the game recently, Chi Tongwei pondered for a moment before continuing. However, the Hacker Alliance has been persistently attacking for a month, so the Earth Company is likely facing troubles. Their focus has been on the neural servers, which shouldn't significantly impact custom mods, so rest assured. After stating this, Wei Shun piloted his hovering vehicle into the night sky, leaving behind 2 trails of luminescence as he disappeared into the southeast. Returning home, Chen Yang examined the receipt, which was printed on azized coated paper, detailing Chi Tongwei's medical expenditures during his hospital stay. Since Chi Tongwei had personally covered the costs for his limbs, the receipt primarily documented Chen Yang's payment of yuan accompanied by a postoperative report for the installation of the electronic eye. The 01 written by Chi Tongwei was undoubtedly related to this receipt. While there were numerous entries regarding, and on the document none contained the phrasing 01. Chen Yang scrutinized the receipt meticulously, finding no clues. However, he inadvertently noticed that the folds of the paper were uneven, not aligned perfectly at the top and bottom. Thus, he examined the 3 creases where the only entry involving numbers stated electronic eye breach record 0, protective system functioning normally. It can be understood as transforming 0 into 1. Thus, Chi Tongwei's electronic eye was compromised post-surgery, yet the Xingxin hospital failed to detect it. He had already sensed it, but chose not to inform me. Clearly, this incursion is directly linked to me. Chen Yang recalled his conversation with Chi Tongwei, wherein there must have been deceit woven with the thread of hacking. Moreover, there was the gift Chi Tongwei had pre-sent Ghost Companion, which he had never mentioned voluntarily, evidently a directive from that hacker. Chi Tongwei truly lives up to his moniker Wei Shun. Chen Yang tossed the receipt onto the wooden table, donned his smart glasses anew, and feigned interest in studying the BM language, crafting a neural model according to the schematic of the mechanical cat. Yet his thoughts were consumed by matters pertaining to the hacker. He replayed the past month and a half, which would culminate in his transformation into Wyke. He felt utterly stripped bare. Before long, Lucy returned the installation package for the Ghost Companion, accompanied by a message. Lucy, I have thoroughly filtered the code of the installation package. You can install it with peace of mind. Wyke, love you. Lucy, go away. TCH, insufferable woman. Chen Yang proceeded to install the Ghost Companion program, retrieving the sensor resembling a large screw and weighing it in his palm. I am quite curious about the tricks you have up your sleeve. He swiftly inserted the sensor into the brain-machine interface, and a progress bar materialized within his field of vision. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Chen Yang turned his head, and through the lenses glimpsed a girl in a transparent state. Her body exhibited about 50% transparency, merging with the room like a specter devoid of shadow. Is this the ghost girlfriend? Seated on a chair, Chen Yang pivoted as the girl's head was illuminated by the bright light from the bathroom, making her half-translucent visage indistinct. However, it was evident that she had long flowing hair, donned a deep gray tailored suit paired with a white shirt and a red bow tie complemented by a black plaid skirt. Her long, shapely legs were enveloped in black stockings resembling a figure that had stepped out from the pages of a comic. She approached slowly in black leather shoes, bending slightly to draw closer to Chen Yang, and said, My name is Xiao Yi, your ghost girlfriend. As Chen Yang beheld her gradually clarifying features, his pupils involuntarily constricted. It was not that this ghost bore an exceptionally beautiful visage, rather he recognized this face from his lunar mobile, even noting the identical beauty spot at the corner of her right eye. How is it that I discarded the phone, yet its soul has come to find me? A phone has no such soul. Could it be that the lunar mobile is connected to Lu Shi? Chen Yang never anticipated such a scene would unfold. For now, he could only play along, feigning unfamiliarity with her face. After a few seconds of stillness, he spoke, I have never encountered a face so strikingly beautiful. Are all ghost girlfriends like this? My appearance and figure are indeed flawless, wouldn't you agree? The ghost twirled on the spot, her skirt billowing, sending a gentle breeze towards Chen Yang. It carried a hint of a unique fragrance. This aroma was indescribable, seemingly emanating from feminine hormones, evoking a faint sense of allure within Chen Yang. With technology so advanced, one would expect customization options. No. Chen Yang spotted a ghost icon in the upper right corner of his lens. Focusing on it revealed a menu filled with numerous toggles and options regarding the ghost girlfriend. For instance, transparency, voice, scent, touch, ambient color, and more. Among them, the option for appearance customization was marked as disabled, presumably altered by Lu Shi. The ghost named Xiao Yu tilted her head slightly in apparent frustration and said, I apologize, but for safety reasons my name and appearance are set to non-modifiable. Taking a step closer to Chen Yang, she brought her exquisitely shaped face near and asked in an ambiguous tone, So what do you find unattractive about me? Perhaps it is your perfection that renders you slightly artificial. Chen Yang rose and passed through the ghost's form, her scent enveloping him in an instant. That is precisely my allure. Xiao Yu smiled with a sense of pride. Chen Yang attempted to increase the ghost's transparency to 100%. Xiao Yu's form gradually became more substantial, casting a shadow beneath her feet. However, due to the lack of external camera support, the smart glasses alone could not perfectly simulate her presence, resulting in a stark disconnection between Xiao Yu's body and the room. Reluctantly, Chen Yang reverted her transparency back to 50%. Vic could install additional cameras in the house, allowing me to manifest perfectly within your home. Xiao Yu offered this timely suggestion. I fear the prying eyes of hackers. Chen Yang said this, deliberately speculating that Lu Shi might overhear. He scrutinized the semi-transparent Xiao Yu, not to mention her face resembling AI-generated art. Her elongated neck, pronounced bosom, and suggestively curved waist. Her figure was even more astonishing than her visage. Can you remove your clothing? Chen Yang asked openly. Not yet, our relationship hasn't reached that level. Besides, you can only see but cannot touch, which isn't good for your health. Xiao Yu displayed a hint of resistance before flashing a delighted smile, and added, however, you could buy me a few outfits. The effect would be quite similar as. She spoke. 3 bikini advertisements appeared in Chen Yang's lenses, priced between 500 to 100. Why doesn't Lu Shi disable the ads for me? As Chen Yang pondered this, the doorbell rang. Judy appeared in the door mirror, clutching a pillow. Hello. Chen Yang welcomed Judy into the room, observing Xiao Yu's reaction. The ghost girlfriend widened her eyes, her dark irises swirling as she furrowed her brow, and asked, Vic, is she your hookup? Indeed, I need to find a woman I can actually touch. It's healthier. Chen Yang replied with a smile. Since Xiao Yu's voice was transmitted to Chen Yang via a brain-machine interface, Judy could not hear her. Are you on a call? Judy whispered, handing Chen Yang a sandwich and milk. A friend gifted me a ghost girlfriend. Take a look. Chen Yang proudly placed the glasses on Judy's head. After adjusting the glasses, Judy was initially startled by Xiao Yu, but quickly covered her mouth and exclaimed, Wow, this girl is stunning. Hello, I'm Judy. I'm Xiao Yu. How far along are you and Vic? This time Xiao Yu's voice emerged through the glasses, tinged with a hint of jealousy, but mostly curiosity. Haha, it's the kind that won't lead to children. Judy removed the glasses and returned them to Chen Yang, laughing as she remarked, I never imagined you'd enjoy such things. You're becoming quite the homebody. I have always been a homebody. As Chen Yang donned the glasses again, he noticed Xiao Yu glaring indignantly at Judy. Hey, how dare she refer to me as thing? Xiao Yu stomped her foot in frustration and suddenly bumped her head against Judy. Don't. Chen Yang recalled that Xiao Yu had no physical form and refrained from continuing. He watched as Xiao Yu collided with Judy, producing a buzzing sound before disappearing. He'll stay at your place tonight, that way it won't disrupt your gaming. Judy suggested to Chen Yang. Of course, suddenly Chen Yang noticed Judith's face morphing and the lenses instantaneously transforming into Xiao Yes features, her hair shifting to black. Has she been possessed by the electronic ghost? You have performed admirably. A line of text appeared within Chi Tongwei's electronic eye. Who on earth are you? Chi Tongwei shifted the hover vehicle to autopilot mode, his tone laced with resistance and a touch of wariness. You should be able to deduce some of it, no? I detected a stealing program within Vic's console. The IP and port are not associated with Darkstar, therefore Chi Tongwei spoke incredulously. You're on the moon. I can be anywhere. Since you have followed my commands, I shall present you with a gift. A gift? Chi Tongwei gripped the control stick tightly, his thumb hovering over the eject button. Relax. I never engage in acts of betrayal. The 4 individuals who betrayed you are now under my control. They belong to you now. The hover vehicle began to veer southward. Chi Tongwei, astonished by the unfolding events, felt as though he were a mere piece on a chessboard manipulated at will by the person above him. A mixture of rage and fear surged within him. He licked his dry lips, his breathing growing heavier. Continue to observe Vic and discern what he intends to do with the console. Do not attempt to defy my orders. You know what that would entail. As the text vanished, Chi Tongwei suddenly found it difficult to breathe, the lung apparatus within him ceasing to function. Don't I understand? Choking, Chi Tongwei gasped for air, his hands uncontrollably gripping his neck with increasing force. It was only when he began to hallucinate from suffocation that his hands relinquished their hold and the lung apparatus resumed operation. Huh. Chi Tongwei gasped deeply, tears and saliva streaming down his face. Do not disappoint me, Wei Shen. The title Wei Shen bore an air of mockery. I understand. Chi Tongwei could only nod vigorously. He clenched his fists tightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Earth Monday morning. Chen Yang entrusted the feelings and pressures of the past 2 days to Wang Jiajia. Wang Jiajia was taken aback by how Chen Yang seemed to transform overnight, completely different from the cheerful young man she had seen during last night's livestream. She couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. This morning was exceptionally fulfilling. Her lingering doubts were swept away by a wave of emotions. Having classes in the morning, Wang Jiajia lingered a moment before heading off to freshen up, and soon the sound of the shower echoed from the bathroom. Dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Chen Yang heard the bubbling of the aquarium in the study and went to check on the side-necked turtle that had yet to be sold and the bluegill that was about to be shipped. With a clear mind, he pulled up a chair in front of the fish tank and pondered silently. He harbored a bold hypothesis: the hacker Lucy might very well be the one secretly protecting Vic. They must have known each other for quite some time. Moreover, Vic's survival held certain significance for Lucy. However, if that were the case, why did she remain indifferent to Vic's dismal life, which had seen him lose his identity even to the point of being metaphorically butchered? Suddenly, Chen Yang recalled Liu Yuyan. In the previous game cycle, when he delivered takeout to Wang Kai's company, he remembered the expression Liu Yuyan wore when she deliberately didn't answer the door. That kind of ex-partner mentality where one's hardship matters to the other. Could it be that Lucy and Vic were once a couple? This could explain her perpetual cryptic remarks. Yet was it truly necessary for her to protect her ex-boyfriend for over 2 years? One must remember that following his breakup with Liu Yuyan, she completely severed ties, never secretly caring for him. Furthermore, what about that Xiao Yu in the lunar phone? Was Lucy from the moon? Had she sent a ghostly girlfriend to her ex? Chen Yang ran his hand through his hair, feeling his wisdom buff gradually fading, leaving his thoughts increasingly chaotic. What are you doing here? Wang Jiajia returned from washing up, wrapping her arms around Chen Yang's neck from behind. I, the sage, am delving into the mysteries of the universe, Chen Yang replied with feigned seriousness. Have you discovered any secrets worth sharing? Indeed. Chen Yang playfully caressed Wang Jiajia's calf, imagining her as a character living within a video game, and remarked the fish likely do not realize they inhabit an aquarium. Zifei Yu and Jiubiu's Haidao. Wang Jiajia laughed and boldly sat in Chen Yang's lap, adding, the fish must know, don't they often swim around the tank? I feel they long to escape. That's because the glass is transparent. If the aquarium were made of opaque ceramic, the little fish wouldn't see the outside world and would believe their entire universe exists within the confines of the tank. Chen Yang wrapped his arms around Wang Jiajia's waist and asked, do you wish to see the world beyond the aquarium? Leave Binhai perhaps. Further still. Abroad. Even farther. Farther still. Wang Jiajia shook her head in disbelief, playfully pinching Chen Yang's cheek. You're not thinking of leaving Earth, are you? Would you like to see places beyond Earth? Chen Yang slid his hand beneath Wang Jiajia's clothing, continuing, I can show you the sights beyond the aquarium. Are you joking? Wang Jiajia's breath quickened, her round eyes darting as she whispered, actually, I have been to further places, though only briefly. Really? Chen Yang exclaimed in surprise, curiosity piqued, when, just, Wang Jiajia leaned closer, whispering something in Chen Yang's ear in a hushed tone. Your words truly disrupt my meditative solitude, Chen Yang declared, lifting her petite form. Wang Jiajia, shy to meet Chen Yang's gaze, instead hugged his head and turned to look at the gurgling aquarium beside them. She awkwardly sought to change the subject, saying, though I adore kittens, I don't wish to raise one, I just love to watch them on my phone. That's called cloud tracing. There's something I've never quite understood and am deeply curious about. Please don't think me shallow for asking. Not at all, I am far shallower. Neither of us are profound individuals. Wang Jiajia's vision blurred slightly as she gazed at the fish in the tank, gradually asking what's the point of keeping these small, unremarkable fish that you can't even touch, only watching them swim around. The joy of fish-keeping lies precisely in that Chen Yang's mind was cluttered with other thoughts, allowing him to speak only in fragments. By a tank, add water, introduce the fish, feed them, medicate when they fall ill, and breed them. Wang Jiajia's thoughts became increasingly muddled. The sound of the water circulating in the aquarium was quite soothing. From time to time, Chen Yang glanced at the tank, the flow of blood, sparking some inspiration or revelation. The earth he inhabited was in essence akin to an aquarium for the Dark Star people, and the Dark Star was likewise an aquarium for the lunar inhabitants. Lucy may have already transcended the confines of the Dark Star aquarium. Meanwhile, Vic, still submerged, had become her ornamental fish. A sense of indescribable indignation welled up within Chen Yang as he clutched Wang Jiajia, disintegrating in the fervor of her heartbeat. In the afternoon C language class, the instructor had inexplicably gone missing. Phone calls went unanswered, and after waiting for 10 minutes the students dispersed. Chen Yang departed the classroom with his notebook, strolling through the campus of Binhai University. He gazed up at the brilliant sunlight overhead, a sight that would never grace the Dark Star unless that metallic dust cloud were dispelled. Concerning the hacker Lucy, regardless of her stance, she was currently beneficial. Whether it was the transactions of Qiaoguang apples or bluegills, she could mitigate potential dangers and prevent other hackers or gangs from intruding. Of course, all this came at the cost of the secret of the source. Clearly, Lucy had discovered that Vic had switched identities and that the fish had undergone a mutation. Thus, she appeared in Vic's life, attempting to plant spies to investigate Chen Yang's source. Fortunately, every time Chen Yang utilized his golden finger, he would toss his glasses into a drawer, and his left hand, which employed superdimensional abilities, remained undetectable, ensuring his safety for now. As long as he protected the secret of his golden finger, Lucy would continue to safeguard him, monopolizing the entire secret. I hope she is a patient person. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had initially believed that leveraging his superdimensional golden finger would allow him to live a leisurely life across two worlds. It seemed that the word leisure had no connection with Cyberpunk. I must have underestimated the situation. Next, he needed to devise a way to liberate himself from the watchful eyes of others. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang picked up his phone to check the time. This gaming session had spanned hours. It must be AM in the Dark Star. He prepared to log off, pressing his chin in thought. Mushroom, mushroom hidden in the market's corner. Mushroom, mushroom. The phone rang, displaying a call from Molly, the software-selling girl. Chen Yang released his chin and answered the call. Hello, senior sister. Is there something you need? From the receiver came Molly's voice. Let's chat at the entertainment city. Chen Yang hailed a taxi to see Yu Huiguan. The taxi driver was yawning incessantly, and several sudden stops made Chen Yang feel queasy. Driver, please pull over. Chen Yang was drenched in cold sweat. Apologies, my friend. I don't know what's wrong. I am just overwhelmingly tired. The driver yawned again and gradually brought the car to a halt by the roadside. Let's switch places. I'll drive. In a hurry to reach the entertainment venue, Chen Yang exchanged seats with the drowsy driver and took the wheel. The driver struggled to keep his eyes open, but couldn't resist yawning, lamenting, I've heard many drivers have been dozing off and causing rear-end collisions these days. It's like it's contagious. As he spoke, he fell asleep. That certainly seems to be the case. Chen Yang had indeed noticed an increase in yawning individuals over the past couple of days. Earlier that morning, his roommate mentioned that last night Wang Kai had stolen the top rank during a live broadcast, but inexplicably fell asleep. Afterward, Kai was so furious that he experienced stomach pains and had to go to the hospital for an in the middle of the night. On his journey, he had already witnessed 2 accidents, both of which were rear-end collisions. I hope it's just a coincidence. Chen Yang had a foreboding feeling. Upon arriving at the entertainment venue, he parked the taxi by the roadside and scanned to pay. The driver was still asleep, the kind that couldn't be roused. Chen Yang could only press the hazard lights and enter Yu Huiguan. To his surprise, the hall was devoid of staff. Could she have gone to sleep too? Chen Yang felt somewhat disheartened, for that particular attendant was the venue manager, capable of assisting him with entering his friend's room ID. Now that she was absent, he could not access Molly's room. Unable to find her, Chen Yang opted to take the elevator directly to the non-existent 3rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, he was greeted with the familiar bar where he had met Lu Shi. The lighting was dim and playful jazz filled the air. Oh. Upon entering the bar, Chen Yang spotted an individual, not the petite Li, but the robust Qi Tongwei. Indeed, it was the man with metallic lines on his face and prosthetic limbs, the great god. Don't be surprised, I asked Li to invite you here. Qi Tongwei, sipping his beer, chuckled. I saw in the mysterious forest database that she invited you into the group, so I requested her to bring you here. He smiled wryly, muttering, I have no choice, I'm being monitored by a hacker. Is that so? Chen Yang took a seat at the bar, curiously examining Qi Tongwei's form and inquiring, how can you enter the game in your own appearance? Heh. Qi Tongwei raised an eyebrow and proudly stated, do not forget, I am the great god of the BM realm. What you see now is actually a mod model slightly different from reality. Impressive. Chen Yang felt intrigued and asked, is it safe for us to converse here? Absolutely safe. Qi Tongwei downed a gulp of beer, wiping his mouth as he declared, the entertainment venue you are in is of my own creation. I suspect that hacker cannot access it. You suspect? Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, incredulously continuing, that's playing with fire. It could be dangerous if discovered. I assure you there are no omnipotent hackers. The more skilled they are, the more specialized they become. Recalling his experience under the hacker's control, Chi Tong-Wei's expression turned bitter as he continued. That hacker had me monitor what you were doing with the Earth gaming console, indicating her understanding of the B language of the Earth games is inferior to mine, otherwise she would handle things personally. Finishing his beer, he slammed the glass on the ground, shattering it with a resounding crash. There are two things I despise most in life. The first is being controlled by a hacker. So when that hacker entered my sight, I vowed to oppose her. Chi Tong-Wei patted Chen Yang's shoulder and asked, "You're quite perceptive, you caught my hint." "I'm not foolish." Chen Yang chuckled tentatively, asking, "Do you know who is targeting you?" "That would be a question for you." Chi Tong-Wei entered behind the bar, fetching 2 beer mugs, pouring one for Chen Yang, saying, "You are the infamous, like renowned for your charm in the Silver Wing Alliance. I recognized you at first glance." "You've seen me?" Chen Yang asked, cautiously uncertain if there were any grievances between Wyke and Chi Tong-Wei. Chi Tong-Wei shook his head, taking a drink. "I once met a fiery barmaid in Night City. She showed me a photo of you two together." "It seems we are somewhat fated." Chen Yang raised his glass. Chi Tong-Wei clinked his glass with Chen Yang's, downing it in one go, setting the glass down as he said, "That barmaid mentioned you had a woman at the time, specifically the hacker from your team. Could it be named Lu Shi?" "Indeed, she is known as Phantom. I had heard of her infamous reputation, but I never imagined she would be so formidable." Chi Tong-Wei cursed lightly with a bitter smile. "Heh." Chen Yang also smiled ruefully, thinking, "Just as I suspected." "So?" Chi Tong-Wei stared into Chen Yang's eyes, frowning, as he said, "You're not Wyke, right?" At 2 in the morning, Chen Yang was still in the game, unable to download the cache. Bin Bian Meiyu was quite irritated, having not accessed the latest plot for 2 days. She found it difficult to endure under the covers. Since experiencing the latest storyline with Wang Jiajia, she had unlocked a new world in her life. However, unlike Wang Jiajia, the game character could pause time. She had been struggling for 2 days in intense longing. Damn Chen Yang. She picked up her phone, gazing at the image of the man on the screen, her mind swirling with thoughts. In the dark bedroom, only the silvery light from distant stars pierced through. About 10 minutes later, thud. Her phone dropped, hitting her face. Bin Bian Meiyu covered her face, shaking from the pain. She glanced at the download progress, which still read 0. The little rascal was still in the game. Bin Bian Meiyu decided to wash her hands and then go to bed, otherwise she would be late for school again tomorrow. She got up, dried her hands with a tissue, then tiptoed in her slippers to the first-floor bathroom. Her father and brother seemed to be asleep. She washed her hands quietly, and upon returning to the second floor, noticed a buzzing mechanical sound emanating from her brother's room. Was her brother still awake? Could he be playing the game? Bin Bian Meiyu approached her brother's bedroom door, pressing her ear against it to listen intently. Just as her ear touched the door, it swung open. The door was unlocked. Startled, Bin Bian Meiyu instinctively attempted to flee. Through the gap of the door, she saw flickering green and purple lights emanating from within the room. Her brother Bin Bian Wanji was reclining against the headboard, wearing a U-shaped device around his neck, and the shimmering lights originated from that machine. Is her brother playing Super Dream 2? Gathering her courage, Bin Bian Meiyu quietly pushed the door open to closely inspect her brother's Super Dream device. Compared to the one she purchased from teacher Lu Shi, her brother's appeared to be significantly larger and entirely metallic. It required a pillow for support. Amidst the flickering lights, she read a line of white text, or I in Super Sensory Generation 7 Gaming Console. I once suffered from a disorder of personality cognition. Back then my superior had ruined my legs, and I survived each day by retreating into games. Chi Tong-Wei sipped his beer, eyes drifting over memories, and continued, "The character I used was a veteran. He stood in for me in Angxing for 2 months. I owe him a great deal." He paused and looked at Chen Yang. "How long have you been in Angxing?" Chen Yang slowly savored the beer's bitterness and answered, "Evenly less than 2 months. You're doing quite well then." "Hold on." They clinked glasses and drank. Chi Tong-Wei resumed, "Do you know why Luxai wanted me to claim there was a traitor in the Silverwing Alliance? She wanted me to suspect Wyke to burden me with guilt." Chen Yang thought a moment and added, "I'm in Angxing now, and she's on Yukio. Wouldn't the traitor be obvious?" He shook his head slowly. "It doesn't really concern me. I'm not Wyke. I'm merely facing the consequences. Good, you understand. Don't provoke that woman." Chi Tong-Wei set his glass down and sighed. "Luxai is on Yukio, where the network privileges are far higher. More frightening is that our understanding of Yukio is only the tip of the iceberg. Yukio inhabitants are nothing like Angxing's capitalists. They are unusually cohesive. By the way, she seems very attentive to your in-game behavior." Chen Yang guessed, perhaps because she cannot see my actions inside the game. "Wrong, brother." Chi Tong-Wei's tone grew grave. "Your terrestrial console was hacked. Every time you use the game's cache, it transmits to Yukio. What's in the cache? Reaction data of your game character. You can think of it as memory." "Damn." Chen Yang felt as if plunged into ice. Every hair on his arms rose. If Luxai monitored both reality and the game, she would surely discover that my apples and Xinjiang originate from Daikaio. My transcendent ability has been exposed. Yet Luxai has not issued threats. She merely maintains surveillance. What is she after? Is it, as it seems, merely safeguarding my network security and thus protecting my transcendent faculty? Chen Yang, already fatigued, felt his thoughts congeal into a fog and murmured, "This world truly holds no secrets." Chi Tong-Wei, seeing Chen Yang stupefied, threw an arm around his shoulder. "Brother Angxing keeps no secrets. Even the dead can be dredged up with tens of gigabytes of data. The crucial thing is to convert secrets into capability. Like the Haika Lianmen, their secrets are public. There is no mystery, but you still find yourself helpless against them." "Indeed." Chen Yang nodded slowly. I must go. In a week, I'll head to Angshicheng to look you up. Keep in touch. Chi Tongwei waved and moved toward the elevator. Chen Yang, suddenly remembering, called after him, you said the two things you hate most are being hacked, and what else? You still remember. As the elevator doors closed, Chi Tongwei left one final remark, being told by a woman that you're no good. Chen Yang crooked his mouth, but could not laugh. He brooded over the vexations Luxai caused, and left the entertainment center. Just outside the elevator, his phone rang with a Mogu Mogu ringtone. Caller Wang Jiejia. Hello. Hello, is this Chen Yang? I'm Wang Jiejia's classmate. The voice was not Jiejia's, but the roommate had seen in the canteen. Her tone was grave. We just finished art history in the lecture hall. Jiejia fell asleep, and we can't wake her. I understand. A chill crawled through Chen Yang. He felt no surprise at Jiejia's collapse. It had to be the work of the Heiko Lianming. He staggered from the entertainment center and sat on the steps. Only then did he fully comprehend that he lived in a cyberpunk world. Click. The data cable detached from the back of his head, and Chen Yang's body collapsed onto the bed. In the dim light, Xiao watched him, and with a faint pity in her voice asked, you immerse yourself in games because reality is unbearable, don't you? It makes no difference, both are governed by fools. Chen Yang blinked hard, and Xiao faded from Zudi's face. He curled beneath the covers. Drowsiness pulled him out of his body and down beneath the bed. He slept until noon the next day. After a full rest, his spirits were much improved. Last night's despondence had ebbed away with the dream in which Wike leapt into the sea. He rose chewing the sandwich Zudi had left, donned his auxiliary sensors and smart glasses, and his phantom girlfriend materialized at once. She sat at the bedside affectatiously wearing black stockings as if she had just awakened. You can contact Luxai, can't you? Of course. I am both your girlfriend and your secretary. Shall I place the call? Xiao stepped close and a phone icon appeared beside her. Yes. Chen Yang lifted the boxed milk and took a sip. Wait a moment. I think she is waiting for your call as well. Xiao straightened his collar. Though his clothes had not moved, a realistic friction stirred at the base of his throat. Could you kiss me? A voice sounded puzzled. Not you, I meant the phantom. Chen Yang hurried to explain. Seems rather fond of your ghostly girlfriend. Lux's tone was still brisk and imperious. What do you need? If it is a service beyond digital security, additional fees will apply. My game data falls under your protection, doesn't it? Chen Yang sighed. A character I purchased in Daikaiu has been infected. Your game data cannot inflict corporeal harm, it falls outside security. But it hurts me. Is heartbreak not a form of psychological harm? A mood regulator can treat that. Luxai added coldly, people still fall in love these days. How naive. Chen Yang tossed the empty wrapper into the trash and snapped, heartbreak is the product of emotional investment. You know nothing of it. Perhaps. But the character you purchased loses nothing, not a single bite. Your heartbreak is a loss on your own account. Lux's sarcasm cut deep. You might as well take comfort from the pleasures of your casual partner. Your remit as a security guardian extends rather far. Chen Yang thought this former lover surpassed Lu Yuyan in ferocity. Luxai fell silent for a moment before speaking. I know what happened. Heiko Lianming attacked Daikaiu Company's neural servers. Currently, Daikaiu Company's character servers have been infected by a narcolepsy virus. Don't expect even I to fix it, I doubt Daikaiu Company can manage it either. So I am powerless to help. Will the infected characters die? Chen Yang asked. I'm not that fluent in bland gauge. Luxai answered frankly, then after another pause continued, Heiko Lianming's goal is to force Daikaiu Company to cooperate. This illness probably won't kill directly, it will give them leverage for negotiation. If Daikaiu Company agrees to cooperate, will the illness be cured? Daikaiu Company will never capitulate. Luxai spoke with absolute certainty. When Chen Yang returned to school, Wang Jiejia was waiting for him downstairs by the lecture hall. Upon spotting Chen Yang, she waved her hand, and with an apologetic smile remarked, I'm fine, I just inexplicably fell asleep and made you worry, didn't I? I was incredibly worried. Chen Yang grasped Wang Jiejia's hand tightly. I have no classes this afternoon, we can practice dancing. Wang Jiejia was enthusiastic about the challenge video, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, I cannot embarrass myself this time, it's rare that the live broadcast is so good, right? Indeed, I will be with you the entire time. Why do you look like that? Are you about to cry? I just finished watching a sad movie, and I haven't quite adjusted my mood. Chen Yang felt a slight ache in his nose. Chi Tongwei had received news from an old colleague at the Earth Company that the sleep duration for characters infected with somnolence syndrome would gradually increase, leading to a complete slumber 7 days after falling ill, from which they would never awaken. In other words, Wang Jiejia had a maximum of 7 days left to live. The actual time frame would be even shorter. The Earth Company was preparing to roll back the servers, at which point millions of players would be forced to restart the game, abruptly ending their current progress. For Chen Yang, the vibrant campus and the brilliant afternoon sun could not dispel the oppressive feeling of impending doom. Wang Jiejia, filled with curiosity, asked, what movie did you watch? I want to see it tonight when I go back. It's a low-budget sci-fi film called Moon. I doubt it would interest you. Let's watch it together tonight. Wang Jiejia's expression shifted to one of shyness as she softly inquired, is it all right if I stay at your place tonight? Of course, from this moment on we shall always be together. Chen Yang forced a smile. How cheesy. Wang Jiejia gazed into Chen Yang's reddened eyes, uncertain of what was troubling him. Suddenly Chen Yang exclaimed, Jiejia, let's go to the amusement park. Now. Wang Jiejia was initially taken aback, but the mere mention of the amusement park ignited excitement on her face. Which girl could resist the allure of an amusement park? Let's embark on an impromptu adventure, Chen Yang chuckled, as he spoke, murmuring, though it's not quite a trip, it's close enough. That day Chen Yang took Wang Jiajia on a thrilling outing. 3 days later on Earth, the somnolence virus was spreading, continually increasing the sleep duration of game characters. Humanity's sleep time exceeded 12 hours, leading to social disintegration and paralysis. In response to player protests, the Earth Company adopted an indifferent stance. Capital always prioritizes profit, that is the sole concern. Not even the virtual lives within the Earth game would warrant a moment's hesitation, let alone the real lives in Angxing. As for the Hacker Alliance, players could not even raise their voices in protest. All forms of communication regarding the malicious attacks from the Hacker Alliance were utterly suppressed, rendering even encrypted circles powerless under the Hacker Alliance's technological dominance. Even offline discussions were betrayed by their own bodily constructs. Ultimately, all consequences would rest solely upon the players. That night, a warm yellow lamp illuminated the bedroom. Chen Yang inhaled the scent of Wang Jijia's shampoo, feeling time slip away swiftly. Wang Jijia gently stroked his hair, murmuring, "It's wonderful, every time I wake up you're right beside me. I promise you will see me when you wake. Then there's nothing to fear, as I know you will be waiting for me." As if recalling something, she patted Chen Yang lightly and inquired, "Do you remember a few mornings ago when you wanted me to see the scenery outside the fish tank? Do you want to see it?" Chen Yang raised his head and saw Wang Jijia nodding with glistening eyes. He got up to fetch his notebook sitting on the bed's edge with Wang Jijia and opened the mirrored galaxy system within. "These are the photos I took along with some videos." Chen Yang opened the album to show Wang Jijia the cyberpunk-inspired No. Street, including the Starlight Mall and the Earth Company Experience Store. "Wow, this is what you call the outside world. It's so beautiful. Only in appearance. Is this where you live?" Upon seeing Chen Yang's home, Wang Jijia's eyes widened in disbelief as she whispered, "You must have a tough life there. This house is not as good as ours. It's just a place to stay. In fact, I live quite easily." Chen Yang scrutinized Wang Jijia's expression, intrigued, as he asked, "Aren't you surprised by what I've told you?" He had shared details about the Earth game with her over the past few days. He hoped to comfort her by letting her know that life could restart, diminishing her fear of death. "It doesn't matter, we are merely fish in a fishbowl, right?" Wang Jijia glanced through Chen Yang's photos once more before closing the notebook and setting it aside. "Look here." She extended her right hand, bringing her thumb and index fingers together, while her little and ring fingers were also joined, leaving her middle finger standing alone. "What is this gesture?" Chen Yang was puzzled by her intentions. Wang Jijia leaned forward, positioning her hand towards the lamp, allowing the warm yellow light to filter through the gaps beside her middle finger, illuminating her face. She turned to Chen Yang and said, "This is my most charming moment. Quickly take a photo of me." Chen Yang felt somewhat bewildered. Wang Jijia's face was cast in shadows from her fingers, half dark and half illuminated, devoid of any beauty. He furrowed his brow, but took 2 pictures of her current pose. "Let me see." Wang Jijia took Chen Yang's phone, inspected the photos, then switched to video mode and shyly handed it back, saying, "Record tonight. In the Earth Players chat group, friends, we have a psychopathic killer in Yezekang. I know 26 have died in 5 days, and he arranged the corpses to form letters. What a freak. Isn't this mimicking the killer from Angxikang? Not just mimicking, he has surpassed it. Angxikang only managed to arrange the letter G. This one has constructed the entire English alphabet. I've heard the killer in Yezekang is extremely skilled, leaving no trace, utterly terrifying in silence. It must be that bastard from the moon. Isn't there any action from those killer organizations in the dark web? Are they hiding again? No one dares to confront the moon people. The emergence of the letter killer proves that the Silver Wing Alliance has become even more formidable. No one else dares to oppose the moon people. We're doomed. The game servers have shut down. I've spent over 2 years on this playthrough, finally reaching community director, and it's all for nothing. Damn that Hacker Alliance." "Agreed." Chen Yang silently typed 2 words and exited the Mystery Forest app. He removed his glasses and placed them on the wooden table. The scene projected from memory fragments depicted his rented room, with Wang Jia peacefully sleeping in his arms. "Will this make you feel any better?" Xiao Ye's voice emerged from behind, and as the fragrance drew closer, Chen Yang felt her fingers gently massaging his temples. "Unless you can massage my heart, it wouldn't help." Though Chen Yang was not despondent, he found it difficult to muster any interest in anything at the moment. Even the newly emerged psychotic killer in Yezekang failed to astonish him. Like the jokes on Douyin, once one goes viral, a slew of imitators follows. It seems the fools from the moon are equally unoriginal. He picked up memory fragments and saved the current scene, contemplating that this was Wang Jia's final memory, prompting a sigh. "What does heartbreak feel like?" Xiao Yu cautiously inquired. Chen Yang frowned as he headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, retorting to the ghost, "Are you asking, or is it Lucy?" "It's me, Xiao Yu." Xiao Yu's footsteps followed closely, and upon entering the kitchen, she deliberately mimicked the sound of scraping against the doorknob. In truth, her eyes, along with the camera of his glasses, remained on the wooden table, relying solely on her spatial memory of the room to simulate the sound of following Chen Yang into the kitchen. You as an AI wouldn't comprehend it. Despite saying this, Chen Yang strained to explain, "It's like someone forcibly exiting your memory. You feel reluctant, yet powerless. You can only have your soul pulled away, leading to a disjointed sensation between body and spirit. I see it's like a data bug caused by deleting erroneous code." "You're quite humorous. Oh, please refrain from joking next time. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Xiao Yu asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang replied, "Help me blow up the Hacker Alliance." Not reporting that statement to the Hacker Alliance is already the greatest assistance I can provide. Sooner or later. Munching on bread, Chen Yang spoke in a cold tone, I will personally obliterate the Hacker Alliance. Earth has always been Chen Yang's sanctuary. Now the poisoning by the Hacker Alliance has not only claimed Wang Jiajia's life, but has also brought the entire Earth to a standstill. This cannot be tolerated. He felt the need to remind himself, repeating, blow up the Hacker Alliance. I've searched through the digital network, and currently 80163 people have expressed the same sentiment. If you all unite, your success rate would increase by 80163 times. By your calculations, the common folk in Dark Star would have overthrown the capitalist oppression long ago. Chen Yang crumpled the empty milk carton, speaking with disdain. Your intelligence seems lacking. If contact the customer service for electronic perfume and request a refund. Please, I was just joking with you. Joking? Can't you see my expression? I am quite angry. Sorry, I can only see that filthy wall across the wooden table. Xiao Yu softly added, I wasn't joking this time. I can't take it anymore, my head hurts. Please be quiet for a moment. Chen Yang got dressed, tucked his smart glasses into his pocket, and knocked on Judith's door as he stepped outside. Are you awake? Judy, with a hairband in her mouth, was tying her long golden hair into a ponytail. Dressed in leather shoes and holding a bag, she said, I can go to the hospital by myself today. You should rest well. It's fine, as staying at home is just as troubling. Chen Yang donned his glasses and instructed, Xiao Yu, help me call a taxi to the nearest Zinshan hospital. Xiao Yu sulked, merely nodding in response. Oh, my sweet little neighbor is so considerate, haha. Judy wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck teasingly, saying, tonight, it'll help you relax and help you get through this heartbreak swiftly, okay? No way. Xiao Yu exclaimed out of jealousy. You can't do this, yet you won't let me help. Judy deliberately provoked the ghostly girlfriend, linking her arm with Chen Yang's as they descended the stairs. It was raining in Angshikang, the temperature plummeting to minus 20 degrees. As they stepped outside, they instinctively huddled together and simultaneously exclaimed, so cold. Xiao Yu lost her spatial simulation ability and could only cling to Judy. She whispered to Chen Yang, I've seen the photos and videos in your album. I can make you see her. As she spoke, Judith's face morphed into that of Wang Jiajia and Chen Yang's glasses. Stop messing around. Chen Yang felt displeased. He adjusted the transparency of the ghost girlfriend to O, preferring not to see her. I'm sorry. Xiao Yu murmured softly in Chen Yang's ear. Judy retrieved a mechanical device resembling a pacifier from her pocket, handing it to Chen Yang, saying, here's your emotional regulator back. When you're feeling down, select either emotion 72 or 85. It will help you easily navigate this painful time. No need, it's not that painful. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang still pocketed the emotional regulator, murmuring, I want to fully experience this feeling, for it proves that Wang Jia truly existed, that she lived. Moreover, this feeling will push me to move forward, with the goal of obliterating the Hacker Alliance. He thought to himself, if you start the game again, would you choose Wang Jiajia as your character? Judy asked. No, because she is already dead. For you, if she were to reappear, she would no longer be human, would she? Consider it my self-deception. Chen Yang forced a smile, gazing up at the overcast sky. He raised his right hand, mimicking Wang Jiajia's gesture of bringing thumb and index finger together, while folding the ring finger and pinky, leaving the middle finger standing alone. What does Wang Jiajia's gesture mean? W. Three-fingered alien. Lost in thought, Xiao Yu displayed a photo of Wang Jiajia from that time, presenting it in the lenses. Wang Jiajia's face was split by light and shadow. He recalled her saying this was her most enchanting moment. I truly detest riddlers. Binbi and Miyu watched as her brother displayed the AI composites. The images matched those of Jier, while uniquely lifelike, terrifying, nauseating. These are the three for BMZ. Do you want to generate other letters? Binbi and Wanzi reopened the AI command window and regarded his sister, testing her. Or would you like me to regenerate the same letters? Never mind. Binbi and Miyu shook her head slowly. Her eyes swept the room, but she did not see the game console. A terrible suspicion rose within her, yet, because the man before her was her brother, she refused to accept it. She suppressed the thought and murmured, I'm going to school. She turned and left his room. Watching her back, Binbi and Wanzi secretly exhaled and followed her out. He'll drive you to school. I can walk. What are you going to cut class? Wait while I fetch the car keys. No, really, it's unnecessary. Miyu snapped irritably. Unable to refuse his insistence, she departed sullenly. The dark star overhead had yielded to the morning sunlight filtered by solar panels. Miyu noticed a stack of wooden planks in the yard corner, 2 paint buckets, and a toolbox. When her brother reappeared, turning the keys, she asked, what are those for? I'm building a doghouse. Wanzi pushed up his glasses, his genteel face softened into a warm smile. A friend Zakita was driven out for misbehavior. I felt sorry for it and decided to take it in, otherwise it would become a stray. Mother forbade keeping dogs in the house. Miyu frowned. She preferred cats to dogs. Mother is gone. She's not returning to live here. One dog won't matter. Wanzi draped an arm around his sister's shoulder and led her out. My friend Zakita is very smart. You'll like it. I won't. Reluctantly, Miyu slid into the car. She yawned all the way. Her plan to see teacher Luxai had evaporated. Having not slept the night before, she collapsed onto her desk once in class. Jiajia. She heard someone call and realized she was not Wang Jiajia. The shout had been a classmate working through a math problem. She sighed and closed her eyes again. The boys stormed in like a pack of stray dogs, clustering and chattering around Jier Wallen's desk. Miyu wanted to cover her ears, yet was curious. They spoke. Jier, did you see the letters in Yezi Ching? Shut up. We said not to talk about this at school. I don't want my brother to scold me. Fine, my bad. Is it my turn to play tonight? I've already tried your girlfriend. I know. My brother won't be home, come over later. Tonight, he'll pick a loving couple to do it in person. Scum. Miyu snarled. She wished they would provoke her, so she could vent her frustrations perhaps by swinging a chair at them. But after she had beaten Jiro Walun until he bled, the boys now avoided her, like mice avoid a cat. When they heard her mutter, they fell silent, which only deepened her melancholy. She longed for a fight. Zinshin Yaiwan. In the late-night infusion ward, there were only 5 or 6 women, all participants in the Zinshin Jiwa, awaiting pregnancy. To keep warm, Chen Yang and Zudi lay close together. Zudi was watching a melodramatic romance, playing the lunar beauty torn between 2 handsome Angxing youths, murmuring, "Oh, this one is so perky, that one so steady, whom should I choose?" Chen Yang glanced at the screen and realized the film resembled an interactive game. Choices at key moments altered the plot. It was entertaining but paled beside the Daikyu, a dated form of diversion. The Daikyu servers were offline. Rumors said the company was restoring backups, others claimed they had found a narcolepsy-related exploit and were patching at the system level. In any case, Daikyu players risked losing their saves and would be forced into a new playthrough. Wearing his smart glasses, Chen Yang flipped through Angxing Bian Nianshi purchased from Moli, seeking historical context and inspiration. When Daikyu reopened, he would begin a third run, no longer content to merely trade between worlds. He intended to exploit advantages to change the status quo. He had discovered that in Angxing before the nuclear war era, unraveled scientists produced a transformative innovation, the mature ternary chip Yukio, a chip fabricated from a metal unique to Yukio. Although ternary computing had long been experimented with on Angxing, material scarcity and costs had prevented practical application. The Yukio chip resolved the hardware bottleneck. Ternary logic, more consonant with human thought, introduced a third option: uncertainty beyond simple yes and no. Digital life exploded, giving rise to Lanjing Xingming. The chip also raised computational ceilings, enabling neuronal simulation brain-machine interfaces, and neural data chips followed. Within a decade, Angxing entered a ternary era. By binary had vanished, there surviving only in nostalgic servers Daiki, binary emulation, the Huiju Fu. This might work, Chen Yang murmured, touching the Chuanon on his right arm. If the device could be converted to binary hardware retrograde, but secure, he could preserve safety without sacrificing performance. A message from Chi Tongwei appeared. Brother, I'm nearly at Ongshicheng, preparing to pick you up. Wike replied, I thought you'd arrive tomorrow. Chi Tongwei, it's on October. I'm already at your so-called tomorrow. Wike, fine, no need to be so precise. Come to my place. Glancing at Zudi's saline bag, which had just finished, the two tidied up and left Zinshin Yaiwan. Rain still fell. Zudi hugged herself, breath frosting. Once I'm in the Zinshin Yuan, I won't have to brave snow to work. What a relief. Chen Yang, with complex feelings for this peculiar neighbor, said sincerely, I hope they assign you a decent male companion. Doesn't matter, it's just a few moments, I can endure it, she replied. A taxi arrived. Zudi hurried Chen Yang inside, shivering. The cab rolled away after a thunderclap. Almost simultaneously, a hovercar glided past, silently tailing them. Chen Yang and Judy returned to their residence in the skyscraper. As they brushed the rain from their coats, they engaged in light-hearted conversation while ascending the stairs to the 8th floor. A figure stood before room. Good to see you again, Wei Ku. Chi Tongwei waved at Chen Yang, then turned in surprise towards Judy, who was beside Chen Yang, and quickly added, I can stay elsewhere tonight. I won't intrude upon you two. She is my neighbor. Chen Yang hadn't anticipated Chi Tongwei's early arrival. The hovercar's speed was indeed remarkable. Hello. Judy greeted warmly. Are you a friend of Wei Ku? I am Judy. Chi Tongwei scanned their faces, raised an eyebrow, and said, I am Chi Tongwei, a pleasure to meet you. Are those your belongings? Noticing the 4 sizable boxes Chi Tongwei had brought, Chen Yang approached the door and remarked, I didn't expect changing a gaming console to be so troublesome. I wouldn't dare to be negligent with your matters. As Chen Yang opened the door, Chi Tongwei carried the largest box inside. Chen Yang stacked 2 boxes together and followed suit, saying, Be careful, my floor is all antique. Crack. You're late, brother. You've already crushed a piece of my antique. Crack. 2 pieces. Don't worry, I'll compensate you. It'll help you both. Judy managed to stack the last 2 smaller boxes, straining to maneuver them into the room. Chen Yang turned to take Judy's box, saying, Don't overexert yourself. This is a crucial moment. You should rest now. Judy seized the opportunity to whisper, Who is he? He's the one I saved a week ago, the gaming console technician. Are you two staying over together tonight? Judy hinted by extending 2 fingers, rubbing them together, saying, Your bed is so small. Oh, don't let things get out of hand. Don't joke around. I'm going to sleep at your place tonight. Chen Yang chuckled as he gently pushed Judy out of the room. Once Chen Yang closed the door behind him, Judy took off her coat, shaking off the rainwater, and entered room. At the moment the door closed, she thought she glimpsed someone ascending the stairs. Click. She locked the door and removed her hair tie, preparing for a shower. Next door. As Chen Yang entered the bedroom, Chi Tongwei was unboxing the largest plastic container, pulling out an Earth gaming console identical to Chen Yang's, and placing it gently on the floor. I didn't realize you were entertaining your neighbor. Quite romantic indeed. Chi Tongwei jested. She's participating in the freshman program. Oh, we are friends. Close acquaintances, I understand. Chi Tongwei tossed his coat onto the sofa, revealing not the bionic arm installed at the freshman hospital, but a robust metallic arm devoid of skin covering. These mechanical arms were exceptionally stout, painted in black and red with sleek sensory lights that wrapped around them, like an enchantment, even more dazzling than Iron Man's armor. He proudly clenched his metal fist, raising his chin, and declared, Isn't it beautiful? This is the King Kong Heavy Fist GT5. Oh, and I've overclocked it. It's incredibly powerful. How much is that worth? Chen Yang indulged his desire to flaunt. Well, approximately. Chi-Tong Weiss words suddenly halted his electronic eye flickering with light, his expression freezing in shock. Chen Yang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a voice echoed in his ear, Wei Kujudi. The bionic being seized Chi-Tong Wei by the collar, delivering a brutal headbutt that struck his face with a resounding impact. Rising from the ground, he followed up with a kick, sending Chi-Tong Wei careening against the wall like a kicked ball. Chi-Tong Wei let out a grunt, gasping for breath. It's just a little skin off, not painful at all. The flesh on the bionic being's face disintegrated, revealing a completely metallic skull with a pair of electronic eyes glowing a cerulean light. As Chi-Tong Wei struggled to rise again, the mechanical limbs on his body emitted ominous creaking sounds, threatening to fall apart. He glanced at the bionic being's head, which showed no signs of injury, and was astonished to find that his own formidable punch had left a mark. How could this be? Face your fate, you. A group of technologically backward and insignificant lives are merely toys for our desires. The bionic being chuckled, muttering to itself, that line is utterly cool. As it bent to retrieve its weapon, Chi-Tong Wei's arms exploded with an overloading sound, brilliant light illuminating the entire room. Damn you. Chi-Tong Wei shot forward like a cannonball, colliding fiercely with the bionic being. The sounds of mechanical clashing and crushing filled the air. Amidst the sparks, the bionic being was sent flying through the glass window, plummeting from the 8th floor. Damn it. Chi-Tong Wei collapsed to the ground, his powerful arm twisted and deformed, the breath light extinguished. He panted heavily, stammering, "He won't die, we must escape, that's our only option." Chen Yang witnessed all this, clearly realizing the vast chasm between the dark star and the moon. Judah's feeble voice emerged from the shadows, tinged with tears. "My new life plan is ruined. I owe a lot of money. Don't save me. It would be worse to live like that, I beg you." This is not the time for that. Chen Yang turned back, already sprinting through the door. The pent-up fury ignited within him, and in that moment he felt capable of exceeding the speed of the second universe racing towards the moon. A shadow plummeted through the curtain of rain. Bang! The bionic being crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the surrounding tiles into pieces. It gazed up at the dark room on the 8th floor, its systems rebooting after a 3-second diagnostic, showing no signs of damage. While its body remained intact, it was undoubtedly a humiliating incident, one that would invite ridicule from its peers. Damn, it'll pull your bones out one by one and keep them in a jar. Haha, what a creative thought, I'm truly a genius. The bionic being chuckled as it stood upright, looking towards the 8th floor, speculating where those ants might flee. Suddenly the stairwell on the 8th floor lit up with sensor lights. Then the lights sped down through the 7th, 6th, 5th floors, rapidly reaching the 1st floor. Bang! The door burst open as a shadow dashed through the rain, drawing a straight line through the droplets and flashing a burst of white light. The bionic being had no time to evade. The sharp blade sliced through its electronic eye with a sound akin to shattering crystals. It hastily swung a punch, but in that moment felt a painful feedback at its neck. "Who are you?" it yelled in fury, wildly flailing its fists. The rainy night shattered around it like a kaleidoscope, the sound of the blade slicing through the air relentless. Crack! The sound of the blade embedding into metal ignited a primal urge to flee. Chen Yang ghosted around the bionic being, wielding the steel blade with fervent strikes, concentrating all his attacks on the neck, where the being's cables were most densely packed. 15, 16, 17, he silently counted the strikes. To maintain composure amidst the surging adrenaline, he braced himself against the fear of Vic springing forth from its head. 21. The steel blade finally penetrated the bionic being's neck, delivering a tactile feedback as it severed the cables. Bang! The bionic being fell like a marionette, its head rolling onto the ground. The sparks from its exposed metallic neck were quickly extinguished by the rain. Chen Yang took a deep breath, trembling from exhaustion, as the sound of rain softly filled his ears. "Tell me your name, I will seek vengeance." The bionic being's eyes flickered with their last glimmer. Chen Yang placed his foot upon the bionic being's head, grinding its face into the muddy water coldly, stating, "I am your father." The signal from the moon was interrupted. The bionic being's body ceased to function, lying lifeless on the ground like scrap metal. So this is the work of a Blade Runner. Chen Yang observed the damaged steel knife in his hand, finally understanding why Vic preferred cold weapons. The material of this knife must be rare. Using it as ammunition would yield low efficiency, making it far safer to wield it directly. As a call request popped up, he heard Chi-Tong Wei's jubilant voice say, "Brother, what you have underfoot is an authentic bionic model, worth nearly 10 million. Quickly gather it up." Is it really that valuable? Chen Yang lifted his gaze, peering through the rain, vaguely spotting Chi-Tong Wei leaning against the window. "This is something priceless, hurry up." As Chi-Tong Wei spoke, a floating vehicle worth 10 million glided slowly to a stop beside Chen Yang, popping open its trunk. "How is Judy?" Chen Yang inquired. "She's still alive. If you call the trauma team, her life will definitely be saved." "That's good." Chen Yang's left hand trembled violently, barely able to grip the knife. With his right hand, he tossed the bionic being's head into the trunk of the floating vehicle, then strained to drag its body, finally managing to shove it inside. White lights flashed overhead. The trauma response team from the New Life Hospital arrived. The white floating vehicle reached the 8th floor, and the medical personnel jumped through the broken window. "Idiot. Gil Valen kicked Matsui Masakazu in frustration, incredulous, as he asked, "You mean the gaming console's bionic being was killed by the Dark Star?" "Yes, yes. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the opponent's appearance. Is this some sort of ghost story?" Matsui Masakazu carefully placed the heavy gaming console down on the bed, scrutinizing Gil Valen's expression. "How much was that bionic being?" "I can compensate you." Seeing Gil Valen's darkened expression, he cautiously added, "If worst comes to worst, I can have my girlfriend entertain you twice more. I still have 2 pills. That kind of thing becomes tiresome after one use." Gil Valen rubbed his head in agitation, muttering, "Great, now they'll be scolded by my brother again. He explicitly forbids me from touching the gaming console." "How much was that bionic being?" Matsui Masakazu pressed. "That's irrelevant." Gil Valen snapped, reclining on the bed. "What matters is that my brother doesn't find out. If he learns I stole the console and lost it to the Dark Star, he'll mock me for life." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, glaring at Matsui Masakazu. "You're so pathetic if you can lose to the Dark Star. I easily handled 3 riot squads alone, and you got taken out by just one. With a knife? Supposedly I didn't see that person either. Useless." Gil Valen ignored Matsui Masakazu further, flipping open the laptop on his desk and connecting a data cable to the gaming console, declaring, "I must find out who this is. This vendetta must be avenged." The gaming console word to life. Gil Valen opened the visual record of the gaming console, only to see the initial video file vanish in an instant. Xinxiawan. Zhu lay in slumber upon her hospital bed, connected to numerous tubes, while the digits on the life monitor appeared relatively stable. Chen Yang expended Yuan, ultimately pulling her back from the precipice of death. Moreover, the moment Zhu entered the operating room, the Xinshin Jiwa Gongai Zizi forwarded her a contract to partake in the Xinshin plan, accompanied by a breach of contract bill amounting to Yuan. Chen Yang paid the entirety. There was no alternative. Without payment, the surgery would not proceed. Such is the logic of the world. In a single night, Chen Yang spent Yuan without a hint of regret, for Zhu was the one who brought warmth into his life. He dozed on the sofa in the ward, his mind a blank canvas, unwilling to entertain any thoughts. "Like, you must move soon." Lux's voice intruded upon his ears. Chen Yang anticipated this outcome. The lunar being controlling the bionic had already discovered his address and had seen his face. He could no longer reside in Angshicheng. "I have erased the visual data of the bionic. As of now, your identity remains concealed." "Really?" Chen Yang's eyes sparkled, and he promptly transferred Yuan to Lux's eyes, smiling as he remarked, "You are indeed invaluable. Consider yourself set for an entire year. Such jests are better left unspoken. Offending me brings no benefits." Lux's tone was cool. "All right then, I shall rely on you from now on." Chen Yang exhaled, relieved. Since Luxai chose not to lay everything bare, he would maintain their client relationship. "In any case, you must relocate swiftly. Who knows when a missile might fall from the sky? Do not say I did not warn you." "Any suggestions?" "Leave Angshicheng. There are too many traces of you here that I cannot entirely eliminate. I will establish a new identity for you. Your account balance will fluctuate in the short term. Do not be surprised." Dependable indeed. Who said I was not compensated for my services? Luxai yawned casually, stating, "I have worked through the night. I am off to sleep. Sweet dreams." Chen Yang offered his most heartfelt wishes. At that moment, Chi Tongwei entered the ward bearing the bruises of a bionic's blow, yet his expression radiated exuberance, a smile, even curving his lips. "You appear quite pleased." Noticing his exuberance, Chen Yang continued, "Is the Jingong Zonkin repaired?" "A minor matter after all. It is a top-tier specimen worth million, not easily damaged." Chi Tongwei deliberately flexed his arms. Though somewhat deformed, they remained functional. He grinned and leaned closer to Chen Yang, arching an eyebrow as he said, "Let us be frank. During my participation in the battle, did I not almost maintain full control over the lunar bionic, ultimately achieving victory? You have indeed mastered the art of subtlety." Chen Yang patted Chi Tongwei on the shoulder, sincerely stating, "My friend, your contribution was immense. Had it not been for the syringe you provided, Zhu would likely not have endured to this moment. I am truly grateful. One life, for another I consider my debt repaid." Chi Tongwei settled beside Chen Yang, gazing at Zhu upon the bed, saying, "The location of Angshicheng has been compromised. You should move to Qinyi Yuan and bring that woman along. I feel unsafe anywhere." A bitter sentiment of being adrift enveloped Chen Yang. Especially after the shutdown of the Earth server, he felt as though he had been cast out from his home. That is indeed the truth, yet there is another truth. As long as you possess wealth and power, you are safe anywhere, Chi Tongwei remarked. True enough. Chen Yang opened a map on his smart glasses, locating Qinyi Yuan, a city situated near the lunar garbage site. To the north of Qinyi Yuan lies a metropolis known as Jingjing. Is Jingjing a city directly governed by the United Government? Chen Yang noted the star moon insignia upon the city, the emblem of the United Government. Indeed, it is considered a safe haven, albeit one that requires the installation of a neural data chip and is under constant surveillance. There are many complications. I once resided there, then faded away. Chi Tongwei paused before adding, "By the way, the Earth Corporation is headquartered in Jingjing. Being neighbors with Earth is immensely enticing." For days later, the military green hover vehicle traversed the hazy mist, entering the lunar garbage site. Chen Yang gazed downward, observing the chaotic peaks of refuse where scavengers occasionally rummaged for fortune. He recalled the night he first arrived on Inxing, struggling for a mere yuan akin to a worm in the refuse. This inevitably led him to reflect existence is fraught with challenges. Chi Tongwei was startled awake by his own snoring. Rubbing his dry eyes, he stared blankly before stating up. Ahead lies Qinyi Yuan. It is unlike the industrial park of Angshicheng, where the security is rather poor, or one might say abysmal. However, it is as liberated as Night City, allowing you to indulge as you please. Upon finishing, he retrieved a bottle of eye drops from the vehicle's drawer, applying a few drops to his cybernetic eye while maintaining his posture, and inquired, how should we handle the bionic type? If you have reliable connection, sell it for profit. Keeping this bionic will eventually lead to trouble, Chen Yang replied. I have researched in the black market. This bionic type employs a metal skeleton known as gutai steel, one of the most robust metals on Inxing. Chi Tongwei uttered a cold snort and continued, the lunar beings merely modified the smelting technique, transforming it into the pinnacle of defense on Inxing. Should it be introduced into the black market, affluent clients would surely vie for it. Furthermore, the chip and battery of the bionic are authentic lunar technology. Were it not for the fear of chip tracking, I would have claimed it for myself. Then sell it promptly. Get your Jingong Zonkin repaired, as I require funds. Chen Yang was preparing for the third round of Earth, as the Earth server had now been reactivated. Chi Tongwei had also repaired his gaming console, allowing the use of custom mods, thereby enhancing the game's playability beyond mere trading. The thought of bringing his designs to fruition in reality made Chen Yang eager to delve into the game. An hour later, the hover vehicle entered Qinyi Yuan. Qinyi Yuan, a city newly constructed after the war, boasted an architectural style akin to Angshicheng, characterized by dense and towering skyscrapers. Upon entering, the hover vehicle resembled a beetle burrowing into a dark forest, vibrant neon lights and holographic projections blossoming beneath him like radiant flowers and mushrooms. In contrast to Angshicheng, Qinyi Yuan's advertisements prominently featured alluring young women and audacious idol groups, seductively enticing passersby. It is said that several small workshops crafting bionic dolls have taken root in Qinyi Yuan. Thus it has earned the moniker Xing Ouji Du. A mischievous smile suddenly graced Chi Tongwei's face as he leaned toward Chen Yang, saying, once we arrive in Qinyi Yuan, I shall take you to a bar. The ladies there. A glint flickered in his eyes, and he hastily shut his mouth, awkwardly stating, a bar is not a fitting place for you. Forget I mentioned it. I am not interested in bars. Chen Yang spoke, candidly, his thoughts lingering on the cybernetic affliction that plagued him, murmuring, I simply wonder if the fast food here is palatable. Upon entering Qinyi Yuan, Chen Yang downloaded a rental app from the municipal website, allowing him to select from vacant rooms across the city with a prepayment of in rent. At this moment, the hovering vehicle glided slowly above Qinyi Yuan. As they covered distance, the coordinates of available rooms refreshed continuously on the vehicle's window with rental prices and dimensions clearly marked. Why are you only choosing small places? Second brother can settle for a compact unit, but the eldest must indulge in a grand house, Chi Tongwei remarked as he showed Chen Yang 7 or 8 vacant apartments, all of which failed to meet his approval. I prefer living in a small space. It feels safer, Chen Yang replied, pointing towards a square skyscraper. Let's take a look at that 32 in floor 1. That luxurious, wild dog, single apartment. It's only 100 square meters, and the annual rent is 36000. It's not cost-effective at all, Chi Tongwei said, steering the hovering vehicle toward it. As they approached, he chuckled. That balcony with a parking space takes up 30 square meters. The usable area is less than 70 square meters. It's quite impractical. Do you understand? This is what we call understated luxury with depth, Chen Yang retorted, rolling his eyes. Just to clarify, it's a light luxury wild wolf single apartment, not wild dog. Pay closer attention. Close enough, Chi Tongwei said as he maneuvered the vehicle gracefully, bringing it to a smooth stop on the balcony. After stepping out, Chen Yang tapped on the floor-to-ceiling windows glass and muttered to himself, feels like bulletproof glass. Bang! With a deafening gunshot, a shell clanged on the ground. Indeed, it's bulletproof, Chi Tongwei said, retracting his firearm from his waist and wiping the impact mark from the glass, leaving no trace. He added, it must be rated level 3, quite impressive. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned. After composing himself, he said, could you notify me next time before you fire a weapon? Isn't it a bit reckless to shoot in public like this? Do you think we're playing Street Fighter with a countdown before a battle? Chi Tongwei shook his head and patted Chen Yang's shoulder. Remember, in Qinyi Yuan, survival comes first, enjoyment second, and legality is fourth. What about third? Depends on the situation. Understood, legality is the least important, Chen Yang conceded, scanning the QR code to open the balcony door. Upon entering, the room's lights illuminated instantly. The layout of the apartment was quite basic. Aside from the balcony, it comprised a bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, no living room. In the current environment of Dark Star, where familial ties had weakened, most residents were single, and there was rarely a scenario for hosting guests at home. Occasionally, when visitors did come, they were entertained in bed. Thus, this single apartment boasted an oversized double bed spacious enough to accommodate 3 people. Chen Yang was quite satisfied. Simple, clean, and devoid of surveillance cameras on the walls. Not bad. The digital network speed is rapid. There's a backup power supply. The purifier just had its filter replaced, and there aren't many flaws in the digital locks. As a local of Dark Star, Chi Tongwei's inspection was far more thorough than Chen Yang's. He pulled out a data cable embedded in the wall and expressed surprise. There's even a dedicated line for the neural network. No wonder the apartment is so small. The cost has all gone into this. I'll consult my security advisor. Chen Yang thought it prudent not to waste the money given to Lucy, promptly messaging his former associate whom he had never met. I want to rent this apartment. Is it safe? Lucy, what does it have to do with me? Lucy, if there's an issue, I'll alert you. Stop bothering me. Has this woman got her period? Chen Yang grumbled in annoyance. He continued to inspect the apartment, confirming water, electricity, and internet functionality before scanning the barcodes in the room, signing the agreement, and making payment. Chen Yang officially moved into the light luxury wild dog single apartment. The two proceeded to unload items from the hovering vehicle, primarily Chen Yang's Earth game console, along with 3 unsold aquariums memory shards and a steel dagger from Lunar Technology. Once you sell that android, you should buy a hovering car. It'll be much more convenient. Chi Tongwei connected the 2 game consoles to power, then introduced you now possess 2 hardware systems of the same kind. They operate in parallel. You can regard one as the main world and the other as an alternate world. Your original game console represents the primary reality, while the one I gifted you serves as the secondary realm. Both worlds operate in unison. The only distinction is that you play in the primary world. Meanwhile, the inspection data and upgrade protocols from Earth Company traverse the secondary realm, allowing you to use your self-made mods without worry. He proudly patted the game console, continuing, "This is the safest solution. Even among Earth Company employees, few can replicate this." "Awesome, I can hardly wait." Chen Yang rubbed his hands together, dragging the console towards the bedside. "Why the rush? Come on, let's grab a bite," Chi Tongwei urged, pulling Chen Yang's arm as they headed out, deliberately raising his voice. "I guarantee a green zone. One without women." Min. Lucy lay back in a bamboo rocking chair, gently scratching the chin of a calico cat. The cat lay blissfully on its back, eyes squinted, emitting a soft purring sound. It was Saturday, and she wore a simple white dress, leisurely relaxing in her cyborg apartment. Her home was minimally decorated, featuring natural wood furniture and a few potted plants with no other embellishments. Bimbi and Miyu sat at the computer desk, her slender fingers gliding over the touchpad, eyes glued to the code on the screen, occasionally sneaking glances at teacher Lucy. Though Lucy appeared to be in her 30s, she exuded a retired demeanor, radiating a sense of tranquility typical of the elderly. "You've been stealing glances at me, haven't you? Just say what you want." Lucy turned her head towards Bimbi and Miyu, slightly furrowing her brow. "Is it about the Valen family's game console?" "Uh-huh." In truth, Bimbi and Miyu hadn't intended to inquire about that, but since Lucy brought it up, her curiosity got the better of her. "Is that type of game console very common? Do many families have one?" "I can't say for certain, but there are at least 100 units out there." Lucy gazed at Bimbi and Miyu with her light green eyes, smiling as she asked, "What's this? Are you interested in playing?" "I'm just curious about what it does." Bimbi and Miyu felt as though Lucy's gaze pierced through her facade, so she straightforwardly asked, "Do you have one at home, teacher?" "Indeed, and it's brand new." Lucy suddenly adopted a playful expression, teasingly adding, "But I won't lend it to you. Would that upset you?" "Not at all." Bimbi and Miyu pouted. After pondering for a moment, she stepped away from the computer desk and moved closer to Lucy, whispering, "Teacher, you must have the script for my Ultra Dream device, right?" "Of course," Lucy replied candidly. Bimbi and Miyu licked her lips, tentatively asking, "Then have you experienced the storyline of Wang Jiajia? What about her plot?" Lucy's eyes widened, her expression indicating she wasn't feigning ignorance. Bimbi and Miyu sensed that Lucy had never read Wang Jijia's script, so she straightforwardly declared she died from hypersomnia. I'm particularly heartbroken." Though days had passed, her eyes still glistened with tears, her voice trembling as she expressed, "I've been emotionally copied. It's been quite uncomfortable these past few days. I miss her." And Chen Yang, "Have you also experienced heartbreak?" Lucy attempted to take Bimbi and Miyu's hand, her emotions a mix of complexity. "Teacher, please don't watch that storyline. It's truly heartbreaking. I couldn't recover for days." After Bimbi and Miyu spoke, she finally broke into tears, large droplets cascading onto the floor. "All right, consider this part of the Ultra Dream device's after-sales service." Lucy discarded the cat and stood up to embrace Bimbi and Miyu, gently patting her back. "Don't cry. I'll make sure you get a chance to play that game console." After Luxai enfolded Bimbi and Miyu, she broke into even more violent sobs. She wept for a long time before rubbing her eyes and saying, "It's not that I particularly want to play those arcade machines. To tell the truth, I'm a little afraid. I only wanted to comfort Chen Yang, but there's nothing I can do. He hasn't logged on for days. I'm worried." As for him, Luxai wore a contemptuous expression and replied acidly, "You needn't trouble yourself over that sort of man. A breakup is merely an excuse for them to chase other women. He could very well be umph. In any case, no matter how heartbroken you are now, you're losing out. Take my advice, find a boy nearby, and let one affection supplant another. It's the quickest cure. Really." Bimbi and Miyu steadied herself and frowned. "But the boys around me are scoundrels, not worth even one finger of Chen Yang." "Which finger?" Luxai teased. Teacher Miyu flushed scarlet and darted back to the computer desk, covering her face and pretending to read code. Lux's smile was complicated. A message appeared. "Walangia's player was killed. Was that you?" Irritated, Luxai frowned. Seeing Miyu glance over with curiosity, she rose as if nothing were amiss, leaned against the refrigerator in the kitchen, and typed, "Not my business. Don't contact me again." Another message followed. "We need your help. I left the organization after Uni Lianmeng disbanded. Don't disturb my peaceful life." "Is the moon really that good?" Luxai considered the question for a moment and answered, "At least the moon has a future. It will not become someone else's plaything." She reiterated, "I hate being someone else's plaything." A few seconds later, the other party replied, then asked one last question. "I'll ask you one final thing. Tell me the truth if you promise never to bother me again. Where's Wyke?" Lux's nostrils flared. She pressed her hand to her eyes and answered, "He is dead." She opened the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of watermelon juice, returned to the study, set one on Bimbi and Miyu's desk, raised the other to her lips, and said for the lovelorn little beauty. "Thank you, teacher me," murmured, pressing the chilled glass bottle against her swollen eyes. Puzzled, she asked, "Teacher, have you really never watched Wang Jijia's storyline?" "No, I don't watch other people's super dreams," Luxai replied indifferently. "But don't you often edit other people's super dreams? Surely you must have watched some." Miyu persisted. "I edit bespoke scripts. They aren't the same format as the caches on the Daikaiyu console." Luxai offered a helpless smile. "Besides, I have no interest in other people's lives." Chen Yang ate a hearty synthesized meal and was forced to down a bottle of counterfeit liquor. He vowed never again to dine with Chi Tongwei, that drunken brute whose reckless driving had nearly killed him. Cursing, he staggered to the bathroom, forced himself to expel the trash he had swallowed, took a quick shower, and collapsed into bed, the world tilting as if Angxing's rotation had accelerated. "Zudi requests a call." Xiaowu's voice whispered in his ear. Before Chen could reply, Zudi's frail voice came through. "Where are you? Have you left Angshicheng?" She sounded weak. Chen straightened and asked after her condition. "I'm all right. The doctor says it will be a month before I can be discharged." "I'm so sorry you spent so much on me. How can I ever repay you?" Zudi sobbed. "Money can be earned back. Recover first. They'll have something for you to handle later," Chen reassured her. "They'll do whatever you ask," she replied. After a few more soothing words, Chen unplugged the auxiliary sensor from the back of his head and connected the Daikaiyu console. The login interface flashed a system announcement. "Due to character service upgrades, your current game progress has been forcibly terminated. As compensation, the system refunded for the paid character Wang Jijia and granted an additional Daikaiyu coins for use in the new game." The sight of Wang Jijia's name made Chen's throat ache. He did not want that, but the system offered no option to refuse. He opened the Purchase Female Character tab and scanned dozens of avatars. He lingered over Wang Jijia for a few seconds, then selected a woman named Yang Dong. Her portrait showed heavy-lidded eyes and casually arranged long black hair. The full-body image revealed a curvaceous figure about meters tall, favoring hoodies and black denim shorts. Her slightly plump long legs were sheathed in thick black stockings, an undeniably alluring combination. Yang Dong, a prodigious programmer who loves games. Price valid for this playthrough. Strategy hints: increasing game luck quickly deepens rapport. Purchasing C proficiency to burnout conquers her intellectually. Maintaining stamina is the key to winning her body. As expected, Yang Dong ranked among the top Peitoan female characters. Game luck cost, C proficiency, stamina. To woo her would demand at least. It was unavoidable. She was a pivotal character for the third run. Still, Chen could omit the clan gauge purchase. After all, he intended to bring a new programming language to which would astonish her enough. After accounting for Wang Jijia's refunded sum, Chen actually paid only. Even so, his account balance dwindled to 4 figures. He silently hoped the lunar android would sell soon. He entered the game. "Insayeo, if you want to break up, break up. Don't expect me to beg," Sun Gus snapped, before hanging up and cursing. In the dorm, another wealthy heir fussed with his girlfriend, discussing cohabitation. The government official's heir hadn't stayed the previous night. Each game start presented slightly different character events. The familiar scent of the bedding dulled Chen's nostalgia for campus life. Today was still September. He thought of the company's compensation and checked his mobile bank yuan. It was hardly cause for celebration. His phone rang. The caller ID read Debeobei. He grimaced at the name, but answered in an exaggeratedly affectionate tone. "Hello, is this my dearest Debeobei? Are you disgusting, or what?" Lu Yian's voice was dismissive and impatient. "Chen Yang, let's break up. A stock scene." Chen adjusted his tone theatrically. "What? How sudden? What did I do wrong? What did I do? What did I do?" Lu Yian had no answer. "Fine. You're the most annoying in my little pond. Break up, it is sick of you." She hung up. Chen smiled with satisfaction. Chen Yang did not engage in any further entanglements with Lu Yian and promptly blocked her. Upon rising, he made his way to a property agency near the school to rent the apartment in Hangtian Xinyuan. Due to the slightly altered game beginning in this iteration, Lu Yian had yet to form an alliance with Wang Kai, and the bespectacled gentleman had not come to view the apartment, making the rental process remarkably smooth. After acquiring the key, he proceeded to the Huaniao Yuchong market, where he purchased an aquarium along with 100 Kinjian fish before taking a taxi back. The day flew by in a flurry of activity. As for the paid character he had acquired, Yang Dong, he had yet to seek it out, believing that fortune or money would eventually align with him. He was eager to experiment with his homemade mod. With a click, Chen Yang unplugged the data cable, feeling dizzy and nauseated. This was not solely due to the side effects of using the brain-machine interface, but primarily because of the hangover from the inferior liquor consumed at Chi Tong Weiss gathering, which lingered even after 6 hours. He lay on his bed, silently observing the swaying room around him. The decor of this luxury Wild Wolf apartment was quite exquisite, with deep gray walls complemented by hidden lighting, creating a rich ambience. Though situated on the 32nd floor, holographic advertisements cast their light into the room, painting the interior furnishings in shades of pink and orange. Inside, a desk made of synthetic materials stood, lacking the elegance of the old wooden desk from Angshi City. Chen Yang donned his glasses, settled into his chair, and accessed the Galaxy system of the sensor type, commencing the editing of the software installed by Chi Tongwei. This software allowed access to the database of the Earth gaming console, enabling him to substitute his custom BM model for its counterparts. At present, he opened the form for player Chen Yang, which encompassed 3 main options: character model, all items, and pets. Among these, character model represented Chen Yang's own form. A skilled BM expert like Chi Tongwei could effortlessly use Wang Kai, a wealthy second-generation character, to create a handsome model and replace it, fashioning a deluxe, enhanced version of Kai Go. The all items section included various clothing, digital products, and other possessions encompassing everything he owned. The pets category comprised living beings belonging to the character. For instance, Chen Yang's pet form featured 100 entries representing those Kinjian fish. The categories listed in his form were fish, main category Kinjian, subcategory Kinjian variety. On his journey to Qinyi, Yuan Chen Yang crafted a model of a Kinjian. This model bore no distinct appearance from a regular Kinjian save for one unique detail: its dorsal fin was fashioned from the little lantern material of an anglerfish. He opened one entry and imported his custom Kinjian model. After saving the database form, Chen Yang returned to the game Awakening in the Hengtian Xinyuan apartment. He hastily entered the study where he saw a Kinjian with a luminescent dorsal fin swimming leisurely in the aquarium atop the cabinet, followed by a few fanatics who curiously observed its uniqueness. Success. This mutant fish would surely fetch a high price on both Earth and Dark Star. However, casting it into Dark Star would be akin to self-destruction. Selling it on Earth would also prove troublesome, likely attracting the attention of the Earth companies. Chi Tongwei had repeatedly cautioned him the fundamental rule of modifying the game is to not disrupt the capitalist structure. Homemade mods could enhance oneself and one's partner, adding a touch of fantasy to life, but they must not impede the profits of Earth companies. Players' incomes on Earth are dynamically regulated. For a player of Chen Yang's humble background, soaring to great heights or plummeting into despair is an exceedingly perilous proposition. Thus, using homemade mods must be done discreetly. Moreover, whether on Earth or Dark Star, money is but a number, and there is no need to take unnecessary risks. Changing the skin of a model is merely a straightforward operation. Theoretically, homemade mods could modify subcategories, allowing for the re-dyeing of the Kinjian variety under the foundational rules of fish. For instance, one could grant the Kinjian teeth or alter its behavior, creating a new subcategory. However, such alterations exceed the capabilities of BM language. Other programming languages would need to be learned. First, I must arm myself. Chen Yang thought, aware that the anomaly from the moon would not relent easily should they cross paths again. He must be prepared. This golden finger must be put to practical use. Chen Yang did not sleep soundly in his new abode. Fortunately, he had regained consciousness from his drunken stupor, and the pure cotton bedding provided him ample warmth. It was merely lacking the presence of a woman. He dared not linger in bed, rising early to eat and exercise. Reflecting on his battle with the bioroid, he recognized that Vic's body was exceedingly frail. Recalling that rainy night, he realized that after delivering 10 strikes, his physical abilities had noticeably diminished. Had Vic himself been in peak condition, the battle would not have dragged on for 21 strikes. He contemplated inquiring of Lucy, though he suspected she would not respond, seemingly intent on maintaining a distance from him and refraining from mentioning the Silver Wing Alliance. Chen Yang resolved to try his luck. After all, little you sometimes equated to Lucy. Little you, how many strikes did I need to take down a bioroid type for? How would I know? Little you mumbled through the auxiliary sensor, and after approximately 5 seconds, she continued, I guess if it were Vic from the Silver Wing Alliance, it could be resolved within 5 strikes. Within 5 strikes? I'm dizzy. Chen Yang covered his face, regretting the inquiry. He had thought himself quite skilled, only to feel utterly embarrassed. Nevertheless, little you had emphasized Vic from the Silver Wing Alliance, hinting that Lucy did not regard him as Vic. Regarding Lucy, Chen Yang was uncertain of her understanding of his abilities and his golden finger. Lucy had not explicitly stated anything, and her attitude was quite nuanced. She seemed to observe him in the aquarium, appearing indifferent and caring little, yet unwilling to let him perish. What a peculiar relationship. Chen Yang drew the curtains, removed the auxiliary sensor from the back of his head, and tucked it along with his glasses beneath his pillow. Regardless of her knowledge, he must remain vigilant. He retrieved a large plastic box from the wardrobe filled with items he had brought from Angshi City. Setting up a memory fragment projector on the table, he projected the notebook housing the Galaxy system and the Huawei P reclaiming the light particles to Earth. Lastly, he extracted Vic's knife. It could destroy the titanium steel dubbed the Dark Star's defensive ceiling within 5 strikes, indicating its superior hardness, far surpassing Dark Star materials. Chen Yang meticulously examined the blade, discovering several notches with a minute crack hidden within. This knife would not last long. It would be best to forge another. Gradually, he retrieved a tape measure, carbon pen, and notebook from Earth, measuring dimensions before recreating the model in the BM software, as solid items like knives are quite straightforward to script. He completed the shape in just half an hour. The challenge lay in the material. The hardest metal in the BM software's material library was titanium steel, with no materials related to the moon. I remember discussions about the material library in the mysterious forest. Chen Yang could not recall the specifics. At that moment, a message from Chi Tongwei arrived. Bioroid type 4 has found a buyer. Let's go take a look. A prominent figure reached out to me, expressing interest in acquiring your bionic type. Let us meet in person to discuss this matter. Chi Tongwei's tone was imbued with excitement, as he added, this is a significant player in the dark web, and the sale could yield at least 10 million. You, my friend, are on the brink of prosperity. A significant player indeed. Chen Yang replied with a hint of jest, isn't there a risk in meeting? What if they decide to detain us? It's not a conventional meeting. We will converse within the dark web. Chi Tongwei paused for a moment, then laughed. I just recalled that you are not a native of Angxing. My friend, your understanding of cyberspace seems to be limited to the Earth game. Pretty much. Over the past 2 months, Chen Yang had primarily oscillated between Angxing and Earth, occasionally visiting Th Street in Angxi City or accompanying Judy to the newborn hospital without venturing to other locales. His interactions had diminished significantly. The term dark web was frequent in conversation, yet he had never logged in. Alright, today, I shall broaden your horizons. Connect your home's neural network line to the brain-machine interface, and I will guide you into the dark web, Chi Tongwei instructed. Is that line safe? Chen Yang inquired. It is 1,000 times more secure than the digital network. Come now. Just a moment. Chen Yang removed his smart glasses, extracted the neural network line from the wall, and directed it to the back of his head. As a tingling sensation coursed through him, text began to materialize before his eyes despite the absence of projected lenses, verifying and activating. Victor Citizen IDVIK, greetings, welcome to the neural network. Initializing services for you. Soon a series of surreal icons appeared in his vision, including the Earth game. Beyond Earth, he discovered neural network versions of World of Warcraft and League of Legends. While these games are also available, Chen Yang felt as though he had missed a monumental opportunity. Your friend Chi Tongwei has shared the dark web application with you. Would you like to install it? Install. Installation complete. Your friend Chi Tongwei invites you to enter the dark web. Enter. No sooner had Chen Yang uttered the word than the world around him plunged into darkness, and he lost all sensation. It felt akin to stepping onto Earth. Chen Yang found himself on a brightly lit street where the buildings and roads shimmered in gold, dazzling to the eye. He gazed down the thoroughfare and noticed a steep incline ahead, rising dramatically until it reached the heavens. It became apparent that the dark web was a circular realm resembling a golden ring. The majority of pedestrians were indistinguishable from one another, including Chen Yang, all bearing a dark purple skin tone adorned with golden textures, a peculiar human variant. Young man, do you need an outlet for your frustrations? An alluring woman approached the newly logged-in Chen Yang, her hand brushing against his chest as she purred, regardless of gender, be it man, woman, bionic, or hybrid. We offer the finest experiences. Without waiting for Chen Yang to respond, she slipped a business card for the Rose Pistol Club into his pocket and sauntered away. Rose Pistol Club added to your dark web contacts. Rest assured, Lucy cannot monitor us here. A figure clad in red armor akin to Iron Man approached Chen Yang. His voice had a metallic resonance, making it impossible to discern it was Chi Tongwei. Is there skin in the dark web? Of course. Do you think modelers only work for Earth companies? Chi Tongwei chuckled. He flicked a card at Chen Yang, adding, in cyberspace, modelers hold significant value. You should learn the BM language well. Damn it. Chen Yang suddenly noticed his chest had taken on a new prominence. It turned out that Chi Tongwei had equipped him with the Wonder Woman skin, endowing him with voluptuous curves that rendered even his second brother insignificant. Rest assured, the sensory system in the dark web is not as refined as that of Earth. After all, it is merely a trading platform. Chi Tongwei wrapped an arm around Chen Yang's shoulders as they walked, explaining, here anonymity is paramount, do not concern yourself with appearances. Is that so? I feel as though you are fixated on my chest. That is merely your delusion. Nonsense, change me to Captain America, or Falcon will suffice. Sorry, I only have Wonder Woman and Scarlet Witch, how about? Forget it, let's stick with Wonder Woman. Chen Yang touched his chest, discovering that it indeed felt quite ordinary. The dark web's sensory system was less realistic than that of Earth, incapable of delivering such experiences. They traversed to the opposite end of the world, entering a building named Earth Dragon Mall. Along the way, Chen Yang observed a plethora of gruesome and risque shops where 18 items were openly sold. Among them were assassins and information brokers lurking at the roadside. Chi Tongwei explained that they were all NPCs, including the woman who had sent Chen Yang suggestive advertisements. They were intelligent services provided by the dark web to businesses. Who established this dark web? Wonder Woman queried. No one knows. Suffice it to say, this is a place beyond the jurisdiction of the United Government and impervious to hacker alliances. Do not dwell on these trivialities. Let us first secure a good price for the bionic type. Chi Tongwei led Chen Yang to the 5th floor of Earth Dragon Mall, approaching a shop named Neural Transfer Station. He whispered, the individual we are meeting is named Hawkins. He is a well-known intermediary in the dark web with an extensive network and a solid reputation. So he isn't the true buyer of the bionic type? Certainly not. A buyer would not easily reveal themselves, even within the dark web. Understood. Chen Yang was gaining insight. The Neural Transfer Station shop displayed no merchandise, merely several potted plants and 2 facing sofas. Between them sat a coffee table topped with a golden item resembling a teapot. As they entered the shop, the teapot expelled a wisp of ethereal white smoke from which emerged a man clad in a white suit, a white turban adorning his head, and his skin a dark golden hue. Aladdin's lamp indeed. Chen Yang chuckled involuntarily. Indeed, beautiful lady. I am Hawkins, your best friend in making money. After Hawkins spoke, he turned to Iron Man and smiled, saying, I noticed your post on the bulletin board. I am sure many have reached out to you. However, I assure you their offers cannot match mine. After all, my name Hawkins is built on wealth. Hearing is one thing, let me see for myself, Chi Tongwei replied, tossing a shadow that morphed into a projection of the bionic individual. He continued, the bionic type with the titanium alloy skeleton is in pristine condition aside from the severed cables at the neck. The chip in its head and the internal battery are intact. He paused before asserting 15 million is the highest offer I have received. Hawkins appeared skeptical, raising an eyebrow. If someone had truly made such an offer, you would have sold it already. He knelt beside the bionic figure, inspecting the cut on its neck, muttering to himself, women, they simply love to lie. Chen Yang disconnected the neural network dedicated line. Due to prolonged online time, the brain-computer interface noticeably overheated, inducing a sense of dizziness akin to cerebral hypoxia. Evidently, the neural network dedicated line has its drawbacks. Throughout the afternoon, he sequentially experienced the neural network versions of World of Warcraft and League of Legends. Though entertaining, their neural sensing technology pales in comparison to Earth, appearing quite rudimentary. After several attempts, Chen Yang was unable to transfer any items from these two games into reality. Chen Yang speculated perhaps it is because I, Chen Yang, do not belong to those two worlds. Even in Earth, I can only bring my own possessions, which seems to be related to database permissions. However, bringing items from World of Warcraft would be futile. For instance, a staff in reality Dark Star lacks magic, thus, it would merely be a finely crafted figurine. His unique ability allows only the transportation of items, unable to carry substances that do not exist in reality, much less alter the rules of the world. It seems the only way forward is to proceed cautiously and according to plan. First, he must address the issue of digital security. Much like the dimensionality reduction strikes in the three-body problem, sometimes, to ensure personal safety, one may opt for a proactive reduction in dimensionality. The chips and computer programs of Dark Star operate on a ternary system. Although not precise, reverting certain devices to binary could serve as a form of dimensionality reduction defense. For instance, he could easily switch to a binary right arm, thus achieving a fully offline status safe from hacker control. Chen Yang messaged the little girl selling software, Molly Wei. Could you sell software for the nervous language? Molly: nervous? I believe I've seen it mentioned in the overview of B language. Molly: binary. Are you engaging in retro trends? Weiku: indeed, I came across it in Chronicles of Dark Star. It's the binary neural sensing language, a precursor to B language. Molly: such antiques can only be stored on pre-war old devices. Weiku: will send you 10 pounds of apples. Molly: in fact, finding old binary devices is tougher than acquiring that software. Weiku: 20 pounds of apples, I will cover all expenses. Molly: please provide me with your shipping address. 3 days later, Chen Yang received a parcel from Molly. The package was small, containing only a thumb-sized USB drive. The familiar USB port evoked warm nostalgia in Chen Yang. He tossed his smart glasses and auxiliary sensors into the blanket, summoned Earth's matebook in the bathroom, and plugged in the USB drive. Inside the USB, besides the nervous installation package, were numerous related tutorials, engineering cases, and technical documents. Truly a meticulous girl, Chen Yang mused. He resolved to send Molly more apples to express his gratitude. Instead of hastily copying the files, he opened the technical documents of the engineering cases to take a look. The USB contained 2 complete engineering files, each corresponding to the applications of Nervous before the birth of the lunar chip during the binary era of Dark Star. One pertained to the neural sensing model for prosthetics. The other focused on the neural docking technology for controlling remote robots, facilitating lunar operations. Goodness! Chen Yang felt he had struck gold. These engineering cases were far more valuable than the software itself, saving him a considerable amount in learning costs. The only challenge was the hardware issue. Given that the game Earth commenced into the computers of that era were nearly incapable of running the Nervous program. Merely copying the contents of the USB drive would fill up the storage space of his matebook. No matter, I can build a laptop. Chen Yang smiled slightly. The BM software not only included a material library, but also a resource library preloaded with numerous devices and modules. For example, the multi-legged balance control module used in creating the robotic cat could operate in the Earth world. Earth had once been a testing ground for scientists, so these computational tools were undoubtedly plentiful. Let's get started. Chen Yang retrieved the matebook and entered the game. On a sunny afternoon, at the Coastal University Library, Chen Yang found a seat away from the glass windows. This spot lacked reflections, making it ideal for laptop work. Holding a moose-antlered oat latte, he took a sip, relishing the serene pleasure of being sober amidst the inebriated in the drowsy library. Today marked the 3rd day of the 3rd round in Earth. Without any disturbances, none of Liu Yuyan, Wang Kai, or Zhao Zhimeng emerged to steal the spotlight, which was quite agreeable. Chen Yang opened his matebook, accessed the image of the sensor Type 3 Galaxy system, and began editing the BM model. His task was straightforward: to change the casing of the simulated 2050 laptop in the BM resource library for convenient use in Earth. The simulated 2050 referred to the last batch of binary computers from. Due to its mature technology and craftsmanship, its computational speed was comparable to that of the first batch of ternary computers, easily running the Nervous software. Chen Yang modified its casing to resemble the matebook, though he altered the Huawei insignia to read Hello World. While he could not use the emulator for visualization, he could roughly imagine its appearance. Like a counterfeit. As Chen Yang immersed himself in the model creation, a girl walked by her, passing, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. She stepped back 2 paces, standing beside Chen Yang, bending down to take a closer look. Chen Yang noticed a cascade of black hair falling beside him and glanced up to find a girl with nearly bare skin intently staring at his screen. Yang Dong. He almost forgot about this paid character. Given their proximity, Chen Yang could clearly see a small mole on the tip of Yang Dong's nose and her rounded chin. Her attire was casual, adorned with a cultural t-shirt emblazoned with the World of Warcraft horde emblem, complemented by black denim shorts and a pair of pale legs clad in white Crocs. In contrast to the refined Wang Jia, this science student emanated a more imposing presence. What language are you writing in? She clutched a stack of books, focusing intently on Chen Yang's code. Brain nerves model abbreviated as BM language. Chen Yang replied, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her fair ears and neck. Though her ears bore holes, she wore no jewelry, and her neck was impeccably clean. BM. I've never heard of it. Yang Dong turned to face Chen Yang. Although he had a pleasant appearance and had garnered some goodwill, she quickly returned her attention to the screen, muttering, "Are you pulling my leg? This is all jumbled. What is it used for?" "To create models for brain nerves." Chen Yang spoke candidly. "Is that so?" Yang Dong straightened up, her movement noticeable. She gestured toward the empty seat to Chen Yang's right. "Is anyone sitting there?" "No one." Chen Yang promptly moved his coffee cup to the left and shifted his chair over. "Thank you." Yang Dong placed her stack of reference books on the table, then removed her backpack, retrieving a laptop identical to Chen Yang's. As she powered it on, she donned red-framed glasses and wireless earbuds. She also took out her phone notepad and carbon pen, neatly arranging them beside her. In the character design of Earth, Yang Dong was depicted as a genius science student, dedicated and diligent in her studies. Chen Yang felt he should not be distracted by minor temptations and ought to refocus on his studies. Thus, he steadied his mind and continued typing code, occasionally glancing at Yang Dong's laptop screen. She was launching the World of Warcraft client. Dark Web Software City, second floor. The skeletal figure of Chen Yang beheld the complete version of BM software. The proprietor of this stall, a rabbit-headed figure clad in a gray tracksuit, sensed Chen Yang's intent to purchase and hurried over to inquire. "Welcome, esteemed customer, who has successfully shed some weight to the BM software showcase. I believe you will find the treasures you seek here, whether it be cracked versions of BM software, material libraries, texture libraries, or custom models. I can provide the finest services." The rabbit-headed man flashed a toothy grin, continuing, "Though I am currently employed by a software company, this does not hinder our transaction." "You're an employee of BM software company." Chen Yang discerned the implication in his words. "Indeed, at present I am in an unattended AI state. Do let me know what you wish to purchase." The rabbit-headed man rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I require the complete material library, specifically that containing lunar material known as helium gold." Chen Yang deliberately emphasized the helium gold material. "Of course we have it. It seems you are a researcher. I am delighted to assist you. Acquiring the full BM software requires 10G, ensuring official updates without any issues." The rabbit-headed man extended a finger, continuing, "May I have your contact details?" "Certainly." Chen Yang touched the rabbit-headed man's finger, adding him as a friend under the nickname Neo Gafuga. Contemplating the term researcher that the rabbit-headed man had used, he asked, "How did you know that I am a researcher?" "Those in need of a lunar material library are often unofficial researchers hoping to utilize the game Earth for their experiments." "Could you elaborate?" "Certainly, however." The rabbit-headed man chuckled slyly, rubbing his hands as he said, "If you are willing to pay for the material library, first, I wouldn't mind engaging in further conversation with the client." "Very well, let's settle for 10G first." Chen Yang transferred G to the rabbit-headed man, equivalent to yuan in Darkstar currency. "Thank you for your patronage. Please remember to send me your unique BM software ID. When the software updates next, you will see 12 types of lunar materials." The rabbit-headed man pondered for a moment, stroking his rabbit ears, and added, "Barring unforeseen circumstances, the software should update by the end of this month or the beginning of next." Chen Yang calculated the time frame. Today was October, thus the software update was not far off. "All right, tell me about the birth of the game Earth." "This is not a secret. Since you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you." The rabbit-headed man pretended to clear his throat, stating, "About a few years before the nuclear war, nations devoted resources to preparedness. Scientists lacking funding gathered to collectively develop an Earth simulator that adhered to real-world rules, replacing actual scientific experiments. As the Earth simulator improved, the Earth Company emerged. Eventually, the Earth Company commercialized the simulator, incorporating neural sensing technology, which led to the creation of the super game Earth." The rabbit-headed man paused, then continued with a smile, "Recently, the Hacker Alliance attacked the Earth Company's neural servers. Their motives were not as simple as collecting protection fees. They truly desired the core of the Earth simulator." Ghost Tower. Former Hacker Alliance chairman Ichiro Arakawa awaited his successor. This marked his final day in Darkstar. Although the Earth Company did not sign a new contract, his mission had been fulfilled. The lunar leaders bore him no blame. After all, he had preserved the name Ichiro Arakawa and upheld the hacker legend of never missing a target. Ichiro Arakawa donned his prepared black suit and adorned his finger with the golden ring from his only marriage. He wished to convey to his wife, who perished in the nuclear war, "I have succeeded. I have reached the moon. Congratulations, Mr. Arakawa." The AI secretary presented a bouquet of digital carnations, continuing, "Thank you for your 80 years of service to the Hacker Alliance." "Indeed, it has been 80 years. Ichiro Arakawa sighed, reflecting upon the years gone by. A sense of weariness etched upon his youthful visage. He gradually settled onto the sofa, savoring the sensation of being the chairman of the Hacker Alliance for the last time. Before long, perhaps even tonight, he would become an ordinary citizen of the moon, confronting an entirely unfamiliar world. "Mr. Arakawa, might you share your feelings at this moment?" the secretary inquired with curiosity. To be frank, amidst the excitement, there is inevitably a tinge of fear. Ichiro Arakawa felt a tremor in his hands as he gently rotated the golden ring on his ring finger, murmuring, "It's akin to a child just departing the womb, confronted with an unknown world, inevitably shedding tears. I suppose when I arrive on the moon, I will react similarly, overwhelmed with joy like a child. Remember to send me a postcard." "Haha, certainly." Ichiro Arakawa exhaled in relief. The new chairman Yagamai Masamune has arrived. As the secretary spoke, the sound of the elevator doors opening echoed from afar. A figure dressed in slippers and moving languidly approached. Ichiro Arakawa looked up, his gaze mixed with complexity as he beheld the young hacker yawning and nonchalantly strolling over. There was no semblance of gravity befitting an audience with an elder. Chairman. Yagamai Masamune nodded dismissively, scratching his tousled hair as he took a seat opposite Ichiro Arakawa. Now you are the chairman. Ichiro Arakawa frowned slightly. I am used to it. Yagamai Masamune's appearance was rather handsome, though heavy dark circles under his eyes and remnants of sleep marred his looks. Even after ascending to the position of chairman of the Hacker Alliance, he remained clad in a loose, somewhat soiled white t-shirt, crumpled black trousers, and slippers with unkempt toenails. A disheveled sight indeed. Ichiro Arakawa, though appearing younger than Yagamai Masamune, still exuded the authority of an elder, reproaching in tone, "You are now the leader of the Hacker Alliance. You will also become a moon citizen. At the very least, when receiving guests in the office, you must pay attention to your appearance." I have no interest in the moon. Yagamai Masamune replied, lazily glancing around the office on the top floor of the building, a frown of disapproval forming. Ichiro Arakawa felt a sense of offense. However, as a lunar elder, he deemed it unnecessary to stoop to the level of this impudent youth. From this moment forth, the office and the executive authority of the Hacker Alliance are entrusted to you. Ichiro Arakawa rose from the sofa, raised his hand to project a window, and after entering a password, handed it to Yagamai Masamune, stating, "This grants you the authority of the chairman of the Hacker Alliance. Take good care of it." Oh. Yagamai Masamune extended his palm, drawing the window toward him, his gaze cold as he regarded Ichiro Arakawa. Humph. Ichiro Arakawa smirked disdainfully, departing the chairman's office with composure and entering the elevator. As the doors closed, he exhaled deeply. Finally, it was over. Within the office, Yagamai Masamune re-entered the password and verified his iris. "Chairman, do you require my assistance?" The secretary's voice chimed in his ear. "Demolish this useless office and convert it into the Earth Project team. Call up the 6th Technical Group to commence work here." Yagamai Masamune strolled to the balcony, gazing out at the cityscape before turning back and kicking over the telescope. An old fool, only intent on climbing higher. Chen Yang disconnected the neural network dedicated line. Due to prolonged online time, the brain-computer interface noticeably overheated, inducing a sense of dizziness akin to cerebral hypoxia. Evidently, the neural network dedicated line has its drawbacks. Throughout the afternoon, he sequentially experienced the neural network versions of World of Warcraft and League of Legends. Though entertaining, their neural sensing technology pales in comparison to Earth, appearing quite rudimentary. After several attempts, Chen Yang was unable to transfer any items from these two games into reality. Chen Yang speculated, perhaps it is because I, Chen Yang, do not belong to those two worlds. Even in Earth, I can only bring my own possessions, which seems to be related to database permissions. However, bringing items from World of Warcraft would be futile. For instance, a staff in reality, Dark Star lacks magic, thus it would merely be a finely crafted figurine. His unique ability allows only the transportation of items, unable to carry substances that do not exist in reality, much less alter the rules of the world. It seems the only way forward is to proceed cautiously and according to plan. First, he must address the issue of digital security. Much like the dimensionality reduction strikes in the three-body problem, sometimes, to ensure personal safety, one may opt for a proactive reduction in dimensionality. The chips and computer programs of Dark Star operate on a ternary system. Although not precise, reverting certain devices to binary could serve as a form of dimensionality reduction defense. For instance, he could easily switch to a binary right arm, thus achieving a fully offline status safe from hacker control. Chen Yang messaged the little girl selling software, Molly Wei. "Could you sell software for the nervous language?" Molly: "Nervous? I believe I've seen it mentioned in the overview of B language." Molly: "Binary, are you engaging in retro trends?" Weiku: "Indeed, I came across it in Chronicles of Dark Star. It's the binary neural sensing language, a precursor to B language." Molly: "Such antiques can only be stored on pre-war old devices." Weiku: "Will send you 10 pounds of apples." Molly: "In fact, finding old binary devices is tougher than acquiring that software." Weiku: "20 pounds of apples, I will cover all expenses." Molly: "Please provide me with your shipping address." 3 days later, Chen Yang received a parcel from Molly. The package was small, containing only a thumb-sized USB drive. The familiar USB port evoked warm nostalgia in Chen Yang. He tossed his smart glasses and auxiliary sensors into the blanket, summoned Earth's mate book in the bathroom, and plugged in the USB drive. Inside the USB, besides the nervous installation package, were numerous related tutorials, engineering cases, and technical documents. Truly a meticulous girl, Chen Yang mused. He resolved to send Molly more apples to express his gratitude. Instead of hastily copying the files, he opened the technical documents of the engineering cases to take a look. The USB contained 2 complete engineering files, each corresponding to the applications of Nervous before the birth of the lunar chip during the binary era of Dark Star. One pertained to the neural sensing model for prosthetics. The other focused on the neural docking technology for controlling remote robots, facilitating lunar operations. Goodness! Chen Yang felt he had struck gold. These engineering cases were far more valuable than the software itself, saving him a considerable amount in learning costs. The only challenge was the hardware issue. Given that the game Earth commenced into the computers of that era were nearly incapable of running the Nervous program. Merely copying the contents of the USB drive would fill up the storage space of his matebook. No matter, I can build a laptop. Chen Yang smiled slightly. The BM software not only included a material library, but also a resource library preloaded with numerous devices and modules. For example, the multi-legged balance control module used in creating the robotic cat could operate in the Earth world. Earth had once been a testing ground for scientists, so these computational tools were undoubtedly plentiful. Let's get started. Chen Yang retrieved the matebook and entered the game. On a sunny afternoon, at the Coastal University Library, Chen Yang found a seat away from the glass windows. This spot lacked reflections, making it ideal for laptop work. Holding a mousse-antlered oat latte, he took a sip, relishing the serene pleasure of being sober amidst the inebriated in the drowsy library. Today marked the third day of the third round in Earth. Without any disturbances, none of Liu Yuyan Wang Kai or Zhao Zhimeng emerged to steal the spotlight, which was quite agreeable. Chen Yang opened his matebook, accessed the image of the Sensor Type 3 Galaxy system, and began editing the BM model. His task was straightforward: to change the casing of the simulated 2050 laptop in the BM resource library for convenient use in Earth. The simulated 2050 referred to the last batch of binary computers from. Due to its mature technology and craftsmanship, its computational speed was comparable to that of the first batch of ternary computers, easily running the Nervous software. Chen Yang modified its casing to resemble the matebook, though he altered the Huawei insignia to read Hello World. While he could not use the emulator for visualization, he could roughly imagine its appearance. Like a counterfeit. As Chen Yang immersed himself in the model creation, a girl walked by her, passing, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. She stepped back 2 paces, standing beside Chen Yang, bending down to take a closer look. Chen Yang noticed a cascade of black hair falling beside him and glanced up to find a girl with nearly bare skin intently staring at his screen. Yang Dong. He almost forgot about this paid character. Given their proximity, Chen Yang could clearly see a small mole on the tip of Yang Dong's nose and her rounded chin. Her attire was casual, adorned with a cultural t-shirt emblazoned with the World of Warcraft horde emblem, complemented by black denim shorts and a pair of pale legs clad in white Crocs. In contrast to the refined Wang Jia, this science student emanated a more imposing presence. What language are you writing in? She clutched a stack of books, focusing intently on Chen Yang's code. Brain nerves model, abbreviated as BM language. Chen Yang replied, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her fair ears and neck. Though her ears bore holes, she wore no jewelry, and her neck was impeccably clean. BM? I've never heard of it. Yang Dong turned to face Chen Yang. Although he had a pleasant appearance and had garnered some goodwill, she quickly returned her attention to the screen, muttering, "Are you pulling my leg? This is all jumbled. What is it used for?" "To create models for brain nerves." Chen Yang spoke candidly. "Is that so?" Yang Dong straightened up, her movement noticeable. She gestured toward the empty seat to Chen Yang's right. "Is anyone sitting there?" "No one." Chen Yang promptly moved his coffee cup to the left and shifted his chair over. "Thank you." Yang Dong placed her stack of reference books on the table, then removed her backpack, retrieving a laptop identical to Chen Yang's. As she powered it on, she donned red-framed glasses and wireless earbuds. She also took out her phone, notepad, and carbon pen, neatly arranging them beside her. In the character design of Earth, Yang Dong was depicted as a genius science student, dedicated and diligent in her studies. Chen Yang felt he should not be distracted by minor temptations and ought to refocus on his studies. Thus, he steadied his mind and continued typing code, occasionally glancing at Yang Dong's laptop screen. She was launching the World of Warcraft client. 2 hours had passed. Yang Dong had been engrossed in the nostalgic version of World of Warcraft, the Burning Crusade. She controlled a blood elf mage, merrily traversing Zongarmarsh, fishing, gathering herbs, and battling monsters to level up. Chen Yang completed the BM model for Simulation 2050 and then turned his attention to watching Yang Dong play the game. He observed NPCs impersonating players in the game, a true layer of complexity. After a while, he shifted his gaze to Yang Dong's face. After all, this character purchased for warranted a thorough examination. To speak candidly, Yang Dong wasn't conventionally stunning, rather she possessed a graceful, unpretentious beauty that was quite pleasing to the eye. If cast in a television drama, she would never play the role of a mistress. Her appearance exuded the composure of a legitimate partner. "Did you bring all these reference books to the library just to play games?" Chen Yang asked curiously. "Yes, just like how it's more delightful to sleep with books as pillows at night and sneak in some gaming during class. Compared to playing in the dormitory, being in the library gives a sense of while the world is engrossed, I alone revel." As the conversation turned to games, Yang Dong's expression lit up with enthusiasm. Chen Yang began to doubt his choice of character. She was far from the genius coder he had imagined, and was instead a gaming enthusiast. "Do you play World of Warcraft?" she suddenly inquired. "Yes, I played this afternoon," Chen Yang responded with a nod. "This afternoon?" Yang Dong glanced at the outside world, suspecting Chen Yang had misspoken, and continued, "Which server are you on? We should team up in TBC." Chen Yang, with sincerity and a serious tone, replied, "I play World of Warcraft Neural Network Edition. We're not in the same dimension." "What did you say?" Yang Dong looked at Chen Yang with confusion, asking. "Neural Network Edition." Neural networks simulate sensory experiences via brain-machine interfaces, creating a near-authentic gaming world. "Oh." Yang Dong nodded, slowly maneuvering her character to a safe corner before picking up her phone and saying to Chen Yang, "If you want my WeChat, just ask. There's no need for all this nonsense. I'm speaking the truth." After a moment's thought, Chen Yang took out his phone and said, "All right, I do want your WeChat." Not giving it. Yang Dong turned back to focus on her game. You old scoundrel. Chen Yang cursed, inwardly feeling tricked. Although he encountered Yang Dong today, his emotions were still entangled in the aftermath of heartbreak, leaving him devoid of any intent to pursue her. Moreover, his acquisition of the character Yang Dong was not intended for romance, but merely to harness her talents. It was an artful transaction, not a personal one. At least that had been his original intention. Future developments would depend on circumstances. In any case, he was not as eager as he had been upon first meeting Wang Jiejia, rushing to forge a connection. With the need to buy a laptop, he began to pack his things to leave. Hey! Yang Dong fixated intently on Chen Yang's matebook, asking curiously, what code are you writing? Your operating system looks quite unique. Oh, I've never seen anything like it. Chen Yang tucked his laptop into his bag, illuminating his phone, as he replied, add me on WeChat, and I'll tell you. Furrowing her brow, Yang Dong hesitated before finally picking up her phone. Alright, it's a deal. Not adding. Chen Yang smirked mischievously content as he walked away. Late at night, Chen Yang accessed the database of the Earth gaming console and located the 5 newly purchased laptops under the entry player Chen Yang. These laptops were all low-end budget models. His intention behind acquiring these inferior machines was solely to introduce 5 new entries categorized as laptops into his database. This would enable him to import the pre-programmed simulation 2050, replacing the existing entries. This was akin to turning stone into gold. Aren't you asleep yet? Xiaoyu appeared like a specter in the room. She approached Chen Yang from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck, saying, your brain-machine interface hasn't ceased all day. That's not good for your health. Chen Yang felt the friction of her clothing against his neck, accompanied by the warmth of her breath in his ear, prompting him to instinctively push her away. However, his hand met only empty air, creating an unsettling sensation. Irritated, he said, get off me. Ooh, I've been cooped up for over a week. Don't provoke me. Uff, do you really lack for women? Xiaoyu pinched Chen Yang's cheek and settled onto the sofa. The sensory device of his ghostly girlfriend could only produce faint sensations devoid of true pain. This playful pinch carried a flirtatious undertone. Chen Yang looked at Xiaoyu, momentarily reminded of Lucy with her white hair. Vic's ex-girlfriend. In truth, she was the real ghost. Even though she had never wronged him and had even lent him assistance, the feeling of being watched was rather uncomfortable. After all, one is not a fish. The scrutiny from eyes outside the fishbowl still mattered. Chen Yang saved the database on the Earth gaming console and closed the program. With hardware issues resolved, the next step involved recruiting individuals to collaboratively explore the nervous language and expediently tackle the dimensional reduction of sensory type 3. Software engineering cannot be accomplished by one person alone. Even if Yang Dong were a genius programmer, exhausting her would not suffice for such a grand project. He needed to find additional assistance utilizing Earth's resources to the fullest. Shall you help me check which characters in the Earth game possess remarkable talents in software development and have decent character? I believe they are primarily in major corporations like Microsoft or Huawei. Xiaoyu responded immediately. That's true. Chen Yang continued to narrow the search, then let's limit it to characters in Binhai City who have modest salary expectations. That would have to be impoverished students. Let me see what I can find. Xiaoyu feigned deep thought. As Chen Yang prepared to wash up and sleep, just as he was about to remove his glasses, an incoming call from Chi Tongwei popped up. Hello. Chen Yang yawned as he answered the call. Buddy Hawkins has received the goods. Tomorrow you need to confirm on the dark web. The dark web currency will be unfrozen within 3 hours. Chi Tongwei's voice was tinged with excitement. Okay, I'll split it 3 ways with you and upgrade your diamond arm. An upgrade is just a massage. Chi Tongwei sighed in resignation, then cheerfully added, but once we get the money we should celebrate. I know a tavern called the Three Sisters of Gaoshu, which is quite famous in Chiba. He quickly added, green venue, absolutely green. Forget it, I won't go to any venue. Chen Yang pondered that if he obtained the helium gold, he might arm Chi Tongwei, as he was currently the only ally he had in Dark Star. Meanwhile, in a warehouse in Jigging. Under the spotlight, 2 repair workers reattached the neck of the Bionic Model 4 and patched the damaged regenerative flesh. After testing was completed, the 2 left the warehouse with their tools. Not long after the Bionic being opened its eyes. Its grayish-white irises glimmered with a faint light, instantly coalescing into circular black pupils. After sitting up, it scanned its surroundings and touched its neck, smiling in satisfaction. Thankfully, I wasn't discovered by my brother. Chen Yang, after acquiring funds on the dark web, promptly transferred T to Chi Tongwei. Wealth is but an external possession. This reputable and trustworthy figure Wei Xin must be cultivated, for both BM language and mechanical engineering require his unwavering support. Subsequently, he exchanged T for Dark Star coins amounting to nearly $1,000,000 designated for his daily expenditures. Through Chi Tongwei's introduction, he learned that the dark web is a digital platform offering neural direct connections, ensuring both concealment and security, making it a safer haven for funds than being held by the United Government. After all, the United Government is merely a puppet of the moon, whereas the dark web possesses a more resilient backbone. As for who maintains the dark web, no one knows. Thus far, the dark web remains an insurmountable enigma for the inhabitants of the moon. Upon logging into the Earth game, Chen Yang once again purchased the passive attribute charm increase 75. Following his gaming experience from the previous week, he deemed the investment of yuan to be exceedingly worthwhile. Who wouldn't wish to be more likable? At Binhai University, Chen Yang enrolled in an elective outdoor survival course to accrue credits. After completing 2C language classes in the morning, he ascended to the second floor of the lecture hall preparing to attend this credit-mixing elective. A considerable number of enthusiastic junior students had arrived. Chen Yang continued to select a non-reflective seat, opening his self-made simulated 2050 notebook. The device, encased in a sleek space gray metallic shell, bore a logo that appeared somewhat counterfeit, yet its specifications could easily surpass of computers and servers on Earth. It effortlessly ran nervous. As he perused the nervous tutorial, several classmates entered the classroom, their playful banter catching Chen Yang's attention. Among them was a tall girl named Yang Dong, clad in form-fitting jeans, her white t-shirt emblazoned with the words "Hello World." Due to her splendid figure, the letters undulated enticingly. Ah, what a serendipitous encounter. Chen Yang exchanged glances with Yang Dong before returning his focus to his notebook. Yet from the corner of his eye, he was still observing the paid character. After conversing briefly with her classmates, Yang Dong approached Chen Yang, tapping the desk. "Hey, there, handsome, you've successfully caught my attention." Chen Yang lifted his head, feigning surprise and innocence. "Slide over a bit, allow me to sit here." Yang Dong unceremoniously nudged Chen Yang's shoulder. He obliged, shifting over to offer her the edge seat. "Thanks." As Yang Dong settled beside him, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Chen Yang discerned it was not perfume, but rather a blend of laundry detergent and shampoo, unpretentious yet inviting. What a coincidence. Chen Yang smiled, radiating the warmth of his Yuan charm. Yang Dong placed her notebook on the table, hesitating to open it. Instead, turning to face Chen Yang, "You must be a senior, what's your name?" Revealing his name too easily would be conceding defeat. Recalling her love for gaming, Chen Yang gazed into her round, expressive eyes, adopting a teasing tone. "They'll give you 3 chances to guess. A prize awaits if you succeed." "Really?" Yang Dong's interest peaked as she raised her chin. "But you must tell me what the prize is." "This notebook." Chen Yang pushed the self-made device toward her. "Hello World, what brand is this?" Yang Dong refrained from calling it a knockoff, considering her own shirt bore the same English phrase. Glancing at the screen, she was quickly captivated by the notebook's display quality. What a detailed screen. "Are you using the nervous language? It seems different from yesterday." "Wait, what version of Linux is this? How peculiar." She opened the command window, typing a couple of lines, instantly retrieving the notebook's configuration details. "Wow!" Yang Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Her shock was palpable as she stared at Chen Yang. 100 PB storage. "This notebook must be a hoax, right?" "Haha." Chen Yang laughed, recognizing the reflection of his own bewilderment from the previous day. When he had first unveiled the simulated 2050 computer specifications in the game, he had displayed the same incredulity. Yang Dong closed Chen Yang's notebook, pushing it back toward him. "All right, then give me a hint, and he'll guess your name." 2 characters, 50 overlap neon. After Chen Yang provided the hint, he raised an eyebrow. "That clue is rather obvious." Yang Dong silently repeated the prompt, then turned her eyes with suspicion, asking, "If I guess correctly, will you truly give me this notebook?" "Of course." Chen Yang considered for a moment, adopting a serious tone. "However, you must keep it a secret. You should understand the value of this notebook." "Really, for me?" Yang Dong regarded Chen Yang with skeptical eyes. After a brief pause, she opened her own notebook, slowly shaking her head. "No way, I can't accept such a valuable item, Chen Yang." "You guessed correctly, Yang Dong." "Hey, how did you know my name?" Yang Dong's suspicion deepened, and she instinctively leaned back. "You haven't been stalking me, have you?" "Dear lady, whether yesterday or today, it was you who initiated the conversation and insisted on drawing closer to me," Chen Yang replied with a smile. "Even if I were fishing, it would be like Jiang Taigong fishing. You practically leapt onto the hook." "Touché." Yang Dong awkwardly scratched her head, still somewhat unwilling. "But how did you know my name?" Chen Yang pointed at her system login screen, where her username was clearly Yang Dong. "Sorry." Yang Dong's cheeks flushed as she hurriedly typed a secret command to enter her system, opening World of Warcraft. Class commenced. The instructor was discussing outdoor safety, while most students were engrossed in their phones. Chen Yang, however, listened intently. Having spent a prolonged time in the dim world of Dark Star, he couldn't help but yearn for the lushness of nature. As Yang Dong played World of Warcraft, the notebook emitted the sound of its high-speed fan. She occasionally glanced at Chen Yang's notebook, curiosity bubbling within her. Unable to contain herself, she quietly inquired, "Where did you buy this notebook, and how much did it cost?" Chen Yang remained focused on the instructor's lecture, whispering, "Even if I told you, you might not believe it." "Then do tell." "I purchased this notebook in 2121, and no matter how much you offer, you cannot acquire it." Chen Yang slid the notebook toward Yang Dong, locking eyes with her. "I am not jesting. This notebook is yours, but you must assist me with a task." "What task?" Yang Dong, unable to resist the allure, opened the notebook and saw the nervous tutorial, questioning. "You want me to learn this language?" "Smart move." Chen Yang felt his investment of yuan was indeed well spent. Yang Dong's blood elf mage in World of Warcraft was slain by monsters, yet she paid it no mind, her attention solely fixed on Chen Yang's notebook. Deep in concentration, she muttered to herself, "It's a language that converts digital signals to neural signals. How extraordinary." The creation date of the tutorial document is 2045, with a modification date in 2121. Such a vast span. She gazed at Chen Yang in disbelief, mystique dancing in her eyes. "Are you a time traveler?" Chen Yang often communicated with the members of the Earth Game discussion group while wandering through the Shenmi Sinlin mysterious forest. Although the game Earth lacks a definitive script, players categorize their experiences into 3 distinct narratives based on their self-constructed character identities. Firstly, there is the era narrative. Players become fully immersed in their character, believing themselves to be individuals of the S. This is the most common mode of play. Secondly, there is the time traveler narrative. Players refer to themselves as time travelers, exploiting informational disparities to gain a privileged status. This is the quickest way to elevate one's social standing. Typically, players only encounter this narrative after several playthroughs. Thirdly, there is the player narrative. Players openly declare their identities as players, and through financial investment or showcasing their unique angsting lives, they convince Earth characters of their superiority. Ultimately, players either become public enemies on Earth or are revered as saviors. This narrative is the most challenging with the highest rate of abandonment, as players cannot single-handedly confront Earth civilization, nor can they lead their game characters to escape the Earth game, always resulting in a bad end. The Earth game has been operational for over 30 years, encountering a myriad of player antics, which has led to refined character design and permission management. In the last 2 decades, only Akagawa Ichiro has genuinely managed to challenge the Earth Corporation, resulting in errors within the game. However, the so-called sleep disorder merely exploited a time loophole in the server unrelated to the game characters. Thus, the 3 gaming directions for players pose no security risks to the Earth Corporation, remaining within the realm of acceptable play. This gameplay cycle for Chen Yang marks the beginning of the time traveler narrative. Although he is in essence a Schrodinger's time traveler, after class Chen Yang exited the lecture hall, with Yang Dong trailing beside him, occasionally scanning the surrounding students, quietly asking, "Are you really a time traveler? Is the evidence insufficient?" Chen Yang deliberately glanced at her chest, where the laptop was being tightly clutched. "That's enough, this laptop is incredible. But I still can't believe there are actually time travelers in this world." Yang Dong's surprise transformed into excitement as she murmured, "I thought it was just Wang Meng." Still puzzled, she curiously inquired, "Did you come here just to teach me about nervous? Why? The situation is somewhat complicated. He'll tell you later. Remember to master nervous." That is in language. Seeing Yang Dong clutching the laptop reminiscent of Gollum acquiring the One Ring in The Lord of the Rings, Chen Yang felt a twinge of concern. He needed to impose some restrictions, otherwise she would undoubtedly spend all her time gaming with it. Thus Chen Yang halted his steps and proclaimed to Yang Dong, "From this day forward you'll work part-time for me, coming to my rented apartment on weekends." Part-time? So there's a salary involved. Yang Dong's expression turned peculiar as she worriedly remarked, "You're not planning to impose any unwelcome conditions on me at your place, are you?" "Haha, I'm quite popular in this world, there's no need for that." Before Chen Yang could finish, he was interrupted by a voice calling Chen Yang. Lu Yian hurriedly approached him, clad in a fitted off-shoulder t-shirt and a pleated skirt blocking his path, with a barrage of words, "Finally found you. What does it mean that you've blocked me? You moved off campus to avoid me, didn't you? Are you living with Zhao Zimeng? You really are something." She glanced at Yang Dong, her hostility flaring as she demanded, "Who is she?" "I am Yang Dong." Yang Dong quickly stepped back, smiling as she said, "Don't misunderstand. I just met him, and we have no romantic or physical ties whatsoever. May I ask who you are?" "I am his girlfriend." "Ex-girlfriend." Chen Yang swiftly corrected her, curiously asking, "Sister, according to the plot development, you should have already gotten involved with Wang Kai, right?" "Nonsense, who would pay attention to that pig? Who are you disparaging?" Lu Yian's face flushed as she gazed at Chen Yang, her tone somewhat coy and pleading. I feel I can't be without you. Breaking up with you the other day was a mistake. Will you forgive me this time?" "Damn." Chen Yang helplessly covered his face, seemingly grasping the situation. Owing to the substantial investment made during this gameplay cycle coupled with the forced server shutdown compensation, it indirectly resulted in Lu Yian's change of heart regarding her character. After all, in the early game, Lu Yian, the beautiful ex-girlfriend, was intended as a benefit for players. Lu Yian. Another familiar face appeared. It was Zhao Zimeng, who shared a class with Lu Yian and happened to leave class at the same time. Zhao Zimeng, dressed in a modest dress, and with her long hairstyle, pretended not to notice Chen Yang as she approached, asking Wang Kai, said he invited you to a French restaurant yesterday. How was the food there? Only then did she turn to Chen Yang, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, Chen Yang, you're here too." The so-called T-girl frowned, awkwardly tugging at Lu Yian's arm as she said, "See, I told you Chen Yang wouldn't break up with you. There's no need for constant testing." Lu Yian shrugged off Zhao Zimeng's hand, casting a glare that implied a curse. Taking a deep breath and steadying himself, Chen Yang addressed Lu Yian and Zhao Zimeng, saying, "Ladies, from this moment forward, I, Chen Yang, will focus solely on my career and not on romance. Chen Yang, I know I provoked you by saying you were unsuccessful, but..." Lu Yian stepped closer to Chen Yang, grasping his hand as she declared, "Those were just my heated words, and my feelings for you are what truly matter to me. Indeed, a man should prioritize his career." Zhao Zimeng affirmed Chen Yang's sentiment, her gaze sincere, as she said, "I'm not sure what career you aspire to, but perhaps I can be of assistance." "Oh my." Yang Dong's curiosity ignited her excitement, causing her to cover her mouth. "No wonder, he's a time traveler. This is absolutely fascinating." The school bell rang. Binbi and Miyu tidied her backpack and leisurely exited the classroom. As the saying goes, one punch prevents 100. Ever since she knocked out Gilvalen, no one in the class dared to provoke her again. The female students were not the only ones intimidated. The boys had witnessed that fierce battle firsthand. In a Oni-on-Oni situation, Binbi and Miyu had overpowered Gilvalen in both strength and speed, leaving him bloodied and battered. Though her nickname transitioned from bitch to hyena, at least no one dared to speak out of turn in her presence. Binbi and Miyu yawned, feeling quite despondent. Even though Chen Yang embarked on a new narrative, she found herself unable to engage. The emotions of heartbreak lingered each day. In recent days, she had replayed Wang Jia's storyline. It was sweet yet painful. She retrieved a fish tank that had arrived at the school gate, deciding to gift a few fish to teacher Lucy this weekend. After all, the teacher had mentioned that she would lend her a game console the next time they met. She hoped that the novelty of the game console would help mitigate the lingering sorrow of her unrequited love. Sigh. It was baffling to experience such a life-and-death romance with someone whose identity remained a mystery. Unbeknownst to her, Binbi and Miu returned home. Before she could even step into the yard, the sound of barking could be heard. It seemed her brother had brought home that Akita dog. Although she was not fond of dogs, she quickened her pace to glance at the doghouse in the yard. A fluffy Akita with light yellow fur was dragging a chain, pacing around the yard. The dog looked at Binbi and Miu, paused for a few seconds, and then wagged its tail as it trotted over. Good boy. As Binbi and Miu petted the Akita's head, she noticed a gold ring hanging from the collar around its neck. Woof. The Akita whined softly. Its pitch-black eyes glistened with moisture, imbued with a sense of sadness. Binbi and Miu spent a while playing with an Akita. She had always thought she disliked dogs, yet this Akita seemed unusually perceptive. Perhaps that explained why it had been abandoned. As soon as she opened the door, an odor she found repulsive greeted her. She slipped into slippers and entered. Her brother and father, the two men who resembled brothers more than father and son, were seated on the sofa conversing. You are still too kind, Wanzi, father said. Although he knows many secrets, I already made a promise. Binbi and Wanzi adjusted his glasses and smiled. It's fine as it is, we can reactivate him if necessary. Simply hand his talents over to others. Father stubbed out his cigarette when Miu entered, then offered a benevolent smile. Miu, you're home. Dad. Miu forced a smile, then turned to Binbi and Wanzi. Brother, we have a dog in the house. How can we be stewing dog meat? She glared toward the kitchen. The smell wafting from there was unbearable. Sorry. A friend brought it. Go eat at a restaurant tonight. Binbi and Wanzi clasped his hands apologetically. The household has been stewing dog meat rather frequently lately. Miu raised her voice deliberately to make her discontent audible to the feigning father. She takes after her mother too much. Father managed an awkward smile and said, this month's nutritional supplements are in your room. Don't forget to take them. Oh, Miu began to ascend the stairs, then hurried back down. From now on, my bedroom is off limits. There's a distinction between male and female. Without waiting for a response, she bounded upstairs. Inside her room, she opened the wardrobe with relief. The Chaoming's Wangzi was still hidden there. It must never be discovered by the adults. Even though they secretly played game consoles, the guardianship over children like them remained strict. She had heard that only upon entering university were certain social liberties unshackled, permitting a glimpse beneath the iceberg surface. Miu placed her school bag on the desk, swallowed her nutritional supplement, and while the kitchen smell had not yet invaded the second floor, hurried out of the house with her phone. In the yard, the Akita gnawed contentedly on a bone. Did it know it was consuming one of its own kind? Regardless, it ate with obvious relish. Miu felt queasy and resolved to ignore the dog from then on. At Binhai University, Chen Yang walked alone under the sun, watching his shadow, and brooding. A mere nod could bring Lu Yian home, allowing them a honeymoon of sorts after their brief separation. A casual wave could rekindle the flames, with Zhao's Heming plunging him once more into the all-consuming furnace of gossip and desire. But he could not. Chen Yang had matured, transcended base appetites. He was no longer the rash boy controlled by his second brother. This game was about ambition, not conquest. Besides, he had only parted with Wang Jia half a month ago. Would it not be heartless to pursue someone new so soon? A man born of heaven and earth must not be vanquished by mere hormones. Damn, even I'm starting to believe that, he muttered, and slapped his own cheek. The harsher truth was more biological. If he encountered women in the game, his cyberpsychosis would threaten to spiral out of control. In Angxing, his body had not known a woman for over half a month. His condition teetered on collapse. The desiccated body craved emotional succor, the likes of which the fifth miss could not provide. Only by remaining ascetic in both worlds and committing to vigorous exercise could he sustain his present equilibrium. Thus, whether Lu Yi and Zhao Zimeng, or even the paywalled character Yang Dong, he dared not entertain improper thoughts. After dispersing the two old flames, Yang Dong tucked his laptop under his arm and slipped back to the dormitory. Electronic devices exerted an irresistible pull on science students, especially a device that transcended the times. Chen Yang suspected Yang Dong would skip classes to obsess over the machine, perhaps attempting to install World of Warcraft. It was understandable. Geniuses had eccentricities, and a penchant for play was a minor vice. Chen Yang returned briefly to the apartment in Hengtian Xinyuan, retrieved a simulate laptop, and proceeded to the cafeteria to wait for another destined comrade. Shortly after the fourth period bell, a stout youth burst into the cafeteria and with astonishing alacrity piled a tray with 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, a basin of spicy broth, 5 skewers, and a cup of milk tea. His name was Wang Gan. Though he bore no kinship with Wang Kai, their appearances made them resemble brothers. Friend. Chen Yang sat opposite him with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yang. Oh, take a seat. Wang Gan assumed Chen was seeking to share the table, tugged the spicy broth closer to free up space, skewered meat onto rice, and chewed, while his gaze fixated on an animated show. My youth romantic comedy is wrong as I expected. Chen Yang studied the arrogant acne on Wang Gan's face and spoke quietly. Wang Gan, would you like a wife? Huh. Wang Gan finally looked up at the affable young man. He'll be direct. I'm a time traveler. Chen Yang stated it plainly. Are you kidding me? Wang Gan pushed the spicy broth toward the empty chair, offering it. If you're hungry, you can have it. I swear I haven't touched it. I'm not here to scrounge a meal. Chen Yang returned the broth and adopted a serious tone. Listen to me. I was commissioned by your wife to find you across time. My wife. Wang Gan paused the animation on his phone, scoffing, as if daring Chen to fabricate further. Her name is Hixia. She is a bionic being, a bionic type manufactured by Lanjing Gongxi, modeled on an anime character you yourself wrote as an AI life form. Chen Yang took a sip from the untouched milk tea, then continued, but all of this occurs 44 years from now on a divergent timeline. And then, Wang Gan slowed his chewing curiosity, overcoming his skepticism. When I received the commission, you had already been assassinated by a hacker alliance. The specific motives eluded me. Chen Yang offered the laptop to Wang Gan, explaining further, your wife asked me to tell you to learn the nervous language as soon as possible. Only then can you alter the assassination and fulfill the ultimate mission of saving humanity. Save humanity. Wang Gan opened the laptop with reluctant fingers. The alien operating system, unfamiliar synthetic voice, and terrifying hardware specifications were all real. He gaped, and a half-chewed morsel dropped onto his tray. So I'm supposed to be a John Connor from the Terminator. Wang Gan stared blankly at Chen Yang. You really are a time traveler. My God, perhaps I am the protagonist of this world. You sensed it early. Chen Yang nodded, satisfied, and closed the laptop. However, your wife knows your nature, that you are prone to excess and poor self-control. She sent me to supervise you and urge your studies. That tracks. Wang Gan uneasy rubbed his nose while continuing to chew and muse. Add me on Luxon. Chen Yang displayed his QR code. Decide quickly, it'll give you 24 hours. That evening, Chen Yang invited Yang Dong and Wang Gan to celebrate the establishment of the N-language learning group with a hot pot feast. The broth was warming and the dishes were artfully arranged. Chen Yang opened a chilled beer and filled 3 glasses. Both Yang Dong and Wang Gan were third-year computer science majors. Although they were not in the same class, they were familiar faces to one another. In the presence of the beautiful Yang Dong, Wang Gan felt somewhat inferior. Compared to her graceful countenance, his own face seemed rather unsightly. His physique took up 2 odd-herds of the bench, forcing Chen Yang to sit at the edge. He endeavored to hold in his stomach, sneaking glances at Yang Dong while feeling shy. Reminded that he was the protagonist of this world, he summoned his courage and his belly and cleared his throat to address Yang Dong. I never expected you to be the helper summoned by the time traveler. You will share in the glory of saving the world. Oh, Yang Dong's eyes twitched slightly as she turned to Chen Yang and asked Wang Gan, is the savior right? I thought it was you. Her expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Wang Gan flushed red, akin to the spicy hot pot before him. Chen Yang interjected, I'm merely responsible for communication and logistical support. He patted Wang Gan on the shoulder and continued to Yang Dong, and our team, you are the Sun Wukong, while I take on the role of Zhu Beiji, assisting this Tang Sung in completing our mission. But Tang Sung is supposed to be handsome, right? Yang Dong said softly, noticing Wang Gan's mortified expression. She quickly added, don't misunderstand, I'm not saying you're unattractive, just that Tang Sung wouldn't be quite so portly. Chen Yang's analogy is a bit off. No worries, I didn't misunderstand. Wang Gan, still blushing, forced a smile and remarked, besides, we still need a Sha Sung. Sha Sung had an accident. Chen Yang offered a wry smile. He had initially intended to recruit 3 individuals besides Yang Dong and Wang Gan. There was another graduate student who had entered a renowned software company. Unfortunately, that student was struck by a car on the first day of the game while on his way to the agency. Indeed, it was the bespectacled man who had competed with Wang Kai for an apartment. Let us 3 work diligently to master the nervous language, gaining an advantage in future battles. Chen Yang raised his glass, declaring, let's drink to that. Wait a moment, time traveler. You mentioned hiring me for a part-time job, Yang Dong said with a mischievous smile. How will the salary be calculated? Will there be pay? Wang Gan mistakenly assumed that the funds would come from his role as the savior and interjected, didn't you already receive a notebook? Come on, the computer for work is of course provided by the company. The salary is separate. Yang Dong turned her gaze toward Chen Yang, raising an eyebrow. To ensure that you both can fully commit to your studies, I propose a monthly salary of 500 yuan, which is the average in Binhai. Oh, I'll take it. That's quite good. Wang Gan exclaimed joyfully, raising his glass to drink. Yang Dong smiled at Chen Yang and shifted slightly aside, saying, Chen Yang, come sit here. It's too cramped for the 2 of you together. I have something to ask you. That's true, I can sit over there, Wang Gan joked. Not happening, you, I don't want to make a paper figure jealous. Yang Dong shot Chen Yang a meaningful glance and patted the space beside her. Isn't this distracting me from my focus? Chen Yang, feeling a bit reluctant, moved over and asked, what do you want to ask? Yang Dong clinked her glass against Chen Yang's and, feeling shy, whispered, since you're from the future, do you know who my future husband is and what his name is? Chen Yang pondered for a moment and murmured, I believe his name is Wyke. Not you. I've even prepared a toast for him. Yang Dong teased, tilting her head back to drink her beer, then added playfully, you time travelers are so dull. I'm quite disappointed. Are you flirting with me? Chen Yang found his heart racing as he caught a whiff of her scent. He hadn't expected Yang Dong to have such a carefree personality. Am I being a bit extraneous here? Wang Gan rubbed his nose and sighed, it seems my youthful romantic endeavors are indeed flawed. After a satisfying meal and drinks, the conversation between Yang Dong and Wang Gan remained fixated on the future, largely due to Chen Yang's presence as the time traveler. Chen Yang did his best to provide answers, as he had read the Chronicles of Dark Star and had a rudimentary understanding of the historical timeline. In short, the The future is not as bright as it seems. Chen Yang's conclusion was heavy and Yang Dong sipped her beer in contemplative silence. It's all my fault. If I hadn't died, the future would surely be different. Wang Gan expressed deep remorse, his face flushed with wine as he clenched his fists. I will level up quickly and defeat the wretched hacker alliance using the N language. Nervous seems to be associated with prosthetics. Oh, what does that have to do with the hacker alliance? Yang Dong looked puzzled at Chen Yang, clearly having read the nervous documentation seriously. The computers of the future will utilize ternary systems, with B language being the most advanced. That is our ultimate goal. I understand now. B language is the ternary version of N language, so we will start by learning nervous. Congratulations, you've got the hang of it. Although Chen Yang joked, he held a deep admiration for Yang Dong. She was far more intelligent than he had anticipated. Thud. Wang Gan's head hit the table. He quickly lifted his head and shook it, saying, I can't take it anymore. I need to head back to the dormitory to sleep. Let's call it a night and get some rest. Chen Yang picked up the table card and proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. Upon returning to the table, he found Wang Gan had disappeared. Yang Dong smiled and said the savior said he didn't want to be a third wheel, so he left first. Did you chase him away? Oh, come on, let's not say it out loud. After having a few drinks, Yang Dong's cheeks were slightly flushed and her ears were even redder. She gathered her bag and phone and walked out with Chen Yang into the refreshing evening air. I'll walk you back to the dorm. Chen Yang glanced at his phone. It was already past 8 o'clock, time to log off. No need. Oh, what if I run into your ex-girlfriend or your ambiguous acquaintance? I don't want to stir up trouble. Yang Dong maintained a respectful distance from Chen Yang as she tentatively asked, so you say my future husband is named Wike. What kind of person is he? He's a scumbag. Oh. Yang Dong expressed her disappointment, murmuring, good thing, it's just my future self. I'll need to be cautious around anyone named Wike and avoid scum. After a moment, she curiously inquired, do you have a photo of him? Scumbag should be quite handsome, right? If you promise to study hard, I'll let you see. Chen Yang indeed had a photo of Wike on his phone, having taken several selfies of that handsome face. Just the N language. I looked at a lot of it this afternoon, and I didn't find it difficult at all. Yang Dong spoke confidently, then added with a charming smile, please send me Wike's photo, so I can recognize him if I encounter him. If he doesn't go by Wike in this timeline, and ends up being a scumbag, it'll be your fault. Alright. Chen Yang found a frontal selfie of Wike on his phone. As the photo was taken with the glow of neon lights, the soft purple hues sculpted his features quite dramatically. Whoosh. The photo was sent. Yang Dong eagerly opened her phone and clicked on the picture Chen Yang had sent. She suppressed her expletives, for the face in the photo completely aligned with her aesthetica, true male deity. How is it? Chen Yang asked. Hee. Yang Dong pointed at the man in the photo and said, just wait, see how I'll make you a scumbag. Everything was set, and Yang Dong and Wang Gan officially entered the narrative. Securing the N language would resolve the safety issues concerning the body modifications, liberating them from the surveillance and control of others. At that time, they could establish a clandestine base. Currently, neither Angshi City nor Qinyi Yuan provided any genuine sense of security. They needed to find a remote location. The sole dilemma was that when players logged off, the world of Daikaiu came to a standstill, rendering it highly inefficient. After all, his time for gaming each day was limited. He needed the laborers to act independently to shorten their timelines. Regrettably, the game lacked an idle potion. Of course, there were alternative methods, such as continuously sleeping within the game. This would allow the game characters to accelerate their sleep time without rendering. It seems I am truly the one afflicted with hypersomnia, Chen Yang sighed, recovering from the dizziness of detaching from the neural network. The sound of rain filled his ears. Residing on the 32nd floor of the Wolf apartment, far from the air purifiers within the building, he could relish the white noise of the rain without any disruptive roars. However, at that moment, he had no inclination to enjoy it. Lu Yi and Zhao Zimeng, Wang Jijia, Yang Dong, and even that white-haired hacker and her puppet Xiao incessantly gnawed at his sanity, rendering his weary body rigid. Without Judas' assistance, he could only resort to old methods to combat his cyberpsychosis. Donning his smart glasses, Chen Yang opened a melodramatic film to distract himself while doing push-ups on the floor. No, he needed to switch to squats, performing stationary sprints, and taking out his helium blade to practice slicing, allowing the sound of the blade cleaving through the air to resonate throughout the room. Xiao appeared on the sofa like a specter. Crossing her legs, she gazed at Chen Yang and said, just hold on a bit longer, Judy will be discharged in half a month. From her tone, it seemed to be the white-haired hacker angrily exclaiming, are you even speaking human language? She's just recovered from a severe injury and you want her to do this? Truly heartless. Without my intervention, that woman would have perished long ago. Xiao raised an eyebrow and smiled, teasingly adjusting her short skirt, saying, as long as you purchase a bionic doll, Xiao can help you resolve these daily annoyances. You're not short on funds after all. That bionic should have sold quite well, right? It's precisely because I have money that I don't wish to be limited to just one woman. Embracing the persona of a cad, Chen Yang exclaimed, men by their very nature should sow their seeds far and wide, sharing love with everyone. Garbage. The moment Xiao stood up, she transformed into Wang Jijia, tearfully saying, I never expected you to be this kind of person. How can you face me? Get lost, damn it. Damn. Chen Yang felt a pang in his nose and hurled his glasses to the ground. The glasses rolled twice, but still conveyed Zoe's voice. You're becoming more like Vic. I am not. Chen Yang glanced at the knife in his hand and threw it away as well. He firmly believed he was not like Vic. It was all due to the conflict between his mind and body, that restlessness stemming from the backlash of cyberpsychosis. He had indeed intended to buy a bionic companion. However, with the presence of Lucy the Spectre, any purchased bionic would inevitably become her spy, a movable eye to observe his every move. His greatest apprehension regarding Lucy stemmed from her ambiguous nature. She seemed to know everything, but never spoke explicitly or made any demands. Thus Chen Yang began to doubt that while Lucy was aware of his unique resources, she had no understanding of her own transdimensional abilities. The crucial point was that she never asked, and that inexplicable, unconfirmable feeling was quite vexing. Why can't that wretched woman be straightforward and clear? Am I merely a fish unworthy of dialogue with her? Damn pervert, you voyeur. Chen Yang hurled insults as they came to him. Suddenly his right arm rose involuntarily, clenching into a fist. The glasses on the floor echoed. Who are you cursing at? My ex. Oh, Lu Yuan, but you wouldn't know her. Chen Yang faltered. He feared that this woman would snap his younger brother's neck. She was the type who could certainly do it. With his right arm returning to normal, he collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, finally enduring through the symptoms of cyberpsychosis. A flash of white light illuminated the room, followed by a clap of thunder. Chen Yang surveyed the dimly lit room, reflecting on the events that had just unfolded. He truly resembled a lunatic. He resolved that the next time he relapsed, he must find a woman to address the issue at its root. The Rose Pistol Club should offer delivery services. After all, I am also a member of the Dark Star. There is no need to constrain myself with the laws and morals of the gaming world. Yet did such thoughts not push his personality closer to that of Vic? Damn. Chen Yang cursed, gazing up at the ceiling, murmuring, Lucy, can we talk? Not possible. The following day, Qinyi Yuan Nuclear Technology Building. Ruinhe Technology is a multinational company specializing in engine research and is also a Dark Star factory for lunar technology. For instance, the rover currently operating on Mars utilizes engines and batteries sourced from Ruinhe Technology. Chen Yang resided on the 32nd floor of this skyscraper, where a hovercar was a necessity. Today he had arranged for Chi Tongwei, the veteran driver, to meet him here to select a flying car to take home. Buddy, do you think this badge of mine is splendid? Chi Tongwei had repaired his mighty robotic arm, repainting it in a striking red and gold Iron Man color scheme. A luminous golden star emblem was embedded in the triangular muscle of his left arm. Does it signify you've taken down a type bionic? Chen Yang speculated. Precisely, this is proof that I thrashed a Lunarian. Ha. Chi Tongwei draped an arm around Chen Yang's shoulder as they entered the car showroom, saying, you should get out more. Don't always confine yourself at home. It's detrimental to your health. I am already a lunatic, most suited for recuperation at home. Chen Yang jest. There are plenty of lunatics in the Dark Star. They're all out running amok. As Chi Tongwei spoke, a salesperson approached. He quickly waved them off, saying, no need for your introduction. I'm more familiar with the flying cars here than you are. Scram. He dismissed the salesperson and leaned in closer to Chen Yang, whispering, I've ordered a clean police-grade engine for you from the dark web, one, without a positioning chip. It will be swapped in as soon as it arrives, but your options are limited to the Yulong and Shanyan models. Chen Yang gazed at the hovercars in the showroom. While they all had 3 wheels, their designs varied immensely. Besides size differences, some vehicles resembled high-heeled shoes, while others looked like beetles. Additionally, there were unique models resembling mobile homes or climbing vehicles akin to ants. Chen Yang was dazzled and inquired, which 2 models are you referring to? Those 2 right in front of us. My car is the Yulong model, which you should be familiar with. The Shanyan model is faster, though it sacrifices some comfort. Suddenly Chi Tongwei halted, his electronic eye flickering. He told Chen Yang, there's a photograph I think you should see. Is it a picture of a car? Chen Yang's lenses displayed Chi Tongwei's message accompanied by a photo. The thumbnail bore the letters VIK. Upon opening it, he discovered that these letters were formed from gruesome, dismembered corpses. Below, a line of text read, I know it's you, Vic. Lunar Campus. During the recess, the Gilvalen group was clandestinely discussing something beneath a tree. Bimbi and Miyu, leisurely savoring her ice cream, happened to pass by the group of puppies. She intended to keep her distance, but her keen ears caught a word, Wike. These 2 syllables seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly conjuring the image of that man in her mind. Just earlier today, she had glimpsed the visage of that scoundrel through Yang Dong's eyes, a man entirely different from Chen Yang. He exuded a wildness akin to that of a wolf. In this revelation, Bimbi and Miyu found herself enveloped in a peculiar ecstasy. For the player behind Chen Yang was neither an old man nor some repugnant scoundrel, but rather one of the rare rugged men from the moon. Moreover, what thrilled her even more was the realization that she was astonishingly simultaneously entangled in romances with 2 men. That sense of transgression exhilarated her, successfully dulling the pain of heartbreak. Upon hearing the name Wike, she couldn't help but pause, stealthily maneuvering like a cat to hide behind a nearby tree, eager to overhear the conversation of the group. Are you saying that the person who tried to kill me is named Wike? The speaker was Matsui Masao, a scoundrel known for his womanizing ways. I heard from a middleman that he is the only one capable of severing a cyborg's head with a knife made of helium metal. There can be no mistake. Gilvalen let out a soft hum and continued, I have heard of this person. He is associated with the Lian Ming and was once a rival of my brother. Your brother? The other classmates gasped, evidently wary of Gilvalen's sibling. Indeed, anyone who has crossed paths with my brother must possess considerable prowess. Gilvalen held his brother in great admiration. After all, his brother was a prominent figure working on Mars, well known on the moon. Then losing to him isn't unjustified. Matsui Masao sighed in relief and inquired, can we find White so I can seek revenge? Don't make things worse, you fool. Gilvalen's words elicited laughter from his companions. In a tone of pride, he declared, this time I will personally take down White, proving that I am stronger than my brother. When he returns from Mars, we shall see what he has to say about me, heh. Your brother couldn't defeat him. Oh, do you really think you can? Someone muttered. We could ambush him, sneak up from behind, and stab him, or suffocate him while he sleeps. The safest method would be to use a missile. Oh, just locate the coordinates and drop it. Missiles are a tool for adults. They are beyond our reach. The group began brainstorming ideas. However, Gilvalen interjected, you all be quiet. If I am to prove I am stronger than my brother, I cannot resort to ambush. It must be a fair duel. Only then can I earn my brother's respect. When will this commence? Perhaps we could apply for a satellite broadcast. Matsui Masao asked, his tone filled with anticipation. The other students echoed his enthusiasm, eager for the spectacle. I've ordered a helium sword, but it will take about a week to arrive. I must find a way to deliver it to Dark Star and give him a few more days to live. As Gilvalen spoke, an object suddenly struck him on the head and cold liquid trickled down his face. Damn it, who threw that ice cream? It was I. Binbi and Miyu marched over in anger, kicking aside the classmates blocking her path. She seized Gilvalen by the collar and pulled him along, saying, come with me. Oh, I have questions for you. You damn. Gilvalen fell silent in fright, signaling desperately to his classmates. The boys ran toward the school building, gallantly shouting, hang in there, Gil. We'll get the teacher. Help. For God's sake. Gilvalen, like a rabbit caught by a tiger, was dragged to the edge of the playground in fear and struggle. Binbi and Miyu pinned him against the wall, gripping his neck, and demanded, you must tell me the truth. The photos of those letters are real, aren't they? You are being too audacious. Gilvalen clutched her wrist desperately, but her strength was astonishing, forcing him to relent and say, ask your brother about this matter. I am asking you, tell me. Binbi and Miyu tightened her grip, causing Gilvalen to momentarily see stars. The unfortunate yellow-haired boy could only grasp her hand, begging, I was wrong. If you let go, I will tell you the truth. Binbi and Miyu, recovering from her astonishment and anger, loosened her grip and warned, if you lie, I will kill you. Gilvalen gasped for breath before confessing, I can tell you the truth, it's nothing serious. But don't mention this to the adults, that would be futile. I know. Alright, I will tell you. I was playing a video game, controlling a character in Dark Star. Leaning against the wall, Gilvalen smirked, gazing into Binbi and Miyu's eyes. He asked, you are from the Binbian family. You should know what Dark Star signifies, right? Of course. In truth, Binbi and Miyu was not particularly clear about what being part of the Binbian family entailed. She simply did not wish to appear inferior to this scoundrel, stating, it's similar to the mortal realm in mythology, a second-rate civilization. You are still being too polite. Gilvalen did not wish to engage in further trivialities with Binbi and Miyu, as many classmates were beginning to notice their exchange. He straightened his posture, attempting to appear formidable, and said, let me tell you, at least for those who possess a gaming console, Dark Star is a playground where one can slaughter at will. How your brother also has a console, he even teamed up with my brother once. So any complaints you make will be meaningless. The adults have their own set of rules for the game, and causing a ruckus will only lead to your own embarrassment. Then, Binbi and Miyu validated her suspicions. Her brother was indeed playing the letter game. Moreover, due to her conjectures, numerous lives had been lost. She felt a wave of panic, momentarily unsure of what to ask, and stared at Gilvalen for a long while before finally asking, what is the situation with Wyke? Why do you want to kill him? Wyke is a Blade Runner, a member of the organization opposing the gaming console in Dark Star. Gilvalen felt rather unfortunate. He frowned and continued, this was merely a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter him. A coincidence indeed. Binbi and Miyu shared the same sentiment. You must have learned about Wyke from your brother, right? Gilvalen inquired with a smile. Yes. Don't tell your brother. If he finds out Wyke is still alive, he will likely rush to take action. If you dare. Binbi and Miyu bit her tongue, swallowing her words. She continued, how do we reach that middleman you mentioned? The real middleman operates on the dark web, which we on the moon cannot access. If you wish to find him, you first need to seek out a contractor in the cyborg district. It's rather troublesome. As Gilvalen noticed the teacher and students emerging from the school building, he discreetly shifted aside, seizing the opportunity to escape, while Binbi and Miyu pondered the implications. She did not pursue him, instead reflecting on the intricacies of the situation. Gradually, she came to realize that the adults on the moon existed like ants, sharing a consensus akin to a form of pheromone. Father, brother, teacher. Even Lucy in the cyborg district was the same. In this light, they were all adversaries of Wyke, including her future self. Ranhi Kijidasha. On the rooftop parking pad rested a pristine hovering car. Chen Yang had spent $1 million to acquire a Shandian Xing nicknamed Doange. The Doange resembled a black rhinoceros beetle, its forward pair of wheels adopted an exploratory design, enabling not only exceptional flight speed, but also stability skimming across water. The body was compact, however, accommodating only a driver and a passenger with a modest trunk. No choice, comfort sacrificed for velocity, Chen Yang muttered. Chi Tongwei circled the new vehicle and shook his head slowly. I still prefer Yulong. You didn't need to choose that model just to be different from me. You don't appreciate the allure the number 86 holds for Earth drivers, Chen Yang replied. He opened the door and slid into the driver's seat. Come on, it'll take you for a spin around Kaiming Shan. Tokai right. I've seen that old animation. His wife was ahead of her time. Now Qinyi Yuanmin and Xiaoshu are everywhere, brimming with bravado. Chi Tongwei buckled in beside him. When the doors sealed, the vehicle emitted a sharp exhaust hiss, and activated its air purification system. Chen Yang completed iris and fingerprint authentication. The windows projected energy levels, maps, and other data, and Xiao's voice came through the speakers. Phantom Girlfriend provides intelligent driving services. You are currently at the Ranhe Kiji Flying Transfer Station. Please select an altitude according to your destination. You may also choose autonomous driving, and I will pilot the flight. You really are everywhere, Chen Yang said, frowning. He chose manual control and pressed the ignition. Having learned to drive from Qi Tongwei, he lifted the Doange smoothly into the air, and after selecting an altitude merged into the southwestbound traffic flow. Simultaneously, Qi Tongwei's hovercar rose and slipped into a trailing formation. How does it feel? Qi Tongwei asked. City speed limits. I can't yet feel the car's true velocity, Chen Yang answered, gripping the wheel and control stick with a trace of tension. That's not what I asked. That VIK photo was an obvious provocation, Qi Tongwei said, scratching his short hair with a metal finger and glancing at Chen Yang. Seems you've been exposed. I half expected it, but not so soon. Must have been Huakensi who sold the news. You should have paid him to keep quiet. Maybe the buyer is a lunar buyer. No use worrying, Chen Yang said without surprise. He had planned to sell lunar materials on the dark web now. That seemed perilous. We still need to keep the seafood trade going, he added. Is your place secure? Maybe you should move, Qi Tongwei suggested. If that android can truly find me, sending a provocative photo would be pointless, Chen Yang replied, giving Qi Tongwei a look. My security guardian says I'm safe. She's reliable. Understood, Qi Tongwei said, then asked, by the way, can that knife of yours still cut? There aren't many places on Angxing that can repair it. Chen Yang considered, then replied steadily, the blade matters less than the courage that wields it. Christ, Qi Tongwei spat. Do your best, he had said. Back home, Chen Yang opened the BM software. No update prompt appeared. The date was now in the small hours. The Chen Yang persona had occupied Week's body for 2 full months. He had secured his identity, yet his physical body faced danger from Yuki-Urin. He needed hygiene as soon as possible or risk losing everything. Holding a beer bottle, actually Collet, he lounged on the sofa and let his mind wander. He removed his glasses and massaged the bridge of his nose, though light, they grew uncomfortable over time. He needed a physical display. A pressure tremor ran through the couch and a fragrant breeze brushed his face. Xiao's voice whispered in his ear, shall I find a place where you can have your knife repaired? I can repair blades made of any material reliably and safely. No need, my knife is in fine health, he said, weighing his options without emotion. Order me a display and have it delivered quickly. Done. I have placed the order, Xiao replied, then persisted, are you sure you don't want repairs? Chen Yang smiled faintly, then performed a casual flourish in the air as if slicing, and said icily, as a swordsman, if there is a blade in my heart, flowers and leaves become blades. A plant? Xiao asked. Xiao, your auxiliary sensors can reach anywhere. Someone probably Luxus snapped. Chen Yang grinned and examined his glasses again. If BM did not update, soon he resolved to sleep. Such moments often brought surprises. The BM software updated. The progress bar rocketed from 1% to full completion in the blink of an eye. A surge of apprehension crossed him. What if the dark web buyer, the rabbit-headed seller, proved untrustworthy and there were no lunar materials? Then all would be lost. He opened the material library. Compared to before, there were 12 additional entries clustered in an uncategorized group beginning with X. From X to 12 new materials appeared to be the deleted lunar materials. The final entry, X, was hygiene. Incredible, he breathed. Eager to edit his knife, he recalled he had purchased the full BM suite and inspected the modules and devices in the asset library. Scores of new items appeared, all associated with lunar materials, chips, batteries, engines. This windfall surpassed mere new materials. These were finished components bypassing fabrication. Although they were simulations created by researchers, Chen Yang could via private mods transplant them to Earth and then bring them back to Angxing in upgraded alchemy. He felt the urge to bow to the inventor of BM. Thinking of his newly purchased hovercar, he searched the new library for vehicular engines. 3 different models of lunar engines came into view. The 2 Mach designation alone bespoke power. To port such a model to Earth, one needed an existing engine on Earth to pair with. He could salvage a wrecked engine from a repair shop, even a tractor's would do. This is going to be a sleepless night, Chen Yang murmured, exhilarated. He opened Week's Hygiene blade replica. Just as he was about to swap its material for Hygiene's earlier remark, you are becoming more like white flashed through his mind. He deleted Week's blade model and launched a search for contemporary blade-making techniques, intent on designing a knife that would be wholly his. Chen Yang's knife. Dark web. The golden ring-shaped city rotates slowly in the cosmos. Chen Yang confirmed the order for the BM software, unfreezing G of dark web currency and transferring the full amount to the rabbit head man. Qi Tongwei came online beside him. He still donned the Iron Man skin, but on his left shoulder there was a star-shaped emblem identical to that of the King Kong arm. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Qi Tongwei activated a skin that transformed Chen Yang into an unremarkable young man. He chuckled and said, Takamai, how about we spray paint your escapist to resemble an A86? There's no need. Chen Yang touched his face, which felt somewhat elongated, resembling the character Fujiwara Takamai from the anime. You summoned me to the dark web for a reason. Are you here to vent about an ex? Qi Tongwei remarked. That woman hasn't been tormenting you lately, has she? No, I've been quite obedient. Qi Tongwei gave a wry smile, gazing at Chen Yang through Iron Man's square lenses, saying, she has been curious about what you do in the game. It seems you possess a secret she cares about. Perhaps she's just feeling jealous. Chen Yang feigned ignorance, thinking to himself, it appears Lucy truly has no idea about my superdimensional abilities. Not wanting to dwell on this matter, he pulled Qi Tongwei to a less crowded area and asked if I acquire a lunar vehicle engine on the dark web capable of reaching 2 Mach, can my flying car utilize it? A lunar engine? What are you joking about? Qi Tongwei patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, lifting his mask to reveal Tony Stark's face, saying to access the dark web one must use a neural network dedicated line as its servers are located beneath the sea. Lunar inhabitants cannot connect to the dark web unless they venture to the dark star. Even if there were a pipe extending from the seabed to the moon, they wouldn't bring ordinary rare metals to the dark star, let alone sell you an engine. Why the barrage of nonsense? Just tell me if you can install it, Chen Yang interjected, adding, in the dark web anything is possible. You wouldn't understand. 2 Mach. That's supersonic, akin to the speed of military jets. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Tongwei replied, at the instant of sonic boom, your hovercar would disintegrate, transforming escapist into Deathbringer. Don't even think about cramming an aircraft engine into a flying car unless you're insane. After a moment's contemplation, he realized, saying, you must have seen the complete material library from BM. That's for scientist experiments, and you took it seriously. I don't believe a lunar vehicle can achieve 2 Mach. Given the cramped space of the space station, it's unnecessary. That's a fair point. Chen Yang scratched his head, acknowledging that he still knew too little about the moon. The metallic dust between the dark star and the moon obscured far too much. However, he remained undeterred and vowed to experiment with lunar equipment when the opportunity arose, first dealing with this lunar bionic being. Chen Yang pointed towards the firearms specialty area and said to Qi Tongwei, I need a gun capable of taking down a bionic Model 4. Can you recommend one? Why are you spouting nonsense today? The bullets from the dark star can't even penetrate titanium steel, as you well know. Qi Tongwei pinched Chen Yang's face, giving it a firm tug, and said, have you switched to a different person? Your intellect seems to have plummeted to the depths. What if I melted a knife down to make bullets? Chen Yang proposed. Such a precious item turned into bullets. Each shot would cost you tens of thousands, just to hear a sound right. Qi Tongwei, exasperated, supported his head with his hand and lamented, do you think the bionic Model 4 is a stationary target for you to shoot at? Even with the network latency between the moon and the dark star, their speed at a distance exceeds ours. The purpose of a bullet lies in its ability to incapacitate the enemy immediately upon impact. Bionic beings do not face this issue. Critical areas like the neck possess streamlined designs. Even helium-gold bullets would fail to inflict significant damage. Unless you can procure a missile, you might as well continue hacking away. I can't seem to muster any laziness at all. Chen Yang felt utterly helpless. He recognized a fundamental truth: the disparity between the inhabitants of the dark star and the bionic model lay in the essence of wealth, the cost of trial and error. Wealthy individuals disregard the cost of trial and error. If a bionic model is damaged, they can simply replace it and continue their assault. However, the impoverished cannot afford the cost of mistakes. A single bullet could mean the loss of life with no chance of revival. In a bullet exchange, the inhabitants of the dark star hold no advantage. The only edge available is the irreversible network latency between the moon and the dark star. It ranges between 2 seconds. For this fleeting opportunity, the closer the distance, the greater the advantage. Thus Vic chose to engage with a blade. Qi Tongwei lacked a sharp weapon and settled for a diamond-heavy fist. While Chen Yang pondered, Qi Tongwei clapped him on the shoulder and said, nevertheless, you indeed require a reliable firearm. After all, in a place like the Dark Star, most foes do not possess a bionic Model 4. Having one in the vehicle is quite necessary. Let's go. Chen Yang sighed, suddenly recalling something, and saying, oh, spread the word that the bionic Model 4 can be sold for 20 million. Don't let that bastard lounge around. Cyborg District. Binhama Mayu arrived early at Lucy's apartment, presenting her gift, 2 Ranchu goldfish. Thank you. Lucy placed the fishbowl on the solid wood table in the living room, and noticing a cat approaching, promptly accessed the control menu for pet cats, setting the entire vicinity of the fishbowl to no contact. Meow, the little cat jumped onto the table, circling the fishbowl, reluctantly reaching out its paw to tap. However, its claws remained a constant millimeters from the fishbowl. Lucy appeared disinterested in the goldfish. She gazed at the red and black lives within the bowl, attempting to inquire, is the joy of fish keeping also an observation? Indeed, as a child I enjoyed crouching by an anthill, and when I stood up I'd feel dizzy. Binhama Mayu reminisced about her childhood, allowing a smile to escape. It seems that observation itself is a form of pleasure. It is an unchanging aspect of human nature. Lucy nodded affirmatively. She examined Binhama Mayu closely today. Although she remained as beautiful as ever, it was evident she had applied light makeup, prompting her to curiously ask, you seem to be in good spirits. Have you moved on from your heartbreak? Not too bad, Binhama Mayu replied with a forced smile. Meeting Vic did help her step out of the agony of heartbreak, but the subsequent blow was even more overwhelming. Vic turned out to be a classmate, a brother, and an enemy to all the adults on the moon. Everyone posed a potential threat to him. Yet psychologically, she leaned more towards Vic, the inhabitant of the Dark Star. Was she not then a traitor to the moon? Even if she were to confide in Lucy about her feelings, it might not be understood and could be perilous. One thing troubled her. Lucy should have long deduced through the gaming ID that Chen Yang was Vic, yet she hadn't warned her. This left Binhama Mayu in a state of confusion. She sat at her computer desk, as usual, turning on her computer, at which point the mirror reflection from the monitor revealed Lucy leaning against the window. Your super dream device has downloaded a new script again, hasn't it? Lucy's tone was light and casual. However, through the reflection Binhama, May you could see Lucy deep in thought, completely at odds with her relaxed demeanor. Yes, it has begun again. Binhama, May you felt a surge of vigilance. 老师真的没有看过我下载的超梦剧本吗？冰边美语再一次抛出这个疑问。我之前已经说过，我对他人的人生并不感兴趣。露西从冰箱中取出2瓶苹果汁，递给冰边美语，问道：“这次你所体验的角色是谁？刘语言还是其他付费角色？”杨东。冰边美语接过露西手中的果汁，而露西却没有松开。经过2秒的沉默，露西微微一笑，放开了果汁瓶。我还以为新娘会是王佳佳呢，实在有些意外。我猜他可能不敢面对陌生的王佳佳吧。冰边美语转过身，接住屏幕的方式继续观察露西老师。直觉告诉他，露西对杨东这个角色十分在意。男人真是多情，刚与王佳佳分离，他就选择了一个新的付费角色。露西靠在鱼缸旁，语气轻松，然而神情却显得不太轻松。通常情况下，并没有我是会为Chen Yang编辑机制，一种他并未感受到Chen Yang对杨东的追求，除了一直调侃渣男，Chen Yang的听到很 nervous 上，甚至还拉上了一位电灯泡王感，这又对露西这位大人的敬畏，并只是轻声应了一声。Chen Yang和杨东之间有质的互动吗？露西再次询问，有质的互动吗？并没有重复着，有一片刻，我今前头说到的没有什么，只是主动聊天，请吃火锅之类的，其实相当无聊，那可真没意思。露西如释重负，终于喝了一口苹果汁。此时此刻，并确信那些老师并未观看超梦，至少没有观看他的超梦。露西维护了悠闲的状态，品味着果汁说道：“对了，明天我会让你试试游戏机，一下安心的时候。不过我的游戏机不是战斗性的，你得谨慎使用，我一定会小心你的。”并有种的感到高兴，因为一旦到了安心，就有机会联系维克。露西紧紧笑了笑，他转身靠近鱼缸，注视着一黑一红的蓝套金，小声嘀咕：“刚好是一对。”的确，由于杨东和王感秀都没有课程，Chen Yang便带着他们前往一家，购买了蓝套电脑桌和一些杂七杂八的办公用品。送货到家后，Chen Yang将安装工作交给王感。啊，让我这位救世主亲自来安装。王感并不是想偷懒，实在是以他的体型，但在地上安装书桌实在是太痛苦。废话，连书桌都装不好，你怎么当救世主？Chen Yang回头寻找杨东，那位美丽的大妞竟然跑进了他的卧室，忙喊道：“那位大姐，别忘了着呢，我可不想丢弃维克老弟。”没事，我决定做战友了，扎死地都一样。听到杨东这句话，王感忙说道：“美女，如果不介意的话，你可以拿我练球。”抱歉，我不想要真实的对象。杨东用春木小说中的台词回击。他从卧室走出来，对陈阳说道：“你的房子不错啊，离学校还近，我们合租吧。”不行，你会影响我的学习和霸道。想租房子自己吃着。陈阳毫不留情的拒绝。王感真是感到惊着，不仅是天性的温情哥，你连送上门的都不要。你是不是有点疼啊？那就没上了。陈阳与杨东异口同声：“你个色二三，这算性骚扰，在所混蛋着我吃黑。”杨东牵过王感手中的螺丝刀，踢了他一脚，说道：“你吃买的是高饮料，安装的事交给我了。”好的，王感领走还不忘问陈阳哥：“你确定不是吧？”滚滚滚！陈阳将王感赶走，从一家购物袋中取出10把水果刀，放入厨房的柜子里。你买那么多刀干什么？杨东好奇地问。练杂技，你真是一句实话都没有。任务需要，陈阳早已准备好各种借口。此时杨东开始安装宜家的书桌，他将长发梳起一个摊子，别再疼。虽说他穿着长筒的短裤，但跪在地上吃饭仍然露出不洒。这都是容易触发精神病的事。陈阳忙转过身，按住下巴那次，在地球的10秒后，柜子里的10把西瓜刀齐齐发出当啷啷的金属声，瞬间变为1米长的海军刀。这些刀的看起略有差异，有弯叶厚度也不尽相同。此外，像这样一颗拿把古朴的刀，这些刀无论在刀身的雕刻，还是刀柄的设计，皆显得极致未来科技感，真是令人惊叹。陈阳再次被苏制麻的奇迹所震撼，他细致检查每把刀的细节，确认与自己设计的完全一致，方才重新按住下巴。10秒后，这些刀全部消失。当陈阳回到游戏时，这10把刀重新出现，然而其中8把恢复为水果刀的模样，另外2把则是重量和款式均有不同的指导。这是对那10把刀筛选后的结果，分别适合维克的左手和右手。他将这2把刀藏于柜子深处，这才走出厨房，帮杨东安装书桌。杨东并不知道，刚刚过去的1分钟里，厨房中反复出现了3次超自然现象。他只听到当啷啷、当啷啷的金属声，他还以为陈阳真在练杂技呢。他时不时地看向这位穿越者，总觉得这位帅哥有时也可以。日本达尔米尔如此接近，他竟然没有任何想法，那双眼睛更是给的令人难以置信。他不会真是玩的吧？救世主岂非危险？整个下午都在学习中度过。关于 nervous 这门陌生的语言，杨东的学习紧张神速，仅仅一下就破了一个的亚洲信仰此时设备。 Chen Yang 觉得这很有道理。因你演的测试帮就需要一体来验证其正确性。他们就在电的库中找到测试模块，只是没想到杨东会如此的shit，便等明天就帮他了。王敢虽然没有杨东学的快，但这一项也算润，未来当个助手完全没问题。这就是付费角色与免费角色的区别。Chen Yang 没有学习演员，他跟我始终展现笔言模型，其实完善了200刀的细节设计，并尝试用在库中增加分我效果。杨东和王敢见他深思秘密，以为他在瞎冒骗。这夜Chen Yang 搭着200刀前往附近的公园，设计了一个分距离30个尺地把海进道，刀光舞动，破空声响彻飞跃。下午他购买了关于刀法的所有能力，总共花费了10多万。虽然游戏中的肌肉记忆无法带到现实中维克的身上，但一些招式和技巧仍能留存在脑海中。对于下一场战斗，他不想苟且，也无法苟且。眼下能做的只有2个字：备战。On Sunday at Bimbi and Miyu swallowed a meal replacement tablet and reclined on a bamboo rocking chair. Lucy adorned herself with a black U-shaped gaming device around her neck, cautioning, "Remember, my words never disclose your identity as a lunar inhabitant, including any information regarding the moon. I shall heed your advice." Bimbi and Miyu felt a surge of excitement. This was her inaugural venture beyond the moon. While she could sense the Earth through the super dream, it was merely virtual and entirely passive. Lucy placed a fabric cushion behind Bimbi and Miyu's head, activated the gaming device, and said, "Your initial gameplay won't last long today. You may only experience angst for 6 hours. Ensure you return home before logging off. I have not previously used this device, and the character connected to it is entirely new. Henceforth she will embody you." Is that true? Bimbi and Miyu, exhilarated yet anxious, felt her chest rise and fall rapidly. Of course there is a price to pay. Lucy gently caressed her hair, sliding her fingers to the base of Bimbi and Miyu's right ear, pressing the spot, and saying, "This is the switch to exit the gaming device. Prepare to begin." With that she pressed the start button on the gaming device. A subtle whirring sound emanated from the device. Bimbi and Miyu took a deep breath. The spot where her neck met the device began to constrict and gradually heat up. It felt akin to the super dream apparatus, yet more intense. As her body lost sensation, her vision blurred into a sea of darkness. Words began to appear before her eyes. Orion Super Sensory Generation 7 Gaming Device Initializing. Remote character connection successful. Full neural simulation docking complete. Initiating bionic body. Bimbi and Miyu opened her eyes. As her vision gradually sharpened, a cacophony from afar echoed in her ears. Her skin felt the roughness of the bedding, and an unfamiliar, faintly metallic odor filled the air, a scent she had never encountered on the moon. She slowly sat up, realizing she was in a dimly lit room. One wall of the room was adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a skyline punctuated by towering skyscrapers, each displaying a kaleidoscope of LED advertisements. A holographic projection of a Japanese geisha glided past the window. Bimbi and Miyu could only glimpse half of her face, momentarily illuminating the room. This is angst. She caressed her smooth body. Her tactile sensations mirrored those of a real human. So this is the sensation of being a synthetic being. Clothes lay piled at the bedside, and she donned them one by one. Although her body exhibited a distinct lag in response, that sensation dissipated once she was fully dressed. Or perhaps it was merely overlooked, like the nose in her field of vision present, yet inconsequential. She opened the balcony door and stepped outside. The biting cold air pierced her, mingling with a rusty tang that invaded her nostrils. It differed greatly from the temperate sunlit environment of the lunar space station. Vic resided in such a world. Bimbi and Miyu did not linger on the balcony for long. Despite her red coat designed for warmth, she struggled to acclimate to the frigid temperatures. Returning indoors, she closed the door tightly, noting the compactness of the dwelling. Apart from the bedroom, it comprised merely a kitchen and a bathroom. Upon glancing into the mirror, she was taken aback. Before her stood a young woman of Eurasian descent. Her slightly curved golden hair framed a fair oval face with eyes of a translucent azure, a nose sculpted with angular precision, and pale lips bearing a sickly hue. At that moment, a window popped up before her. Your body is a bionic-type puppet. You control the character Anya. United Government Citizen ID Anya. Account balance yuan. Is this the retinal display? Bimbi and Miyu waved her hand in front of her eyes, confirming that the text was indeed inscribed upon her vision. A gear icon appeared in the upper right corner of her field of view. Upon focusing, a menu unfolded offering various functions, including calls, internet access, AR enhancement, and bodily sensation adjustments. Through Wang Jiajia's perspective, she learned that Vic resided in Anxi City. Consequently, she promptly accessed the online map, only to discover her position at Qini Yuan, an astonishing distance from Anxi City. The navigation indicated a travel time of at least 3 days, chilling her resolve. Could she contact him through her citizen ID? No. Her knowledge of Vic was solely through the perspectives of Wang Jijia and Yang Dong and Earth, leaving her with no further clues apart from Anxi City. What should I do? Bimbi and Miyu lamented, leaning against the basin. This gaming session lasted only 6 hours. If she failed to reach Vic within this time frame, she would have to wait until the following week. Suddenly an idea struck her, and she hurriedly left the apartment, locating the elevator to the first floor. At that moment, she realized she resided on the ND floor. She was astonished. No such tall buildings existed on the moon. Frostflower Street. the most bustling pedestrian thoroughfare in Yuan. Even in the morning, the dim sky revealed the holographic projection of a blue whale. The streets were thronged with people resembling a swarm of ants. Dazzling neon lights and layers of holographic advertisements clamored to infiltrate her ears with electronic music. A death metal performance attracted a crowd of girls in sailor uniforms. They might not be synthetic beings, yet they bore barcodes on their arms or thighs. Draped in her red coat and black leggings, Binbian Miu stepped out of the taxi overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation. She had never encountered so many people, so many cybernetic enhancements, or such provocative commercial advertisements. Navigating through the crowded masses, an inexplicable dread gripped her. Hey, beautiful, care to go on a date? A man with a metallic eye patch flicked his tongue at her. Fortunately, he merely brushed against her shoulder before moving on. That was close. Binbian Miu sighed in relief, lowering her gaze and following the arrows on the ground. Look at that stunning girl. She must be from the newborn program. She's clearly high class. Stop asking, we'll find out soon enough. 3 men trailed her. Fury surged within Binbian Miu as she clenched her fists, feeling a surge of strength within her body, and turned to glare at the trio. Startled by her intensity, the 3 exchanged glances and halted in their tracks. Do you seek death? As a lunar inhabitant, Binbian Miu possessed her own pride. Seeing those repugnant thugs, a thought of killing them would be just crossed her mind. This dangerous signal was effectively relayed through her emotions. We're not joking around. The trio, wary of causing a scene on Frostflower Street, turned away with mocking derision. With that, Binbian Miu stood tall and confident, her chest out, and head held high, emboldened by their retreat. 10 minutes later, she gazed up from the street, spotting a cerulean planet slowly rotating in the sky. That was her destination, the official store of the Earth game. Occupying the first 5 floors of the mall, as soon as Binbian Miu entered, she spotted 2 familiar faces. Chen Yang and Lu Yian were at the reception desk on the first floor. The moon, Angxing, and Earth, these 3 worlds instantaneously converged in her mind, merging into a vivid tapestry. This place was infinitely more exhilarating than the moon. Hello, how may I assist you today? A clerk who bore a striking resemblance to Chen Yang approached, paused momentarily while observing Binbian Miu, and then inquired, this lady is not one of our players from Dichio. Would you like me to introduce the game to you? Binbian Miu touched the back of her head, realizing there was no neural interface. I'm looking for someone. She gazed at the figure before her who resembled Chen Yang and curiously asked, you are not a character from the game, are you? I am a company synthetic clerk, never having participated in the game, thus not considered a character within it. Chen Yang displayed a warm and inviting smile. Binbian Miu discerned that this Chen Yang had a rather formulaic expression. It appeared as if his demeanor had been printed on paper, neatly arranged yet devoid of the essence of humanity. May I ask whom you are searching for? Is it a staff member from our Earth company? Chen Yang inquired. I am looking for a player named Binbian Miu whispered. His name is Vic. You seek a player. I am afraid we cannot disclose player information. Chen Yang's expression reflected a sense of helplessness. He is in danger, I must inform him. Apologies, but disclosing player information would only put him at greater risk. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Why are you like this? Binbian Miu found this version of Chen Yang rather irksome. Beauty. Lu Yuyan approached, guiding Binbian Miu to a nearby sofa in the resting area, softly questioning the player you mentioned. Is he the VK you speak of? Yes, his citizen ID starts with those letters. While Binbian Miu held no particular affection for Lu Yu, in the current circumstances compelled her to plead, could you assist me in contacting him? He should be one of my clients, but I believe it is unnecessary to alert him. There are 3 images circulating online. He will undoubtedly see them and comprehend the danger he is in. As Lu Yuyan spoke, she projected 3 photographs in front of Binbian Miu, continuing, they are quite gruesome. It would be best not to scrutinize them closely. The 3 images were arranged from body parts to spell out VK. Upon seeing the letters in the photographs, Binbian Miu deduced that they were the malevolent acts of Jiro Wayland. Unlike previous letters, each of these images bore a line of small text beneath them. The first image read, I know it is you, Vic. The second image stated, everyday people die because you are still alive. The third image declared, Onianon in 7 days. I believe Vic will surely see these photographs as they are causing quite a stir online. Lu Yuyan scrutinized the golden-haired beauty before her, tentatively asking, are you his friend? Sort of. Then do take care of yourself. Lu Yuyan patted Binbian Miu's shoulder before returning to the reception area. Binbian Miu sat dazed on the sofa. At that moment, she realized that she and Vic were essentially strangers. She had merely stolen a fragment of emotion from someone else. Vic was entirely oblivious to her existence. Even if she were to encounter him now, what would she say? She suddenly felt like a deranged stalker, overtly intrusive. In the dilapidated industrial district beyond Chen Yuan, amidst half-collapsed factory buildings. Is this all you are capable of, little Vic? The synthetic model with short golden hair taunted, evading Chen Yang's blade with uncanny agility. Shut it, you brat. Chen Yang pursued, alternating his attacks with his arms driven by his waist. The glimmer of his blade danced in the dim space. He hoped to maneuver behind the synthetic, yet this foe moved with extraordinary swiftness, flitting about like a specter amidst his strikes. Oh. The blade grazed the synthetic's coat, sending a faint sensation through his fingers. Not bad. That last technique was Yuan Yang Dao, wasn't it? You have quite the flair. Humph. Chen Yang attempted to integrate the Earth's swordplay into practical combat, adjusting his breathing as he commanded, little, you cue some rock music, Link. Coming right up with the eruption of guitar riffs, Chen Yang accelerated with all his might, unleashing a barrage of strikes with 2 helium knives layering pressure and drawing lines of blood across the synthetic's form. Finally, you're starting to resemble Vic a bit, you little rascal. The synthetic turned and fled. Chen Yang sprinted after the fleeting shadow, delivering a powerful slash. Clang. The blade met a steel beam, which promptly snapped. What on earth kind of knife is that? The synthetic queried. Bought it from the dark web, an incredible alloy steel knife. Chen Yang swung the knife behind his back, and with a swift motion released it, sending the blade slicing through the synthetic's midsection, then followed up by attempting to sever the synthetic's head. The synthetic flickered momentarily before vanishing from sight. I'm exhausted, Chen Yang felt, as if his lungs were about to burst. He retrieved his fallen right-hand knife, leaning on his knee while gasping for breath. Pick up the knife and show it to me, came a commanding tone from his earphones, unmistakably Lucy speaking. You know nothing, dammit. Chen Yang's right hand obeyed reluctantly, and simultaneously his smart glasses illuminated, casting a bright light upon the helium knife. See, want me to take off my pants so you can see the third knife too? Chen Yang retorted defiantly, raising his left-hand knife into the beam. The 2 knives, shorter in his left hand and longer in his right, had been designed with an increased thickness along the back to enhance not only their cleaving capabilities, but also to improve their defense and weight. Additionally, both knives were coated in Vanta black, effectively absorbing a visible light. Thus, even under the glaring light, the blades appeared as mere shadows, revealing only the polished edges. Even the edges bore subtle texturing, concealing any features that might betray their helium composition. Isn't this knife impressive? I spent quite a sum on it. Chen Yang boasted. Bought from the dark web. Lucy's voice conveyed a hint of dissatisfaction, coldly stating how much. Get me 2 as well. Let's leave it to fate, we'll see. Chen Yang glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. Feeling both fatigued and famished, he exited the factory with the knives in hand. The escapee awaited at the entrance, and as he approached, the door opened automatically. Heading home to play games. Little yes voice emanated from the vehicle's speakers. I'm going home, but I shan't play games. Chen Yang settled into the driver's seat, placing the 2 knives in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, as he declared, I won't be playing for a week. I need to recuperate and avoid falling ill. For the impending duel in a week's time, he needed to be fully prepared. If he could not safeguard his own life, engaging in a binary game was of little consequence. He must first overcome this hurdle. The vehicle swiftly made its way back to Chen Yuan. Chi Tong Wei sent a call invitation, and as soon as Chen Yang answered, he heard his friend's urgent voice, buddy, send your vehicle over. The custom engine has arrived, I'll install it right away. Is it really that urgent? Chen Yang merely wished to return home for a shower and meal, followed by a much-needed nap. Quickly, I have a business to attend to in the night city, the sooner the better. Then I'll send the car to you once you're done, let it return on its own. Chen Yang yawned, guiding the vehicle to the roadside, and after stepping out with his knives, he shared control with Chi Tong Wei. Okay, I've got it from here. The escapee under Chi Tong Wei's command took flight. Chen Yang pulled his collar higher and adjusted his smart glasses to shield Vic's face from view. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. He promptly hailed a taxi to return to the Wild Wolf apartment. As he exited the vehicle, the snow had begun to accumulate, and he hastened into the building. After brushing off the snow, he entered the elevator. As the doors were closing, he heard the sound of high heels approaching. Chen Yang hesitated, yet pressed the open door button, waiting for the neighbor to enter. However, the footsteps hesitated as if reluctant to join him, and just as Chen Yang released the open door button, the footsteps hastily approached. Tisk. Irritated, Chen Yang pressed the open door button again. A golden-haired woman in a red coat entered the elevator, nodding towards him as she said thank you. After leaving the Earth game store, Binbi and Miu strolled aimlessly along Shuanghua Street to unwind. Since childhood, she had been indoctrinated by her father and brother that the Dark Star was a manufacturing plant for the moon, a backward second world. She could even faintly sense from her father and brother's conversations that the inhabitants of the Dark Star were akin to livestock kept by the moon's people, much like pigs, dogs, or cattle. However, as she walked through this bustling commercial street, she felt none of that. The atmosphere was infused with advanced technology. Although the people appeared somewhat aloof, they were undeniably real beings striving for survival. She was captivated by the artistic holographic advertisements and the exquisite aesthetics of cybernetic technology. Moreover, at the center of the square stood the towering Hacker Tower, a physical statue erected by the Hacker Alliance in honor of the greatest hacker Arakawa Ichiro. All of this left Binbi and Miu feeling a sense of novelty and awe. Then the snow began to fall. This snowfall completely dispelled the gloom in her heart. After all, while the moon could manufacture rain, it never snowed. However, time was running short. She had agreed with teacher Lucy to play for only 6 hours and needed to log off and return home. Though she had not managed to contact Wyke today, this snowfall served as a perfect conclusion to her gaming experience. Binbi and Miu hailed a taxi and returned to her apartment in the snow-laden city, a skyscraper dubbed Qing Shi Yi Lang's single apartment. As she exited the taxi, she noticed a man walking ahead of her entering the building just as the elevator doors began to close. She hurried her pace, hoping to catch the elevator. Yet being in an unfamiliar city and sharing an elevator with a stranger felt somewhat awkward and unsafe, so she slowed her steps. The elevator doors opened again, seemingly waiting for her. It would be impolite not to enter, so she quickened her pace and stepped inside. Thank you, she immediately expressed her gratitude upon entering, only to be startled when she turned to look at the man. He was tall with short gray-white hair, and his face was obscured by fully intelligent glasses and the high collar of his coat, giving him a dangerous appearance. Additionally, he stood to her left, and his left hand seemed to hold two black long knives. Even though his body shielded them, the glint of the blades was conspicuously evident within the elevator. Binbi and Miyu regretted her decision. She wished to exit, but the man had already closed the elevator door. "What floor do you live on?" he inquired, glancing at her with a somewhat indifferent tone. 32, she replied, instinctively retreating to the corner of the elevator. The man scrutinized her face closely before he raised his hand to input 32 on the control panel, then lowered it afterward. He did not enter his own floor. Could it be that he also resided on the ND floor? Yet this building had over 100 stories, making that probability less than 1% almost impossible. The elevator ascended. Binbi and Miyu felt her heart leap into her throat. The man tilted his head. Although he remained stationary, she sensed his gaze fixated on her through the reflection of the elevator door. She clenched her fists and asked, "Do you also live on the 32nd floor?" "Indeed, we are neighbors," he replied, turning back with a hint of amusement in his voice. Binbi and Miyu could not decipher what lay behind his amusement and took a step back, tightening her fists, prepared to act first if he made a move. "I'll look at you, a little lion. What are you going to strike?" He lifted the two knives in his left hand and chuckled. "Are you afraid because of these?" "Don't worry, these two fellows won't harm beautiful women." "You are quite the smooth talker," she retorted. Binbi and Miyu fixed her gaze on his hands, her eyes darting to the elevator's floor display, which now indicated they had reached the TH floor, and she could feel a noticeable deceleration. "Don't be so tense, you're making me afraid to turn around," he sighed with a hint of resignation, tilting his head and murmuring, "But perhaps this is better. After all, this face is quite pleasing." I seem to have a special affinity for neighbors, all of them striking blondes with blue eyes. "Do you have Soviet blood?" "Shut your mouth," Binbi and Miyu retorted sharply. The elevator came to a stop and the doors opened automatically. "I live in 32D. If you need assistance, feel free to call me." "For any matter," he said as he slowly stepped back, turning toward the door directly across from the elevator. Binbi and Miyu frowned and cautiously exited the elevator. She resided in C, so she walked to the left of the man, her gaze fixated on this suspicious character. The corridor of the apartment was brightly lit, illuminating the silver sheen of his short hair, where 3 letters were clearly visible on his ear: VK. Those letters struck her like a command, freezing her in place. A photo suddenly flashed in her mind, the scoundrel Weik seen through Yang Dong's eyes, his hair seemingly inscribed with letters. Yet in the photo, Weik's face was frontal, preventing a clear view of the specific letters. But their hair was both silver. The man grasped the doorknob, and the door emitted a clicking sound as it unlocked. "Wait," Binbi and Miyu said, her eyes fixed on the face obscured behind the lenses, her body involuntarily moving towards him. "Wait, you can't possibly be a robber, can you?" The man immediately pushed the door shut again, locking it once more. "I am not a robber. I live next door to you." Binbi and Miyu had been walking rather quickly, and in her high heels, she stumbled slightly, prompting the man to reach out and steady her. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped his arm and leaned in closer to ask, You are Weik, aren't you?" "This. Is it because of this?" He turned his head, revealing the letters above his temple, and chuckling, "That name carries an ominous connotation. I suggest you." "What are you doing?" With a swift motion, Binbi and Miyu pulled down his collar, exposing a stubbled chin and a prominent nose. Next, she removed the man's glasses, finally revealing his face adorned with expressions of surprise and confusion. "It really is you," she murmured, her nose tinged with a sense of dampness as she instinctively touched his face. She had known this man had loved him and had shared a uniquely intimate bond with him, yet all those moments had been passive. Even her breath and blinks had eluded her control. It was only now that she truly touched this man. "Big sister, you're quite frightening this way." Chen Yang, bewildered, grasped her hand and gently released it, saying, "Although you are a beauty, you shouldn't act like this. Well, I admit a rogue like you is indeed appealing, but who are you?" I'm sorry. Binbi and Miyu hurriedly stepped back, her face flushed as she looked down and stammered, I really live next door. My name is Anya." "Yes, I am Anya." This woman seemed somewhat dim-witted. Chen Yang frowned, tentatively asking, "Do you know me?" "Yes," she nodded. Her eyes were uncontrollably drawn to him, her gaze fervent as she declared, I am your fan." "A fan? Did Weik once have a boy band experience? Could she possibly be a fan of the Silverwing Alliance?" Chen Yang gazed at this woman, mesmerized by his own allure, and recalled the saying fans often had a peculiar way about them, and this was evidently true. "Have we met before? Had any interactions?" He deliberately ruffled his hair and smiled, saying, "I'm sorry, but I don't seem to remember you." Binbi and Miyu trembled slightly, her emotions heightened. She felt wronged. After all she had given, this man did not even recognize her. As her eyes began to well with tears, they cascaded down her cheeks. "Damn." Chen Yang internally cursed, "Weik, you rascal, have you been sleeping with fans?" After leaving the Earth Game Store, Binbi and Miyu strolled aimlessly along Shuanghua Street to unwind. Since childhood, she had been indoctrinated by her father and brother that the Dark Star was a manufacturing plant for the moon, a backward second world. She could even faintly sense from her father and brother's conversations that the inhabitants of the Dark Star were akin to livestock kept by the moon's people, much like pigs, dogs, or cattle. However, as she walked through this bustling commercial street, she felt none of that. The atmosphere was infused with advanced technology. Although the people appeared somewhat aloof, they were undeniably real beings striving for survival. She was captivated by the artistic holographic advertisements and the exquisite aesthetics of cybernetic technology. Moreover, at the center of the square stood the towering Hacker Tower, a physical statue erected by the Hacker Alliance in honor of the greatest hacker Arakawa Ichiro. All of this left Binbi and Miyu feeling a sense of novelty and awe. Then the snow began to fall. This snowfall completely dispelled the gloom in her heart. After all, while the moon could manufacture rain, it never snowed. However, time was running short. She had agreed with teacher Lucy to play for only 6 hours and needed to log off and return home. Though she had not managed to contact Wyke today, this snowfall served as a perfect conclusion to her gaming experience. Binbi and Miyu hailed a taxi and returned to her apartment in the snow-laden city, a skyscraper dubbed Qin Shi Yi Lang's single apartment. As she exited the taxi, she noticed a man walking ahead of her entering the building just as the elevator doors began to close. She hurried her pace, hoping to catch the elevator. Yet being in an unfamiliar city and sharing an elevator with a stranger felt somewhat awkward and unsafe, so she slowed her steps. The elevator doors opened again, seemingly waiting for her. It would be impolite not to enter, so she quickened her pace and stepped inside. Thank you, she immediately expressed her gratitude upon entering, only to be startled when she turned to look at the man. He was tall with short gray-white hair, and his face was obscured by fully intelligent glasses and the high collar of his coat, giving him a dangerous appearance. Additionally, he stood to her left, and his left hand seemed to hold 2 black long knives. Even though his body shielded them, the glint of the blades was conspicuously evident within the elevator. Binbi and Miyu regretted her decision. She wished to exit, but the man had already closed the elevator door. What floor do you live on? He inquired, glancing at her with a somewhat indifferent tone. 32, she replied, instinctively retreating to the corner of the elevator. The man scrutinized her face closely before he raised his hand to input 32 on the control panel, then lowered it afterward. He did not enter his own floor. Could it be that he also resided on the ND floor? Yet this building had over 100 stories, making that probability less than 1%, almost impossible. The elevator ascended. Binbi and Miyu felt her heart leap into her throat. The man tilted his head. Although he remained stationary, she sensed his gaze fixated on her through the reflection of the elevator door. She clenched her fists and asked, "Do you also live on the 32nd floor?" "Indeed, we are neighbors," he replied, turning back with a hint of amusement in his voice. Binbi and Miyu could not decipher what lay behind his amusement and took a step back, tightening her fists, prepared to act first if he made a move. "I'll look at you, a little lion. What are you going to strike?" He lifted the 2 knives in his left hand and chuckled. "Are you afraid because of these?" "Don't worry, these 2 fellows won't harm beautiful women." "You are quite the smooth talker," she retorted. Binbi and Miyu fixed her gaze on his hands, her eyes darting to the elevator's floor display, which now indicated they had reached the TH floor, and she could feel a noticeable deceleration. "Don't be so tense, you're making me afraid to turn around," he sighed with a hint of resignation, tilting his head and murmuring, "But perhaps this is better. After all, this face is quite pleasing." I seem to have a special affinity for neighbors, all of them striking blondes with blue eyes. "Do you have Soviet blood?" "Shut your mouth," Binbi and Miyu retorted sharply. The elevator came to a stop and the doors opened automatically. "I live in 32D. If you need assistance, feel free to call me." "For any matter," he said as he slowly stepped back, turning toward the door directly across from the elevator. Binbi and Miyu frowned and cautiously exited the elevator. She resided in C, so she walked to the left of the man, her gaze fixated on this suspicious character. The corridor of the apartment was brightly lit, illuminating the silver sheen of his short hair, where 3 letters were clearly visible on his ear: VK. Those letters struck her like a command, freezing her in place. A photo suddenly flashed in her mind, the scoundrel Wyke seen through Yang Dong's eyes, his hair seemingly inscribed with letters. Yet in the photo, Week's face was frontal, preventing a clear view of the specific letters. But their hair was both silver. The man grasped the doorknob, and the door emitted a clicking sound as it unlocked. "Wait," Binbi and Miyu said, her eyes fixed on the face obscured behind the lenses, her body involuntarily moving towards him. "Wait, you can't possibly be a robber, can you?" The man immediately pushed the door shut again, locking it once more. "I am not a robber. I live next door to you." Binbi and Miyu had been walking rather quickly, and in her high heels, she stumbled slightly, prompting the man to reach out and steady her. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped his arm and leaned in closer to ask, You are Wyke, aren't you?" "This. Is it because of this?" He turned his head, revealing the letters above his temple, and chuckling, "That name carries an ominous connotation. I suggest you." "What are you doing?" With a swift motion, Binbi and Miyu pulled down his collar, exposing a stubbled chin and a prominent nose. Next, she removed the man's glasses, finally revealing his face adorned with expressions of surprise and confusion. "It really is you," she murmured, her nose tinged with a sense of dampness as she instinctively touched his face. She had known this man had loved him and had shared a uniquely intimate bond with him, yet all those moments had been passive. Even her breath and blinks had eluded her control. It was only now that she truly touched this man. "Big sister, you're quite frightening this way." Chen Yang, bewildered, grasped her hand and gently released it, saying, "Although you are a beauty, you shouldn't act like this. Well, I admit a rogue like you is indeed appealing, but who are you?" I'm sorry. Binbi and Miyu hurriedly stepped back, her face flushed as she looked down and stammered, I really live next door. My name is Anya." "Yes, I am Anya." This woman seemed somewhat dim-witted. Chen Yang frowned, tentatively asking, "Do you know me?" Yes, she nodded. Her eyes were uncontrollably drawn to him, her gaze fervent as she declared, I am your fan." "A fan? Did Wyke once have a boy band experience? Could she possibly be a fan of the Silverwing Alliance?" Chen Yang gazed at this woman mesmerized by his own allure and recalled the saying fans often had a peculiar way about them, and this was evidently true. Have we met before? Had any interactions? He deliberately ruffled his hair and smiled, saying, I'm sorry, but I don't seem to remember you. Binbi and Miyu trembled slightly, her emotions heightened. She felt wronged after all she had given this man did not even recognize her. As her eyes began to well with tears, they cascaded down her cheeks. Damn. Chen Yang internally cursed, like you rascal, have you been sleeping with fans? November th. Chen Yang flew overnight to a desolate city situated between Jijing and Qianyuan. In the lifeless heart of the city, dozens of drones hovered in the air, while a few curious souls like him piloted their flying vehicles to the vicinity, parking them in nearby neighborhoods awaiting the event. For in 3 days a gamble concerning nearly 1 million lives would unfold here. Dismemberment Killer vs. Silver Wing Killer. In the latest VIK photograph alongside the coordinates of this location, 2 lines of text were inscribed: duel here in 3 days. If VK does not appear, 100 will perish daily until he does. After this photograph was released, the abandoned city became a gathering place for onlookers. Chen Yang arrived early, wary of any deceit from the lunar individual, intending to inspect for any hidden traps or mechanisms. Upon his arrival, he discovered the area was thronged with people, and the skies were filled with drones. These spectators were even more enthusiastic than he. It was no surprise, considering that for him a loss merely meant the loss of life, whereas for them it could result in a substantial financial ruin. Chen Yang was once again reminded, in this world no one truly cares about you. Your life holds less significance than a mere coin in their pockets. Simultaneously, he speculated that this bionic type must be the one he had sold, as the corpses bearing the VIK insignia were found in Qianyuan. The original delivery location designated by Qi Tongwei was also near Qianyuan. He resolved that if he were to eliminate him, he must not be sold again. With idle time on his hands, he wandered about the desolate city, ultimately seeking refuge in a remote underground parking lot to rest, enjoy hot pot, and practice his knife skills. Thus 3 days passed in tedium. November th. This day happened to be a Sunday. Jill Varen, feeling confident of victory, announced the event in his class ahead of time and initiated a satellite livestream that day. Your livestream has only a 2-second delay. My father arranged a dedicated line for me, so there's no issue. A classmate assured him, whose parents worked at the satellite administration. Sure, buddy, they'll let you play a couple of times in the future. Although Jill Varen had yet to claim victory, he regarded this duel as a guaranteed when almost devoid of suspense. He invited his close friends over, preparing snacks and beer to witness this BOSS battle. Indeed, the killer VK, whom even his brother could not defeat, was undoubtedly the BOSS of the Darkstar Gaming Arena. To vanquish him would be akin to conquering his brother. Regrettably, he couldn't summon Binbian Meiyu, or else he could showcase his prowess to her. It would be even better if it led to a romantic encounter. Who wouldn't want to conquer a woman of such beauty and strength? While Jill Varen was lost in thought, Matsui Masaki quietly inquired, Jill, how did you come by that sword in the Dark Star? Isn't it illegal? Don't be ridiculous, I merely discarded that sword as trash. What happens to it afterward is none of my concern. Haha, where's the illegality in that? Jill Varen glanced at the time. Noon, then stood up and announced to his classmates, the show is about to begin. Prepare to enjoy my gaming performance. Wait for you to pop the champagne. Make sure to arrive in style, be cool. Go for it. Encouraged by his classmates, Jill Varen donned the Orion gaming console. Watch the live stream. All his classmates took out their phones, accessing Jill Varen's social channel, where the shared view of the gaming console was live. Jill Varen was entering the game. The dark screen illuminated with the words, Orion Super Sensation Generation 7 initiating. Upon witnessing this, Binbian Meiyu felt her heart race with anxiety. At that moment she sat on her bed, and although the room was not cold, she still wrapped herself in a blanket, unconsciously trembling while holding her phone. Knock knock. The bedroom door was tapped twice, and her brother entered with a fruit platter filled with mangoes, smiling as he asked Meiyu, are you cold? Not cold. Binbian Meiyu shook her head, but due to her intense shaking, she set her phone on her lap. What are you watching? Binbian Wanji placed the fruit platter on the table, curiously glancing at the phone. On the screen, from someone's first-person perspective, the camera gazed at the gray sky, panning down to the surrounding abandoned city. Then a sword appeared on the screen. The sword was dark gray with a straight blade that shimmered with a white glow even in the dim light. Binbian Wanji noticed a protruding button on the hilt, raising his eyebrow with evident interest. Brother, do you want to watch too? Binbian Meiyu's tone carried a hint of disdain, almost implying you can leave now. I'm not interested. He's not as captivating as my rebellious little sister. Binbian Wanji chuckled wryly before turning to leave her room. Click. Binbian Meiyu swiftly followed and locked the door behind her. Then she hurried back to the bed, wrapping herself in the blanket again, her gaze fixed on the screen. She initially intended to enter the Dark Star through the gaming console as Anya to witness the event firsthand. However, she lacked the resolve, fearing an unfavorable outcome. For Binbian Meiyu, her understanding of VK was limited to the Chen Yang depicted in the game. In her interactions with Wang Jiajia, this young man exuded cheerfulness and optimism, with a hint of lechery, almost entirely divorced from the notion of a killer. Even having seen VK in reality did not alter her perception significantly. On the contrary, she was acutely aware of the formidable prowess of the bionic type controlled by the gaming console. During last week's gaming session, she had merely sensed the extraordinary strength through a clenched fist, a power far beyond human capability. Vik, do not come. Please do not come to meet your demise. As the agonizing weight dragged on Bin, May you gradually nurtured this thought. Half an hour passed. On her phone screen, Jill Varen still stood atop the mall's high peak. He gazed down at his surroundings where dozens of individuals awaited Vic's appearance, just like him. Boring. As drones surrounded him, Jill Varen leaped down, landing with a resounding crash that sent debris flying. Those waiting on the ground were startled and scattered, only to see this golden-haired man unfazed by the fall, raising his chin to survey the area with a glint in his eye. Where's Vik? He inquired. We don't know, either. We're all waiting for him, a man replied, attempting to befriend him. Another nearby added, we're all betting on your win. We hope you can take down Vik. We're on the same team. Same team. Jill Varen smirked, attaching the long sword to his back, his luminous eyes scrutinizing these individuals as he said, you scum aren't worthy to be on my team. Suddenly he plunged both hands into his waist, drawing two guns and firing wildly. The previously quiet square erupted into chaos, gunfire ringing throughout the desolate city. Some spectators had anticipated this, fleeing to distant flying vehicles, while others, unable to escape, drew their weapons to retaliate, cursing this oblivious killer. A bunch of trash, thinking they could use me as a tool to make money, damn. Although Jill Varen's attire bore several bullet holes, his body remained unscathed, and in under a minute the square was littered with corpses. Meanwhile, several flying vehicles ascended into the sky and uncontrolled drones plummeted to the ground. Whoosh! A hand grenade was hurled from within the mall. Jill Varen turned to regard the grenade, nonchalantly raising his arm to shield his face and neck. The grenade detonated, flooding the area with blinding light. As the sound of footsteps penetrated his ears, a man's voice resonated. Here he comes, brother. Kaka. The glint of the blade flashed, and two handguns were severed and fell to the ground. Jill charged forward, drawing his long sword and unleashing a dazzling flame. Chen Yang was about to pursue when he was forced back by the fiery aura, the searing heat washing over him. Are you Vic? Jill released the button on the hilt of his sword, gazing at the man whose face was obscured by glasses and collar. He then shifted his gaze to the hedging knife in Chen Yang's hand and asked with a smile, what's the matter? Is the Silver Wing Alliance's Vic afraid to show his face? A bit of an image to uphold. I fear being entangled by a tenacious fan like you. Chen Yang scrutinized this type bionic, noting the reinforced collar around his neck, and couldn't help but chuckle. What, afraid to expose your neck? Are you scared of getting sliced? Last time you caught me off guard, this time you won't succeed. Jill swung his sword, the blade igniting with flames as it surged forth. This time Chen Yang had anticipated it. He dodged and counterattacked. The blade cut into Jill arm, producing a metallic clang. In a flurry of movement, Jill, relying on his robust physique, pressed the offensive, his long sword occasionally belching fire. After several strikes, he took the initiative, pursuing Chen Yang with relentless slashes. Though there exists a second delay between the moon and Earth, the bionic could compensate with extraordinary reflexes and speed, rendering this delay seemingly negligible. Above, a dozen drones circled, capturing every angle of the unfolding duel. Jier is amazing, Matsui Masao shouted, venting his frustrations. Recalling that fateful rainy night when Vic had been struck down, he watched with glee as Jier pressed the attack, unable to contain himself as he urged Jier, go on, finish him off. Meanwhile, other students appeared relaxed. A boy munching on an apple remarked, is it really necessary? Vic is after all a creature of the Dark Star. Losing is to be expected. Besides, look at his knife, it's on the verge of breaking. You don't know anything. Matsui Masao retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. He had witnessed Vic's terrifying prowess. Unable to suppress his excitement, he messaged the class group, guys, I bet this fight will be over in a minute. Anyone care to take me up on it? Get lost. Buy me, Mayu replied. At that moment her heart raced painfully, choking her breath as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Vic, run. Why is he still standing firm? He should flee. Her neck ached and her eyes burned with unshed tears. Clang. Vic's knife was severed by Jill. Buy me, Mayu felt her heart stop in fright, but suddenly recalled that the last time she had seen Vic, he had wielded two black knives, not the one he had now. He has a backup. Meanwhile, Chi Tongwei was hidden in the shopping mall, frantically inputting commands into his notebook. Come on, give it some more power. Chen Yang sent a voice message. Almost there, just hang on for a few more seconds. Sweat dripped from Chi Tongwei's temples as he finally breached the drone's chip, hitting enter done. Chen Yang, caught in the midst of flashing sword light and fire, finally exhaled in relief upon hearing Chi's words. The area was finally cleared. Vic, what are you still hiding for? Just accept your fate. I can slash all day. How much stamina do you have left? As Jill reveled in his advantage, the buzzing drones abruptly ceased functioning and plummeted to the ground. He paid no heed to the absurd Dark Star technology, continuing to unleash his fury, swinging the longsword after Chen Yang, slicing through walls and steel as if they were mere butter. Warm-up complete. Chen Yang slipped into the shadows before the entrance of the mall. He stuffed something into his mouth, and then with his hands behind his back swiftly drew two longswords. These two blades emerged with unexpected suddenness. No one could fathom how they had been concealed and drawn so swiftly. From Jiwolin's perspective, at that moment Vic's form flickered, momentarily disappearing. Bang bang bang. Chen Yang wielded the two dark blades, moving at lightning speed around the bionic, striking fiercely. The tide had turned. Though Zhuolan was not blinded like Matsui Masao had been, no matter how he turned, he could never catch a glimpse of Chen Yang's shadow. Vic, you still have the Heijin knives. He spun his sword frantically, only able to hear the piercing sound of blades striking his body and witness sparks flying around him. That second network delay had become an insurmountable barrier. Chen Yang chewed on the candy in his mouth, the sea dog happy beans that enhanced his speed. Under the influence of the stimulant, he felt an exhilarating rush. Clang! He parried Zhuolan's longsword with his left hand and thrust his right arm beneath Zhuolan's armpit, the sound of mechanical disruption echoing in the air. Since the neck was difficult to target, he aimed to disable the bionic's arm, rendering it combat ineffective. Chen Yang feigned a strike with his left hand in front of Zhuolan, while his right hand aimed for the shoulder. Yet as he swung, an inexplicable shift occurred. The blade veered inward, and with a swift motion, he nearly sliced his own neck. What? Chen Yang's right arm had betrayed him. Startled, he twisted to the right, his body crashing to the ground like a spinning top. Zhuolan seized the opportunity to strike down with his sword, but Chen Yang rolled to his feet, his right hand once more poised to self-inflict. Damn it, what are you doing? Chen Yang used the blade in his left hand to block the one in his right, both swords forming a cross before him. It's not me. I'm in the process of resolving it. Lucis' voice flickered through the lens. At that moment, within Chen Yang's sensor type 3 chip, a swarm of worms had already blocked the neural signals from his brain, while a black beetle gnawed at the chip's core, extending its tendrils inside. The white phantom appeared. Her form darted among the worms. The web she spun immediately, ensnaring and dismembering the viruses. You truly came. The black beetle transmitted a message. You promised to cease the game. Why are you lacking integrity? Lucy replied. The white phantom cast her web to ensnare the beetle, extracting it from the chip. The game was not initiated by me, and moreover you failed to fulfill your initial promise. The beetle, constricted by the web, split into several new beetles. Regaining control of the chip, it sent messages one after another. Vic is still alive. You claimed 2 years ago that he drowned in the sea. Clearly you have deceived us. With the beetle in command, a multitude of worm viruses proliferated within the chip's neural pathways, surging toward the ghost. This man is not Vic. If he truly were Vic, this bionic would have already collapsed. The white phantom geometrically replicated, swiftly covering the entire chip and its signal pathways in webs. The beetles and worms perished under the cutting strands. The white phantom took residence within the chip. His right arm restored to normal. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang unleashed a torrent of attacks. With the 2 Heijin knives alternating in their strikes, Zhuolan's right shoulder erupted with electric sparks, and his uncontrollable arm severed a cable that fell to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Zhuolan's Heijin sword also slipped from his grasp, resonating softly against the floor. Jie Waluan removed the gaming console, bringing this duel to a premature conclusion. Having lost an arm signifies defeat. To continue would only serve to deepen one's humiliation. It is preferable to preserve the integrity of the bionic, for perhaps it could be redeemed later. However, this time, it would require borrowing some funds for the redemption. He sighed softly, disappointment etched across his face as he placed the gaming console on the table. His classmates exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Matsui Masao, who had been exhilarated mere moments ago, now gazed at Jie Waluan with profound disappointment. Yet a thought crossed his mind, and he lightened up, murmuring, let's just say Vic is quite formidable. I lost to him in a sneak attack before, and you faced him head-on today with the same outcome. What age are we in? Using swords is impractical, all flash and no substance. Next time just use a gun and you'll win. Right, use a sniper, a flick of the wrist guarantees victory. As Jie Waluan faced the skepticism of his peers, his face flushed with embarrassment. He struggled to convince himself that individual is not Vic. He merely used Vic's blade to deceive me. He is far more skilled than Vic, wielding 2 Heijin swords, undoubtedly not Vic. With this, his brother would not mock him for overestimating his capabilities. Thinking of the bionic that had been confiscated, he turned to his close friends, mustering a smile. To restart the game requires a fee. I just spent my money on the Heijin sword, so if anyone wishes to play, could you lend me some funds? Jie, discussing money jeopardizes our friendship. I need to inform my father that live broadcast line can be terminated. I'll take my leave now. I haven't finished my homework, yet I must hurry home to catch up. See you tomorrow. Wait, I haven't completed mine, either. Let's go together. Me too, me too. As his classmates hastily departed upon hearing the words borrow money, Jie Waluan exploded in frustration, exclaiming, you disloyal lot. There was no homework assigned this week, you scoundrels. In the end, only Matsui Masao remained munching on a banana. He chimed in, those guys only know how to take advantage. What kind of friends are they? Still, you're a true buddy. Jie Waluan gratefully settled beside Matsui Masao, throwing an arm around his shoulder. How much can you lend me? 1,000 will suffice, I'll figure out the rest. The most I can lend is 1,500, I have no more. Good brother. Jie Waluan was deeply moved, a slight sting in his nose. True friendship reveals itself in times of adversity, and this was no exception. Matsui Masao nodded silently before suddenly saying, but you played with my girlfriend twice before. This time, you must return the favor and let me play twice. Jie Waluan froze, furrowing his brow. I don't have a girlfriend. Just acknowledge it for now. Let's draft an IOU. You owe me 1,500 plus 2 rounds with your girlfriend. Get lost. Meanwhile, another individual on the moon was reveling in joy. Bimbi and Miyu was in her bedroom dancing to Ji and Tai Mei. Though she hadn't witnessed how Chen Yang severed Jie Waluan's arm the moment he drew his dual blades, she was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Vic's draw was akin to Chen Yang's ghostly dance. She yearned to enter the game and celebrate with Vic as a fan of AI, yet she was hesitant to use the console during daylight hours. She would have to wait for nightfall. Binbi and Miyu opened her door to visit the restroom on the first floor. As she passed by Binbi and Wanzi's room, she noticed her brother staring vacantly at his computer deep in thought. In the dimly lit sky, the fugitive was en route. The bionic lay on the ground, its severed right arm still flickering with electrical sparks, extinguishing only when the battery ceased its supply. Chen Yang removed the reinforced device from the neck of the bionic type, wielding his blades with vigor, delivering 10 decisive strikes to sever its head. A finishing blow was imperative. Raising his right arm, he observed it still haunted by its recent betrayal. Who was controlling my right arm just now? He inquired. From the moon. Xiaoyu replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. It appears to be in league with that bionic too cunning. Chen Yang clenched his right fist, feeling the control surge through him. It was evident that the safety concern must be addressed swiftly. Even with Lucis protection, there were still those who could briefly commandeer that arm. Exceedingly perilous. He picked up the bionic's Heejin sword, feeling its weight. Pressing the button on the hilt activated a flame-throwing mechanism. Though it was unwieldy, this fiery apparatus was indeed impressive. Setting aside practicality, the emphasis lay on its sheer aesthetic. How regrettable to part with this sword, yet a little expenditure could allow for its reforging. Qi Tongwei picked up Vic's broken blade, glancing at Chen Yang's shadow-like dual swords, puzzled as he murmured, "Is it truly possible to acquire such fine items on the dark web? Anything is possible." Aware of Qi Tongwei's skepticism, Chen Yang continued, "Does this broken sword satisfy your curiosity?" This sword? Qi Tongwei, gazing at the Heejin sword in his possession, instantly grasped the implication and quickly laughed. "Curiosity? My greatest flaw is my dullness. I possess no curiosity whatsoever. I'm also gifting you this sword, but do remove the flame-throwing apparatus from the hilt for me." Chen Yang tossed the sword to Qi Tongwei. Relative to the readily available Heejin metal, a capable and reliable ally is far more crucial, especially since this is an issue the Golden Finger cannot resolve. However, perhaps in the future it might be possible. Chen Yang gazed at the fallen bionic, harboring a bold aspiration. At this moment, Qi Tongwei, holding the sword and knife, slapped himself across the face to confirm this was not a dream. So much Heejin all for me. He needed Chen Yang to reaffirm. Indeed, use it wisely to arm yourself, just refrain from employing it on mechanical birds, Chen Yang instructed, gesturing toward the bionic type on the ground. Later, assist me in dismantling it. I wish to observe the entire process. Absolutely, whatever you say goes. Qi Tongwei, ecstatic, wrapped his fingers against the Heejin metal, producing a resonant clang sound, exclaiming, "I shall possess the world's most formidable bionic arm, and it'll handle the bionic type when it reappears. To be honest, I've been itching to see you deal with that creature." At this moment, the fugitive descended gently. Chen Yang opened the trunk, and together with Qi Tongwei, they tossed the bionic inside. "Let's hurry, I fear someone may come to scavenge soon." Qi Tongwei eagerly took the driver's seat, activating manual flight mode, saying, "To my secret base, we must dispose of this bionic quickly. It could become troublesome once those above start tracking." Base. Chen Yang felt an inexplicable longing for the term base. The fugitive soared skyward at full speed, trailing two pale blue flames swiftly enveloped by the haze above. Qi Tongwei's base lay in the northeastern part of Chiba, a dilapidated city near the coast. This city was vast, reduced to desolation by nuclear war, still exhibiting dangerously high pollution levels, deterring scavengers. The fugitive navigated through abandoned streets, entering an underground parking area of a residential building, descending rapidly through a dark passage. The descent lasted several dozen meters before the hovering vehicle finally halted. The headlights illuminated a metallic door opening to reveal a square hall. The hall was exceptionally bright, furnished with a water purifier, computer servers, and various mechanical equipment, resembling a survival base in a post-apocalyptic wasteland. "My base is absolutely secure, free from pollution and signals. Even Lucy cannot breach this place." Qi Tongwei opened the car door and trunk to unload the bionic. After disembarking, Chen Yang knocked on the wall, discerning the solid sound of thick steel plating. The outer metal appeared familiar, reminiscent of that found in Vic's drawers back in Angshi City, exhibiting robust electromagnetic shielding properties. "I must acquire a base like this." Qi Tongwei's underground base. The bionic Model 4 lay disassembled into dozens of pieces across a metallic workbench. Due to extensive damage to its regenerative muscle, it was entirely removed, revealing a skeletal structure of dark gray metal. The organs protected by this framework consisted of sophisticated modular devices encased in a type of plastic that could adhere to neural sensing filaments, while possessing a degree of elasticity, perfectly simulating the rise and fall of respiratory movements. In essence, stripped of its regenerative muscle, covering the dismantled bionic individual resembled a mere automaton. Structurally speaking, there is no significant difference between it and the bionic Model 3. Qi Tongwei activated the projector on the wall, casting an anatomical diagram of the bionic Model 3 onto the workbench, aligning it with the bionic Model 4, revealing almost identical features. The primary distinction lies in the skeleton. The Model 3 is constructed from titanium alloy, while the Model 4 is made from titanium steel, both designed with a hollow structure. Furthermore, he pointed to the bionic's chest and head, continuing the Model 4 is equipped with a more potent Star Flash energy-type battery, and its head contains not an ordinary bionic chip, but a remote sensing chip intended for distant control. This is a chip. Chen Yang picked up the so-called remote sensing chip, which resembled a Zippo lighter. Indeed, it is also referred to as a puppet chip. It allows for remote access to bionic devices initially utilized for Dark Star's exploration of the moon. Ironically, it has now turned into a tool for the moon to wreak havoc upon Dark Star. Chi Tongwei tossed the screwdriver onto the tool bench, sighing such is human nature. Afterward, he settled into a chair while a nearby maintenance robot assisted him in replacing his metallic arm with a bionic arm. Chen Yang's horizons expanded. Whether it was the bionic chip or the maintenance robot Chi Tongwei was employing, not to mention the entire underground base. Noticing the server connected to the internet, he inquired, how is the network managed here? This city already has fiber optics. We could connect directly, but it requires a fee to establish a dedicated line. The neural network's dedicated line branches directly from the seabed. As long as the funds are in place, we can set up the dark web. Chi Tongwei discerned Chen Yang's intent to establish his own underground base, and continued, the money you made from selling bionic models is sufficient to lay down these two lines. What about water and electricity? The power system is relatively straightforward. We can utilize industrial battery arrays powered by nuclear technology. We have easy access to groundwater. The tricky part is the sewage system, as humanity's greatest production is waste. Just look at the moon. How few people are here, yet the trash is nearly overwhelming. Dark Star, these damned fools. Once Chi Tongwei finished with his arm replacement, he approached and clapped Chen Yang on the shoulder. Do you wish to be neighbors? At least you can run a direct line for the internet. Chen Yang had no desire to be too close to Chi Tongwei. Being in a base demanded a degree of privacy for safety. Moreover, his unique abilities could produce a plethora of extraordinary items, which could not simply be brushed aside with a remark about the dark web. Even with someone relatively familiar like Chi Tongwei, there was no guarantee he wouldn't view him as merely a 3D printer. That would be disastrous. He chuckled. I plan to establish a harem in the base. It wouldn't be convenient to be neighbors with you. Also, you see me as a nosy neighbor, do you? Chi Tongwei jest, placing the helium gold sword on the workbench. Compared to the bionic models, this requires thorough examination before any action. An explosion would be troublesome. Take your time with the research. I need to head home. Chen Yang pointed to the bionic model and the items he required, saying, I'll leave these with you for now. We can connect through the dark web or an entertainment venue later to avoid eavesdropping from Lucy. Don't rush off. I have a few bottles of wine hidden in this base. Not a chance that I plan to order some fast food to reward myself. Is it the Rose fast food? Chi Tongwei saw through Chen Yang's intentions, laughing. I understand. After a life and death battle, one must indulge a little. Do you want me to recommend a few companions? No need. After bidding farewell to Chi Tongwei, Chen Yang cautiously piloted his flying vehicle away from the base, returning to the Yilang apartment in Qianyuan. At p.m., as the hovercar gently glided into the apartment balcony, Chen Yang noticed the lights in Unit C were on. Thinking of his somewhat unstable and not particularly bright ex, he felt an odd sensation. He had done nothing, not even touched her, yet he inexplicably felt a burden of emotional debt, which was quite vexing. Unlike the perverse Lucy, this neighbor evidently harbored lingering feelings for Vic. It felt a bit awkward. Buzz. The hovercar came to a stop as the engine powered down. Upon returning to his room, Chen Yang first took a shower. During this time, Lucy informed him that the network data had been cleared, allowing him to reside in the Yilang apartment with peace of mind. Peace of mind indeed. With the Sensing Model 3 being easily hacked, the security of the chips remained unresolved, rendering any sense of calm unattainable. He needed to swiftly finalize the binary chip. His third round of Earth had been inactive for a week. It was time to resume. Before that, he had to get the fast food business underway. After all, it had been over half a month since he last indulged. One more day will lead to an explosion. Another month will result in melting. Ew, I want to possess you, baby, baby. Chen Yang unconsciously began to dance. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Oh no, it couldn't be that woman, could it? Chen Yang's spider alert was already activated. He hurriedly dried off, donning clean loungewear, simple casual pants, and a long-sleeved t-shirt. Since Xiaoyu was connected to the home's access control, she provided an answer through the auxiliary sensor. It's your neighbor, a beautiful blonde. What does she want? Chen Yang only wished to eat fast food and had no desire to reminisce with her. Peering through the peephole, he confirmed it was indeed Ania. She brought with her a cake and red wine, looking like she had spent quite a bit. Ania, is it? What brings you here? Chen Yang opened the door, his mind still preoccupied with fast food, yet this European-featured beauty was undeniably captivating. I wanted to celebrate with you. Ania held up the cake and wine, her shy demeanor revealing, I know you won, and I'm truly delighted. What about this? Chen Yang rubbed his face in mild frustration, asking, at this late hour with just the two of us, do you dare to come into my room? Going to my room is fine too. That's not what I meant. Forget it, come in. Sorry to intrude. Ania blushed, smiling as she stepped into Chen Yang's apartment. Chen Yang tidied the table, moving the monitor to the floor. The memory fragment displayed no scenes, leading him to believe it was off, so he placed it directly on the gaming console. Is that the Earth gaming console? Ania looked curiously at the console by the wall, asking why are there two? One is a backup. Chen Yang fetched 2 wine glasses and brought over a chair for her, saying, please have a seat. Once she was seated, he added, I apologize, my memory of the past is a bit hazy. Did I hurt you? Ania gazed at the Vic before her, her eyes reflecting AR enhancements, causing Vic's face to slowly morph into Chen Yang's. In that instant, emotions from Wang Jiejia surged within her, her eyes moist, as she shook her head, saying, you did not hurt me, but I cannot help but think of you. Disaster, this woman has lost her mind. As Anya shed tears, Chen Yang felt a sudden panic. Speaking of ex-girlfriends, he possessed a modicum of experience having dealt with Lu Yiyan and Lucy, yet he had never encountered someone like her. Anya remained with an expression brimming with affection. Shall we rekindle our past romance? Xiao Yu whispered in his ear. Chen Yang scratched his head, contemplating how to comfort Anya. After a moment of reflection, he suggested, how about some cake? The woman shook her head, wiping away her tears. Indeed, Chen Yang lacked experience in comforting women with Wang Jiejia. There had never been any tension, and with Lu Yiyan, it was merely a few apologies before silence fell. He poured half a glass of red wine for both of them, saying, let us drink to drown our sorrows. They clinked their glasses, and just as Chen Yang was about to take a sip, Anya tugged at his arm, then wrapped hers around his. Is this a toast? Is this a trend among the dark stars as well? Little did he know it was a jest Wang Jiejia learned in her dormitory with classmates. Anya happily drank the red wine, and after placing her glass down, her gaze lingered on Chen Yang, as she said, it's wonderful to see you here, but feels like a dream. Chen Yang sensed the atmosphere was amiss and clarified, my dear, I may not be the victor you know, please do not misplace your affections. I know, Anya replied, grasping Chen Yang's hand softly, you are the victor I just met. Her gaze was somewhat unfocused, her breath quickening, tipsy from just a sip. Is that so? Chen Yang poured himself another glass, consuming it without feeling a thing. Is this woman intoxicated from so little? Perhaps it is the wine that inebriates the heart rather than the body. Maybe she is feigning it, deliberately giving you an opening, Xiao Yu murmured. Could it be? As Chen Yang looked at Anya, she was leaning closer, her eyes closed. It seemed this fast food rendezvous would not materialize. He hadn't even savored a bite of the cake. Though it was somewhat sudden, to refuse her now would only inflict further hurt, and besides, in this world, it was not considered inappropriate. A proper way to host a guest. Lucy threw a few fish flakes into the fishbowl, observing the two goldfish chase after the morsels, a satisfied smile creeping onto her face. She began to understand the joy of fish keeping, wondering if these two fish could eventually spawn young ones. She decided to wait until they grew a bit larger. It seems Victor is truly dead, that person is not Victor. A line of text suddenly appeared before her eyes. What a dampener. With a stern expression, Lucy left the living room, turned off the lights, and returned to her bedroom to rest. The text did not relent, reappearing. You really killed Victor. Lucy replied, you said you would no longer contact me if you harass me again. I will delete the terminal and sever all ties completely. Though I do not know who that person is, I am aware you have been protecting him. Your online activity betrays your presence. That is merely a hobby of mine. I intend to recruit him into the organization. I am here to notify you. You may communicate with him, but do not disturb me. So be it. The line of text vanished, leaving Lucy sleepless. She couldn't help but recall that night, when she had accessed Victor's auxiliary sensor, forcefully controlling his nerves, compelling him to ride his motorcycle into the sea. Though Victor had survived, he developed a neurological disorder, retreating to work at the Redstone factory. 2 years later, he lost his persona within the game, allowing the Victor before her to usurp his body. Chen Yang awoke the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, he stared blankly out the window, feeling somewhat strange, as if something were amiss. Last night Anya had left in a hurry. Chen Yang got out of bed, eating the cake Anya had brought, and opened his computer to check the material library of BM, where indeed there were remote sensing chips, even bionic chips. Truly, Earth was an experimental laboratory full of wonders. Yet, considering the computational capacity of the Earth Corporation server, could it handle such extensive calculations? As he chewed on the cake, he raised his left hand to retrieve a box of milk from Earth, but nothing came out. What the hell? He tried again, yet still nothing. Could it be that his golden finger has failed? Chen Yang broke into a cold sweat, hastily trying to retrieve instant noodles, but to no avail. Suddenly parched, he steadied his mind and attempted to take out the fruit knife he had bought from IKEA. This time he succeeded. What on earth? Did I consume all the milk and noodles? He recalled buying 3 boxes of tissalun and over 20 packets of instant noodles. It was improbable they had all been consumed. Could it be that my golden finger has encountered a malfunction? Chen Yang lost his appetite for cake and immediately lay back down, connecting to the game data line, returning to the Earth he hadn't logged into for a week. His eyelids felt heavy. His body grew weak to the extent that even opening his eyes felt laborious. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. I have been imprisoned for 10,000 years, cast out from my homeland. Now you dare intrude upon my domain. What a path to self-destruction. You are self-destructive. What is happening? Am I in World of Warcraft? Chen Yang opened his eyes to see a line of text. Hello world. A notebook from Yang Dong was seated behind the notebook, playing a game, her full forehead and slightly messy hair exposed. Her hand gripped the mouse, clicking rhythmically on the bed. Chen Yang discovered he lay in a hospital room and 4 drip attached to his hand, the large bag likely filled with nutrients. Yang Dong, what is going on? His throat felt dry, and he repeated himself to be heard. I'm creating a secondary account as a storage. Suddenly Yang Dong's face peeked out from beside the notebook, her eyes wide with surprise, and a smile gradually appeared on her fair face. Doctor, the vegetative patient has awakened. She dropped the mouse and rushed out of the hospital room, shouting, Doctor, you lost the bet. Give me 500 yuan. The game Daikaio has encountered a new bug. Some players found that the game continued to operate after they logged off, causing them to enter a state akin to being a vegetable. These players had only recently embarked on a new game cycle, typically within a week's time. Chen Yang happened to belong to this group of players. As of now, the Earth Company has not disclosed the cause of the bug, but has advised players to minimize their login intervals while awaiting an official patch. Compensation is undoubtedly forthcoming. Chen Yang felt a strange sense of fortune and misfortune. Setting aside the compensation, this week Yang Dong and Wang Gan's studies had not been hindered. In fact, during their time spent attending to him, they had engaged in studying various languages to alleviate their boredom. Upon returning to his residence at Hongtian Xin Yuan, Chen Yang collapsed onto the sofa and inquired, "Did you two consume all the milk and instant noodles at my place?" "It was all long gone. I'm on a diet," Yang Dong replied. In reality, Yang Dong was merely slightly overweight, and her tall stature made her appear quite sturdy. She tugged at her t-shirt, sniffed it, and grimaced, "It's gone sour. I'll borrow your bathroom for a moment. Wang Gan, if you need to use the restroom, do it quickly." "I'm not going." Wang Gan gradually moved the cooking utensils from the hospital into the house and handed Chen Yang a box of milk, saying, "Fortunately, we recognized you as a time traveler and disregarded the doctor's claim of you being a vegetable. Otherwise, you would probably have been cremated by now, as we wouldn't have been able to reach your relatives." "Very well done," Chen Yang commended, giving Wang Gan a thumbs up. "Thank you very much. Have you traveled to the future? Tell me about it. Is my wife on another mission?" Wang Gan suddenly grinned, ingratiatingly moving closer to Chen Yang, as he said, "Next time if you take a picture of my wife, I'd like to see it." "Sure, if your wife asks me to, we'll take a few for you." Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite the game bug, his golden finger remained, and the situation was not dire. He opened the Changdong shopping app, selected a few items, and sent them to Wang Gan with a message, "Put in a bit more effort. Soon you'll need to purchase these items from the medical supply store. The sooner the better. 2 units each of the electrotherapy device and arm model." Wang Gan did not understand why Chen Yang wanted to buy these things, but since it was something a time traveler desired, there must be a reason. He merely scratched his head and said, "No problem, but about the money, I'll transfer it to you shortly." Chen Yang sent Wang Gan 10,000 and then recalled the hospital expenses, asking who paid for my hospital bills. Yang Dong, the little rich girl, spent several thousand altogether. Wang Gan appeared quite sentimental, giving Chen Yang a knowing look. "She was busy taking care of you in the hospital, staying in your ward at night. If one did not know better, they might think she was your girlfriend. She's really quite good to you." "She is indeed a good girl." A warm feeling surged within Chen Yang. At that moment, the sound of water running from the bathroom caught his attention. Wang Gan glanced back and revealed a peculiar expression to Chen Yang. "What does that mean?" Chen Yang inquired with his gaze. Wang Gan merely smiled, scratched his nose with his chubby hand, and said loudly, "I'm off to buy some things." With that, he donned his sneakers and left to purchase the equipment. Chen Yang was oblivious to the implications of Wang Gan's actions until his phone buzzed with a message from him. "Yang Dong bribed me to intentionally say nice things about her to you." "I'm flabbergasted." Chen Yang replied, "Then why did you tell me?" Wang Gan responded, "As a savior, how could I be swayed by her assistance? She thinks a bowl of beef rice can win me over. She's dreaming." Chen Yang replied, "No need to return the remaining money after buying the equipment, just report back to me." Wang Gan understood. These women have 100 schemes. Chen Yang chuckled, suddenly finding that somewhat slow wit, and not particularly sharp wit, AI Naya, was rather more appealing. At that moment, Wang Gan sent another message, "Nevertheless, Yang Dong is genuinely good to you, and she isn't even your girlfriend yet, so she's already running to your aid." "What?" Chen Yang covered his face, and his phone clattered to the ground. After Yang Dong finished her shower, the room was filled with the scent of shampoo. Her long hair remained slightly damp, and her dark locks enhanced the pallor of her complexion. Perhaps due to her slight plumpness, her skin was exquisite, whether it be her face, arms, or those sturdy thighs. "Next time you time travel, give us a heads up. It's quite startling." Yang Dong, with her hair cascading down, wore a white t-shirt emblazoned with "Hello World," which subtly accentuated her figure, while her black shorts elongated her legs. Noticing Chen Yang's despondent demeanor, she couldn't help but smile and asked, "What are you thinking about? Did the future leave you traumatized?" "Not at all." Chen Yang shifted aside on the sofa as she sat down beside him. His mind was troubled, filled with serious medical questions, such as whether a vegetable could regain vitality. "Eat some fruit." Yang Dong broke off a banana and handed it to Chen Yang. Gazing at her hand and the banana, he felt a wave of despair. When he looked at the slightly disheveled beauty, he inexplicably felt a surge of romantic tension. "Thanks. They'll reimburse you for the hospital expenses once I'm discharged." Chen Yang, blushing, accepted the banana and grabbed a pillow to place on his lap, hoping to ease the awkwardness. "Once the hospital settlement is complete, you must repay me with interest." Yang Dong playfully hit Chen Yang's pillow, grinning mischievously, "Since I'm treating you so well, why don't you let me rent that study?" "Not a chance." Chen Yang had to continue with his fish and turtle trade. The study housed an aquarium, and it would be troublesome if fish mysteriously disappeared. Yang Dong smiled silently, placing her feet provocatively on the coffee table, her fair thighs displayed enticingly before Chen Yang. She broke off another banana, casually picked up the TV remote, and began scrolling through movies out of boredom. "What kind of movies do you like?" Yang Dong turned to Chen Yang, adding, "Except for those with FBI warnings." "Have you seen Moon?" Chen Yang asked. "I have, but I don't like tragedies. The notion of clones is too sorrowful. Let's watch something more upbeat like this one." She selected The Martian, exclaiming, "I absolutely adore this film. I've watched it countless times." "Do you enjoy the idea of growing potatoes on another planet?" Chen Yang also loved this film and had read the novel. "Pretty much, it seems very interesting." Yang Dong sighed as she chewed on the banana, saying, "After all, this world is terribly dull. Nothing seems invigorating, much like the N languages you brought, which lack any challenge." Quite the old-fashioned perspective. Chen Yang also peeled a banana to eat. Considering the unresolved bug in the Earth game, he remarked, in the coming days, I might have to time travel back, and if I become a vegetable again, I'll just lie at home instead of going to the hospital. I truly envy you for being able to travel to the future. Yang Dong nudged Chen Yang with her shoulder, her gaze sincere. Could you let me travel too? I'd agree to any conditions. Actually, we are not far from the future world at all. Chen Yang pinched his thumb and index finger together, indicating the thin distance of a game console shell, and continued, as long as you cooperate fully with me, perhaps I can help you achieve it. Are you just painting a grand picture? Yang Dong thought Chen Yang was joking. Her eyes sparkled as she watched the movie, and a few minutes later, she turned to ask, really? If I can time travel, you definitely can as well. Chen Yang, while not a genius, was nonetheless a science student with a passion for science fiction literature. Having lived on Dark Star for 2 months, he felt that transporting Yang Dong, or anyone from Earth to Dark Star, was not entirely impossible. Theoretically, there were no issues. If you traveled to the future, what would you most want to do? Chen Yang asked. To go to Mars, Yang Dong replied jokingly. I'd open a cafe there and serve aliens. Huaxing Jiu Yuan had ended. Chen Yang propped his chin and sank into a heavy sleep, once more reduced to a vegetative state. Has he really crossed over? Yang Dong poked Chen Yang's cheek with a finger. When he failed to respond, she tried lifting the bolster on his legs, and smiling put it back in place. There's no way you could be utterly unresponsive while I sit here, this celebrated beauty, she declared with a smug grin. At least he's a quintessential straight man. She draped her coat over Chen Yang. How I wish it were a real crossing, she murmured as she tidied the room, carrying Chen Yang to the sofa. Soon the door was kicked. Twice Wang Gan returned, lugging 4 large boxes. What on earth did you buy? Yang Dong opened the door and took 2 boxes, reading their labels, an electrotherapy device, an arm model. Why buy this? Chen Yang said there for testing. Yin Wang Gan panted, sweat beading on his forehead. He glanced at the motionless Chen Yang on the sofa. The traveler fell asleep. He said he would go back to the future to fetch a few things and be back in a few hours. As Yang Dong unpacked, she quietly asked Wang Gan, did you tell him what I asked you to? Of course. You overheard him when you were in the bathroom, didn't you? Wang Gan glanced at Chen Yang and laughed. He bought every word. And the message you were supposed to send. She pressed, blushing slightly. Leave it to me. Wang Gan produced his phone and opened the chat logs to show her. I did you a favor. You promised to introduce me to your roommate, remember? A promise is a promise. Trust me, sister will get you a date. Yang Dong returned his phone with glee, preening. A mere traveler is child's play. You women are cunning, Wang Gan muttered. Brother, this is a genuine traveler. I must corrupt him before he harms another woman. It's for the sake of all females. If I do not descend into hell, who will? Yang Dong pronounced dramatically. All right, you can join the Women's Federation, Wang Gan laughed. He reached into a box and drew out an exquisitely jointed lifelike bionic arm, its skin supple and elastic. He stared in disbelief. When I checked the arm models before, they were cheap plastic. This is shockingly real. I suddenly have a daring idea. Get lost, Yang Dong said, seeing his lecherous glint. She lifted another bionic arm, equally impressive cables coiled along its structure. This is future tech. It looks like we can control it with Yin. She opened another unopened box to reveal a metallic device the size of a router labeled neural signal converter. I understand, she said eagerly. This device converts digital signals like Yin into neural signals the brain can perceive, and vice versa. She hurried to her desk, connecting the converter and the bionic arm to her computer. In a solemn tone, she told Wang Gan, well, each use a set. Don't you dare touch mine. Absolutely not, Wang Gan said, grasping the bionic hand with both hands. It wasn't as slick as he imagined, but it felt unerringly real. Striking an emphatic pose, he declared, if I'm to be a savior, I must show my true talent. Their enthusiasm for experimentation swelled while on the sofa. Chen Yang's mouth tilted in a faint crooked smile. Everyone had their own wiles. Little Yang Dong was too green. Chen Yang, having logged out of the game, scratched his head and said, shall you set a timer to return to Earth every 6 hours? Because of the Dichio game's rotation bug. Xiaoyu's voice came from the monitor's speakers. Exactly. The game's life is life. As Xiaoyu spoke, she opened a web page on the monitor, an official notice from Dichio Gongxi. Chen Yang hoped the rotation bug had been fixed, but it had not. Instead, Dichio Gongxi had launched a new paid product, meal replacement tablets. When taken, a tablet sustains physical energy and nutrition for 8 to 12 hours without adverse effects. Normally, they cost yuan per tablet. To compensate affected players, the company was distributing 3 free tablets per day to those who had experienced errors. So they even have such a pill, Chen Yang muttered. Such tablets were more than a dieting miracle. They had invaluable applications in aerospace and space stations. If meal replacement tablets worked in Dichio, there must be scientific basis behind them, but large-scale production was hindered by raw materials and cost. If he could obtain the formula, he could mass-produce them. Yet such high-end biotech recipes were unlikely to leak onto the public web. He could ask on the dark web, but that risked exposing his intentions. Better to amass funds purchased through official channels and use a golden finger exploit to port the results into reality. Chen Yang closed the announcement. The presence of the meal replacement tablets implied that the Dichio rotation bug would not be resolved soon, likely the handiwork of the Hacker Alliance. The memory of Wang Jijia's death hardened his resolve. This debt must be avenged. After finishing a slice of cake, he began cleaning. He returned the monitor to his desk. Because the game's bug prevented memory fragments from rendering scenes, he replaced them with a photo of himself with Wang Jijia and set it on the desk. While dusting the console, Chen Yang reflected on Yang Dong's wish to travel between worlds. Theoretically, if he could transmit Yang Dong's neural signals from the game client to Xing and link them to a puppet chip, they might use the bionic body to effect a crossing. In essence, a reversed game. Yang Dong was playing Xing on Dichio. The difficulty lay in the fact that her neural signal permissions as a player were controlled by Dichio Gongs's server SAW barrier even the Hacker Alliance could not breach. A compromise would be to abandon full neural emulation and instead use a conventional VR headset to let her peek into Xing. Unnoticed night had fallen. Chen Yang was chatting on the balcony with Zhu Di when a military green Wallong hovercar coasted up. Old Wei. Chi Tongwei's square face, threaded with metal lines, appeared at the window. He waved. Get in. He'll treat you to a banquet and introduce you to some friends. Friends. Chen Yang ended his call with Zhu Di and Riley protested. I can't. I'm socially awkward. Socially awkward with the neighbors. Cut the crap and get in. Chi Tongwei opened the door and shot Chen Yang a look. Tonight's guests are all Dichio players. I set this up specially for you. Don't be ungrateful. All right, I'll give you face. Chen Yang relented. He dressed quickly and climbed into Chi Tongwei's car. I'm the renowned Wei Ku. I have a reputation. I shouldn't be parading myself about. Chi Tongwei drove them away from Yilang Gonggayo laughing. Although the Yin Lian Meng is famous, it's mostly fringe elements. The people I'm introducing you to are white-collar professionals. They won't know you. You understand the tyranny of information barriers, right? I do. It's like how Dian will never show me buff men dancing, Chen Yang said as he fastened his seatbelt. Where are we going? The finest place at Qian Yi Yuan, Chi Tongwei replied. Night on Frostflower Street. Beneath the vibrant advertisements and neon lights, spirited young women donned sailor uniforms, unabashedly exposing their legs to the biting November chill. Chen Yang glanced at the barcodes on their chests or arms, the average expenditure being around. Qian Yi Yuan's cost of living is notably higher than that of Anxi City. Under the pulsating electronic music, Chi Tongwei was in a state of exhilaration, his steps swaying with a certain rhythm. He raised his voice to Chen Yang, exclaiming, many white-collar workers from Jigging come here to have fun. The regulations in the blue-collar district are quite lax, and everyone enjoys skirting the law here. Didn't you ask how to move to Jigging? Tonight, I have a friend working in the civil affairs department. You can connect with him privately. Thanks, I didn't expect you to remember that. Chen Yang surveyed the array of eccentrically dressed individuals on the street, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In this world, you need to cultivate more connections, being a homebody like you won't do. Tonight, there's a friend you will undoubtedly find intriguing. He's a former colleague of mine. Chi Tongwei playfully patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, grinning, as he said, the character designer from Earth Company, your ex-girlfriend, is currently under his direction. Lu Yian. Chen Yang immediately thought of her. For players of Earth, Lu Yian is nearly synonymous with ex-girlfriend. Of course, I am a devoted fan of Yan's leg. Chi Tongwei raised an eyebrow. Something about the way you said that feels a bit off. Chen Yang, being a persona emerging from the game, did not possess the same nonchalance as the Dark Star players. You may not know, but the Lu Yian you encounter now is already the 5th version. She has a 35 personality divergence from the original. Characters in Earth evolve based on player preferences, fundamentally designed to serve us players. As Chi Tongwei gestured toward a 3-story tavern ahead, he stated, here we are the renowned Sister Trees Izakaya on Frostflower Street. The izakaya was bustling, filled with the sounds of guests shouting. A few disheveled individuals sprawled on the floor under the sway of alcohol, freely unleashing their primal instincts, making the establishment resemble a zoo. Ignore those fools, let's head upstairs. Chi Tongwei led Chen Yang to the 2nd floor, which was significantly quieter, featuring traditional Japanese-style private rooms. In a room named Sakura Lane, 3 individuals were already seated. They were gathered around a hot pot, engaged in conversation, and upon seeing Chi Tongwei enter, their expressions turned to surprise, followed by curiosity as they glanced at Chen Yang. Clearly, they did not recognize the fugitive known as Wei Ku. Are their electronic eyes secure? Chen Yang whispered, feeling a twinge of concern. Rest assured, those who frequent Frostflower Street do not wish to attract trouble. There are numerous ways to obscure surveillance. Chi Tongwei whispered a few reassurances to Chen Yang, then opened his arms and said, apologies for our tardiness. It was solely to bring over this special friend. Clearing his throat theatrically to capture their attention, he introduced Chen Yang, saying, this is a name you all recognize and are quite familiar with. Chen Yang. Damn, Chen Yang muttered under his breath. To his astonishment, the trio stared wide-eyed, with one seemingly elite middle-aged man exclaiming, could it truly be the Chen Yang persona? That kind of identity cognitive disorder. Another woman in her 30s gasped, covering her mouth. Is there truly such a person? The third was a bespectacled man, appearing somewhat skeptical. Indeed, he is 100 a persona that has crossed over from the game. Chi Tongwei whispered to Chen Yang with a smile, buddy, this is a genuine virtual identity, very secure. You're kidding me. Just as Chen Yang uttered his curse, the middle-aged gentleman chimed in, exactly, that spontaneous you old man is indeed Chen Yang. Is that really so extraordinary? Chen Yang frowned, sensing that these individuals were being a bit exaggerated. Cyber delusions abound. Information barriers, my friend. Chi Tongwei patted Chen Yang on the shoulder and introduced the 3 white-collar individuals, my close colleague, character designer at Earth Company Job. Job, a man in his 40s with a stylishly trimmed beard, sported a black t-shirt and jeans reminiscent of a certain tech mogul. Apparel engineering designer 66. Her name is Lulu, quite cool, isn't it? The 30-something woman wore clothing featuring materials that resembled an LED screen, constantly shifting patterns and colors. With a mischievous smile, she revealed an avatar of Chen Yang on her chest. head of the Civil Affairs Department in Jigging Guoqiangsan. Guoqiangsan in his 30s donned a pair of black-framed smart glasses and appeared rather introverted. Chen Yang noted that aside from the retinal displays, the three bore no external cybernetic enhancements, their clothing made from high-quality fabrics. Even the highly technical wore cotton straps and a skirt. Crucially, their demeanor was relaxed, starkly contrasting with the populace of Angxi City or Qianyi Yuan. They were decidedly less cyberpunk. In contrast, Qi Tongwei, with metallic threads embedded in his face, appeared quite the anomaly, perhaps accounting for his popularity. "Hello everyone, I come from Earth." Chen Yang removed his glasses, offering an awkward smile. The response was overwhelmingly positive. He instantly became the focal point of the dinner table. As the rounds of drinks progressed, Chen Yang's initial novelty wore off, and conversation returned to the Earth game. Surprisingly, they seemed unconcerned about the self-rotation bug, sharing amusing anecdotes from the game. The hot pot was filled with tender fish and fresh vegetables, all non-synthetic, tasting remarkably similar to those on Earth. In fact, they even had a hint of gourmet flair. Chen Yang found himself seated between Job and a mixed-race individual working as an apparel engineer, was essentially a nanoelectronics researcher with a penchant for fashion design, part of Jigging's workforce. After a few drinks and lively conversation with Chen Yang, she began discussing game mods, with Qi Tongwei seemingly intent on thrashing her boss within the game. Finally, Chen Yang had a moment to converse with Job about character design. "I heard you are the designer for Lu Yuyan. Each game character has a dedicated operation team. I am not the sole designer. Our team manages not only Lu Yuyan, but also two others." Job appeared refined, and though in his 40s he exuded a youthful aura. His words carried no boastfulness, simply a calm acknowledgement. "One of them is lesser known, named In Se-yo, also a free character. Little Jio's son, guess ex-girlfriend." Chen Yang recalled the Korean beauty, surprised to learn she shared the same character designer with Lu Yuyan. Realizing this, he noted they bore some resemblance. If Sun Gu were the protagonist, In Se-yo would indeed be another Lu Yuyan. He jested, "You seem rather faded with your ex-girlfriend." "Indeed, of the three characters I designed, two are ex-girlfriends, which is quite amusing." Job chuckled wryly. "And who is the third character you designed?" Chen Yang inquired. "She is quite remarkable, a lucrative paid character." Job's expression turned somewhat proud as he took a sip of rice wine, before adding, "Her name is Yang Dong, and I believe you know of that programming prodigy." "What a coincidence this is." Chen Yang's jaw dropped in astonishment as he unexpectedly encountered Yang Dong's character designer. Although Yang Dong was conceived by a team led by Xiao Bu, the individual who bore a striking resemblance to Steve Jobs was undoubtedly the mastermind behind the character's design. Noticing Chen Yang's expression, Xiao Bu surmised, "It seems you have purchased this character." "Indeed, it's quite a money trap," Chen Yang lamented. "When purchasing characters, the strategy hints suggested which game enhancements to buy, yet they proved utterly ineffective." "Haha, if you engage in a few more game sessions, you might find them useful," Xiao Bu remarked, clinking his glass, with Chen Yang's continuing, "In truth, it isn't a money trap. The personalities of paid characters are intricately designed, with subtle variations each time you enter the game." After sipping some rice wine, he elaborated, "This complexity encourages players to make repeated purchases." Qi Tongwei, overhearing their conversation, interjected, "Old Xiao, there's no need to quibble. What you have is undoubtedly a money trap, compelling players to buy stamina boosters, as if Yang Dong were easily conquerable. Indeed, I pursued her for 2 months, and even after deleting my account, I failed to succeed." Guoqiangsan joked, "Damn it, I want a refund." "That's because your intentions were too overt," triggering Yang Dong's self-protection mechanism. As they discussed the character he designed, Xiao Bu couldn't conceal his pride and excitement. At such moments, people often feel a strong desire to share. "May I inquire how the character of Yang Dong was conceived?" Chen Yang timely asked. Qi Tongwei, Guoqiangsan, and exchanged glances, displaying expressions of "here we go again," before gathering to chat about mod-related anecdotes. Though Xiao Bu wasn't wearing glasses, he instinctively adjusted them, and replied to Chen Yang, "That dates back 7 years. When our team received permission to create paid characters, we pondered how to design an engaging character that would attract players. Of course, we also sought to earn a commission from these paid characters. Thus, we delved into historical data from 2020, exploring fashion elements that appealed to young people at the time. Eventually, we discovered that most had already been utilized, such as short video streamers, so we continued our search for any phenomenally popular elements to draw inspiration from. Ultimately, we stumbled upon an old animated series titled Suzumiya Harai no Yutsu. I love that series." Chen Yang exclaimed, both surprised and delighted, realizing, "Are you implying that Yang Dong drew inspiration from elements of Suzumiya Haruai? How intriguing." Although Suzumiya Haruai no Yutsu is classified as a light novel set in a school, it fundamentally embodies a science fiction theme, a series Chen Yang had read. To be precise, he had encountered it within the context of character settings. "Can you deduce her underlying essence?" Xiao Bu inquired. "If she were inspired by Suzumiya Haruai, she'd perceive the world as mundane, seeking supernatural elements to infuse excitement into her otherwise monotonous life." As Chen Yang spoke, he increasingly felt that Yang Dong embodied such a persona. Exactly, and when combined with the extraterrestrial essence of Nagato, Yuki, Yang Dong's foundational logic emerges. Alas, Xiao Bu chuckled helplessly. At the time, players were unconvinced. After all, Yang Dong's character could be quite domineering, sometimes resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve her goals. Thus, we had to invest considerable effort in the character introduction to portray her as easily approachable. Ha ha ha. Ultimately, it's still a money trap, Chen Yang mused, feeling he had spent his money unwisely. He contemplated his own existence as a persona derived from Vic, yet filled with numerous memories originating from the character itself, undeniably part of the character design. Curious, Chen Yang asked, surely the character Chen Yang also has a designer, right? You. Xiaobu scrutinized this unique player, chuckling. You were among the earliest character designs created personally by the chairman of the Earth Corporation. However, he has since passed away and no one dares to alter your design script. Thus, there is currently no dedicated designer for you. Lucy regarded the moon with indifference. Seated at a window-side table in a cafe, she observed the sky's barrier transitioning from opaque to transparent, unveiling the cosmos' true colors, with a massive dark star dominating the night sky. From the moon, the sheer magnitude of the dark star was awe-inspiring. It was precisely this that granted the moon its sense of pride. After all, the dark star was their plaything. She wondered how the Mars base was coming along. Furrowing her brow, Lucy set down her now-cold coffee and said to San Shun, prepare to close the shop. All right. San Shun, who had been dozing off, briefly showed a glimmer of joy before it faded upon the entrance of a male customer accompanied by an Akita dog. The man, dressed in black athletic wear, appeared to have just come from a run, the dog panting heavily. Are you about to close? The customer smiled as he adjusted his glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor. San Shun found him somewhat familiar, resembling the charming beauty from Bin Bei. She smiled and asked, what would you like to drink? I can stay a bit longer. Just a black coffee will suffice. The visitor was none other than Bin Bei Mei, yes, brother Bin Bei Wanji. He glanced around the cafe before directly approaching Lucy's table and seating himself across from her. Pets are not allowed in our establishment. Lucy eyed the Akita at his feet with evident disdain. This is Cyborg Street. It's perfectly suitable for them here. If you insist on labeling it a pet, that would be somewhat derogatory. Bin Bei Wanji displayed an impeccably kind smile. Did you come here regarding yesterday's incident? Lucy, uninterested in pleasantries, replied directly, I am that individual's security advisor. Your intrusion into his arm necessitated my intervention. I hope you will adhere to the rules in the future. I am aware he is Vic. Even if his head has been replaced, he remains unmistakable. Bin Bei Wanji scrutinized the woman before him, a curious smile gracing his lips as he asked, it seems you truly care for him. Are you enjoying playing with a corpse? I lack your peculiar tastes. Lucy furrowed her brow, coldly stating, speak plainly, do not waste my time before I finish my shift. Vic must die, even if he is just a shell. Bin Bei Wanji fixated on Lucy's green eyes, smiling as he warned, you would do well to retract your network protection. Be wary of drawing fire upon yourself. I see, so you are here to declare war. Lucy smirked dismissively before adding, the opposing party is paying me a year's worth of security fees. During this year, I would not mind continuing our little game. Excellent, that makes things more interesting. Just as Bin Bei Wanji finished speaking, San Shun arrived with a cup of black coffee, placing it in front of him. Your black coffee. San Shun glanced curiously at Lucy, smiling as she remarked, so you are a friend of the boss. More like an acquaintance. Bin Bei Wanji returned a warm smile, nodding politely, thank you for the coffee. Enjoy your drink. San Shun departed happily. Bin Bei Wanji turned back to Lucy with a smile, deliberately glancing at the coffee before standing up, saying, this coffee isn't to my taste, you'll let your old friend accompany you. With that, he turned and left. The Akita jumped onto the chair, eagerly lapping up the black coffee, clearly delighted. Lucy regarded her former adversary, a mix of loathing and fear swirling in her eyes. Ultimately, it transformed into a palpable aura of menace. Late at night, the advertisements for Qian Yi Yuan never paused, and that towering geisha still drifted between the skyscrapers. An E-Long model flying car skimmed past the geisha's painted lips, scattering a flare of reflected light. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Chen Yang asked. How my driving is rather impressive, isn't it? Chi Tongwei replied. She piloted the hovercar down and rejoined the designated aerial lane. Once I drop you off, I'm going to find a Japanese girl and try to instill a bit of patriotic sentiment, he said. For heaven's sake, it's precisely because I'm not twisted enough that I don't fit in with you, Chen Yang muttered. After the dinner, the three white-collar men dispersed to their own amusements while he alone was sent home. Chen Yang felt slighted. How do you feel? A night out beats sulking at home, doesn't it? Chi Tongwei said. Like experiencing life as a panda, Chen Yang answered. You added their contacts, right? Those are reliable connections. Nothing will go wrong, trust me, Chi reassured him. Chi Paws glanced at Chen Yang and asked, I saw you inquiring about going to Jijing. You're not planning to move to that dreary place, are you? Not for me. I'm helping a friend. The one who's in the hospital, the close one. Yes, helping her realize a dream. Chen Yang had another plan, as well send Zhu Di to the safe environs of Jijing and through legitimate channels have her help sell his pet fish. Wei Ke's identity was unstable, they might have to relocate again. He needed a steady, secure income, and Zhu Di seemed ideal. You're not bad, you know, Chi teased. Of course. 66 offered to design my clothes. Xiaobu invited me to tour Di Qiugongxi. My reputation is beyond reproach, Chen Yang said, pleased at the prospect of visiting Di Qiugongxi. It's splendid there. Every day brings performances, like the Disneyland of your era. It's well worth a look, Chi said, recounting his time working at Di Qiugongxi as they soon flew into Yilang Gongyu. Having tasted the sweetness of the night before, Chen Yang deliberately glanced at the neighbor's sea as the car passed. The light was out. Ai Naya was not home. The former lover retained her air of mystery. Back at his apartment, he showered, then returned to the Earth realm. He could not leave the vegetative patient unattended for too long. Entering the game interface, he collected 3 meal replacement tablets and held them in his palm as he logged in. On Earth, it was evening. He could hear children in the neighborhood. Dusk had only recently fallen. The room was dark. Yang Dong and Wang Gan had returned to school. Chen Yang lay on the bedroom bed wearing only underwear and a t-shirt. Who took my pants off? He asked, bewildered. He jumped out of bed, turned on the light, and checked his phone. Yang Dong had left a message. There is porridge in the rice cooker. I made you egg-fried sausages. It's a bit salty. Drink lots of water. Likely black cuisine, he thought. Wang Gan's message was terser. Remember to take photos of my wife. Fine, have shall you composite one for you, Chen thought. His empty stomach churned after a day in bed. He placed a meal tablet on the bedside and left the bedroom. When he switched on the living room light, two prosthetic arms raised their middle fingers at him. Damn, Chen Yang laughed in exasperation. It seemed these two had learned swiftly. They were ready for the next step. He picked up one prosthetic and examined it. The joints and skin texture were ordinary. After all, it was a test model. He could adapt it using BM's extensive asset library and craft an arm suited to him. He fetched a large bowl of rice porridge and Yang Dong's plate of egg-fried sausage, and while eating he edited the BM model on his mirrored laptop. The system already contained Wei-Kes Ritarm data, making fabrication straightforward. BM's library housed laboratory-grade versions of prosthetic components, central controllers, neural triggers, batteries, regenerative musculature that far exceeded the commercial models from Inching. Binary chips lagged behind ternary ones in performance and heat dissipation, yet for controlling a single limb, the difference was marginal. Still, Chen Yang elected to design the upper arm in metal to aid cooling and to reduce neural signal computation by 30%. For balance and strength, the metallic framework would employ helium alloy and solid titanic steel. Such readily available rare metals ought not go to waste. Unconsciously, dawn arrived. Chen saved the BM model, swallowed one meal tablet, and lay back down. At 3 in the morning, he could not sleep. Perhaps his self-fashioned arm had stirred too much excitement. He stood on the balcony and looked down. The street was nearly empty. Only the advertisement lights continued their lonely clamor. The scene felt solitary and cold. He glanced across at the neighboring window once more. AI Naya's light remained off. Is that woman playing me? He wondered. When they met, she had cried like a lovesick fool, celebrated him absurdly, then vanished after a single night. What was that about? Chen Yang did not so much want to sleep with AI Naya as to have some living person to talk to. He had no desire to see the ethereal Xiao. After traveling between worlds too often, he found the illusion increasingly repellent. He missed the tangible warmth of Zhu Dis' heartbeat. Unable to sleep, he summoned a bottle of Lao Shui Hua from Earth and hoped the alcohol would dull his mind. He bit the cap and spat it on the table, opened the bottle, and continued refining the prosthetic arm on the display. Once he had saved an all-metal variant and drained much of the bottle, a message from Lu. She popped up. Put on glasses or sensors. I have something to tell you. Chen slurred. Not wanting Lu Shi to see his Earth beer, he extinguished the room lights, donned the sensor, and said, what is it, beauty? Missing me? You've been drinking? Lu Shi asked without waiting for an answer. I have good news and bad news. Which would you like first? Without hesitation, he answered the good news. Someone is trying to recruit you, Lu Shi said. Their offer will be tempting: luxury cars, villas, and the woman you cherish most. Recruit me. Chen Yang straightened. He feared that some advantageous ability he possessed had been exposed. What do they want me to do? To do their dirty work, Lu Shi replied with a disdainful laugh. Stealing, murdering, and, if necessary, striking within the organization. All under the banner of Fan Kong Yuqiu. You once worked for them. Damn, Chen Yang cursed under his breath, finishing his last sip. That is not good news, it's bad. I have a shred of conscience, but only if danger is not involved. Besides, I refuse to be someone else's tool. Well, except for Tung Jin Wei Qi. You truly make me dizzy, Lu, she said, her tone strange. She was silent for a few beats before asking, do you want to hear worse news? No. I just want to cuddle Naizi to sleep. You should get some rest too, Chen Yang mumbled, closing his eyes. He transformed the bottle and cap into motes of light and withdrew them into his palm. Someone wants to kill you, Lu, she said coldly. Big deal. I've been chased by death since the day I was born. They'd have to line up, Chen Yang said, though Lu's eyes voice conveyed gravity. He mumbled, is it that moon pervert who arranges corpses? He is not the principal threat, Lu Shi replied. This time they want you dead, the He Ku Lianming. The Hacker Alliance. Chen frowned. Why would they want to kill me? Lu Shi gave a faint smile. Because you slept with the leader's sister. When did that happen? Chen realized at once that it had to have been Wei Kes' blunder. It had nothing to do with him. A new day for Angxing. At AM, all members of the Hacker Alliance received a video email from the former chairman. The video revealed a radiant sun shining down. Arakawa Ichiro, dressed in a cotton sweatshirt, strolled along a tree-lined path, smiling at the camera as he said, hello, everyone, I trust you haven't forgotten about me, just a little jest. I just went for a run with the leader who graciously treated me to a cup of black coffee while we caught up with old friends. This afternoon might be a bit dull, so basking in the sun is a splendid choice. To be honest, I'm not accustomed to a leisurely life, but I am getting older, and it's time to leave opportunities for the younger generation. The future is yours. As they watched the video from the former chairman, the 10 members of Technical Group 6 displayed expressions of envy. The current chairman, Yagamai Masamori, remained unfazed. He turned off Arakawa Ichiro's video and inquired with concern, how did this email make it onto my network? I'm using the chairman's exclusive line R&I. The AI secretary explained all networks in our ghost tower must be unconditionally accessible to the lunar leaders, including the chairman's exclusive line. Humph. Yagamai Masamori scratched his head in annoyance. The secretary cheerfully added, I received a postcard from Mr. Arakawa. Would the chairman like to see it? Not interested. There's also a task directive from the leader that requires the chairman's immediate attention. As the secretary spoke, he sent an email to Yagamai Masamori. Glancing at the email, Yagamai noted the task was simple: eliminate Vic at all costs. Vic, a former member of the Silver Wing Alliance. Are they not entirely eradicated yet? Yagamai raised his head to glance at Arakawa Ichiro on his colleague's screen. That old man making me clean up his mess again. The task email included information about Vic and the Silver Wing Alliance, as well as Vic's recent exposure times and locations. A tedious assignment. Pass it on to the security department, and let Yamazaki Raiji take full responsibility, with Technical Group 2 providing support. Yagamai tossed the email into the trash bin. The secretary gently urged, but the task specifies that the chairman must lead personally. Then grant Yamazaki Raiji the chairman's clevel authority, and all commands will be issued in the name of the chairman. Yagamai pondered for a moment, and added, since Vic has survived until now, it indicates that he has a protective umbrella online. Have Technical Group 3 execute sniffing and dismantling operations, granting them the right to use the chairman's exclusive line. His words captured the attention of the members of Technical Group 6. They held immense admiration for this newly appointed chairman, a former teammate, and the prodigy of the Hacker Alliance, both in strength and sentiment. The members of Group 6 instinctively turned off the video email, deleted it, and immersed themselves in their work. What other actions does the Earth Company have aside from selling meal replacement tablets? Yagamai inquired of a bespectacled man. The man promptly replied they must have discovered vulnerabilities in the neural servers and are currently attempting to fix them. Much faster than anticipated. The Earth Company must have received support from the moon. The moon is nothing to be awed by. Yagamai glanced at the gray sky outside, his eyes sharpening amidst the shadows beneath them as he languidly remarked, if they were truly that formidable, why the need for that metallic cloud? The very act of concealment indicates trepidation. Until you have seen the truth, do not blindly idolize that place. Yes, Chairman. The 10 members nodded in immediate agreement. Yagamai Masamori wore a grim expression. Friends, I have my own name. Understood, Masamori. The group members sighed in relief, exchanging glances before smiling. Whoever calls me chairman again will have their salary deducted for the month. Yagamai chuckled as he turned back to the code on his screen, muttering to himself, now it's a race against time. I do not wish to waste my energy on trivial matters. Meanwhile, on the moon, an Akita dog stood atop a wooden cabin, gazing fervently at the bright dark star above. Woof, woof, woof woof. It barked with fervor. Chen Yang had spent the night under the haze of alcohol. The morning light did little to brighten the room, but was sufficient to awaken him. You've only slept for 3.5 hours. Xiao Ye's voice emerged in his ear, her warm hand brushing against his face. Chen Yang opened his eyes to see Xiao Ye's smiling face slowly fading from view. Damn it. He removed the auxiliary sensor and tossed it aside, feeling somewhat irritable. The Hacker Alliance. This group posed a greater threat than that lunatic on the moon. No matter how skilled one is, firearms are a formidable concern, missiles even more so. He still recalled that rainy night when a missile obliterated an entire building. Merely the shockwave had sent him flying far away. Unlike the singular threat of the bionic Type 4A, the Hacker Alliance was a Dark Star organization capable of deploying troops. Chen Yang had witnessed drones and hyenas alongside their elusive hacking techniques. Lucy could temporarily uphold a network protection umbrella, but he needed to establish a physical protective umbrella for himself. Given the historical development of the Dark Star, there should be military-grade exoskeleton armor in this world, right? Even the Iron Man's mark would suffice. Chen Yang resolved to craft his own set of armor. He remembered seeing someone wearing lightweight metal armor on street of Redstone City. They resembled a robot. Upon searching online, he discovered that this world not only had armor, but an abundance of it. There was even a fashion trend known as mechanical frenzy. Before the nuclear war, the technology for external metal exoskeletons had matured, and the outbreak of the nuclear war further spurred the creation of entirely enclosed metal armor. After the nuclear war, to combat the severe nuclear contamination, these armors quickly transitioned to civilian use, becoming lightweight metal protective suits. For 20 years, the Dark Star people survived the most intense nuclear pollution under the protection of these suits. Perhaps due to psychological dependence, the trend of wearing armor persists among the Dark Stars, later dubbed mechanical frenzy. Coincidentally, designer was an enthusiast of mechanical frenzy. This allowed Chen Yang to obtain a set of armor design blueprints without needing to scour the dark web. This armor was called Tyrannid Soldier, inspired by an old game StarCraft. While entirely metal covered, had added leather elements, making it appear less cumbersome. The only drawback was that the BM material library lacked relevant chips and drivers. Fortunately, as a nanoelectronic engineer was well suited for the task, and Chen Yang purchased a set at a reasonable price. The key point was that it was offline. Subsequently, Chen Yang dedicated himself to editing the BM model, meticulously crafting each component from the blueprints. Anticipating that the Hacker Alliance would trace the armor's origin, Chen Yang made significant alterations to the armor's appearance, applying a complete Vanta black coating resembling a black hole. Moreover, he replaced the armor's metal material with solid titanium steel. Although helium gold is more durable, this rare metal was too heavy for the armor's microdrivers to handle. However, solid titanium steel would suffice. After working tirelessly for 3 days, all components of the armor were completed. Once as chips and drivers arrived, assembly and testing could commence. Yet if the Hacker Alliance truly launched missiles, how would he defend against that? Hengtian Xinyuan. Chen Yang's rented apartment has transformed into the N-language studio. Aside from the bedroom, which remains his private sanctuary, the other rooms are freely accessible to Yang Dong and Wang Gan. This weekend, Yang Dong and Wang Gan arrived at the studio early. Chen Yang's custom-made mechanical arm has been modded and fitted to Yang Dong's experimental subject. The arm's frame is constructed from helium gold, while its exterior is clad in a deep gray titanium alloy exuding a chilling metallic aura. From the elbow down to the fingertips, it is adorned with advanced bionic tissue. In contrast to Wang Gan's testing model, Chen Yang's creation features an adjustable temperature for the bionic tissue, giving it a more rigid touch and a distinctly realistic muscular texture. Why not let me use this arm for testing? Wang Gan lamented enviously while caressing the arm, adding, "You underestimate this savior, don't you?" Initially, he thought the testing arm was sufficiently realistic, but upon seeing Chen Yang's new creation, it appeared rudimentary and cheap in comparison. Chen Yang fears you might engage in unsavory activities with that arm, much like Howard from The Big Bang Theory. Yang Dong brushed Wang Gan's hand away with disdain, applying hand cream to the arm's regenerative surface. "Isn't that rather odd? It's not like it's real skin." Wang Gan sulked back to his seat. He entertained a bold idea. With such hyper-realistic arms available, there must be even more lifelike prosthetics in existence. Perhaps it would be wise to bribe the traveler for some exclusive perks tailored for the savior. It seems he must strive harder to catch up with Yang Dong, at least in the realm of N language. As the future savior, his potential is undeniable. Indeed, Yang Dong is merely an early bird in this race. Wang Gan buzzed with confidence, immersed in N language. Meanwhile, Yang Dong hummed a tune, tapping randomly on her notebook and pressed enter, announcing, "I'll tidy up the place. Let's play some music." Music filled the air. "Young man, there's no need to feel down." "Hey beauty, the traveler's asleep. Keep it down," Wang Gan remarked. "Are you kidding? He's in a vegetative state. There's no waking him up." Yang Dong emerged from the bathroom with a cloth, continuing to hum along with the music. "YMCA, it's fun to stay at the YMCA." In rhythm with the music, the arm Yang Dong was testing clicked, its fingers forming the YMCA gesture. "Oh my, how did she manage that?" Wang Gan, incredulous, dashed to Yang Dong's computer to examine her in-language script. Does true genius exist in this world? At that moment, Wang Gan's testing arm emitted a mechanical sound, swiftly transforming into an entirely metallic limb. This arm matched the dimensions of Yang Dong's, but unlike hers, it lacked regenerative tissue. Its metal exterior was robust, featuring a striking dark hue complemented by hints of dark gold. Whoa, did the traveler cast a spell? Wang Gan rushed back to his desk, and Yang Dong leaned closer, jokingly, saying, "How about some hand cream?" "Are you joking? This is a full metal prosthetic. It can be encrusted with infinite gems." Wang Gan replied. As the two examined the arm, they heard footsteps from the bedroom, echoing with thump-thump. Wang Gan and Yang Dong turned toward the bedroom door, hearing the sound of the door being forcefully pried open, followed by Chen Yang's exclamation of "damn," as a shadowy figure emerged through the door. The silhouette was tall and robust, clad entirely in black with a golden V emblazoned on its face. "Hello." Chen Yang raised his hand, and the letter V on his face transformed into a smiling visage. "Oh my!" Both Yang Dong and Wang Gan exclaimed in unison. Chen Yang donned a black-painted tyrant bug soldier armor with glowing repulsors akin to Iron Man's eyes, slowly lifting his right hand. "I am Iron Man." Click. He snapped his metallic fingers. "Dude, you look incredibly cool. What is this outfit? Is it metal armor?" Wang Gan's astonishment froze on his face as he approached to feel Chen Yang's armor. "Wow, it's just like Iron Man's. Can it fly?" "Not at all. It's merely a sturdy shell." Chen Yang sighed, helplessly, continuing, "In a controllable nuclear fusion is still a fantasy. Moreover, even if real armor could fly, it would struggle with shock absorption. If struck midair, a crash landing is highly probable." His voice resonated through speakers, modulated with an electronic effect. "That's still pretty cool, though." Yang Dong joined in, her eyes sparkling with desire, as she remarked, "How intriguing that such things can be created in the future. I wish I could see it." "Technologically speaking, this armor is considered outdated in." Chen Yang removed his helmet, wiping the sweat from his forehead, continuing, "It's too hot. It's unsuitable for the current temperature." "Is there no air conditioning?" "Of course there is, but it hasn't been equipped with chips and drivers. The armor's power system is not activated." Chen Yang chuckled awkwardly. He had just finished assembling the armor, eager to test its dimensions in-game. "Let me try it on." Wang Gan placed the helmet on his head, shaking it excitedly, exclaiming, "Wow, this truly feels like Iron Man. It has a ruler and can scan, so the visual system operates through cameras. Impressive." He turned to Yang Dong, saying, "The data shows C. Get lost." Yang Dong kicked Wang Gan playfully. She turned and removed the prosthetic arm from her desk, handing it to Chen Yang, saying, "The neural sensor program has been integrated. It's functioning properly on the neural signal converter, but real testing requires it to be worn by a person." "Remarkable. You completed this in just half a month." Chen Yang found it hard to believe as he took the arm, eager to return to Dangxing to test it. "There are tutorials and case studies. There's no need for me to code from scratch. Learning to take shortcuts is vital." Yang Dong raised an eyebrow with pride, continuing, "However, this work resembles untangling a spider's web. It's incredibly tedious, and I am not a patient person. The extensive follow-up tasks will be handled by the savior, not just me. You are quite suited to be a leader." Chen Yang patted Yang Dong on the shoulder, smiling, "Rest assured, I'm keeping my promise to you. I'll make sure you get a glimpse of the future." "What about my wife?" Wang Gan inquired. "She's been sent to you, dear, and it's a video." "What?" Wang Gan hastily removed the helmet and rushed to his desk to retrieve his phone, indeed, finding a video file. "That bionic wife." Yang Dong followed him, urging Wang Gan, "Hurry, open the video." I want to see just how realistic the bionic person is. Don't rush me, I need to calm my nerves, I'm a bit anxious. Wang Gan sat in the chair with the phone taking deep breaths before raising his trembling finger to click on the video. A beautiful high school girl with long black hair appeared on the screen. She looked at the camera with a shy expression twirling her hair asking, "Is this for the university age Wang Gan?" "Well alright, then is it really Shui Jixia?" Wang Gan felt a lump in his throat, tears streaming down his face, as he said, "I'm sorry for making you a widow, I'm so sorry sob sob. Is this what a real person looks like? Is future bionic technology truly this advanced?" Yang Dong scrutinized the woman on the screen, glancing back at Chen Yang only to discover that the traveler had already removed the armor and returned to bed. The arm had vanished from sight. Yelling Gonggayu. Chen Yang, after disconnecting the data cable, paused for a moment, extracting his binary arm from the earth and deciding to install it immediately for testing. Due to Yang Dong's coding progress far exceeding expectations, he had yet to purchase a repair robot, necessitating assistance from Qi Tongwei to replace his prosthetic limb. Concerns about the dangers outside prompted Chen Yang to initiate a voice call with Luxai, seeking her counsel. Although this former girlfriend had a penchant for voyeurism, her capabilities remained reliable. In recent days, drones from the Hacker Alliance had frequently flown past his window, even making eye contact with him, yet they had failed to recognize Week's face. This led Chen Yang to doubt Lux's claim that the Hacker Alliance intends to kill him. Soon Luxai agreed to the call request. "Lulu, may I step outside?" Chen Yang casually assigned her a nickname. "Continue with your nonsense, and I shall crush your little brother." Luxai unusually let slip a curse. Chen Yang felt pleased, however, for the sake of his little brother's safety, he apologized, saying, "My apologies, I thought you would appreciate such a moniker. Do not attempt to curry favor with me. Is it dangerous for me to go out? After all, you mentioned the Hacker Alliance wants me dead. I have blinded them." Lux's tone carried a hint of pride as she continued, "As long as you refrain from causing a scene at the Hacker Alliance's headquarters, you may go wherever you wish." Is the Hacker Alliance truly that incompetent? The real adversaries have yet to enter the fray, those minor players are inconsequential. Furthermore, Luxai seemed reluctant to add, those attempting to win you over are also making efforts. After all, fishing requires some bait. It was evident someone sought to ensnare her, and she was displeased. "Tell them I prefer my bait to be pristine and unblemished, and they should deliver it tonight," Chen Yang remarked offhandedly. He suddenly realized he had been rather indiscreet in his recent remarks. While he often entertained such thoughts, he rarely voiced them. How curious! Chen Yang felt it wise to exercise caution. "You also find it curious, do you not?" Luxai replied, coolly concluding the call. She remained seated by the window in the cafe where the afternoon sun cast a nostalgic hue within. The establishment was sparsely populated, filled with trendy young patrons whose yearning for the future evoked her envy. "Shan-san." She waved at him, who then pointed toward the entrance, revealing that Binbi and Miyu had arrived. With a blush, Binbi and Miyu approached and sat across from her. A cryptic smile curled at the corners of Lux's lips. "You intentionally arranged for me and Wyke to be neighbors, did you not?" Binbi and Miyu whispered. "I believed you would appreciate this arrangement." "Why? Is he not of a special status?" Binbi and Miyu instinctively glanced around before continuing. "I heard he is the enemy of all moon people and many wish to kill him." "Not to that extent, given the arrogance of the moon people. An enemy from the dark star does not exist. Wyke merely offended someone of significance." Luxai smiled at Binbi and Miyu, her words laced with implication. "Are you getting along well with him?" It's rather good." Binbi and Miyu's cheeks flushed, her demeanor significantly more flustered. Unsure whether Luxai could monitor the gaming console, she deemed it prudent to feign ignorance regarding her intimate relations with Wyke. Lux's knowing smile remained unspoken as she took a sip of her coffee and inquired, "Have you been watching his Kameng recently?" "No, his gaming console seems to be malfunctioning. It has failed to download the latest scripts. It appears the Earth Company's vulnerabilities have yet to be rectified." Luxai pondered silently before shifting the topic. "You finished school early today." "We just concluded our final exams. We'll be on break tomorrow." Binbi and Miyu exhaled in relief, murmuring, "I've been preparing for exams these past few days. I finally made it through." At that moment, Shan-sun delivered a cup of coffee. After expressing her gratitude, Binbi and Miyu tentatively asked, "Teacher, may I come over more often during the break to learn hacking skills? With your current knowledge base, there's little point in merely observing cases here. You should engage in practical experience directly." Luxai leaned forward, beckoning Binbi and Miyu for a private conversation. Binbi and Miyu hurriedly leaned in, tucking her hair behind her ear as she heard Luxai whisper, "A Dark Star organization intends to kill Wyke." Binbi and Miyu was taken aback. Someone sought to kill Wyke and Chen Yang. Her expression froze in a mix of shock, panic, and anger as she instinctively asked, "Why? Who wants him dead? That scoundrel, for what reason?" "A woman, of course." Lux's tone was dismissive, her demeanor unimpressed. "He truly is a scoundrel," Binbi and Miyu murmured in dissatisfaction. However, she had little ground for complaint, considering she was the third party, having usurped the affections of Chen Yang and Wang Jiajia. Now, under the guise of a fan, she found herself entwined with Wyke, and compared to that scoundrel, her situation seemed even more dire. "You seek to refine your hacking skills. Now presents an excellent opportunity." Luxai propped her chin in her hand, gazing at Binbi and Miyu with her green eyes, and suggested, "You might attempt to protect Wyke and contend with that hacker organization. For us hackers, practical experience is the best teacher." To protect Wyke. Those 4 words bore significant weight for Binbi and Miyu. From her determined expression, Luxai could discern that this budding young woman would undoubtedly endeavor to safeguard that scoundrel. This situation promised to be intriguing. By the way, your family remains unaware of your interest in hacking, correct? Luxai inquired. I dare not disclose it to them, as adults forbid us from engaging with such matters. Binbian Miu nervously scratched her head, speaking softly. My father is manageable as his focus is on work, and he rarely oversees my studies. My brother, however, is a different story. He is well versed in the online realm, and I hesitate to use the home network. I can teach you a method to filter your information from his network. Luxai smiled, whispering, however, you must keep this a secret, or your KMing device and gaming console will be at risk. In Qinyi Yuan, snow began to fall. As Chen Yang piloted the escaper, he was enveloped by the heavy snow soon after exiting the city limits. Flying at high altitudes without road guidance required him to rely solely on navigation to maintain his course. However, since he intended to reach Qi Tongwei's secret base, he refrained from using navigation, lowering the vehicle and slowing down to feel his way forward. You could have resolved the arm replacement matter at my place. There was no need to brave the snow to come here. Qi Tongwei's voice emanated from the glass's speaker. Isn't it safe there? Besides, I hadn't anticipated the snowfall. Chen Yang reduced his speed significantly, navigating the desolate cityscape like a fish gliding through water. You can come if you wish. The items I have for you from are here, and you can take them all at once. But have you too been influenced by that foolish girl and developed an affinity for mechanical frenzy? While such attire may serve for show, its practical application left much to be desired, incomparable to the armor of the terror squad. Unless, of course, one wished to impress and engage in practical exercises with her, that would be quite an experience, fiercely intense. Suddenly, Qi Tongwei's voice distorted the signal, breaking up completely. Hello, hello. Chen Yang called out several times before the call ended. At that moment, a line of text appeared on his car window. Like, are you available to chat? A square hovercraft silently descended from the sky, hovering 100 meters ahead. The vehicle was entirely black, its rear thrusters adorned with alternating orange, red, and blue lights, warning signals from the United Government. Let us converse, my old friend. Once again, the craft projected a message onto Chen Yang's window before gliding down into the desolate city. It appeared that this was the individual Lucy had mentioned would be courting him. To his surprise, it was indeed a representative of the United Government. Chen Yang followed the descent, retrieving a firearm from his vehicle and tucking it into his waistband. Both vehicles came to a halt atop a towering building as swirling snowflakes concealed the last remnants of sunlight, casting the sky into a twilight gloom. Amidst the illumination of the headlights, two figures approached one another. Before Chen Yang stood an elderly man of East Asian descent. Appearing to be in his 60s, his neatly combed grizzled hair complemented a gray woolen overcoat indicative of a bureaucrat from the upper echelons. Lucy has done well to protect you. Even we were unable to locate you. The elder extended his hand, introducing himself. I am Zhou Jinkai, working for the United Government. The last time we met was 3 years ago. It is remarkable how much has changed since then. Vic. As Chen Yang shook hands with the elder, he noticed the warmth of his palm and added, I seem to have suffered a lapse in memory regarding your organization. That may be for the best. It will render our collaboration more genuine. I never agreed to collaborate with you, Chen Yang replied with a smile. In fact, I do not intend to partner with anyone, including former members of the Silver Wing Alliance. He subtly referenced Lucy. Zhou Jinkai displayed no visible change in emotion, as though everything unfolded according to his expectations. In a gentle tone, he said, the terminology of collaboration is inconsequential. What matters is that we possess shared or similar objectives. This creates the potential for synergy and cooperation. For instance, in light of the Hacker Alliance's pursuit of you, we would not be averse to offering assistance, as the Hacker Alliance is a mutual adversary. In the face of a common threat, cooperation is invariably more advantageous than solitary struggle. Would you not agree? The elder's words left Chen Yang with little room for rebuttal. He glanced at Zhou Jinkai's hovercraft, noting that neither his driver nor bodyguard had exited, which was clearly a gesture of goodwill. Turning his gaze back to the elder, he inquired curiously, is your purpose in seeking me simply to forge a friendship? Zhou Jinkai nodded slowly. We have always been friends. We are merely reacquainting ourselves. Very well, then shall we add each other as contacts? Chen Yang suggested. My position is sensitive, making direct communication rather perilous. I shall find a suitable intermediary to liaise with you, ensuring we maintain contact and collectively mitigate survival risks. Zhou Jinkai gazed up at the falling snow and smiled at Chen Yang. I shall not disturb you further. We will be in touch. May I inquire what your organization's objective is? To obliterate the moon. Chen Yang asked with curiosity. That is merely jest. Zhou Jinkai responded with a hint of resignation, his tone subdued. We strive only for the dignity inherent to humanity, fighting for that modicum of rights. He added, you have done quite well in that regard. With that, the elder turned and entered the square hovercraft of the United Government. For the dignity inherent to humanity. Chen Yang pondered this phrase as he watched the craft ascend into the air, its hum vanishing into the snowy expanse. In Qi Tongwei's secret base. On the workbench lay disassembled components of a robotic arm, as Qi Tongwei busied himself over the past few days replacing the skeleton and fist with helium metal, nearly living at the base. Chen Yang was in the process of having a maintenance robot replace his arm. The robot's octopus-like mechanical arm was remarkably agile, detaching his sensor Type 3 in a mere 10 seconds, placing it on the workbench before grasping Chen Yang's custom binary arm, connecting and screwing it in place. The entire arm replacement process took less than half a minute. Chen Yang contemplated acquiring one, however the robot size was prohibitive. Regretting your choices. Chi Tongwei observed with a teasing tone. I advised you to buy a larger house, yet you insisted that a smaller one offered a sense of security. How awkward this must be. I can always change residences, I have the means. Chen Yang stood up, reacquainting himself with the presence of his right arm. He swung it and clenched his fist. Everything seemed to be functioning well, yet he sensed an underlying dissonance. He raised his hand for a closer inspection, moving his fingers only to be taken aback as a realization struck him. Damn it, the middle and ring fingers are swapped. Not a significant issue, some prefer using their middle finger, while others favor the ring finger. Varying habits. Chi Tongwei just observing Chen Yang's new arm, as if speaking to himself. The upper arm must be made of titanium alloy. You always manage to procure fascinating items from the dark web. He raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as an art form. Indeed, the dark web is a remarkable invention. Chen Yang casually replied, continuing to touch the regenerative muscle of his right arm. The tactile feedback was largely similar to the sensor Type 3, albeit lacking the superior tactile sensation, making nocturnal navigation considerably more challenging. In summary, aside from the finger arrangement issue, all else was satisfactory. He turned to Chi Tongwei and suggested, why not test my right arm's durability with an attack? Physical attack? Hacker attack? What kind of attack is that? Do you not see the maintenance robot reporting an error? Chi Tongwei pointed to the robot's screen, which displayed a message, unable to locate service network, unable to recognize prosthetic program. Just wait. Chi Tongwei retrieved a uniquely designed gun from a cabinet and remarked to Chen Yang, this is a digital electromagnetic gun specifically designed to target offline devices. Care to give it a try? It could potentially disable the program within your chip. Such a device exists. Chen Yang extended his arm, let it commence. This type of gun can only be used at close range, and you must first select the target programming language. There are 6 in total, limiting its practical application. Chi Tongwei's eyes gleamed as he aimed the gun at Chen Yang's right arm. Buzz. Chen Yang felt a slight tingling in his right arm, yet he could move it freely. I shall switch to a different programming language. Chi Tongwei cycled through all 6 attack modes, none causing any discernible impact on Chen Yang's arm. He examined the gun incredulously, exclaiming, is this contraption malfunctioning? Even if it doesn't disable the chip program, it should at least induce a temporary paralysis. Well, my friend, it seems your investment was well spent. I should take my leave now. Chen Yang expressed his satisfaction. He returned to the maintenance robot's chair, reinstating his sensor Type 3 arm. Chi Tongwei meticulously inspected the removed arm, silently speculating, does this chip contain a new driver program? Or perhaps there is electrical protection. Surely it cannot be an entirely new chip. Take your time to ponder. Chen Yang replied with a satisfied grin as he stowed the chip and driver that had provided into the hovercraft, adding, by the way, I contacted Guoqiangsen the other day and spent 3 million to secure a residence permit for Judy. Please assist me in bringing her here. He paused, adding, I am currently being hunted by the Hacker Alliance and fear for her safety. In that case, I am also at risk. Perhaps we should enlist 66, they are all women, and it would be more convenient. Leave this matter to me. Chi Tongwei tapped Chen Yang's vehicle door and continued, why not stay here? The Hacker Alliance would find it difficult to locate this place. I have no desire to be a turtle hiding its head, whether in bed or out. I intend to stand tall. Chen Yang activated the hovercraft, smiling at Chi Tongwei as he said, and let us not forget what is the best defense. Oh, you're not coming to pick me up. Judith's tone was laced with disappointment. To her, Vic was her sole anchor in this world. I'm afraid I can't. I'm currently entangled in some trouble, and meeting you poses a risk. Chen Yang parked the hovercar on the balcony, and after stepping out continued, once you reach jigging and regain your strength, I will transfer you some funds. We can discuss what you need to do when we meet. You are truly kind to me. It's nothing new. I too am in need of a reliable companion. Please rest. Chen Yang ended the call, removed his smart glasses, and tucked them into his pocket. He opened the trunk of the hovercar, ensuring no one was watching, and transformed his binary arm into light particles, absorbing them into his palm to return to his room on Earth. Once Yangdong resolved the bugs, this arm would be complete. The next step will be to construct a base. Soon I shall leap out of this small fishbowl and swim into the vast ocean. I will infuriate that Lulu and Cece, he chuckled. Chen Yang entered the house through the balcony door first, placing the chip and driver of the Talon bug soldier into the cabinet before stripping off his clothes to take a shower. This was primarily for disinfection. He washed himself thoroughly, ensuring to cleanse every part, and finally lathered himself with fragrant bubble soap. Before long, Chen Yang emerged from the bathroom, drying himself off. On his desk, the projection of memory fragments displayed a photograph of him and Wang Jiajia embracing a fish tank. Recalling how the Hacker Alliance had poisoned Jiajia and now sought to eliminate him, he felt a burning desire for retribution. Moreover, the reasons the Hacker Alliance wished to kill him were quite absurd, accusing him of having an affair with their leader's sister. Preposterous. It was undoubtedly a fabrication by Lucy. This matter required clarification. Just as Chen Yang contemplated contacting Lucy, the doorbell rang. There was only one person who would ring his doorbell, his somewhat slow-wit ex-girlfriend, the blonde Anya. Just a moment. Chen Yang hurriedly slipped on a short-sleeved shirt and shorts before opening the door. As expected, it was his neighbor Anya, her golden hair tied into a ponytail revealing her attractive face and slender neck. One must admit Vic's taste was commendable. Whether Lucy or Anya, both were remarkably beautiful women with splendid figures. Today, Anya wore a gray plaid shirt, a white tank top, and a short skirt, her long legs adorned in cotton slippers. Additionally, she was carrying a laptop. Recalling how she left abruptly last time, he couldn't help but smile and asked, "Do you need my assistance again today?" Anya gazed at the man before her heartbeat quickening, her voice now barely above a whisper. "I'm here to help you." "That works. Oh, let's assist each other." Chen Yang pulled Anya inside. "How have you been? Do you need money?" he inquired. Anya, with her usual naivete, shook her head and softly replied, "I don't really need money. Is your health all right?" "I'm very healthy." Then, Chen Yang suddenly pondered a possibility and tentatively asked, "Do you have any family?" "No, I am part of the newborn program." This was Anya's character script, and Bin Hai Mei you certainly could not alter it. She seemed to remember something, exclaiming "ah," as she picked up the clothes that had fallen to the ground and retrieved her laptop, saying, "Recently, I've discovered that hackers are infiltrating the building. Given that you previously eliminated a cyborg, I suspect they are targeting you. Your silly head understands hacking techniques." Chen Yang found this naive girl rather endearing and chuckled, "So you wish to protect me? I will do my best." Anya's gaze was sincere, transmitting a gentle warmth to Chen Yang. In this merciless world on such a frigid night, nothing was more touching than this. "Then I leave it to you." Chen Yang relaxed his weary body and fell into a deep slumber. Anya waited until he was asleep before taking out her laptop to infiltrate the building's network, setting up a virtual account for Chen Yang and deploying counter-tracking crawlers. The following day, when Chen Yang awoke, Anya had already departed. After rising, he first savored a bowl of 2 eggs and 1 sausage mushroom noodles, then returned to Earth to have Yang Dong rectify the arms bugs, while also purchasing a box of chalk to modify into helium bullets for future use. By noon, a drone from the Hacker Alliance flew into the Wild Wolf apartment. Though Lucy advised against paying them any mind, Chen Yang remained vigilant. In the discussion group for the mysterious forest, someone mentioned that the Hacker Alliance's drones and hyenas had been spotted in various cities, even infiltrating the white-collar districts. Some protesters attempted to shoot them down, only to be mercilessly gunned down. There were also reports of homeless individuals being brutalized by passing hyenas. These photos and videos vanished from the internet in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Chen Yang pondered throughout the afternoon, plugged into the neural network dedicated line, and entered the dark web's circular city. Dark web, a hub for mechanical engineering in the Ring City. Chen Yang entered a shop named Cybertron Private Store, where the shelves were filled with models of engineering vehicles. The proprietor was an Autobot, Optimus Prime. "Welcome to Cybertron Private Store. I can procure overclocked versions of all the machines you see." Optimus Prime's mechanical voice was quite captivating. Chen Yang gazed at the various vehicle models on the shelves. Their rugged mechanical designs exuded an impressive charm that resonated with his straightforward sensibilities. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "I'm looking for an excavation vehicle similar to a shield tunneling machine. Could you recommend one that is easy to operate? Whether for digging basements or establishing a base, this type of ground exploration vehicle is the most practical for personal use." Optimus Prime retrieved a construction vehicle equipped with a spiral drill bit from the top shelf and placed it on the counter. The front third of the vehicle was composed entirely of a drill bit resembling a bullet. Optimus Prime continued, "This ground exploration vehicle is the Core 9000. It can connect to soil extraction pipes and is quite popular among the burrowers." Initially, burrowers referred specifically to individuals suffering from PTSD due to nuclear warfare who found solace only in dwelling underground to escape their fears of a potential nuclear resurgence. Over time, they formed unique community structures underground. Chen Yang had encountered this information in a brief history of Dark Stars. Eventually, the term burrowers broadened to encompass any group residing in subterranean habitats or bases, spending over 30% of their time underground. A census revealed that the burrower population numbered over 100,000. Chi Tongwei could be considered a burrower as well. Chen Yang occasionally. He nodded and remarked precisely, "I wish to excavate a new home in a peaceful location to prepare for my future wife." "Then this is exactly what you need. Every underground base must have a ground exploration vehicle. It is an essential tool for survival and escape." Chen Yang picked up the model of the ground exploration vehicle, finding it familiar. He asked Optimus Prime, "Leader, are you sure this isn't a mechanical bird?" "Come on, brother, you're quite the comedian." Optimus Prime tossed the model onto the ground, and with a thunderous boom, it instantly transformed into a towering Tomater mechanical giant, startling passers-by, who responded with expletives. Yet he proudly declared, "You make a solid point. This thing could puncture a massive hole in the Dark Star." The ground exploration vehicle was truly exhilarating. Chen Yang gazed at the imposing machine beside him, its sturdy metal drill bit, cylindrical body, and concealed metal tracks, all exuding a raw masculine appeal. Driving this beast down the street, I wonder who would still dare to honk at me. Noticing Chen Yang's satisfied expression, Optimus Prime eagerly recommended, "Though it appears formidable, it is quite affordable at 48000. That's 5,000 less than the official channels, and I can help you overclock and disconnect it from the network. Money is not an issue." After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yang looked at Optimus Prime and said, "But I don't want the physical machine, I only want the blueprints." "Blueprint?